So pure so flirtatious chapter 511 to chapter 581. Open the door. Open the door. Hurry up. If you don't open the door, we will burn the house down. A few young men at the door shouted. Yang Ming was furious. He was about to open the door and beat these guys up, but he didn't expect that an unforeseen event would happen. He saw Zhang Bin's room opposite Yang Ming suddenly open. Zhang Bin, who was wearing a singlet and underpants, rushed out with a thermos in his left hand and a barbecue stick in his right hand. F***ck your ancestors. Zhang Bin directly smashed the thermos bottle on the head of the gangster who knocked on the door in front of him. The thermos bottle suddenly burst, and the bottle of water splashed on the gangster's face. His face was almost scalded. He covered his face and began to roll on the ground. The screams he made were chilling. This sudden change immediately made the remaining gangsters quiet down. They looked at Zhang Bin in horror. Zhang Bin didn't feel afraid at all. He picked up the stick and greeted these people's heads. There was a hook on the stick. If it hit the head like this, it would be terrible. Wouldn't the brain burst on the spot? Even if he didn't die, he would become a vegetable. These gangsters, to put it bluntly, were just using their numbers to scare people. They didn't expect a reckless person to come out. The sound of the stick whistled in the wind. The gangsters were immediately scared out of their wits and hid to the side. But how could it be so easy to escape in the narrow corridor? Although their heads were protected, the other parts of their bodies were inevitably smashed by Zhang Bing. One of the little gangsters was even more miserable. He used his hand to block it, but the fire rod directly pierced through his palm. It was so painful that he screamed. The others looked at the crazy Zhang Bin's fiery red eyes. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. This guy didn't come out to fight. He was simply greeting people to death. A few gangsters who were originally arrogant immediately covered their heads and ran away. Even the guy who was rolling on the ground also disappeared at the end of the corridor. However, one of the gangsters who seemed to be the leader pointed at Zhang Bin after running far away and threatened, "Kid, you are good. You are ruthless. But do you know who you have offended? We are Guojinbiao's people in Jiduan City. The person you just poured boiling water on is Bosqua's nephew. You are useless. F***ck. Zhang Bin saw that this person was still talking here, so he chased after him with the stick. As a result, the person was scared and ran away without looking back. When the gangster said Guojinbiao's name, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. Guojinbiao's hand. When did Jiduan City start interfering in the underworld? If I want to intervene, shouldn't I intervene? However, Yang Ming immediately laughed. He ignored an important fact. That was, although Chen County was a county under Songjiang, it wasn't close to Songjiang. On the contrary, it bordered Jiduan City. It was no wonder that Guojinbiao's people would be active here. Opening the door, Yang Ming walked out of the room. Zhang Bin was standing in the corridor and panting loudly. I really didn't see it. You are simply a desperate man. Why are you suddenly so fierce? Zhang Bin's action just now made Yang Ming dumbfounded. He almost thought that Zhang Bin was the reincarnation of the god of war. It's really F***king cool. Zhang Bin panted with a red face. It turns out that fighting is so cool. I don't like these guys during the day. They actually dare to come at night? See if I don't kill them. When Zhang Bin spoke, his voice was trembling. Apparently, he was too excited. Yang Ming naturally understood Zhang Bin's mood. When they fought for the first time, most people would feel this kind of excitement, just like himself in the past. Patting Zhang Bin's shoulder, Yang Ming smiled and said, I really admire you. You can even be so ruthless. I don't know. I rushed out when my head was hot. It was a complete mess. Zhang Bin's hands were still trembling. He couldn't calm down his mood. I was in the room. I heard that the people outside were the two bastards who molested Zhao Sisi during the day. I was filled with anger. I thought that I am a real man. I will fight with them. Good job, but don't be so impulsive in the future. Yang Ming advised, you can beat them away today because of your own ruthlessness. You suddenly rushed up from behind and caught them off guard. If they were prepared, you wouldn't have succeeded so easily. I know. Zhangbin looked ashamed. I don't know why, but I am still a little scared. They can't find someone to kill me again, right? Just now, when the person left, he said that he was from Jiduan City's boss. Okay, it's okay. Don't worry. If they come, I will settle it for you. Yang Ming smiled. Hee hee. Zhangbin nodded in relief. He knew Yang Ming's strength. It was not like him who got lucky. Yang Ming didn't care. Gua Jinbiao? So what? I dare to hit your son, let alone your nephew. And because of Zhangbin's sudden attack, Yang Ming had not vented the evil fire in his heart. God d*mn, disturbing my good thing. Isn't this too bad? Therefore, Yang Ming also bore a grudge against the guy named Gua Jinbiao. He thought in his heart, don't mess with me, or you are finished. I will find a few girls to put in your room, and then I will find Xianxia to scare you. Yang Ming thought evilly. When the few punks ran away, the doors of each room opened. In fact, these people had already woken up, but they heard that there was a fight outside. No one dared to come out. At this time, when they saw that everything was fine, they dared to come out and see the situation. What's wrong? Are you okay? Yui came over and asked with concern. It's okay. A few punks came to make trouble. Zhangbin has already beaten them away. Yang Ming simply explained and downplayed the process of the matter. He just said that it was just a bunch of punks making trouble. Making trouble? Why did they come here? Yui frowned. After all, if the members of the winter camp had a problem, he would also be punished by the school. Who knows? Maybe they want to rob some money or something. Yang Ming said casually, who cares? And, do we need to call the police? Yui nodded. Although he didn't understand how the punks were attracted, it was fine as long as they were fine. Forget it. It's useless to call the police. We have no loss, but they were beaten up badly. Yang Ming smiled and said, let's go to sleep. Yui thought about it and felt that it was indeed the case, so he dismissed the idea of calling the police. But he also instructed the students to lock the door of the villa. He thought that it would be fine to lock the door of the room, but the door outside was not locked. It seemed that he had to be careful this time. He asked everyone to be careful, and the corridor was quiet again. At this moment, the sky had turned white. It was almost dawn. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan did not have the previous passion. In fact, Chen Mengyan was really tired. It was no wonder. She was skiing for a day yesterday, and then barbecuing herself at night. She was tired. Now she just wanted to have a good sleep. President Hua, hello. Wang Shifan smiled and extended his hand to a woman who was dressed very elegantly. Hello, President Wang. The elegant woman named President Hua gently shook hands with Wang Shifan. Please sit down, President Hua. Let me introduce you. This is our company's Deputy General Manager, Gua Jianchao, Vice President Gua. Wang Shifan introduced the people around him to President Hua. Hello, President Hua. Gua Jianchao said respectfully to President Hua. Vice President Wang is really young and promising. President Hua smiled and nodded. President Hua is overpraising. Gua Jianchao said in a humble manner. Now the business was on the surface, so Huang Yukai was not needed. Wang Shifan could bring his deputy, Gua Jianchao. Wang Shifan appreciated this Gua Jianchao very much. He was young, but he was very capable. Although he was somewhat arrogant, he had been more restrained recently. Those who didn't know would think that Gua Jianchao had matured. In fact, Gua Jianchao was scared by Bao Sanli and began to behave with his tail between his legs. President Hua also brought a vice president of the company. Most of the social activities were done by Gua Jianchao and the vice president. Wang Shifan and President Hua talked about the establishment of a luxury hotel in Donghai. Wang Shifan was also very enthusiastic about this project. After all, if the hotel was built, there would be a lot of benefits. Such a luxurious hotel would definitely become the face of Donghai. At that time, it would definitely be the government-designated hotel for welcoming guests. In that way, he could get to know more upper-class people. A lot of troubles could be solved. Therefore, Wang Shifan didn't care too much about profit. To be honest, although the investment in this hotel was a lot, it was worth it. Under the premise that businessmen didn't pursue profit, President Hua and Wang Shifan had a very pleasant conversation. After they finished talking about business, the two of them naturally changed the topic to their children. It was no wonder that people of their age had a common topic other than those things in the business world and their children. In the beginning, the two people simply complained. In life, they were worried about their children. No matter how successful they were, they couldn't avoid it. Yeah. Wang Shifan sighed. We worked so hard to save such a big family business. What is it for? Isn't it for our children to live a better life? People of our age, how much can we really enjoy? When it comes to enjoyment, we have more money than we can enjoy in 2 lifetimes. Now we are still working hard. What is it for? It turns out that President Wang is also a sentimental person. Your son must be very happy, right? President Hua smiled. That kid, don't mention it. He's so immature. He only knows how to cause trouble for me all day long. Wang Shifan sighed. He's not young anymore. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. I'm worried about him. President Hua listened, but her heart moved. Wang Shifan's condition was well matched with her family, so she asked casually, how old is your son? 19. He's a freshman at Songjiang Industry University. Wang Shifan replied casually. Oh? Your son is studying at Songjiang Industry University? President Hua asked. Wang Shifan nodded with a smile. Yeah, are you envious? Our son is so big. President Hua is so young. Your daughter shouldn't be too old, right? Is she in junior high school? What are you talking about? President Wang, your flattery is too ridiculous. I'm not that young. Although President Hua said so, she was very happy. She said with a smile, my daughter is also in Songjiang Industry University. What a coincidence. Oh? Wang Shifan was surprised. Such a coincidence. Hehe, what is your daughter studying? Computer science. What about your son? Asked President Hua. My son is studying economic management. Here, this is my son. Wang Shifan handed his mobile phone to President Hua. The screensaver on the screen was Wang Jitao. Oh? A very good young man. He looks like a talent. To be honest, CEO Wang, your son is much more handsome than you. CEO Hua laughed. Haha, that's true, that's true. When Wang Shifan heard this praise for Wang Jitao, he was happier than praising himself. I'm already an old man, hehe. This is my daughter. You should take a look too. President Hua pushed her phone to Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan couldn't help but smile. It seems that people of their age like to use their children to set their mobile phone screensavers. Yeah, the little girl is so beautiful. I can tell at first glance that she is clever. Wang Shifan praised, at first glance, I can tell that she is very attractive. Does the little girl have a husband? CEO Wang really knows how to joke. How old is she? How can she have a husband? But if CEO Wang has a suitable young man, it's good to introduce him to our Xianxia. Young people nowadays, isn't it fashionable to date first? It's not like our era, where people get married after a blind date. Wang Shifan listened to President Hua's words and his heart moved. President Hua, what do you think of my kid? My family's Jitao doesn't have a partner. Am I not recommending myself? It can't be, right? Is this for real? President Wang, your son is so handsome. How can he not have a girlfriend? President Hua pretended to be surprised. Didn't I just say it? This kid is already so old, but he still doesn't have a girlfriend. Wang Shifan said. Hehe, I thought you were joking. At that time, President Hua smiled and said, that's good. Both children are quite good. Let's let them be together first. Okay, then we will be in-laws. Come, this time I have to toast. Wang Shifan raised the glass in his hand and drank it. Cheers. President Hua also raised her glass. The two people sent MMS to each other with their mobile phones and exchanged photos of their children. The banquet ended in a happy atmosphere. In the evening, Wang Jitao returned home from school. Wang Shifan also just came back from drinking. When he saw Wang Jitao, he asked, "Jitao, how was the final exam?" "Not bad." "Dad, did you drink again?" Wang Jitao frowned. "Didn't the doctor ask you to drink less?" "Haha, I'm just happy today. If it were a normal day, I would stop drinking." Wang Shifan smiled. "Happy? Dad, what big business did you make?" Wang Jitao asked casually. "What's there to be happy about making a business?" Wang Shifan shook his head. "My big business is about you." "About me?" Wang Jitao looked at his father puzzledly. "Dad, what's the matter?" "Hee, Jitao, you're not young anymore. Isn't it time to find a girlfriend?" Wang Shifan asked with a smile. "Dad." Wang Jitao listened to Wang Shifan's words. His expression was a bit gloomy. "Don't mention this." "What's wrong?" "Men should get married when they're older." "Why can't I mention it?" Wang Shifan asked curiously. "Dad, you don't know. My good things were ruined by Yang Ming, that kid." As he said this, Wang Jitao's eyes showed a look of resentment. "Hee, there are plenty of fish in the sea." Wang Shifan smiled. "How about I introduce you to one?" "Forget it. I may not like the one you introduce." Wang Jitao shook his head. "How do you know you don't like it when you haven't seen it?" Wang Shifan said, "I think it's good. She's the daughter of a business partner." Wang Jitao shook his head. "I don't like a business marriage even more." "Jitao, you're not young anymore. Dad is introducing you to a girlfriend for your own good." Wang Shifan suddenly said very seriously, "How can the girl that Dad likes not be good? You're my son. Can I harm you? I brought the photos back. You should take a look first." "Then, well, let's take a look first." Wang Jitao saw that his father was angry, so he had to nod and agree. However, he just said that he wanted to take a look at the photos. He didn't accept the marriage. Wang Shifan opened the multimedia message in the mobile phone and handed it to Wang Jitao. Wang Jitao casually took it and glanced at it, but his eyes couldn't leave it. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Why is it her? Zhou Jie? N? Jitao, what's wrong? Do you know President Hua's daughter?" Wang Shifan looked at his son's expression and asked. "Dad, how is it Zhou Jie?" Wang Jitao was a little excited and asked quickly. "It seems to be called Jie." Wang Shifan nodded and said, "This is the daughter of President Hua of Xinhua Mingyue Real Estate. She is Dad's partner." "Dad, I agree with this marriage." Wang Jitao said excitedly, "The key is, does she agree?" "President Hua, of course, agrees. If she doesn't agree, how can I tell you?" Wang Shifan nodded and said. "No, Dad, I mean, does Zhou Jie agree?" Wang Jitao explained. "Zhou Jie? How do you know she doesn't agree?" "Her mother has agreed." "What other opinions can she have?" Wang Shifan smiled and didn't understand. "Dad, this Zhou Jie is the girl I told you before. She is the one that I am competing with Yang Ming." Wang Jitao said quickly. "Ah?" Wang Shifan listened to Wang Jitao's words. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Really? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Isn't it true? Why would I lie to you?" Wang Jitao said quickly. "Then you wait. I will call President Hua again to ask." Wang Shifan hesitated for a while and said. "Okay." Wang Jitao's hand that was holding the phone trembled a little. He handed the phone to his father and then stood aside to watch Wang Shifan make the call. Wang Shifan looked at his son's anxious look and couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry. This matter is in the bag." The phone was connected. The voice of President Hua came from the other side. "President Wang, why did you call me when we just separated? Is there anything urgent?" "Hee, this is the case. After I went home, I showed your daughter's photo to Jitao. Jitao agreed immediately." Wang Shifan said, "I'm not in a hurry to call you to tell you this good news. Really? That's great. President Hua said with a smile, I haven't seen my daughter yet. When I see her later, I will tell her about this. President Hua, but there is something that I don't know if I should say. Wang Shifan said hesitantly. What's wrong? President Wang, this isn't like you. Why are you still hiding something from us? We are going to be in-laws soon. What else can't you say? President Hua joked. This is the case, President Hua. Jitao knew your daughter, Jiejia, in school, and he has always admired Jiejia. Wang Shifan said. Really? That's a good thing. What's so hard to say? President Hua said happily. But, I heard from Jitao that Jiejia seems to have a little boyfriend in school. His name is something like Yangming? Wang Shifan asked. Hee, so you were talking about that Yangming. He and Jiejia aren't suitable. I have talked to him. He also said that he won't look for Jiejia again. You can rest assured. This matter will not go wrong. President Hua listened to Yang Ming's matter and quickly explained. Then, she patted her chest and guaranteed that everything would be fine. That's good. That's good. Wang Shifan said, then I can rest assured. No problem. When I see Jiejia in a while, I will talk to her. Then, I will call you again. President Hua said. Then, I will wait for the good news. Wang Shifan nodded and said. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shifan smiled and said to Wang Jitao, all right, this time, President Hua said that she has talked to Yang Ming. Yang Ming won't interfere with these things anymore. That's great. Wang Jitao nodded happily. Dad, you are so great. Hee, this child. Wang Shifan shook his head. Right, Jitao, you are on winter vacation, right? Come to the company starting tomorrow and learn the management and operation of the company from your Uncle Huang Yukai and Uncle Guo Jianchao. You will take over sooner or later. There's no hurry, right? I'm just a freshman. Wang Jitao thought in his heart. If I really date Zhou Jiejia, it's inevitable to date often. If I go to the company, I definitely won't have much private time. How can there be no hurry? What's wrong with being a freshman? Dad is old and wants to retire. You have to start taking over the company's affairs. Wang Shifan said seriously, this matter is settled. But, Dad, didn't you introduce a girlfriend to me? Wang Jitao said with some hesitation. You brat. Wang Shifan was so angry that he was amused. Love is important. Can't we do it any time? Isn't there plenty of time at night? Did they have to date during the day? You infuriate me to death. President Hua is also a person of status. Seeing that you are always idling around, how can she give her daughter to you? Yes, Dad, you're right. Wang Jitao was shocked and nodded quickly. That's right. Zhou Jiejia isn't an ordinary person. If I were to idle around, it would be strange if she would fancy me. It's good that you understand. Wang Shifan nodded. Son, you still have a long way to go. Dad's body isn't very good. Maybe one day I will die. You have to stand on your own feet as soon as possible. Wang Shifan didn't say that he was smuggling. Instead, he found another reason to say that he wasn't in good health. Dad, what are you talking about? How old are you? Your body is still very strong. Why are you suddenly saying this? Wang Jitao looked at his father strangely. Hee, I'm just saying this casually. Isn't this urging you to be independent? Wang Shifan smiled. It's okay. Don't think too much. Your dad is just tired. I want to retire. That's good, Dad. I will learn the company's affairs as soon as possible so that I can take over from you. Wang Jitao nodded. That's right. Wang Shifan nodded kindly and sighed in his heart. In the evening, Wang Shifan received a call from President Hua. She asked him and Wang Jitao to have a meal together at the Persian restaurant tomorrow. She would also bring her daughter along. Wang Shifan naturally agreed. Wang Jitao was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. On the other side, Zhou Jiejia was looking at her mother, President Hua, angrily. Mom, how can you be like this? Why did you look for Yang Ming? Zhou Jiejie was so angry that her body trembled. What's wrong with me looking for him? Mother Zhou said with a look of disdain that Yang Ming is a coward who doesn't dare to admit what he did. When I asked about the matter between you and him, he actually didn't admit it. This kind of person, you still speak for him? Mom. I have said that Yang Ming and I are just good friends. How can you simply interfere? Zhou Jiejie said anxiously. Good friends? You didn't seem to say this to me last time, right? Mother Zhou said unhappily, okay, little girl, don't think about it. I just don't agree with you and Yang Ming. If you want to be with him, it will be over my dead body. Mom, you. Zhou Jiejie's tears couldn't help but come out. She covered her face and ran back to her room. This child, I will call your dad and let him talk to you. Mother Zhou sighed and picked up the phone. It didn't take long for Zhou Jiejie to receive an overseas call from her father. To be honest, Zhou Jiejie was most afraid of her father. After being reprimanded by her father, although she felt uncomfortable, she didn't dare to raise any objections. She had to bear with it. In the end, Father Zhou told Zhou Jiejie to listen to her mother. Zhou Jiejie had to reluctantly agree. However, agreeing was one thing. Would the stubborn Zhou Jiejie really be persuaded by her parents and go down the path they wanted? Could the love of young people be stopped just because they said so? At noon, Yang Ming and the other students from the winter camp set off on their return journey. The little gangsters didn't come to make trouble again. Yui and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The way back was smooth and they didn't encounter any accidents. Where are we going to eat? Zhang Bin fetched the car and drove Zhao Sisi, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. How about Western food? Zhao Sisi suggested. This morning, I saw a few foreigners eating steak. I'm craving it. Yang Ming, what about you? Zhang Bin naturally had to take Yang Ming's feelings into consideration. Mingyan, can you eat Western food? Yang Ming didn't care. He just asked for Chen Mingyan's opinion. Yes, Sisi wants to eat. Let's go together. Chen Mingyan was an easygoing person in front of her friends. Since Zhao Sisi wanted to eat, she didn't care. For Western food, Chen Mingyan didn't like it, but she didn't dislike it either. Well, let's go to Persia to eat. I have a VIP card here. I can get a discount. Zhang Bin said as he turned the car and drove in another direction. Persia Restaurant was a large Western restaurant chain. It was one of the best in Songjiang. The taste was also good. Although Yang Ming had not been there, he had heard that the environment here was good and the taste of the dishes was very authentic. The car turned to the Persia Restaurant and parked in the parking lot. Yang Ming and the others entered the Western restaurant. Most of the foreign restaurant designs were not very particular about private rooms, so there was no separate private room in the Persia restaurant except for the card seats. But it didn't matter. This didn't affect the popularity of the business here. Several people came to a card seat under the guidance of the waiter and sat down. Zhang Bin began to order. Yang Ming had never eaten here, but he still knew a thing or two about the Russian dishes on the menu. When Zhang Bin finished ordering, Yang Ming also ordered a few. Yang Ming. Look over there. Isn't that the idiot Wang Jitao? After the waiter left, Zhang Bin pointed behind Yang Ming and whispered. Oh? Yang Ming looked back. Sure enough, he saw Wang Jitao sitting in a card seat not far behind him. What surprised Yang Ming was that Zhou Jiejie was actually sitting next to him. Yang Ming snorted coldly. I haven't seen her for a few days. Zhou Jiejie, this little bad girl, actually got together with Wang Jitao. This made Yang Ming feel disgusted with Zhou Jiejie. Of all the people you could be with, why did you have to be with Wang Jitao? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but have a grudge. These two people met together. Could they be plotting to harm me? You don't have to say it. Zhou Jiejie was forced by her mother today, but she didn't tell her that she was here for a blind date. She just said that she was having dinner with an old friend. Zhou Jiejie's mood wasn't very good, but Mother Zhou called Father Zhou to threaten Zhou Jiejie. Zhou Jiejie had no choice but to follow. As a result, she found out that the old friend that her mother said was actually Wang Jitao and his son. She couldn't help but be surprised. After Listening to the words of her mother and Wang Shifan, she was even more inexplicable. However, the more she listened, the more Zhou Jie gradually understood what was going on. It turned out that her mother was going to set her up for a blind date. But since she was here, she couldn't just leave, right? She had to sit there uncomfortably, listening to her mother praising Wang Jitao, and Wang Shifan praising her, Zhou Jie. However, just as Zhou Jie was very irritated, she suddenly felt a familiar gaze directed at her. Zhou Jie looked up curiously and met Yang Ming's gaze. Zhou Jie was shocked, and she was suddenly at a loss. Yang Ming smiled contemptuously. It seemed that the slight good impression that he had just established for Zhou Jie disappeared without a trace in an instant. When Zhou Jie saw Yang Ming's eyes and expression, she felt a chill in her heart. Her mouth twitched faintly. Zhou Jie also knew some of the contradictions between Yang Ming and Wang Jitao. Although it wasn't so detailed, she also knew that Yang Ming didn't like Wang Jitao very much. Now, what will Yang Ming think when he sees me sitting with Wang Jitao? Especially when Wang Jitao is still my pursuer, will Yang Ming think that I have already turned to the enemy's front? What's wrong, Jie? Wang Jitao was so happy. Zhou Jie's dream face was going to belong to him. How could Wang Jitao not be happy? Therefore, while eating, Wang Jitao also paid attention to Zhou Jie's pretty face all the time. When Wang Jitao saw that Zhou Jie's expression suddenly stagnated, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. At this time, Zhou Jie didn't have the mood to deal with Wang Jitao. She didn't even have time to draw a clear line with Wang Jitao. How could she talk to him again? Seeing that Zhou Jie didn't speak, Wang Jitao looked up with some puzzlement and followed Zhou Jie's gaze. At first glance, an inexplicable anger suddenly surged into his heart. Yang Ming. It's actually Yang Ming. The person that Zhou Jie was looking at was actually Yang Ming. However, his father and Zhou Jie's mother were present. He couldn't lose his temper on the spot, so he had to endure it. Why am I so unlucky? Why do I always meet Yang Ming, this jinx? It's really bad luck. However, Wang Jitao also knew that even if he wanted to do anything to Yang Ming, it was impossible. His small tricks were nothing in the eyes of others. What's wrong with the two of you? What are you looking up at? When Wang Shifan looked up, he saw that his son and Zhou Jie were both looking behind him, so he asked with some confusion. Yang Ming. He also came here to eat. Wang Jitao whispered. However, anyone could sense the resentment in his tone as he gritted his teeth. Oh? Wang Shifan was stunned and immediately said, "Don't worry about him. Let's eat our food." How can we ignore it? He Jitao's father. Zhou Jie. Mrs. Zhou opened her mouth and said leisurely, "Jitao, take Jie and your classmate to say hello. When the two of you are holding a wedding, you have to tell your classmate, right? Come, this is obviously to give me face. I can announce to Yang Ming that Zhou Jie is mine." Originally Wang Jitao didn't dare to be so obvious to Yang Ming. But now, since Zhou Jie's mother supported me, what am I afraid of? I have the opportunity to hold my head high in front of Yang Ming. Why not? So, he stood up and said to Zhou Jie, let's go. Let's go and say hello. Zhou Jie was still worried that there was no opportunity to explain to Yang Ming. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could she let it go? So, she also stood up and followed Wang Jitao to Yang Ming's table. Wang Jitao was proud. It could be said that he was valiant and high-spirited. The battle between him and Yang Ming had finally been decided. Therefore, he walked in front of Yang Ming like a warrior who had returned in triumph. Isn't this Yang Ming? What a coincidence. Wang Jitao still said with a smile, but there was a hint of resentment in his tone. Yang Ming didn't care. He looked up at Wang Jitao. It's quite a coincidence. Are you here to eat? Yeah, I'm here to eat with my girlfriend. My dad and my mother-in-law are also here. Wang Jitao said proudly. Yang Ming frowned. Zhou Jie has become this kid's girlfriend? Moreover, he even brought his mother-in-law? Yang Ming looked up and glanced over there. Sure enough. He saw that the woman at the table was the one who came to find him that day. However, Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled. Zhou Jieji seemed to be very disagreeable with Wang Jitao before. How did they suddenly become boyfriend and girlfriend? Things are weird. Could it be that these two people conspired to play tricks on me? Yang Ming had some doubts. Why are you telling me this? He couldn't figure it out, so Yang Ming was also a little irritated. I just want to tell you that you have Chen Mingyan. Don't have any more ideas about Zhou Jieji. She is now my girlfriend. Wang Jitao now had Zhou Jieji. Naturally, there was no need to pretend to be a good person in front of Yang Ming. Although he couldn't beat Yang Ming, he wanted to disgust Yang Ming. Therefore, he deliberately said something like you have Chen Mingyan. Don't have any ideas about Zhou Jieji. He wanted to provoke the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming and create some trouble for Yang Ming. Sure enough, after Chen Mingyan listened to Wang Jitao's words, her face changed. It was really hard to say if Yang Ming had any ideas about Zhou Jieji. Last time, Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji had a wet kiss. If Yang Ming had feelings for Zhou Jieji after the kiss, he really couldn't help but want to get Zhou Jieji. However, Chen Mingyan immediately dismissed this idea. If it were another person who said it, Chen Mingyan might really believe it. But the person who said this now was Wang Jitao. Could she believe Wang Jitao's words? Then there would be a problem. Chen Mingyan didn't intend to believe what Wang Jitao said. This guy is full of nonsense. He must be taking the opportunity to provoke the relationship between Yang Ming and me. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan was relieved. She looked coldly at Wang Jitao acting there. Oh, okay. Are you done? Yang Ming saw that Wang Jitao wasn't very polite to him. He knew that this guy was ready to tear off his disguise. Thinking about it, Wang Jitao maintained a good relationship with me because of Chen Mingyan. Later, it was because of Zhou Jieji. Now that Zhou Jieji has become his girlfriend, then he and I will no longer have any interest entanglement. There is no need to pretend to maintain a relationship with me. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't intend to continue to play with him. In the beginning, he maintained a good relationship with him because he was afraid that this guy would retaliate against him. It would be very unfavorable to him if they shed all pretense of cordiality. But now it was different. Yang Ming wasn't afraid of him at all. Not to mention him, his father, Wang Shifan, Yang Ming could also scare him whenever he wanted. Therefore, Yang Ming directly waved his hand impatiently. If you are done, you can leave. I have no appetite for you standing in front of me. You mother ****. Wang Jitao just wanted to scold, but he hesitated and held it back. If he scolded Yang Ming, he wouldn't get any benefits. Instead, it would leave a bad impression on Zhou Jieji's mother. If he fought, he wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. So Wang Jitao had to snort and turn around to leave with Zhou Jieji. He pulled Zhou Jieji twice, but he found that Zhou Jieji was indifferent. She stood in the same place and looked at Yang Ming. So he called out with some irritation, Jieji, what are you looking at? Let's go back. Zhou Jieji was shocked and suddenly recovered. She said to Wang Jitao, you go back first. I have something to say to Yang Ming. What do you want to say? Wang Jitao listened to Zhou Jieji's words and only felt that he lost a lot of face. What do you want to say to Yang Ming? Go back. Auntie is waiting over there. Don't hold me. We have nothing to do with each other. Zhou Jieji unhappily shook off Wang Jitao's hand that was holding her. Wang Jitao's face immediately pulled down. Isn't this embarrassing me in public? Just as he wanted to say something, he heard Zhou Jieji say, Yang Ming, I have nothing to do with him, really. I don't like him. What does it have to do with me whether you like him or not? Yang Ming frowned. Yang Ming. Don't misunderstand. My mother went to find you. That wasn't my intention. Zhou Jieji quickly explained, it was my mother who went to find you. Today, it was also my mother who deceived me to come out and meet him. Are you done? If you are done, you can leave. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan, whose face changed slightly. He was secretly anxious. Is this Chen Mingyan sick? Isn't this harming me? Yang Ming. Can't you feel my heart for you? Zhou Jieji saw Yang Ming's cold tone to her, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Yang Ming, I love you. Don't you understand? You kissed me a few times. I didn't refuse, and that night in the hotel. Zhou Jieje was now heartbroken. She felt that her heart had suddenly fallen into an ice cellar. The relationship with Yang Ming had just eased, and it was destroyed by my mother and Wang Jitao. My efforts for such a long time fell short of success in an instant. Everything returned to zero. My relationship with Yang Ming has become a stranger again. How could this not make this stubborn and infatuated girl sad? Zhou Jieje looked at Yang Ming's cold face in pain. Gradually, her vision became blurred. On the other side, Wang Jitao's face was distorted. His scarlet eyes stared fiercely. He was about to kill Yang Ming. Similarly, there was another person with a black face. That was Chen Mengyan. When Wang Jitao said something about Zhou Jieje, she wasn't worried. After all, Wang Jitao wasn't always right. She didn't intend to believe him. But now, when she heard Zhou Jieje say it herself, it was different. Especially when she heard Zhou Jieje say that Yang Ming kissed her. Of course, what she knew was that Yang Ming had kissed Zhou Jieje, but that was only once. What Zhou Jieje said was several times. Can the concept of once and several times be the same? Once was an accident, but how many times could you say it was an accident? Who would believe it? This was nothing. Zhou Jieje actually said something about that night in the hotel. This made Chen Mengyan have a feeling that the sky was falling down. Yang Ming really had something between Zhou Jieje and Yang Ming. She remembered that Wang Jitao said that Yang Ming and Zhou Jieje sat together in class. It turned out that Yang Ming had been lying to her. Moreover, Zhou Jieje said that her mother went to Yang Ming. This could explain more. If there was nothing between Yang Ming and Zhou Jieje, then why did Zhou Jieje's mother look for Yang Ming? If this matter was just Yang Ming hiding it from her and didn't tell her, Chen Mengyan wouldn't be so angry. The problem now was that she had just asked Yang Ming yesterday. Did Yang Ming use other women besides her and Lan Ling? Yang Ming's answer was very affirmative. No. Therefore, Chen Mengyan could hardly believe her eyes and ears. The feeling of being betrayed by her lover made her heart turn cold in an instant. Looking at Zhou Jieje's face full of tears, Chen Mengyan couldn't help but be moved. If this girl had no feelings for Yang Ming, how could she be so heartbroken? Yang Ming, you really disappoint me. Chen Mengyan tried to control her emotions and make her voice sound normal. She forced herself not to get angry at Yang Ming. Mengyan. Sigh. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and sighed, I really don't have anything to do with her. Pa. Chen Mengyan couldn't hold her anger anymore. She directly slapped Yang Ming and complained loudly, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. You don't dare to admit what you did. Not only did you hurt me, but you also hurt her. After that, Chen Mengyan turned and strode out of the Western restaurant, leaving only the stunned Yang Ming and the sad Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi. You. Yang Ming stared at Zhou Jieje and couldn't help but be angry. You won't give up until you kill me, right? Are you working with Wang Jitao to trick me? Isn't it enough that you broke up Suya and me? Now you want to ruin it? It was no wonder that Yang Ming would be so angry. If Chen Mengyan really caught him in Shaoqing, then Yang Ming would have nothing to say. The key problem was that now Yang Ming and Zhou Jieje had nothing to do with each other. Wasn't this unfair? Zhou Jieje just saw that Yang Ming was slapped by Chen Mengyan, and she suddenly woke up from her sadness. Yes, I was too anxious just now. I didn't think carefully and ignored the fact that Chen Mengyan was next to Yang Ming. When Chen Mengyan slapped Yang Ming and then suddenly left, Zhou Jieje realized that she was in trouble. I caused a big trouble. For Yang Ming again. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Zhou Jieje was suddenly scared and a little overwhelmed. Yes, I ruined the good thing between Yang Ming and Suya. Looking back, I actually ruined the relationship between him and Chen Mengyan. I really can't do anything right. I didn't mean it. Yang Ming, can I go and explain to her? Zhou Jieje lowered her head and said carefully. Come on, just stay away from me. Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jieje impatiently. He really wanted to slap her again, but after all, Yang Ming wasn't at the impulsive age of junior high school. Okay, Zhou Jieje. Are you done messing around? Wang Jitao originally wanted to show off to Yang Ming, but he didn't succeed in showing off. He didn't expect that his prospective girlfriend actually confessed to Yang Ming in public. This made Wang Jitao lose his face to the North Pole. However, seeing that Chen Mingyan was angry and ran away, Wang Jitao was still quite gloating. This is great. Chen Mingyan knows about your ugly behavior. You can't even take care of yourself. Let's see how you can make trouble between Zhou Jiejia and me. Wang Jitao thought that as long as Yang Ming was no longer involved in the matter between him and Zhou Jiejia, then he could capture Zhou Jiejia's heart one day. Don't touch me. Zhou Jiejia didn't give Wang Jitao face. The person I like is Yang Ming, not you. Don't pretend. Chen Mingyan has already left. Yang Ming said faintly, looking at Zhou Jiejia's act with some contempt. Zhou Jiejia, aren't you ashamed? He doesn't care about you at all, and you are still here pestering him. Wang Jitao persuaded, you should go back with me. We are a couple. Even if Yang Ming doesn't care about me, I won't like you. Zhou Jiejia was annoyed by Wang Jitao. The matter between Yang Ming and her was already messy enough. Wang Jitao was still adding oil to the fire. Wasn't it pushing her relationship with Yang Ming into the fire pit? Bah! Wang Jitao was so angry that he trembled. He couldn't care so much. Zhou Jiejia's words were like a blow to his head. Wang Jitao suddenly lost his mind. He yelled and overturned the dishes on Yang Ming's table to the ground. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, what's so good about this kid? He's a pauper. You don't want to F***king give face. Yang Ming saw that Wang Jitao was a bit too much. He was angry immediately. Zhou Jiejia was a woman. Yang Ming didn't want to lower himself to her level, but Wang Jitao was different. As Yang Ming spoke, he picked up the Russian borscht soup on the table and poured it on Wang Jitao's head. The soup was dripping. Yang Ming grabbed Wang Jitao's collar and lifted him up. He threw Wang Jitao back hard. Wang Jitao fell to the ground. Yang Ming. F***ck your 18 generations of ancestors. Wang Jitao crazily climbed up from the ground and rushed to Yang Ming. I'm F***king going all out. Today, either you die or I die. Originally, Yang Ming's conversation wasn't loud, so Wang Shifan and President Hua didn't pay attention. It wasn't until Wang Jitao suddenly flipped out that Wang Shifan noticed this side. Seeing his son screaming like a madman, Wang Shifan quickly ran over and pulled Wang Jitao. He asked in a low voice, what's going on? Wang Jitao didn't answer. He still glared at Yang Ming with resentment. Yang Ming, you wait. I, Wang Jitao, swear that I will definitely kill you. If I don't kill you, my surname isn't Wang. Enough. Jitao. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Shifan gave Wang Jitao a slap. He thought, even if you have any hatred with someone and want to kill him, you can't say it out loud. You hit me too? Ha 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 ha. Wang Jitao laughed miserably. Zhou Jiejia ignored Wang Jitao's craziness. She looked at Yang Ming blankly. Her eyes were full of attachment, tenderness, and reluctance. She also knew that Yang Ming thoroughly hated her this time. Let's go. It's too noisy here. Yang Ming shook his head very depressingly. He took out 10 100 yuan notes from his wallet and threw them on the table. It should be enough to compensate for the broken things, right? After throwing the money, he got up and left the Western restaurant with Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi. Chen Mingyan left. Yang Ming sighed. This misunderstanding was a big deal. However, Yang Ming was very calm. If he didn't do anything wrong, he wasn't afraid of ghosts. There was really nothing between me and Zhou Jiejia. Besides, I don't like her at all. In this case, I don't have to rush to explain to Chen Mingyan. I think that if I let her calm down for a few days, she will figure out what is going on. Yang Ming felt that he couldn't always give in to Chen Mingyan. This little vinegar jar could get angry whenever she wanted. Regardless of the time, place, and occasion, it really gave Yang Ming a headache. So this time, Yang Ming decided not to explain to Chen Mingyan first. It was time for her to reflect. If this continued, it would only worsen the breakdown of their relationship. After Chen Mingyan ran out, she thought that Yang Ming would catch up. But when she turned around, she found that there was no one behind her. This made Chen Mengyan feel very wronged. Does Yang Ming not value me? However, if he doesn't chase, then so be it. Who is afraid of who? Chen Mengyan was angry. She stopped a taxi and left here. However, not long after, our little Mengyan really regretted it. Outside the restaurant, the cold wind blew on his forehead. Yang Ming immediately sobered up a lot. Thinking back to what had just happened, there were many suspicious points. Could it be that I really misunderstood Zhou Jiejie? This possibility wasn't impossible. Through the previous few heart-to-heart conversations with Zhou Jiejie, Yang Ming felt that Zhou Jiejie wasn't a particularly scheming girl. Moreover, she also told him a lot of things that happened in the past, including the resentment between her and Suya and Wu Qiren. If Zhou Jiejie had been plotting with Wang Jitao to mess with him, then today's incident was too coincidental, right? First of all, they didn't know that he would come to the Persian restaurant to eat, and they didn't know if he would bring Chen Mengyan over. In other words, today's incident was purely a coincidence. There was no possibility of planning in advance. Even if Wang Jitao and Zhou Jiejie wanted to harm him, it was impossible to bring their parents to the restaurant to block him every day, right? That was purely the behavior of a madman. Moreover, even if Wang Jitao wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to invite Zhou Jiejie's parents just to put on such a show for him. The result was only that he had an argument with Chen Mengyan. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense. Could it be that I really wronged Zhou Jiejie? Today's incident was just a coincidence that led to the current situation? Thinking of what Zhou Jiejie had just said to him, Yang Ming suddenly felt a chill on his back. He connected the previous few wet kisses and Zhou Jiejie's ambiguous attitude toward him. Pa, Yang Ming patted his head. Zhou Jiejie, this chick, wouldn't really like me, right? However, this possibility didn't seem to be high. Although Yang Ming thought that his charm wasn't weak, it was only for people who were familiar with him. He and Zhou Jiejie weren't familiar at all. They didn't even talk to each other. How could she like him? The only feeling Yang Ming had right now was that everything was in a mess. Are we going to find Chen Mengyan? Zhang Bin started the car and asked. Forget it, where are we going to find it? Send me back to school. Yang Ming sighed. Back to school? Why are you going back to school? Zhang Bin was stunned. I'm going to take a look at my godfather. Yang Ming explained. In fact, Yang Ming wanted to go to Xiaoqing's place to relax. If that's the case, then I won't accompany you. I was very tired yesterday. Zhao Sisi and I will find a place to rest. Zhang Bin said. When they arrived at the school, Yang Ming got out of the car and Zhang Bin drove away. Yang Ming first called his parents and told them that he would be back later. Then, he dialed Xiaoqing's number. Hey, Yang Ming, what's the matter? Xiaoqing's voice came over. Sister Xiaoqing, where are you? I'm going to see you. When Yang Ming heard Xiaoqing's voice, his mood suddenly improved a lot. Perhaps only Xiaoqing wouldn't be suspicious of Yang Ming and wouldn't be jealous of anything. No matter what, she would silently accompany him by his side. Yang Ming suddenly had a feeling that Xiaoqing was the best candidate for his life partner. I'm still at school, in the office. Xiaoqing said, the students are on holiday, but the teachers haven't. That's fine. I'll come and find you. Yang Ming said. When he came to Xiaoqing's office, Xiaoqing was doing a report on the computer. When she saw Yang Ming come in, she smiled and put down the work in her hand. She said to Yang Ming, why aren't you going home during the holiday? What are you doing at school? Isn't it because I miss you? Yang Ming said as he locked the office door. Then, he came to Xiaoqing's side, stood behind her and hugged her. You're not serious. Why did you lock the door? What if a teacher comes in later? Xiaoqing said. I locked it. How can he come in? Just pretend that you're not in the room. Yang Ming smiled. Aren't you delaying my work? Xiaoqing said helplessly, I still have to be busy for a few days. Why don't you go and find Chen Mengyan? Chen Mengyan? AI, forget it. Don't mention her. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. What's wrong? Are you at odds? Xiaoqing looked up and looked at Yang Ming. I say, Yang Ming, you're a big man. Can't you give in to your girlfriend? Do you think everyone has a good temper like me? Humph, that's why I like you the most. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, I'm immune to your flowery words. Xiaoqing shook her head. What's wrong with you two? Looking at you like this, it seems to be quite serious. This is really a bit inexplicable. Yang Ming told Xiaoqing the cause and effect of today's incident. Yang Ming, are you still hiding something from me? Tell me more about Zhou Jiejia's matter in detail. Xiaoqing's keen intuition found the loophole in Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming just mentioned the grievances between him and Zhou Jiejia in junior high school, but he ignored the misunderstanding of the wet kiss, being in the same room in the hotel, and the water pipe explosion. No wonder Xiaoqing was puzzled. If Zhou Jiejia was just Yang Ming's junior high school classmate, and they hadn't seen each other for many years, wouldn't it be too sudden for her to suddenly run to Yang Ming and say these things? Between Yang Ming and Xiaoqing, there was naturally nothing to hide. He just hesitated a little, and then he took out all the things that happened between him and Zhou Jiejia. Xiaoqing listened to Yang Ming's words and frowned for a long time. After a while, she said, Yang Ming, whether you believe it or not, as a woman, I will say my opinion. Sister Xiaoqing, if you have any opinion, just say it. How can I not believe you? Yang Ming said quickly. This isn't a question of whether you believe me or not. I'm just saying the possibility of my analysis. Because I can't be particularly sure, but it should be close. Xiaoqing said slowly. Sister Xiaoqing, you say it. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming, I think Zhou Jiejia should really like you, and this relationship should have been for a long time. Xiaoqing sighed and said, I think Zhou Jiejia started to like you since junior high school. Ah? Yang Ming opened his mouth in surprise. Junior high school? She likes me? It's impossible, right? In junior high school, she seemed to be the one who didn't like me. As the study committee member, she always found fault with the homework I handed in. Moreover, she was also the one who quickly told Wu Qiren about my relationship with Suya. She likes me? What a joke. Yang Ming, you may not understand, but I know more about the psychology of students than you do. Xiaoqing said with a smile, don't forget what I do. I'm a teacher. I have received training in student psychology. In a sense, Zhou Jiejia should really like you. In junior high school, how would boys and girls show it when they liked each other? If a boy or a girl always found an excuse to find trouble with a classmate of the opposite sex, this shows that he or she likes that classmate. This truth isn't something I said casually, but it's a common psychology of teenagers at that age. If you don't believe it, you can search on the internet. As for you saying that Zhou Jiejia complained to you and Suya, that's even easier to explain. A little girl's jealousy. She thought that if she complained to you, the teacher would separate you and Suya. Then, wouldn't she have a chance to be with you? Isn't that right, Yang Ming? Anyway, I think so. Xiaoqing analyzed. Yang Ming was stunned as he listened. After a while, he reacted. Sister Xiaoqing, are you telling the truth? Why do I feel that it's so childish? If Zhou Jiejia really likes me, then her approach will obviously cause me to be disgusted. Hee, do you think a 10-year-old child can do something mature? Xiaoqing said with a smile, weren't you just as childish? Looking for someone to beat up Zhou Jiejia? You really did it. You even hit a female classmate. Yang Ming blushed with shame. I was just angry. This is nothing. You actually gave up on yourself because of this matter. Isn't this obviously childish? Your life is your own. What does it have to do with others if you give up on yourself? Wu Qiren probably wanted you to become like this at that time. Xiaoqing was so angry that she didn't expect Yang Ming to do such an impulsive thing in the past. After Xiaoqing said this, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Yes, I said that others were childish, but wasn't I very childish in the past? The things of that era, the grievances and disputes of that era, who could figure it out except for the parties? However, when Yang Ming recalled what Xiaoqing had just said, he fell into deep contemplation. I had this feeling before, and now Xiaoqing's words confirmed my idea. That is, Zhou Jiejie likes me. Moreover, according to Xiaoqing's analysis, Zhou Jiejie likes me for a reason. Yang Ming sighed deeply. If this is the case, then it is really troublesome. Originally, Yang Ming thought that everything Zhou Jiejie did was to retaliate against him for finding someone to beat her up. But now, it seemed that it was different. It was really troublesome. Yang Ming never thought about the possibility of him and Zhou Jiejie being together. Because it was simply unrealistic, he and Suya obviously couldn't coexist. Moreover, even if he couldn't find Suya in the future, he would always have a knot in his heart with Zhou Jiejie. However, after listening to Xiaoqing's words, things were completely reversed. Zhou Jiejie, who was originally sinister, had become a little girl who was infatuated with him. This made Yang Ming very difficult to accept for a while. If she was an enemy, Yang Ming could still be calm, but now, how could he face Zhou Jiejie? It turned out that she really liked me. Otherwise, why didn't she have any objection when I saw her body and kissed her? Yang Ming knocked on his somewhat chaotic brain and sighed. Well, Yang Ming, don't think so much. Let's find an opportunity to explain to Chen Mingyan. Xiaoqing advised, let's put Zhou Jiejie's matter aside for the time being. That's the only way. Yang Ming began to have a guilty conscience now. It turned out that she didn't know that Zhou Jiejie liked him. Then, he could confidently say that Chen Mingyan wronged him. But now, the situation was different. How could Yang Ming be confident? Well, Yang Ming, be happy. Xiaoqing said with a smile, what's wrong with that? If more people like you, it proves that you have great charm. Otherwise, I can't like you, a little boy who is so much younger than me. Sister Xiaoqing, don't make fun of me. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. This matter is complicated. Even if Zhou Jiejie really likes me, I can't accept her. Why not? Do you think I don't know you? Very fickle. Xiaoqing smiled and said, oh, I know. You are afraid that Suya doesn't like her, right? This is one of the aspects. The key problem is that my impression of Zhou Jiejie has never changed. Yang Ming nodded and said. How can you change so quickly? Don't you have to take it slow? Yang Ming, I can boldly say that the next time you see Zhou Jiejie, I guarantee that there will only be sympathy and love in your eyes. There will definitely be no more disgust and anger. Xiaoqing analyzed with certainty. Ugh. Let's talk about this later. Yang Ming wanted to avoid this problem now. He didn't know how to face Zhou Jiejie. Let's talk about Suya. You rarely mention her to me. Xiaoqing saw that Yang Ming looked a little awkward, so she changed the topic. Suya? Hee. You know, she is my first love. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Since then, we have no contact. However, according to Zhou Jiejie, Suya wrote a few letters to me, but they were all kept by Wu Qiren. After I knew about this, I went to look for Wu Qiren. But the letter from that year wasn't anything important. How could Wu Qiren keep it? Xiaoqing nodded after listening. It's okay, Yang Ming. I believe that you will meet again if you are fated. I hope so. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Right, your little girlfriend's name is very interesting. It is similar to a popular celebrity today. Xiaoqing saw that Yang Ming was unhappy, so she took the initiative to lead the topic to another topic. Yeah, I know. You were talking about Shuya, right? Did you forget? When we were in Hong Kong, I bought a ring from her. Yang Ming reminded her. Oh, yes, I remember when you said that. I was really wondering why you bought a ring from her. It turns out that it is similar to your little girlfriend's name. Xiaoqing suddenly said, I was wondering why this Shuya's name was so familiar. Why? Did you see her again these days? Asked Yang Ming. He didn't know why, but Yang Ming was more concerned about this Shuya's news than ordinary celebrities. He didn't know why. Was it because her name was similar to Suya's? Or was it because she had the ring that he gave to Suya? Or was it because he still suspected that she had an inextricable relationship with Suya? There was an intuition that told Yang Ming that this Shuya must have something to do. And, don't you know? Shuya is going to hold a national concert tour after the Chinese New Year. Xiaoqing said, there are reports on the internet these days. Really? Concert tour? Is she coming to Songjiang? Yang Ming asked curiously. I don't know if she is coming to Songjiang. After all, we are a city-level city, but she probably has to go to Donghai. Xiaoqing said. When is it? Yang Ming nodded and asked. This is not clear. The specific time arrangement and venue haven't come out yet. Now there is only a general information on the internet. Xiaoqing explained. So that's the case. Well, Sister Xiaoqing, help me pay attention to this matter. Yang Ming said. Why? Do you have any thoughts about this big celebrity? Xiaoqing asked with a smile. That's not it. I just feel that she seems to have a relationship with Suya. Yang Ming explained. You mean, this Suya is your Suya? Xiaoqing listened to Yang Ming's words and asked immediately. This is not it. If you look at her appearance, I am sure that Suya shouldn't be Suya. Because I don't even remember what Suya looks like. Moreover, even if a person grows up, there can't be such a big change. Yang Ming shook his head. However, I still think that this Suya has a bit of a problem. Suspicious, but you can rest assured. I will help you pay attention to this Suya. Xiaoqing nodded and didn't ask much. Sometimes, many things were based on intuition, but because of this intuition, it would play an unexpected role at a critical moment. Looking at Xiaoqing's coquettish appearance, Yang Ming suddenly felt that his lower abdomen was burning. AI, this voodoo is really harmful. It has only been a few days, and it has started to make trouble again. It was no wonder. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were about to have a good thing yesterday, but it was ruined by the few little punks. Right now, Yang Ming was having a hard time holding it in. Yang Ming quickly closed the curtains and said to Xiaoqing, Sister Xiaoqing, why don't we have an office romance? Ah? Xiaoqing was stunned and said quickly, don't make trouble, Yang Ming. Wait for the night. This is daytime in the office. What if someone comes? It's okay. Who would know if we closed the curtains? Yang Ming said with a smile, besides, isn't there still more than an hour to get off work? That won't work. Aya, Yang Ming, what are you doing? Quickly take your hand away. Xiaoqing exclaimed. Hee. Yang Ming's desire had been provoked. How could he stop just like that? Little rascal, you only know how to bully your sister. Xiaoqing lay lazily on the sofa in the office and leaned her head on Yang Ming's shoulder. Really? I don't think so. Just now, it seemed that you took more initiative, right? Yang Ming smiled evilly. How could that be? Xiaoqing was embarrassed. Wasn't that later? You were the one who coerced me. That's just right. We're even now. Yang Ming patted Xiaoqing's smooth thigh and said. Well, let's get up and clean up. Let's go to your godfather's place for dinner tonight. Xiaoqing shook her head and got up. Lie down for a while. What's the hurry? Yang Ming was also very tired. He didn't sleep well yesterday, and he had just experienced a unique physical labor. Naturally, he wanted to rest. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door outside Xiaoqing's office. Quick. Quick, get up quickly. Xiaoqing was shocked. She stood up in a panic and put on the clothes on the sofa. What's the hurry? Let me see who it is first. Yang Ming patted Xiaoqing's shoulder and motioned for her to be patient. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. She really forgot that Yang Ming had this special ability. Yang Ming looked up at the door and couldn't help but be shocked. Mom! Yang Ming exclaimed. What mom? Who is it? Tell me quickly. Xiaoqing said anxiously. It's not your mom, but also my godmother. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Ah? Xiaoqing was also shocked. She was clear about Yang Ming's special ability. If Yang Ming said so, then it must be so. So, she hurried to put on her clothes in a panic. Sure enough, Chu Huifeng's voice came from the door. Qing Qing, are you there? Why don't you open the door? Eh? Why is the door still locked? Shoo. Yang Ming made a silent gesture. As a result, Xiaoqing was a little confused. She actually replied, "Mom, you wait for me. I'm sleeping." "Oh, this child, so you are here. Okay, then hurry up," Chu Huifeng said. Yang Ming sighed. "It's over," he whispered with some annoyance. "What did you promise? Don't you know how to pretend that no one is here?" "Ah. I didn't think about it. I just casually promised." It was no wonder that she was caught in bed by her mother. Anyone's brain would be a little slow. So, Xiaoqing's subconscious reaction was to respond to her mother's call as soon as possible to prevent her from forcing her step by step. Okay. Let's put on our clothes," Yang Ming said helplessly. Since it had come to this, there was no other way. It was important to put on their clothes quickly. The two people hurriedly put on their clothes. Xiaoqing tidied up her messy hair. Just as she was about to open the door, she suddenly reacted. No, Yang Ming is still in the room at the moment. So, she quickly said, "Yang Ming, you hide first." "Hide? Why?" Yang Ming was stunned and didn't react. Didn't I just say that I was sleeping in the room? If I was sleeping, then what were you doing in the room?" Xiaoqing said hurriedly, "Isn't this to make Mom suspicious?" "You, really?" Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Although he was reluctant, he couldn't do anything. According to Xiaoqing's statement, she was sleeping. It was indeed inappropriate for him to be in the room. Yang Ming looked around and looked for a place to hide. Xiaoqing's office basically had no furnishings. In addition to the desk and a sofa, there were bookshelves and a small wardrobe. It couldn't be helped. Although the wardrobe was small, Yang Ming had to open the door of the wardrobe and go in. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It turned out that when he saw the people on TV hiding in the wardrobe or under the bed, he thought it was funny, but he didn't expect that he would have such a day. Xiaoqing looked at the wardrobe door. She didn't find any flaws. She walked over and opened the door of the room and whispered, "Mom, why are you here? Am I not here to get the bonus?" "Then, I came to see you on the way." She was also a retired employee of the school. "Oh." Xiaoqing nodded and didn't know what to say. Why are you sleeping did not last night? Why is your face so red? What's wrong? Do you have a fever?" "No. I'm just a little sleepy." "Mom, I'm fine." Xiaoqing shook her head quickly. "What's the matter? Can't I come to see you if I'm fine?" Chu Huifeng smiled. "Look at what you said." "Why? Don't you want to invite Mom into the room?" "Oh, please come in, please come in." Xiaoqing moved aside awkwardly and let Chu Huifeng come in. Chu Huifeng walked into the room and sniffed the smell in the air. She suddenly frowned and looked at Xiaoqing in confusion. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were full of puzzlement. "Mom, please sit down. I will get you some water." Xiaoqing didn't see Chu Huifeng's expression just now. After Chu Huifeng sat on the sofa, she quickly went to find a disposable cup to pour water for Chu Huifeng. "You don't have to be busy. I'm not thirsty." "This child, why are you so busy? You are so polite to me." Chu Huifeng shook her head and smiled. "It's not busy. It's not troublesome." Xiaoqing was now afraid to face Chu Huifeng. She was afraid that she would be seen through. "Ai, hee." Chu Huifeng smiled. Qing, are you really okay?" "I'm fine." Xiaoqing replied. Guiltily, "Mom, I just slept a little hot. I'm really fine." "That's good." Chu Huifeng nodded. Xiaoqing didn't pay attention here, but Yang Ming, who had sharp eyes, was always paying attention to Chu Huifeng's every move. When Chu Huifeng entered the room, she seemed to smell something. Yang Ming knew that it wasn't good. After the two people just did it, it was inevitable that there would be a residual smell in the air. Chu Huifeng was experienced. How could she not smell it? Yang Ming groaned in his heart. This is going to be a little difficult. I hope that Chu Huifeng is just suspicious. She won't get any evidence from Xiaoqing's mouth. Chu Huifeng's gaze suddenly stopped on a white thing on the edge of the sofa. Yang Ming's pupils contracted, and his forehead was sweating profusely. This Xiaoqing, why is she so careless? This is over. Let's see how you explain it. That white thing was actually Xiaoqing's underwear. Isn't she too careless? She actually forgot her underwear when she was putting on her clothes. Chu Huifeng reached out and picked up the underwear that was thrown on the sofa, and then said, "Qing Qing, what are you doing? Why are your underwear thrown in the office?" Ah? Xiaoqing was shocked by Chu Huifeng's words. The disposable paper cup in her hand almost fell to the ground, but she also said calmly, "Mom, I'm going to take it home to wash. Just give it to me." "Forget it. Mom will take it home to wash," Chu Huifeng said as she wanted to fold the underwear and put it in the bag. She didn't want to reach out and touch it. The underwear was actually sticky and slippery. This is... Chu Huifeng picked up the underwear and looked, but she found that there was still some crystal liquid left on it. "Mom." Xiaoqing was stunned on the spot. "God. What did I do? Not to mention that I actually forgot to put on my underwear because I was already emotional when I hugged Yang Ming just now. It was inevitable." The mother and daughter were so embarrassed on the spot. Yang Ming's heart was hanging in the air. Yang Ming thought, "Xiaoqing, you must not admit anything. If you really can't, you can just admit that you were watching an adult film just now." "Qing Qing, you." In the end, Chu Huifeng hesitated to speak. After all, she was old and experienced, so she wasn't as embarrassed as Xiaoqing. "Mom. Actually, this is, N." Xiaoqing's face was red, and she was somewhat incoherent. Although she was already 30 years old, in fact, in front of Chu Huifeng, she was almost like a child. "Come, Qing Qing. Sit next to Mom. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk." Chu Huifeng waved to Xiaoqing. What are we talking about?" Xiaoqing sat next to Chu Huifeng with trepidation. "Just a casual chat. Your dad isn't here. It's just us mother and daughter. There are no outsiders." Chu Huifeng calmed down her mind and smiled. "Although we are not biological mother and daughter, we are almost the same. There is nothing to avoid." "Oh." Xiaoqing didn't dare to say more and just nodded slightly. "Qing Qing, don't be nervous. You tell Mom. Just now, were you doing that?" Chu Huifeng grabbed Xiaoqing's hand and asked kindly. "What? Do that. Do that." Xiaoqing was scared. Could it be that my mother really saw something? No, Yang Ming hid it very well. Mom wasn't a psychic like Yang Ming. She couldn't see through the closet to see if there was a hidden person. Hee, don't be nervous. Don't be embarrassed." Chu Huifeng shook her head. "Qing Qing, you are 30 this year, right? What is there to be embarrassed about? You are like a child." "Well, if you don't want to say it, then Mom will say it for you." "Then, you say it." If Xiaoqing said it herself, she wouldn't say it even if she was beaten to death. Now, she could only take one step at a time. "Qing Qing, what is this thing on the underwear?" Chu Huifeng took the underwear and pointed it out to Xiaoqing. "This?" Xiaoqing only felt that her face was burning. "Qing Qing, in fact, there's nothing to say. It's not like Mom hasn't been young and impulsive before." Chu Huifeng said seriously, "We women also have normal physiological needs sometimes." Xiaoqing was still confused. She didn't know whether Chu Huifeng was going to criticize her or comfort her. She had to be silent and listen quietly. Yang Ming was about to collapse in the closet. "What is Godmother doing? This Xiaoqing is too much. Why are you so hesitant? Can't you just make up a reason directly and confidently? Do you need to act like a thief?" However, Yang Ming was also anxious and couldn't help. He couldn't jump out of the closet to help Xiaoqing explain, right? That would be even more screwed. Therefore, as a last resort, Yang Ming had to bite the bullet and watch the mother and daughter talk in the closet. He hoped that they could end this topic as soon as possible. Otherwise, Yang Ming would really collapse. "Qing Qing, I think it's fine even if you need it. Just look, you don't have a sink in your room. Have you washed your hands? Are your hands clean?" Don't be unhygienic and contract any gynecological diseases. That would be bad. Chu Huifeng said earnestly, and, when you do this, you can't be in the office. Fortunately, it's Mom who came in today. What if it were someone else? That would have a bad influence. When Xiaoqing heard this, she understood what Chu Huifeng meant. She misunderstood. She thought that I just did it in the office. While she was glad, her face was very embarrassed. It was clearly not the case, but he had no choice but to admit that he was wrong. So she had to say, Mom, I won't do it next time. Hee, Mom didn't mean to blame you. Chu Huifeng saw that Xiaoqing was like a child who made a mistake. She couldn't help but laugh. Mom means that if you really want to, then it's not a big deal to do it by yourself. You just have to pay attention to the occasion and hygiene. Of course, you have to pay attention to the number of times. Don't do it too often, but you can't do it without. Can't do it without? Xiaoqing broke into a sweat. Mom is too powerful, right? How can she say this to me? You're 30, right? Mom was also at your age. I know these things very well. Chu Huifeng said, but Mom still thinks that you should find a boyfriend. Even if you don't get married, 2 people together are better than you are now. This isn't necessary. I don't want to find a boyfriend. Xiaoqing said awkwardly. Ching, Mom didn't know about these things, so I didn't force you to have a boyfriend. But now it's different. Since Mom knows, then it's definitely my duty. Chu Huifeng said solemnly, it's my fault. I've neglected your feelings all these years. I always thought that you were still a child. I didn't expect that you're already 30. You're a mature woman. It's normal for you to have such thoughts. Mom, it's not as serious as you said. I will handle it myself. Xiaoqing had to say. How are you going to deal with it? Just like just now? Chu Huifeng shook her head and said, how can that be? Ching, there are no outsiders here. Mom will tell you in a low voice. Actually, the feeling between you and a man is completely different. If you can't release yourself, it will harm your body and make you feel uncomfortable. Listen to Mom and find a boyfriend. If there is no suitable one, Mom will introduce one to you. Mom. Actually. Xiaoqing was now sweating profusely. She was forced to be helpless. She almost said that she had a boyfriend. Yang Ming was sweating even more. He didn't expect Godmother to actually say these words. But it was normal when he thought about it. Godmother regarded Xiaoqing as her own daughter. Now, wasn't she advising her? It was just that things weren't what she thought. Actually what? Ching, it's not that Mom wants to scold you, but look at how much you need it now. You can even do it in the office. Chu Huifeng saw that Xiaoqing didn't listen to her advice, and her tone gradually became stern. If you didn't have such a strong desire, how could you be like this in the office? You must be like this because you can't help it, right? And this shouldn't be the first time, right? Xiaoqing almost fainted on the spot. She scolded Yang Ming, this little bastard, in her heart. He almost killed her sister. Is there anyone who does what you do? Next time, I will definitely not agree to do it with him in places other than the apartment. So, I think it's time to find you a boyfriend. This matter is very important. Chu Huifeng saw that Xiaoqing didn't speak, so she continued to say, Ching, it's okay if you do it once or twice, but it won't be good for a long time. It's easy to be tired of life and resist marriage. What's more, it will have an impact on your future life. You will become autistic, and your personality will be distorted. The consequences will be serious. Xiaoqing widened her eyes and looked at Chu Huifeng incredulously. Mom. I can't. Why can't you? Have you forgotten what your mom studied? She studied psychology. I know this very well. Chu Huifeng said, really, in the long run, the consequences will be very serious. Yang Ming was completely convinced this time. He almost sat paralyzed in the closet. Godmother is really too strong. Personality distortion. Tired of life, isn't this too outrageous? I think you have a bit of this tendency now. You don't even tell Mom the truth. Qing, to be honest, your current situation is very dangerous. You belong to the category of borderline teenagers. When Chu Huifang talked about psychology, she had an occupational disease and began to talk nonstop. Mom, I'm really not as serious as you said. I just occasionally. Xiaoqing saw that Chu Huifang was getting scarier and scarier, so she quickly stopped her. Yang Ming was in the closet. When he heard the words just now, he must be laughing his head off. Is it really just occasionally? Chu Huifang asked with some disbelief. Really? Xiaoqing said quickly. Well, if it's occasionally, then it's okay. But next time, you have to pay attention to control yourself. Don't do it too often. 3 or 4 times a month will be fine. Chu Huifang said. Okay, I understand. Xiaoqing nodded quickly. Also pay attention to the time, occasion, and hygiene. Chu Huifang said. I know, Mom. Let's go home. Xiaoqing's face was burning. It's all this damn Yang Ming's fault. Well, let's go home. Chu Huifang shook her head and said, look at you sweating all over. Don't catch a cold. I will find some clothes for you to wear. As Chu Huifang said this, she stood up and walked in the direction of the closet. She was going to open the closet door to get clothes for Xiaoqing. Mom. Xiaoqing stood up abruptly and rushed in front of Chu Huifang, blocking her way. Mom, I will find it myself. You should rest. This child. Chu Huifang was somewhat inexplicable. Then you find it yourself. What other secrets do you have? No, nothing. Chu Huifang's casual words scared Xiaoqing. She subconsciously replied vaguely. N? Chu Huifang was also a very shrewd person. She immediately heard the strangeness in Xiaoqing's words. She frowned and then looked at Xiaoqing suspiciously. Qing, are you hiding something from Mom? No, how can it be? Xiaoqing blamed herself for being impatient. I'm not like this usually. What happened today? Then you opened the closet and let Mom see inside. Chu Huifang hesitated and said. Mom, are you suspecting me? Xiaoqing said stubbornly. Of course, she wouldn't agree to open the closet door. If Chu Huifang saw that Yang Ming was inside, then she and Yang Ming would be finished. I'm not suspecting you. I'm just looking around. Chu Huifang said. Mom, what do you want to see? Xiaoqing simply cut off all means of retreat and said, do you think I can hide a man in the room? That's not it. I'm just afraid that you are hiding something else, such as the utensils. Chu Huifang really didn't suspect that Xiaoqing hid a man in the closet. She just suspected that Xiaoqing hid some utensils in it, so Chu Huifang wanted to see what it was. It better not be harmful to the body. Mom, look at what you said. How can I hide that kind of thing? Why don't you take a look? Xiaoqing deliberately took a step back. Forget it. Since you said so, then I won't look. You quickly change your clothes. Chu Huifang thought about it and decided to leave some face for Xiaoqing. After all, her daughter was already 30 years old. She had her own privacy. Xiaoqing had to open the closet this time. She also knew that although Chu Huifang said that she wouldn't look, she would still be worried. If she didn't open the closet, she would be more suspicious. Therefore, she prayed that Yang Ming wouldn't stand at the door. He must hide behind the clothes. Sure enough, when Xiaoqing opened the closet door, Chu Huifang intentionally or unintentionally glanced into the closet. When she didn't see anything, she was relieved and no longer suspicious. Xiaoqing also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yang Ming hid very well and didn't reveal any flaws. Xiaoqing took out a large windbreaker and deliberately left the door of the closet open. Chu Huifang looked for a long time this time, but she didn't see any clues. Let's go, Mom. Let's go home. Xiaoqing put on the coat and then closed the closet. Okay, let's go. Chu Huifang glanced at the office again, and then went out with Xiaoqing. Yang Ming waited for a long time until there was no movement in the room. Then, he opened the closet door and walked out. He took a breath. The smell of the mothballs in the closet wasn't very flattering. Not long after, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. He received a short message from Xiaoqing, telling him to lock the door when he left, and then pretend that nothing happened to come to his godmother's house for dinner. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. He looked at the room and didn't leave any flaws. Then, he went out, locked the office door, and went downstairs. Yang Ming didn't immediately go to Lu Weishan's place. Instead, he strolled around the campus twice before coming to his godfather's house. Chu Huifang naturally didn't have any doubts, and Xiaoqing's face returned to normal. Obviously, she had explained to Chu Huifang clearly. Moreover, because Lu Weishan was present, it was impossible to discuss the topic between these women. Yang Ming had dinner at his godfather's house and left with Xiaoqing. Chu Huifang also specifically told Yang Ming that he must send Xiaoqing to the door of the apartment corridor. It was dark at night, and the students were on holiday. She was afraid that it wouldn't be safe. Of course, Yang Ming agreed to it. When they arrived at Xiaoqing's apartment, Xiaoqing took a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said, "I was scared to death today. I was almost caught by my mother." "Isn't it because you were nervous?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "But it's quite interesting. Godmother misunderstood that you were doing it yourself." "You're still talking." Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, "It's all your fault. You had to play some kind of office romance. Isn't it great now? We were almost done for." "Hee, then I won't play in the future. Otherwise, Godmother will say that you don't care about the occasion, place, and hygiene." Yang Ming smiled evilly. "You really piss me off." Xiaoqing was helpless for a while. Of course, it was impossible for Yang Ming not to go home at night. He had already told his family that he would go back a little later, but this and not going back were two different concepts. So, after Yang Ming and Xiaoqing were done, he went home. Today, Zhou Jiejia and Chen Mingyan's matter made him a little anxious. His mood was not very good, but at Xiaoqing's place, he had a good time. Yang Ming also temporarily forgot the pain. When he came to the school gate, Yang Ming suddenly found a very familiar figure standing in the cold wind and stopping a taxi. Yang Ming's heart tightened. He had a very strange impulse. "Sister Ing," Yang Ming whispered softly. Zhao heard Yang Ming shout and turned around abruptly. Her eyes couldn't help but show a touch of joy. "Yang Ming, why are you here? Isn't it a holiday?" "I participated in a university winter camp. It just ended today." Yang Ming said, "What about you, Sister Ing? Where are you going so late?" "I'm going back to my hometown for the new year." Zhao said, "The train ticket is at 11 o'clock. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to stop a taxi." Yang Ming looked at the time. Sure enough, it was now 9:30. If she delayed a little longer, it was hard to say if she could catch the train, so he said, "I'll think of a way." "Ah? You don't have to bother, right?" Zhao felt a little embarrassed. "If you have something to do, you can go first. I'll stop for a while." "How can that be? This matter can't be delayed." Yang Ming glanced at Zhao in the evening wind. He took off his coat with some pity and put it on her. "Ah." Zhao was stunned. This is such a familiar action. Once upon a time, Yang Ming also put a coat on me like this. Well, that was when he was in high school, one night of tutoring. Thinking of the events in high school, Zhao couldn't help but think of the sweetness of the past. They ate at the food stall together, faced the bad guys together, took the taxi together, and were treated as a couple by the driver. What a beautiful memory. Zhao couldn't help but be infatuated. She fell into the boundless memory. Yang Ming didn't have time to recall those. He took out his mobile phone, opened the phone book, and hesitated. Who should I call? Zhang Ben? At this time, he must be having fun with Zhao Sisi. Yang Ming didn't want to bother him. Who else is left? Ho Zhenhan? These days, he was studying the negotiations with Guo Jinbiao. He must be very busy. Yang Ming didn't want to look for him at this time of the storm. As for the rest. Oh right, Yang Ming suddenly saw a name in the phone book. His face lit up. Sun Quan. How could I forget about him? So, Yang Ming quickly dialed Sun Kuan's number. Hello? After a while, Sun Kuan's phone call was connected. Yang Ming, right? What's the matter? I'm driving. Oh? Brother Kuan, aren't you working the day shift? Why are you working the night shift? Asked Yang Ming. This is not necessarily true, hee. Sun Kuan laughed. Brother Kuan, where are you? Asked Yang Ming. I just came out of the train station and sent a guest off. Sun Kuan said, I'm going back. This is the case, Brother Kuan. I have something to trouble you with. Yang Ming said, my friend is in a hurry to go to the train station. Can you send us there? No problem. Where are you? What's the trouble? Sun Kuan promised. We're at the entrance of Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming said. Okay, wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Sun Kuan hung up the phone after he finished. You don't have to trouble him, right? Zhao Ying asked with some embarrassment. It's okay. Yang Ming said with a smile, yes, you know this person too. Who? Asked Zhao Ying. You'll know when you come. Yang Ming smiled mysteriously. Pretending to be mysterious. Zhao Ying shrugged. How was the final exam? You didn't fail, right? Of course not. I'm still Sister Ying's favorite student. How can I embarrass Sister Ying? Yang Ming laughed. You're not serious. But it's good that you didn't fail. It's troublesome to retake the exam. Zhao Ying nodded. Sister Ying, where is your hometown? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Asked Yang Ming. My hometown is in S City. It's far from here. Zhao Ying said, my home is in a mountain village. It's relatively remote. Oh? That's good. If I have the chance, I'll go there. Yang Ming nodded. The environment there must be good, right? It's okay. Zhao Ying nodded. If you want to go, then I'll take you back this summer. Okay. Right, Sister Ying, how many days are you going back? Yang Ming asked casually. I'm only going back for a few days. Our graduate program is different from yours. I have to rush back on the first day of Chinese New Year. I have a business project to do. Zhao Ying said helplessly, so you don't have to miss me. We'll meet again soon. You're back so early? Yang Ming was stunned. It's really tough. Right, Sister Ying, Songjiang's Chinese New Year Temple Fair is very interesting. If you come back on the first day of Chinese New Year, you'll have a chance to see it. Yeah, I've heard about it a long time ago. I used to stay at home until the 15th before coming back, so I hadn't had the chance to see the temple fair here. But I came back early this year. There should be a chance. Zhao Ying nodded and said. That's great. Call me when you come back. I'll take you to the temple fair. Yang Ming smiled and said, there are a lot of fun things in the temple fair. It's a promise. Zhao Ying smiled. Her heart was full of expectations. Sure enough, Yang Ming and Zhao Ying didn't talk much. Sun Kuan's car came and stopped in front of Yang Ming and Zhao Ying, honking the horn. Sister Ying, get in the car. Yang Ming picked up Zhao Ying's luggage on the ground and put it in the trunk of the car. He sat in the back seat of the car with Zhao Ying. Brother Kuan, you're quite fast. Yang Ming said after he got in the car, thank you so much. What are you thanking me for? Sun Kuan waved his hand and suddenly saw Zhao Ying. He was stunned. This is. You are. Zhao Ying also recognized Sun Kuan. Little sister, I recognize you. You and little brother Yang are both my guests. Sun Kuan laughed. In the evening. In the study of the Wang family's villa. Wang Shifan sat in the boss chair behind the desk and looked at Wang Jitao standing in front of him. Jitao, why are you still so impulsive? Wang Shifan said with some disappointment. Dad, I can't bear it. Anymore. If I don't do something, am I still a man? Wang Jitao said while gritting his teeth. I don't object to you doing something, but you threatened to kill Yang Ming in public. If something really happened to him, wouldn't you be the first suspect? Wang Shifan scolded. I'm sorry, Dad. I was impulsive. Wang Jitao bowed his head and said. Jitao, but you can rest assured that Dad will give you justice for today's matter. Wang Shifan was now different from the past. Since he killed Su Daji, he had become a little arrogant. Killing one person was also killing. Killing two people was naturally also killing. He didn't care. Thank you, Dad, but Zhou Jieji. Wang Jitao still couldn't bear to part with Zhou Jieji. Wang Shifan sighed. Love is the key to love. However, he was also very optimistic about the relationship between Wang Jitao and Zhou Jieji. If Wang Jitao and Zhou Jieji could really be together, then even if he committed a crime in the future, he could rest assured. Don't worry, Jitao. I will also work on Zhou Jieji's side to ensure that she will become the daughter-in-law of our Wang family. Really? That's great. Dad, thank you so much. Wang Jitao was overjoyed. Over there, Yang Ming still didn't know that the Wang father and son had begun to plot against him. This was indeed a bit of a pity. If Yang Ming knew, he would definitely laugh. He was worried that he didn't have a reason to deal with the Wang father and son. The two of them jumped out themselves. Well, since they were looking for death, then they couldn't blame him. After sending Zhaoying to the train station, Yang Ming returned home in Sun Kuan's car. His parents had already rested. Yang Ming tiptoed back to his room. It was a silent night. The next morning, Yang Ming followed the prior agreement and rushed to Zhang Jiefeng's company with Zhang Bin. Uncle Zhang. Yang Ming nodded politely to Zhang Jiefeng. How is the company planning? I'm here today is to talk to both of you. Then. And. Dad, why do you have to be so formal? Can't we just talk in your office? Zhang Bing said indifferently. Be serious. Zhang Jiefeng reprimanded, you're going to start your own business. How can you be so indecent? You have to be more mature in the future. Look at Yang Ming. He's much more mature than you. Yes. Zhang Bin slanted his mouth. He didn't dare to say anything more. He sat at the table and waited for Zhang Jiefeng to say something. I'm almost done with the company's procedures. But we still need a better office location. Zhang Jiefeng said. Uncle Zhang, can't we just find a random office location? Can't we just find one like yours? Yang Ming asked. This is fine, but it doesn't have any advantage. My idea is that you should do it well. It's best if you find a building with both upper and lower floors. The location has to be good. This way, the lower floor is the shop, and the upper floor is the company. It's killing two birds with one stone. Zhang Jiefeng explained, moreover, I won't hide it from you too. Zhang Bing's mother and I don't actually have any feelings for each other. Marriages in that era were just arranged by others. If they were pleasing to the eye, they would get married. So, I don't want her to know if I do anything. Zhang Bin's mother is also a jealous person. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin looked at each other and smiled. The reason why Zhang Jiefeng didn't hide it from them was very simple. When he was in Yunnan, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin knew about his own matters. It was useless to hide it now, so he might as well say it out loud. If that's the case. Yang Ming fell into deep thought. Zhang Bin and I will look for it. But such a place shouldn't be easy to find. The location is also very important. It has to be in a bustling area. Such a house must be in high demand. It's hard to get it in a short time. You're right. I also arranged for my secretary to look at the bustling areas of Songjiang, but I didn't find a suitable place. Zhang Jiefeng said, there are small shops, but you have to be famous and high quality. That kind of small shop is too petty. Dad, do you want me and Yang Ming to drive out for a while? It's before the new year. Many shops are closing at this time. Maybe we can find a suitable place. Zhang Bin suggested. That's true. Well, you and Yang Ming will discuss the location in a while. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. There is one more thing. I met with Elder Lu before. Elder Lu suggested that we hire a European designer for our shop. Here are a few names for me. Then, please. This kind of thing can't be sloppy. Yang Ming nodded. It doesn't matter if the remuneration is high. I understand this, but now it's not the problem of the remuneration. It's the problem of whether the designer is willing to come. You're just a jewelry company that hasn't been established yet. Although Elder Lu's name is there, the other party may not believe it. Zhang Jiefeng said, I did make a call to communicate, but the other party is still skeptical. He asked us to send a representative to discuss in detail. It's not wrong for the other party to be cautious. Then, let's go. Yang Ming smiled and said, is he asking me and Zhang Bin to go? Of course, it's the two of you. Who else can it be? Your godfather is so old. It's not good to torture him. My company is too busy. Zhang Jiefeng smiled and said, after the new year, I will apply for passports for both of you. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin didn't have any objection to this. While they were working, it was also good to go out for a trip. At noon, they had a working lunch at Zhang Jiefeng's place. In the afternoon, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin went out to find the company's location. The two of them first went around a few bustling streets not far from here. They didn't find any stores for rent or exchange. So, the two of them went to the Songjiang commercial street that was further from here. This place isn't bad. Zhang Bin pointed at an empty two-story building. And? Yang Ming was stunned. This is a commercial street. How can there be an empty house? I remember the last time I went shopping with Chen Mingyan, I didn't see an empty shop. However, Yang Ming suddenly patted his forehead and suddenly remembered. This seems to be a real estate company's sales office. The last time I came here with Chen Mingyan, there seemed to be a sales ceremony happening here. Oh? What real estate company? Zhang Bin immediately asked, let's find this real estate company. Ask them if they are selling this place. Yang Ming nodded. Zhang Bin was right. This matter shouldn't be delayed. This is a golden shop. If it was robbed by someone, it would be regrettable. As they spoke, the two of them began to inquire about which real estate company this sales office belonged to. After a long time, they found out that it belonged to a company called Xinhing Real Estate. The Xinhing department store, not far away, was their company's property. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin couldn't help but be speechless. The strength of this company was really not small. However, even though they were speechless, they still had to do something. The two of them dialed 114 to find out the company's office address and went straight there. Wu Zhongjie did very well in the final exam this time. He went from the last few to the second best in the class. This made Wu Zhongjie's parents so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. When they asked him what reward he wanted, Wu Zhongjie looked at his parents coldly and directly threw out a sentence, when did you really care about me? When my grades are bad, you complain. When my grades are good, you want to reward me. Are there parents like you? You never ask me why my grades are not good, and you never ask why my grades are better. Isn't it because the tutor, Teacher Yang, taught well? Wu Zhongjie's mother said, you can rest assured. I will invite him to teach next semester. Wu Zhongjie snorted. You invite? Brother Yang might not necessarily come. Would Brother Yang be interested in this tutor's money? Isn't it because of Sister Zhiyun that he can come to substitute for me? Okay, then you invite him. I don't want other rewards. I just want this reward. Wu Zhongjie wanted to find Yang Ming to learn the skill of opening the door without the key, but when he called Yang Ming a few days ago, Yang Ming directly declined. At that time, Yang Ming was busy with Wu Qiren's matter in Donghai. He was so busy. How could he have time to play with Wu Zhongjie, this little brat? So Yang Ming rejected Wu Zhongjie with a few words and told him that he had something to do and was busy. Wu Zhongjie wasn't happy. He said that Yang Ming didn't fulfill his promise, so he wanted to call Lin Zhiyun to complain. Yang Ming was amused. He handed the phone directly to Lin Zhiyun, who was next to him, and let Wu Zhongjie complain. Wu Zhongjie really didn't know what to do this time. He knew that Yang Ming really had something to do, so he had to give up. Today, he came to his father's company again to discuss hiring Yang Ming as a tutor. However, Wu Zhongjie's father, Wu Fugue, was very busy today. After listening to Wu Zhongjie's words, he waved his hand and asked his secretary to deposit 50,000 yuan in his card. Then, he said, the money is given to you. You go and find it yourself. I don't want any money. Is this how you do things for me? Wu Zhongjie looked a little unhappy. I'm so busy today. Isn't it to accumulate a family business for you in the future? Wu Fugue said impatiently, okay, you go and play by yourself. This is what you said. Next time when I am the last in the class, don't be angry. Wu Zhongjie said calmly. What's wrong with you, child? Wu Fugue frowned. I can't find the person you asked me to find. I'm busy today. How can I find the person you mentioned? Although Wu Fugue loved his son very much, it wasn't his concern for him. It was more of a materialistic concern. If his son wanted to buy something, he would buy it no matter how much it cost. No matter how much money he wanted, he would give it without hesitation. He wouldn't frown for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, but now his son asked him to do a very troublesome thing. He was a little impatient. Before this, he didn't inquire about it. He asked his secretary to find several tutors, but he couldn't contact the college student named Yang Ming. In his opinion, what was the difference? If he couldn't find this person, then find another person. Can't you find a good tutor with money? Okay, don't regret it. Wu Zhongjie was annoyed. His father only knew how to give him money when he saw him. Other than that, he only asked about his grades. He didn't ask about his private life at all. This child. Wu Fugue shook his head but didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, giving his son more money was already showing his care and love for him. Wu Zhongjie stormed out of his father's office. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin arrived at the headquarters of Xinheng Real Estate Company and were directly stopped by the lady at the front desk. May I ask who you two are looking for? Although the question was polite, it was very serious. There was a sense of oppression from a big company. However, what kind of people had Yang Ming not seen before? He didn't even show his fear in front of the world's top assassin, let alone a receptionist. However, Zhang Bin was different. Seeing that the other party had asked such a formal question, he was a little hesitant. Hello, we are here to buy a house, Yang Ming said unhurriedly. Buy a house? Sorry, sir, we don't sell houses directly here. Every building has a sales office. If you are interested in a building, I will give you the phone number of the sales office, said the receptionist. We don't want that kind of commercial housing, but we want to buy a retail house. Yang Ming explained. Commercial services are also sold together with the sales office. Which commercial service do you fancy? Asked the receptionist. No, the place we are looking at is a retail house in the commercial street. It used to be your company's sales office. It is now empty. I want to buy it. Yang Ming shook his head and said. You want to buy a sales office? The receptionist looked at Yang Ming strangely and said, I really haven't seen this before. Then, please wait a moment. I will ask our supervisor to confirm. Yang Ming nodded, and the receptionist began to make a call. After a while, the receptionist said, You wait a moment. In a while, our sales staff will come to talk to you. You can rest on the sofa over there first. Not long after, a tall and thin man came out of the elevator. After he said a few words to the receptionist, he went straight to Yang Ming's side. Hello, I am the deputy manager of the sales department. My surname is Wang. The thin and tall man introduced himself. Yang Ming quickly stood up and shook hands with him. Then, the two sat side by side on the sofa in the reception area at the door. Hello, Manager Wang. Your company's receptionist should have already said it, right? We are interested in buying a sales office of your company. Yang Ming said straightforwardly. Well, you can tell me specifically. Which sales office do you want to buy? Deputy Manager Wang nodded and asked. We are interested in the sales office on the commercial street, the one on the second floor. Yang Ming said. Oh, that place? I know. Deputy Manager Wang frowned and said, There is no plan to sell this sales office yet. Moreover, our company should have other uses for the location of the shop. I see. Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little disappointed. However, if they weren't going to sell, he couldn't force them to sell, right? Would you like to leave your phone number first? I will contact you after I ask for instructions. Deputy Manager Wang said again. When Yang Ming heard Deputy Manager Wang's tone, he knew that the matter seemed to be impossible. He was just being polite by asking him to leave his contact information. The hope was close to slim. Deputy Manager Wang, can you ask for instructions now? We are really sincere to buy it. The price is negotiable. Yang Ming also really liked the location of the shop. The price didn't matter. After all, it was a one-time investment. Well. Deputy Manager Wang hesitated. He also knew that if that place was really sold, the price would definitely be in the tens of millions. His commission would definitely be substantial. Therefore, Deputy Manager Wang directly called his superior, the sales manager. However, the sales manager couldn't make the decision, so he called the chairman of Xianxia. After a while of the secretary's transfer, Deputy Manager Wang contacted the chairman of the company. Chairman Wu, I'm Little Wang from the sales department, said Deputy Manager Wang. What's the matter? Wu Fugue asked straightforwardly. This is the case. There is a customer who wants to buy our sales office on the commercial street. Are we selling it? Deputy Manager Wang asked. Sales office? Wu Fugue frowned. That hasn't been priced yet, right? Even if it is sold, it has to be discussed after a meeting. Besides, don't we still have a building nearby to sell next year? We can't sell it yet. Oh, I got it. Chairman Wu. Deputy Manager Wang saw that the chairman didn't intend to sell it for the time being, so he gave up asking. Although he saw a lot of money floating away in front of him, he couldn't do anything about it. Hanging up the phone, Deputy Manager Wang shrugged and said, Sorry, sir. I made you wait for a long time. Our chairman doesn't intend to sell it for the time being. Well, then sorry to bother you. Yang Ming nodded. He knew that it was useless to talk to this Deputy Manager Wang. He was a small character. He couldn't change the decision of the upper management. Yang Ming was now thinking in his heart. Should I let Ho Zhenhan do some activities? But now Yang Ming wanted to do a legitimate business. He didn't want to use some abnormal underhanded means. If it was just to build a relationship, it should be possible. If it was coercion, then it wasn't necessary. Yang Ming and Zhang Ben were about to leave, but they suddenly heard a familiar voice behind them. Brother Yang. Yang Ming turned around and saw Wu Xianxia running toward him with a depressed face. Brother Yang, why are you here? I'm here to do something. What about you? Why are you here? Yang Ming asked, baffled. Don't mention it. Wu Xianxia shook his head. Right, Brother Yang, what are you doing here? Is there anything I can help with? Hehe, I just took a fancy to a commercial building. It's the property of Xianxia Real Estate, but they don't seem to have plans to sell it. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. What's the use of asking so much? Where is it? I'll ask for you. Wu Xianxia asked casually. Yang Ming didn't care, but Deputy Manager Wang on the other side had widened his eyes. He was full of surprise. He naturally knew Wu Xianxia's identity, but he didn't expect Yang Ming and Wu Xianxia to know each other. It seemed that their relationship was very good. That was strange. Why didn't this Yang Ming mention that he knew the chairman's young master? But he also knew that there was no place for him to interrupt, so he just watched respectfully. Yang Ming saw the look of Deputy Manager Wang on the side. His heart was moved. He suddenly remembered that Wu Xianxia seemed to have told him before that his father opened a real estate company. Could it be? Yang Ming quietly told Wu Xianxia the location of the shop on the commercial street. Wu Xianxia didn't say anything after listening. He went directly to the front desk and picked up the internal phone. The receptionist didn't stop him at all. Yang Ming's heart was more certain of his thoughts. Hello, connect me to my dad's call. Wu Xianxia said casually. It didn't take long for Wu Fugui's voice to come from the phone. Son, why are you calling Dad again? Are you ready to reconcile with Dad? Wu Fugue thought that his son wanted to reconcile with him. He was a little happy. Generally speaking, Wu Xianxia rarely took the initiative to call him. Dad, I want to talk to you about something. Do you have an empty sales office on the commercial street? Wu Zhongjie asked directly. Yes, why are you asking this? Wu Fugui was somewhat inexplicable. Deputy Manager Wang just asked this. Why is my son asking this? What's so special about the sales office? I'll sell it for you. Wu Zhongjie's words were shocking. What? Wu Fugui was puzzled. He said, Son, what did you say? You sold it? What's going on? Are you joking with me? Do you think I have time to joke with you? Wu Zhongjie said impatiently, Do you not want to talk to me? Then forget it. Treat it as if I didn't make this call. Wait. Wu Fugui smiled bitterly and said, Then you have to tell me what's going on. Nothing much. A friend of mine wants to buy it. I am going to sell it to him. Wu Zhongjie said, just one sentence. Are you selling it or not? If you sell it, I will take back what I said in the office. If you don't sell it, you have to bear the consequences. Wu Fugui's head was full of black lines. He thought, Little ancestor, aren't you forcing me to sell it? However, for Wu Fugui, it really didn't matter whether he sold it or not. Since his precious son could repair the relationship with him, he could do whatever he wanted. Even if his son wanted to tear down the house, he would send him a few bulldozers. Thinking of this, Wu Fugui said, Okay, do whatever you want. You can sell it. As for how much it would cost, Wu Fugui didn't care. He really didn't lack that bit of money. Alright, that's settled then. By the way, how much is the store? Give me a discount. Wu Zhongjie also knew that if he gave it to Yang Ming, he wouldn't accept it. He might as well sell it at cost price. No one would suffer a loss. Well, I don't know the details. You called from downstairs, right? Can you see if Xiao Wang from the sales department is here? Tell him to answer the phone. Wu Fugui said. You mean Manager Wang? Wait a minute. Wu Zhongjie glanced at Yang Ming and shouted, Manager Wang, a phone call. Deputy Manager Wang naturally knew who Wu Zhongjie was calling, so when Wu Zhongjie called him, he ran over. Hello. Deputy Manager Wang picked up the phone respectfully. Director Wu. I understand. Okay. You can rest assured. Deputy Manager Wang understood what Director Wu meant, which was to calculate the approximate cost price of the store. Although in this way, his commission was almost gone, Deputy Manager Wang didn't care now. If he could work for the chairman and the young master, he might become the chairman's confidant. So this kind of opportunity wasn't available to everyone. So, Deputy Manager Wang went to do this for Yang Ming in a flattering manner. Wu Zhongjie also finished his business, so he began to talk to Yang Ming about tutoring. Brother Yang, when are you going to play with me? Asked Wu Zhongjie. Yang Ming sweated after listening. This kid treats tutoring as playing with him. However, this was good enough. Learning through playing was the best way to achieve the best results. You see how busy I am today. Do you still need me to tutor you? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Don't you like those little skills? When I have time, I'll teach you how to pick locks. No, Brother Yang, I feel very happy to be with you. You are much better than my parents. You taught me a lot of useful principles. Wu Zhongjie said seriously this time. Yang Ming looked at the child who was much younger than him and couldn't help but sigh. Wu Zhongjie, this child, is really pitiful. So he said helplessly, Well, we will talk about the next semester, but I may not be able to go to your house so often. Twice a month. Well. Although Wu Zhongjie was reluctant, he couldn't help it. He also knew that Yang Ming was usually very busy. Just by the fact that Yang Ming could buy a business on the commercial street, he definitely wasn't a person who lacked money. So, Wu Zhongjie also understood that the reason why Yang Ming could tutor him was entirely because of Lin Jiyun. Now, it would be good if he could come twice a week. Anyway, Yang Ming wasn't really tutoring him. He was just having a heart-to-heart talk with him. With the young master of Xinheng's chairman, things were going smoothly. Soon, Deputy Manager Wang estimated the price of the business on the commercial street. It was about 6 million. When he reported the price, Yang Ming directly gave a price of 7 million. If such a business was unknown, it would cost at least 10 million. Moreover, it was still a matter of whether he could buy it or not. Although there was Wu Zhongjia's relationship, Yang Ming didn't want others to lose money. Zhang Jiafeng was very surprised. He asked his secretary to find the company's location for a long time. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin actually settled it in one afternoon. After asking, it was actually the location of a shop that he had inquired about. At that time, Zhang Jiafeng also liked the sales office of the two-story building on the commercial street. However, after consulting, they didn't intend to sell, so he could only give up. But he didn't expect that the two children could actually get it. With the company's location, the next thing was simple. Zhang Jiafeng began to take care of the decoration matters. These didn't need Yang Ming to worry about. Jiduan City's boss, Guo Jinbiao, saw that the man he sent to negotiate came back with a gloomy face. After asking, they were despised by the two men who were casually dismissed by Bao Sanli. He was furious. He picked up the phone on the table and called Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli was now following the behind-the-scenes boss's instructions. He would never lower his head to Guo Jinbiao. When he saw that the phone was Guo Jinbiao's number, he picked it up. "Hello, who is this?" "What's the matter?" asked Bao Sanli. "Brother Bao? I'm Jiduan City's Guo Jinbiao." Although Guo Jinbiao was full of resentment, he still had to be polite. "Oh? It's Boss Guo." "What's the matter?" asked Bao Sanli indifferently. "Brother Bao, let's not beat around the bush. My son had an accident in your territory. I sent my men to negotiate with you. You don't seem to put me in your eyes at all, right?" Guo Jinbiao's tone began to become unkind. Bao Sanli sneered in his heart. "So what if I don't put you in my eyes?" Bao Sanli said to Guo Jinbiao impatiently. "According to the previous agreement, this matter is not under my control. You should look for Ho Zhenhan." After saying that, he hung up the phone with a bang. Looking at the call-ended sign on the phone, Guo Jinbiao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "What the hell? You obviously don't put me in your eyes? You're just a little punk. You dare to call me by my number after just a few days? In terms of seniority, I'm your senior. When I first came out, you were still playing in the mud while wearing diapers." Guo Jinbiao scolded. After scolding, he still had to call Ho Zhenhan again. "Everything is a bit different from what I expected. Isn't this deviation too big?" Guo Jinbiao originally thought that Bao Sanli would definitely be scared if he accidentally hurt his son. Maybe Bao Sanli would come to apologize. At that time, he could ask for a lot of benefits. But later, things didn't go as he thought. Bao Sanli simply acted like nothing happened. When Guo Jinbiao saw that Bao Sanli didn't move, he had to send someone to negotiate. His momentum was lower than before. But at this time, Guo Jinbiao still thought that Bao Sanli would give him a lot of compensation. He didn't expect that even though the negotiation was done, he was driven away before he could mention his conditions. Holding back his anger, Guo Jinbiao dialed Ho Zhenhan's phone again, but he didn't expect that Ho Zhenhan's first sentence almost made him vomit blood. "Hello, Boss Guo? Are you here to apologize to me?" Ho Zhenhan picked up the phone and said to himself. "What?" Guo Jinbiao was stunned. "Your son came to our territory to make trouble. Let's just forget about this matter. We are great people who don't bear grudges. We just gave him a little lesson." Ho Zhenhan said with conviction, "We have given you, Boss Guo, enough face this time. If it were another person, he would have been killed." Guo Jinbiao was speechless for a while. He stuttered, You. Well, if there is nothing else, I will hang up the phone. I am still busy here." After Ho Zhenhan finished, he didn't care if Guo Jinbiao had anything else to say. He hung up the phone directly. *CK his mother. Guo Jinbiao slammed the phone on the table. They are too much. They are too much. A few little bastards who don't know the difference between life and death. Do they think that they don't know what to do when they have some power? *MN, I want to let you know that the older the wiser. Brother Biao, don't be angry. Guo Jinbiao's military advisor, Yu Xiaohu, came over and smiled flatteringly. Brother Biao, I think that Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan really don't know what's good for them. Huzi, what do you say? Gu Jinbiao had some headaches. He thought that it would be enough to scare Bao Sanli, but now the other party didn't give him face at all. If he just endured it, then he would have no face to mingle in the underworld in the future. But if he brought people to Songjiang on a large scale, not only would it be time-consuming and laborious, but the most important factor was that the war was actually a war of money. Once the war with Bao Sanli started, the loss on his side wouldn't be small. If he could take down Songjiang's territory in one fell swoop, then it would be fine. But what he was most afraid of was that when the time came, both sides would suffer losses, and no one would be satisfied. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. When the time came, it would really be a bit of a loss. However, Gu Jinbiao's current situation was like an arrow on the string that had to be released. So he sat there with uncertainty. He couldn't decide what to do for a while. Brother Biao, I know that you are very angry now, but in the current situation, it is not suitable for a large-scale invasion of Songjiang. Yu Xiaohu hesitated and said, there are 2 reasons for this. First, it's the end of the year. The crackdown on criminals is more strict. If we go to Songjiang to fight, it will be easy to get into trouble. Don't eat New Year's Eve dinner in prison. The second reason is that if we really fight with Bao Sanli, we may not be able to get any benefits. If we destroy them, it will be difficult for us. At that time, the Donghai Sun family will benefit the most. Of course, we can't not do anything, but we can change the way. Yu Xiaohu hesitated and said, I think it's better for us to play in the dark. Ask someone to find trouble with Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. We can scare them and let them think that we are not easy to bully. You mean to assassinate them? Gu Jinbiao immediately became interested. There is no need to kill them. We are here to mingle, not to sell our lives. We just need to intimidate them. Of course, it is not bad to break their legs. Yu Xiaohu said gloomily, in this way, it is not considered breaking the rules. He injured our young master. We can find someone to cripple him. He can't say anything. Good idea. Gu Jinbiao nodded after listening. He patted Yu Xiaohu's shoulder happily. Huzi, who do you think should do this? This is a problem. Yu Xiaohu frowned. There must be someone around Bao Sanli to protect him. Moreover, I heard that Ho Zhenhan is a master. Last time, he defeated the thugs invited by the 4 Snakes gang from the south. Now that you mention it, I really remember it. Then in our gang, except for Vat and Luan Zi, the others can't fight one-on-one. Gu Jinbiao asked with some concern. One-on-one, that is definitely not possible. Yu Xiaohu shook his head. We are not going to fight one-on-one with him, but we are going to send someone to secretly trick them. Even if Vat and Luan Zi are good at one-on-one, so what? Will they fight one-on-one with you? If the people around Bao Sanli find out, won't they come up and beat them up? Gu Jinbiao couldn't help but be moved after listening. Yeah, who would want to fight one-on-one with you? If you are caught, a group of people will PK. So, this method won't work? Gu Jinbiao shook his head. Why not? Are we not going to send our brothers from the gang? Yu Xiaohu said with a smile. Don't send our own brothers? Who should we send? Gu Jinbiao didn't understand. Brother Biao, have you forgotten? There is a veteran assassin organization in our province. When you assassinated the original boss of Jiduan City, Brother Daxing, 3 years ago, didn't you do business with them? Yu Xiaohu reminded. You mean the Black Widow assassin organization? Gu Jinbiao's face twitched. Obviously, he didn't want to be involved with such an organization. Last time, he was forced to do so. This time, because of this matter, he asked the assassin to come out again. He was really reluctant. Most underworld organizations were not willing to be involved with assassin groups. This was also natural. After all, the underworld played with means and territory, not to kill and rob for a living. But the assassin organization was different. This kind of organization was a pure killing machine. If he really provoked them, he might not even know how he died tomorrow. That was why Gu Jinbiao had never contacted the organization after he had paid them the full amount of money after the last mission. That's right. Only they can do this well. Yu Xiaohu nodded. Guo Jinbiao nodded and shook his head. He couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He had to think about the pros and cons. However, when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered before and just now, Guo Jinbiao gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. Okay, let's do it. You go and get me an anonymous phone card. Okay, I will go now. Yu Xiaohu nodded, turned and walked out. On Guo Jinbiao's side, he opened the fingerprint safe in the office and found a phone book from it. When Yu Xiaohu returned to the room, Guo Jinbiao had already locked the safe, leaving only the phone book. Guo Jinbiao took the phone card with trembling hands, then stuffed it into a mobile phone, turned it on, and waited for the internet search to end. Guo Jinbiao dialed a number according to what was written in the phone book. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. After the phone was connected, the other party directly said the first half of the connection code. Widow. Widow is dead. Guo Jinbiao said carefully. He wasn't sure if this organization still used the previous code after so many years. Who are you looking for? The other party asked again. Black Widow. Guo Jinbiao saw that the other party didn't question it, so he was slightly relieved. This time, he answered more quickly. Welcome to the Black Widow Revenge Company. Is there anything you need help with? The other party saw that the two codes were correct, so he asked slowly. I want you to help me kill. No, help me teach a person a lesson. Guo Jinbiao said carefully, this person is called Bao Sanli. He is from Songjiang. Bao Sanli? The other party hesitated and said, you should know what this person does. As for the price. No problem. I want to cripple his legs. What is the price? You can say it. It will be enough to make him lie in bed for 3 months. Guo Jinbiao said quickly. 1 million. The other party said faintly. 1 million? Isn't it a bit expensive? Guo Jinbiao felt some pain. Then you should find someone else. The other party was about to hang up the phone. Wait, I agree. 1 million it is. You must make him unable to get out of bed. Guo Jinbiao said quickly. This isn't a problem. You should be our old customer, right? You can rest assured about our credibility. If you can't do it, we won't take a cent, the other party said. Okay, then I will transfer the deposit to your account. Is it still the original one? Guo Jinbiao asked. No, now it is changed to online payment. I will tell you a URL. You fill it in according to the prompt. Your serial number is 200900133. Don't fill it in wrong. The other party said. After hanging up the phone, Guo Jinbiao logged into the URL, filled in the serial number, and then paid online according to the prompt. It was not until the prompt on the screen, your payment has been received, and your order has been submitted to the company's agenda. Guo Jinbiao breathed a sigh of relief. After not contacting for a few years, the Black Widow Assassin Company had become much more modern. In this way, the information of the payer could be avoided. It seemed that they had fully considered this for the customer's privacy. Yang Ming unexpectedly received a call from Zhao Ying. The relationship between the two people could not be said to be very harmonious. Although they could still talk and laugh together when they met, Yang Ming had already felt that there was a gap between the two people. Just like usual, the two people rarely talked on the phone. Occasionally, when they saw each other on campus, they would say hello to each other and chat for a while. Today, Zhao Ying took the initiative to call him, which made Yang Ming's mind start to become active again. Sister Ying, are you home? Yang Ming picked up the phone and asked. Well, I'm here. Zhao Ying's tired voice came from the other side of the phone. I just arrived. I just got off the train. I'm a little tired. Well, then you have a good rest, Sister Ying. Yang Ming smiled and said, you are still in the sleeper. Wouldn't those people who buy hard seats or even standing tickets be exhausted to death? I'm a girl. Zhao Ying smiled reproachfully. Zhao Ying's tone made Yang Ming's heart sway. Now, Zhao Ying had completely lost her former teacher aura. She was like a young girl who occasionally acted coquettishly, which made Yang Ming drunk. This feeling was very enjoyable. It made the distance between Yang Ming and Zhao Ying close a lot in an instant. From teacher and student to brother and sister, and now to Xiaoying, who sometimes acted coquettishly with him, just like a younger sister. Although the relationship between the two of them had become distant on the surface, in fact, the relationship between them had become closer than before. What's the matter? Yang Ming felt that Xiaoying calling him from afar was not just to act coquettishly, right? There is something I want to trouble you with. Yang Ming, you won't refuse your sister, right? Xiaoying hesitated and said. Look at what you are saying. It's not a trouble. If there is anything, just say it. For Xiaoying's matter, Yang Ming was duty-bound. Back then, Xiaoying had given him love and care. The most important thing was her trust. That deep friendship was something that he could never repay in a lifetime. My parents' age. Was in a hurry when I left, I forgot to take it. Xiaoying said with some embarrassment, can you help me get it? Is there anyone there? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah. I don't know if Wang Xiaoyan is still there. It's Chinese New Year. She should have gone home. Xiaoying was stunned when she heard Yang Ming's question. Then, she said, how about this? You go to my dormitory and get the room key. I put the key in the second drawer of my desk. You open it. There is a small makeup box. The key is inside. The key question is there anyone in your dormitory? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Now, the school was on holiday, right? Then I will give you a cell phone number. It's my sister in the dormitory. You call her first and see if she is in Songjiang. If she isn't, you can find the building manager downstairs in our dormitory. Talk to her and let her open the door for you. If it doesn't work, you can call me again. Xiaoying said. Really? So troublesome? Yang Ming had a headache when he heard it. Why? Do you find it troublesome? Xiaoying smiled. It's okay. Who asked us to have an unusual relationship? Yang Ming said ambiguously. Xiaoying was speechless for a while, but she was still slightly happy in her heart. Then, I will leave it to you. Don't worry. Yang Ming nodded and promised. In his heart, he didn't intend to do as Xiaoying said. The path that Xiaoying gave him was too complicated. He had to find the girl in her dormitory and then get the key. Then, he could go to Zhao Ying's rented house and open the door. Isn't this purely looking for trouble? Yang Ming was now best at picking locks. A small security door could be opened even without a key. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming first called Ho Zhenhan. Big Ho, how are things over there? Guo Jinbiao didn't make any moves, right? Asked Yang Ming. According to the spies we planted in Jiduan City, Guo Jinbiao didn't make any moves. It was like he was swallowing his anger, said Ho Zhenhan. Oh? Yang Ming frowned after listening. It is reasonable to say that it is impossible. Guo Jinbiao has been in the underworld for so many years. He isn't the kind of person who can swallow his anger. If he doesn't respond, then we can only suspect that he has other conspiracies. You have to be careful of him. I also think that things are a bit strange, but there are several of us in Jiduan City. If there is any change, I will be the first to receive the news. Ho Zhenhan nodded. But now that they don't make a move, we don't need to pay too much attention. Okay, then you be careful. Yang Ming didn't say anything. Although he faintly felt that something was wrong, he couldn't tell what was wrong. Perhaps Guo Jinbiao was waiting for the best time to launch an attack. Now it was before the Chinese New Year. It wasn't a good time. I know, Brother Yang. You can rest assured. Ho Zhenhan said, Brother Yang, is there anything else? No. No, you wait. Yang Ming suddenly thought of something. He remembered the means he used to deal with the Four Snakes gang. Assassination. Such a word suddenly appeared in Yang Ming's mind. Yes, Guo Jinbiao can also do the same. If I were Guo Jinbiao, it would be impossible to lead my underlings into Songjiang City at this time, but I can't swallow this anger. What should I do? The best way is to send a powerful underling to Songjiang to secretly deal with Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. First, it is easy to succeed. Second, it also has a deterrent effect. Moreover, even if the action fails, I can also push away my own responsibility. It is really the best of both worlds. What's wrong, Brother Yang? Ho Zhenhan asked quickly. I'm afraid that Gui Jinbiao will secretly send his underlings to trouble you. You and Bao Sanli have to be careful for a while. Don't fall into his trap. Yang Ming instructed. Don't worry, Brother Yang. Are you still not assured with my skill? Ho Zhenhan smiled. In short, it is better to be careful. Yang Ming also knew that Ho Zhenhan's skill was good, but compared with a real assassin, it wasn't worth mentioning. However, Yang Ming didn't think that Gui Jinbiao could have an assassin under him. In that case, he couldn't just be the boss of a small county. Yang Ming followed the instructions of grandmother Lan Ling. He monitored Ma Xiaoyao several times a day, but he found that Uncle Ma was listening to the songs on the radio. There was nothing special at all. If there was anything special, it would be going to the small park nearby to exercise for a while every morning. However, during this period, he didn't have any contact with anyone. This wasn't enough to make Yang Ming suspicious. What made Yang Ming suspicious was that Ma Xiaoyao was muttering something to himself when he was practicing swordsmanship or boxing. Although Yang Ming could see his mouth shape, he couldn't understand what he was saying because Ma Xiaoyao said some meaningless sound combinations. At first, Yang Ming thought that it was a chant when he was practicing swordsmanship, so he didn't care. However, after a long time, Yang Ming gradually found that it didn't seem to be the case because the meaningless sounds that Ma Xiaoyao said every day were different. For example, when he was practicing swordsmanship today, he probably said, bitter smile, yellow light, basketball is beautiful, static spray paint. Tomorrow, it would become, Sa Wang is watching, good mouth, I can't count, I can't click. In fact, if it was only a slight difference, Yang Ming couldn't see it. After all, meaningless mouth shapes were the most difficult to recognize. However, it was because these meaningless mouth shapes were different every day that Yang Ming paid attention. This Uncle Ma didn't look like a psychopath. Yang Ming hadn't heard of anyone who kept saying meaningless words while practicing swordsmanship. Grasping this flaw, Yang Ming began to become serious. He observed Ma Xiaoyao's mouth shape every day, and then recorded the general pronunciation in a notebook. However, Ma Xiaoyao spoke quickly, so Yang Ming could only record a part of it. Yang Ming recorded as much as he could. He tried his best to remember the words at the beginning and end of every day clearly. Even if it was just this, it made Yang Ming anxious every day. Yang Ming even thought, since my eyes can see far and see through things, why can't I have a video function? For example, after seeing a certain scene, I want to remember it so that I can refer to it again later. But this was just Yang Ming's thought. This seemed to have nothing to do with the function of the eyes. It required a very good memory. After Yang Ming received a call from Zhao, he rushed to the small house she rented before. Because it was almost the Chinese New Year, many express delivery companies were closed, so the post office's postal service was very heavy. Yang Ming was worried that if he was late for one day, it would delay a lot of things. When he came to the familiar community, Yang Ming sighed. He used to visit the place every day, but now he hadn't been here for more than half a year. Looking at the familiar scene here, Yang Ming could only sigh. When he came to the familiar door of Zhao Ying's house, Yang Ming didn't even think about it. He directly took out the lily key opening tool that Feng Tian gave him from his pocket and opened the door in a few moves. After Yang Ming entered the house, he didn't have the mood to stay. He went directly to Zhao Ying's room and found the 2 packaged pillows on the desk. On the bed, there was still Zhao Ying's special fragrance. It made Yang Ming somewhat fascinated. He remembered that he sat here and Zhao Ying applied medicine for him. Is there a story between me and Zhao Ying? Yang Ming didn't know. He wasn't sure. For Zhao Ying, Yang Ming always had a sense of uncertain control. Is it because of the previous teacher-student relationship between Zhao Ying and myself, or is it because of Zhao Ying's rejection to me that night? Yang Ming couldn't explain it clearly. However, this was a very vague feeling of uncertainty, which made Yang Ming feel very uncomfortable. As for the other women, whether it was Chen Mengyan or Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming felt that as long as he worked hard, he could definitely capture their hearts. However, Zhao Ying was different. He couldn't tell exactly how she was different. The sibling relationship between Yang Ming and Zhao Ying was different from that of Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was much older than him, and she was more open-minded about some things. However, Zhao Ying was different. She was only 3 years older than him. She wasn't even as mature as him when it came to the idea of love. This led to the weird relationship between the two of them. I love to bathe, the tortoise fell down. My skin is so good, so many bubbles. While Yang Ming was deep in thought, a strange singing voice suddenly entered his ears. Yang Ming was shocked and stood up abruptly. Is there someone in this room? When Yang Ming pried open the door, he subconsciously thought that there was no one in this room. After entering the room, he also glanced around casually. There was no one else in the room. How did it happen in such a short time? The bathroom. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he didn't look at the bathroom. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly looked up and saw a petite girl wiping her smooth skin with a bath towel. Then, he saw the small butterfly tattoo behind her butt. Who else could it be if it wasn't the girl who lived with Zhao Ying? Yang Ming was shocked. How could I ignore her? Yang Ming didn't want to meet her. His relationship with her wasn't very good. He had seen her embarrassed appearance several times. She probably hated him in her heart, right? Yang Ming quickly picked up the 2 pillows on the table and tiptoed to escape the scene before the butterfly delinquent girl noticed. However, man proposes, God disposes. Seeing that Yang Ming was about to reach the door of the living room, just as he was about to open the door, he heard a delicate voice behind him. Who is it? Before Yang Ming could answer, he felt a gust of wind behind him. It seemed that the delinquent girl had come out and found him. She thought that he was a thief. Yang Ming's reaction was very sensitive. Just as he felt that he was being attacked from behind, he quickly reacted. He threw the pillows on the ground, and then his right hand grabbed behind him. What caught his hand was a delicate ankle. Yang Ming turned around, but he didn't loosen his grip at all. Because Yang Ming found that this delinquent girl wasn't simple. The strength of her kick wasn't light. If this kick landed on his body, he would definitely be kicked to the ground. Yang Ming frowned. This chick is quite fierce. However, when he looked closely, the fiercer part was still to come. The butterfly delinquent girl actually ran out naked with a bath towel wrapped around her. Now, one of her legs was caught in his hand. It was a posture where one leg was raised high and the other leg was on the ground. The spring scenery below was completely exposed in front of Yang Ming's eyes. Ugh! Yang Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This posture is too seductive, right? Wang Xiaoyan also felt where Yang Ming's gaze was. Her face suddenly turned red. She shouted and reached out to slap Yang Ming's face. Yang Ming didn't mean to take advantage of Wang Xiaoyan. When he saw her reach out to slap him, he let go of his hand. Then, he stepped aside and said awkwardly, I didn't see anything. Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan frowned. Her face was a bit unfriendly. However, after seeing Yang Ming's appearance, she relaxed her vigilance. Apparently, she knew him. You seem to be called Wang Xiaoyan, right? Yang Ming remembered that Zhao Ying mentioned it before. How did you come in? Wang Xiaoyan adjusted her emotions and wrapped the scarf around her body. Yang Ming was somewhat surprised by Wang Xiaoyan's calmness. If it were another girl who had suffered such a big grievance, she might have cried now. However, Wang Xiaoyan could still calmly ask him how he came in. Zhao Ying asked me to bring something for her. Yang Ming explained, she forgot to take the pillows she bought for her parents, so she asked me to help her send them over. Yang Ming pointed to the 2 pillows on the ground. She gave you the key? Wang Xiaoyan nodded. I thought it was a thief. Then, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Although Yang Ming felt that he didn't do anything wrong, after all, he saw the little girl naked. It was still a bit awkward. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and turned back to her room. Lock the door. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. This chick looks to be 16 or 17 years old. She is a high school student, right? Although Yang Ming felt that a delinquent girl like her couldn't be too pure, he was still a bit embarrassed. Counting this time, it should be the 3rd time, right? This chick is really unlucky. She is naked in front of me all day long. Yang Ming didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly left the place. Wang Xiaoyan, who was behind him, quickly put on her clothes. She frowned and stood in front of the window, looking at Yang Ming's back as he left. Yang Ming didn't think so much. He thought that Wang Xiaoyan wasn't shy because she was open-minded. He directly found a post office. According to the address sent by Zhaoing in the text message, he sent the 2 pillows out by express mail. The 2 members of the Wang family's special forces, Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi, were grateful that Yang Ming let them go last time, so they didn't inform Wang Shifan about Yang Ming's skills. This matter was only known by Song Hang, Han Tianba, and Fei Tianqi. Therefore, Wang Shifan didn't know anything about it. In Wang Shifan's study, Wang Shifan and Huang Yukai were discussing Yang Ming's problem. Originally, for Yang Ming, Wang Shifan didn't care much about Yang Ming, but now the appearance of Yang Ming obviously interfered with his plan. Recently, Wang Shifan seemed to want to make arrangements for his funeral because he didn't know if he could escape this disaster. What he was most worried about was his son, Wang Jitao. If Wang Jitao could marry Zhou Jiejia, then his life of safety and wealth could be guaranteed. Therefore, after Yang Ming appeared, Wang Shifan wanted to get rid of this hindrance Yang Ming. Tell me your opinion. Wang Shifan rubbed his temple and said to Huang Yukai. President Wang, I don't think it's a good time to deal with Yang Ming now. Huang Yukai hesitated and said, after all, Jitao just threatened to retaliate against Yang Ming in public. At this time, Yang Ming has a problem. It's hard to guarantee that Jitao won't be linked to it. This is also what I have concerns about, but now time is tight. I really have no other way. Wang Shifan sighed. However, I have a compromise, but this method isn't very glorious. Huang Yukai thought for a moment and came up with a wicked idea in an instant. He wasn't the kind of person who played conspiracy. Wang Shifan also knew this, so he nodded and said, then, you talk about it first. We can talk to Zhou Jiejia first. Huang Yukai smiled. Look for Zhou Jiejia? Are you talking about looking for President Hua? Asked Wang Shifan. Not looking for President Hua, but looking for Zhou Jiejia herself. Huang Yukai smiled evilly. Looking for Zhou Jiejia? Why are we looking for her? Wang Shifan was somewhat inexplicable. Are we going to threaten her? Yes, we are going to threaten her, hee hee. Huang Yukai smiled sinisterly. What? Wang Shifan was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Are you kidding me? Is Zhou Jiejia so easy to threaten? Her mother's identity is President Hua. Is she willing to be threatened by us? President Hua. I don't think President Hua will interfere. Huang Yukai smiled. Because what we are doing is actually what President Hua wants to do. What do you mean? Wang Shifan asked with some confusion. It's very simple. We find Zhou Jiejia and threaten her with Yang Ming to force her to comply. Huang Yukai said slowly, it can be seen that Zhou Jiejia loves the person named Yang Ming very much. We use the safety of the person she loves to force her to be with Jitao. I think Zhou Jiejia should be able to comply. Oh? Wang Shifan looked up in surprise. Your strategy is good. We are targeting Yang Ming, not Zhou Jiejia. I don't think President Hua will have any objection. However, are you sure that Zhou Jiejia will comply? I don't understand the company's management, but when it comes to human nature and playing dirty, I, Huang Yukai, am a master. Huang Yukai nodded. When the time comes, we will do this. Huang Yukai told his plan to Wang Shifan. Good. Very good. You are talented. You are really talented. Wang Shifan couldn't help but admire. You are really the reincarnation of Zhuge Wuhou. President Wang is overpraising me. Huang Yukai nodded with some self-satisfaction. However, there is a problem. Wang Shifan asked with some concern, we can threaten Zhou Jiejia for a while, but we can't threaten her for a lifetime. At that time, if I go in, what should I do if she breaks up with Jitao? Hee hee, President Wang, you are really overthinking. Huang Yukai said indifferently, women are the most fickle. When the time comes, let Jitao hold on tight. What is done is done. How will she have the mind to think about that Yang Ming? CEO Wang should have a deep understanding of this. Back then, Xiaohua, that stubborn girl, was so desperate when you were messing with her at first. Now, she's still not serving you well? Xiaohua was one of Wang Shifan's lovers. She was a small clerk in Wang's enterprise. After Wang Shifan took a fancy to her, he called her to the office and had sex with her. At first, Xiaohua was courting death. She wanted to sue Wang Shifan, but later, after a few times of sex, Xiaohua accepted her fate and finally became obedient. Therefore, Wang Shifan also felt that what Huang Yukai said was very reasonable. Thus, he said, "All right, it's decided then." However, the two of them had a good plan, but they had made a fatal mistake. They had overlooked a very important thing. All of this was based on the premise that Wang Jitao was a normal person. But the current situation was that Wang Jitao couldn't have sex at all. This was all thanks to Chen Afu. In the afternoon, Zhou Jiejie was sent to the downstairs of Wang's Century Xiongfeng group by her mother's driver. Wang Shifan called President Hua and said that he wanted to talk to Zhou Jiejie personally. President Hua naturally couldn't refuse. Last time, because his daughter made a scene at the Western restaurant, it had already embarrassed Wang Shifan. Now, he wanted to find an opportunity to repair their relationship. "Please, Miss Zhou. President Wang is waiting for you upstairs." At the entrance of Wang's group, there was naturally a receptionist who led Zhou Jiejie upstairs. When they came to the door of the chairman's office, the receptionist said, "Miss Zhou, please come in. President Wang is waiting for you inside." Zhou Jiejie nodded. She didn't know what Wang Shifan wanted to do, but she thought that it must have something to do with Wang Jitao. Zhou Jiejie was helpless for a while. She knocked on the door and then entered the office. Unexpectedly, she didn't see Wang Jitao inside. Only Wang Shifan and a man in a wheelchair were there. "Uncle Wang." Out of politeness, Zhou Jiejie still greeted him. "Jiejie, sit down. You don't have to be reserved in front of Uncle." Wang Shifan stood up with a smile and pointed to the sofa on the side. Zhou Jiejie nodded and sat on the sofa. She looked at Wang Shifan quietly, waiting for him to speak. Cough cough. Wang Shifan didn't expect Zhou Jiejie to be able to hold back her anger. He thought, "You are indeed a lady of a noble family. You can't be compared to ordinary people." So, he coughed twice and went into the main topic. "Jiejie, I think you should find a time to set up a date with Jitao as soon as possible." Zhou Jiejie frowned. She thought, it really is because of this matter. But on the surface, she said in a humble manner, "Uncle Wang, I think you should have seen it. I already have someone I like." "Jiejie." Wang Shifan waved his hand and interrupted Zhou Jiejie's words. "Young people, it's okay to be in a relationship for fun, but you can't be serious. Look at the conditions of your family, and then look at the conditions of Yang Ming's family. Are they on the same level? I think you and Jitao are the most suitable." "Uncle Wang, you don't have to say it." Zhou Jiejie shook her head and said, "If it's this matter, then my thoughts are already very obvious. I don't want to say more. However, I think Yang Ming, this young man, is good. If he works hard for a few decades, he may be able to make a name for himself." Suddenly, a gloomy voice came over. Huang Yukai said, "It's just that if there is an accident, it won't make people so happy. Dying at a young age. What do you mean?" Zhou Jiejie was stunned. She looked at Huang Yukai and looked at Wang Shifan again. "Uncle Wang, are you threatening me?" "Threatening? No, you are my future daughter-in-law. How can I threaten you?" Wang Shifan smiled kindly. "It's just that this underling of mine has loved Jitao since he was young. If he sees Jitao fall out of love, I don't know what extreme things he will do." "Sure enough. Uncle Wang, you are so vicious. You dare to do illegal things?" Zhou Jiejie frowned and looked at Wang Shifan with some anger. "Is it illegal? I just said it was an accident." Huang Yukai smiled. "Moreover, in Songjiang City, there is really nothing that I, Huang Yukai, don't dare to do. So what if a few people die? You." When Zhou Jiejie came, although she guessed that Wang Shifan might persuade her to be with Wang Jitao, she didn't expect that they were actually despicable enough to threaten her with Yang Ming's safety. I'm not afraid to tell you that our President Wang's competitors, those who dared to stand up and pick a fight, didn't have a good end. Huang Yukai said gloomily, Miss Zhou, you are a smart person. You have to grasp the gains and losses by yourself. Don't regret it when the time comes. Zhou Jiejie was silent. She was also born in a wealthy family. She knew the insidiousness and viciousness of the rich. Therefore, what Wang Shifan and the disabled next to him said wasn't alarmist talk. It wasn't impossible for them to arrange an accident to get rid of Yang Ming. I heard that Yang Ming's father is a worker, right? His mother is unemployed. Hee, if the son dies and the father is laid off, this family would have to commit mass suicide. Hee. It's a bit interesting. Huang Yukai smiled with a crooked mouth as if he was talking about a very happy thing. After Zhou Jiejie heard it, she was so angry that she trembled. There are actually such shameless people. But Zhou Jiejie had no way. Tell Mom? Mom will definitely not care about these things. Call the police? Before the crime was constituted, Wang Shifan could completely deny everything that had just been said. However, Zhou Jiejie still struggled. Aren't you afraid that I will call the police? Call the police? Sure, the person is dead. If you are willing to call the police, just do as you wish. Huang Yukai said calmly. You. Zhou Jiejie bowed her head helplessly. Yes, she didn't care about other things, but she couldn't not care about Yang Ming. Now, Yang Ming had become Zhou Jiejie's everything. He was the pillar of her life every day. If something happened to Yang Ming, then I don't have to live anymore. Moreover, if something happened to Yang Ming because of her, then Zhou Jiejie would blame herself to death. Looking at Huang Yukai with an evil smile and Wang Shifan with an indifferent expression, Zhou Jiejie had an impulse to die. I am really a sinner. I didn't bring any help to Yang Ming. Instead, I am always creating trouble for him. It used to be like this, and it is even more so now. Zhou Jiejie sighed faintly. Anyway, now the relationship between herself and Yang Ming can no longer be repaired. Yang Ming probably hates me. If I can sacrifice myself in exchange for Yang Ming's safety and happiness, then anything I do is worth it. Isn't there a good saying? If you like someone, you don't have to be with him. As long as he is happy, then it's fine. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiejie also thought it through. If I'm with Wang Jitao, then so be it. As long as they let go of Yang Ming, it's fine. If I agree to be with Wang Jitao, will you let go of Yang Ming? Zhou Jiejie looked up and hesitated. Of course. Wang Shifan was delighted after listening to Zhou Jiejie's words. However, Huang Yukai said in a very gloomy voice, that depends on Miss Zhou's performance. However, there was a hint of insidious ruthlessness in his eyes. Zhou Jiejie was already very wary of Huang Yukai. Now, seeing his insidious look, she was even more vigilant. She said faintly, if you promise not to harm Yang Ming, then I will agree. Deal, Miss Zhou. Huang Yukai grinned. Zhou Jiejie felt that he was extremely hypocritical. Therefore, when she was with Wang Jitao, Zhou Jiejie also wanted to pay attention to Wang Shifan's movements. If they really had a move that was unfavorable to Yang Ming, she would not hesitate to warn Yang Ming. Wang Shifan saw that Wang Jitao compromised, and he was very happy. He stood up happily. Okay, I will inform Jitao. Both of you should get close to each other first and cultivate your relationship. As he said this, he walked out of the office to call Wang Jitao. Why did he have to leave the office? It was because he wanted to hint to his son about some things so that he could quickly turn the raw rice into cooked rice. Wang Shifan didn't expect that it was because of his actions today that accelerated his path to destruction. He originally thought that Zhou Jiejie was just a little girl. What kind of impact could it have? However, he had overlooked one point. Women were sometimes the craziest. Especially for the person they loved, they would do anything. Jitao, let me tell you a piece of good news. Wang Shifan dialed his son's phone in high spirits. Dad, what's the news? Wang Jitao had been listless for the past 2 days. Because of Zhou Jiejie's matter, he was also very upset. He stayed at home all day to play online games. Originally, he said that he would come to the Wang's group for an internship, but he really couldn't bring himself to do it. It couldn't be helped. Wang Shifan just let him be. Good news. Jiejia is in my office now. She has agreed to be your friend. Wang Shifan said with a smile, you quickly pack up and come to my place. Then, both of you can go shopping. Really? Wang Jitao couldn't believe his ears. Dad, are you lying to me? Silly son, why would I lie to you? Wang Shifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Come on. What I said is true. Then I'll be right there. Wang Jitao immediately became energetic. Just now, he was listless in the game and often asked people to PK. Now, he suddenly became lively. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Son, Jiejia is a hot commodity. You have to hurry up. What's done can't be undone. Wang Shifan pretended to inadvertently remind him. Okay, you come quickly. Okay. After a long while, Wang Jitao said the word okay. After listening to his father's last words, Wang Jitao suddenly felt that his chest was like a big stone pressing down on it. He couldn't breathe. Since that scare, his body's hidden illness had not been cured. For this matter, Wang Jitao didn't know how many ancestral palace doctors, old military doctors, retired experts clinics. He also ate a lot of medicine and spent a lot of money, but there was no improvement. So, how could Wang Jitao not be depressed? It seems that I can only hurry up and treat the illness. Wang Jitao reluctantly put on his clothes and started the car to rush to his father's company. The unhappiness in that aspect could only be temporarily left behind. Sure enough, in his father's office, Wang Jitao saw the fairy who made his heart beat faster. Jiejia, you agreed? Wang Jitao couldn't help but ask in surprise. Zhou Jiejia said helplessly. For Yang Ming, she could only endure. Well, you two, go outside and play. Jitao, be good to Jiejia. Wang Shifan got up and said. That's fine, Dad. We will go first. Wang Jitao nodded happily and then said to Zhou Jiejia, Jiejia, let's go. Zhou Jiejia nodded gently and sighed imperceptibly. She went out of the office with Wang Jitao. Jiejia, you are so beautiful today. Wang Jitao saw that Zhou Jiejia had been very silent, so he found a reason to say it. Thank you. Zhou Jiejia knew what she had to do now. That was to maintain a good relationship with Wang Jitao. Otherwise, Wang Shifan would definitely do something. Jiejia, what are you thinking? Why did you suddenly agree? Wang Jitao couldn't ask such a low-level question, but now his whole person was immersed in a state of madness. He was too excited. I figured it out. Zhou Jiejia said, I think the gap between Yang Ming and me is too big. So, it is better to find a boyfriend who has a similar family situation as me. Huh, that's right. Wang Jitao suddenly said, I think so too. What's so good about Yang Ming, that big idiot? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Jiejia bit her lip and then nodded. She forced a smile and said, yeah. Let's go. Get in the car. Let's go shopping. Wang Jitao said as he pulled Zhou Jiejia's hand to let her get in the car. Zhou Jiejia frowned and carefully avoided it. Then, she put on a somewhat shy expression. Jitao, we just got together. Let's cultivate our relationship first. I don't want to be too fast. Okay. It's okay. I can wait. Wang Jitao nodded quickly. In fact, he didn't want to progress too fast with Zhou Jiejia. He had a problem that he couldn't say. He was also afraid that when he and Zhou Jiejia couldn't control themselves, and when it really came to that step, he would be finished. If Zhou Jiejia saw that he couldn't have sex, then she would never be with him again. Therefore, before his illness was cured, Wang Jitao didn't intend to be too close to Zhou Jiejia. Otherwise, it would be too easy to have an accident. It seemed that he had to find a place to treat his illness quickly. However, Wang Jitao's behavior helped Zhou Jiejia. Originally, Zhou Jiejia thought that she had to sacrifice a little and let Wang Jitao take advantage of her. She didn't expect Wang Jitao to just let it go. Although she was a little puzzled why Wang Jitao was so serious, this was good for her, so Zhou Jiejia didn't ask in detail. After shopping with Zhou Jiejia for a while, Zhou Jiejia also faintly dealt with Wang Jitao. Wang Jitao was very happy and bought a lot of things for Zhou Jiejia. Zhou Jiejia didn't want to accept it, but she was afraid that Wang Jitao would be suspicious, so she took it in her hand. After driving Zhou Jiejia away, Wang Jitao went crazy and came to an unlicensed clinic in a small dilapidated building. "Young man, you're here?" An old man with a wrinkled face smiled at Wang Jitao and asked. "Miracle doctor, when do you think my illness will be cured?" Wang Jitao was a little anxious. Desperate times call for desperate measures. After many failed treatments, Wang Jitao listened to other people's recommendations on online forums and came to the clinic of the so-called ancient immortal, Dr. Chen Fengxiong. Miracle doctor was similar to a god, but this Chen Fengxiong said that he had lived for hundreds of years and had boundless immortal power. He was called the immortal doctor. Last time, he gave Wang Jitao a glass of sacred water. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect or something else. After drinking it, Wang Jitao felt that it seemed to have some effect, so he came again. "And, don't worry. Your illness is a problem with the yin and yang in the body. It is the most difficult to treat," Chen Fengxiong said calmly. I know. Wang Jitao hurriedly nodded. "My illness, I've gone to several clinics, but there was no effect. If it was easy to cure, I wouldn't have come to trouble the godly doctor. Young man, you can rest assured. Since you found me, it is fate. I will definitely let you live," Chen Fengxiong said mysteriously. "Thank you, miracle doctor, thank you, miracle doctor." Wang Jitao nodded. "This time I will give you an ultimate heaven origin soul essence. After you take it, there should be an effect," Chen Fengxiong said. "However, this thing belongs to the essence of heaven and earth." "The price?" "Miracle doctor, don't worry. Miracle doctor, don't worry. I have money. I have plenty of money. How much do you want?" Wang Jitao quickly said, "I will buy 5. Do you think you are buying fruit? You want to buy as many as you want?" Chen Fengxiong rolled his eyes and said, "I only have 2 of these ultimate heaven origin soul essences. However, I can only sell 1 to you. As for the rest, I'll leave it for those who need it. Besides, although this is a good thing to strengthen the body, it may not be suitable for your path." "Then I want both," Wang Jitao said in a hurry. "I said that I can only sell you 1. Chen Fengxiong waved his hand and said, "However, seeing that you are so eager to be cured, I will sell you another Hunyuan Thunderbolt pill. After eating this, it can also be very beneficial to your illness. If you take both together, the effect will be better. Maybe your illness will be cured all of a sudden." "Well, then give it to me quickly." Wang Jitao was now eager to cure his illness. When he heard this miracle doctor say that this had the possibility of curing the illness, his eagerness could be imagined. "However, this price is not cheap." Chen Fengxiong shook his head and said, "This thing can't be bought by ordinary people. I think you should forget about it. I will give you a few ordinary medicines. Although the effect is far worse than this, if you take it for a long time, there will be some effect. Money is not a problem." How could Wang Jitao be short of money? "Miracle doctor, just give me the strong medicine. This is 50,000 yuan." Chen Fengxiong knew that Wang Jitao was rich, so he opened his mouth wide. 50,000? Okay, no problem. You give me the medicine. Wang Jitao nodded and said quickly. Chen Fengxiong looked at Wang Jitao and narrowed his eyes. "You don't look like you can take out 50,000 yuan. I am going to get the money now." Wang Jitao said, "You give me the medicine first." Wang Jitao was anxious. The sooner he took it, the sooner he could be cured. "That can't be done. There are rules in the trade. 1 hand for the money, 1 hand for the goods," Chen Fengxiong said with his nostrils. "Well, then you wait for me. Miracle doctor, I am going to get the money now. You must not sell the ultimate heaven origin soul essence and the Hunyuan Thunderbolt pill to others," Wang Jitao said. "Don't worry." Chen Fengxiong nodded. Wang Jitao didn't dare to delay. He went out and drove to the nearest bank. He withdrew 50,000 yuan. Then, he hesitated for a moment and withdrew an additional 30,000 yuan. He quickly rushed back to the godly doctor's clinic. Godly doctor, this is the money for the medicine. I took an extra 30,000. Do you have any other strong medicine? Give me a dose. As long as I can recover my masculine aura as soon as possible, I don't lack money. Wang Jitao respectfully placed the money on Chen Fengxiong's small wooden table. Chen Fengxiong looked at the 8 stacks of $100 bills in front of him, and his heart was excited. In order to earn the remaining 30,000 yuan, Chen Fengxiong's eyes turned, and he thought of an idea. Right, I still have a tire puncture muscle toning pill. It will also strengthen the body after eating it. I will give it to you as well. What? Tire puncture muscle toning pill? Wang Jitao was stunned. Isn't that the poison that the divine dragon sect ate in the deer and the cauldron? Ugh. No, you heard wrong. I am talking about the pregnancy and vitality toning pill. After a woman takes it, it can protect the pregnancy. After a man takes it, it can benefit that aspect. Chen Fengxiong explained. Oh, it turns out to be like this. Wang Jitao suddenly realized. Then you give it to me quickly. You wait. I will get it for you. Chen Fengxiong said as he turned and went to the inner room. In other words, how could Chen Fengxiong have the ultimate heaven origin soul essence and the Han Yuan Thunderbolt pill? Not to mention the pregnancy and vitality toning pill. However, for the 80,000 yuan, Chen Fengxiong had to take something out of it. Opening the closet, Chen Fengxiong caught a glimpse of a few white mothballs. His heart moved. Huh, this thing is quite good. Isn't it the ultimate heaven origin soul essence? Come to think of it, that stupid kid can't see through it. As soon as he reached out, the ultimate heaven origin soul essence was in his hand. Then Chen Fengxiong began to look for the Han Yuan Thunderbolt pill. After looking for a long time, he found something similar. He turned and went to the kitchen. He suddenly found a dark red pill near the underground sewer. He didn't know what it was. He picked it up directly. The Han Yuan Thunderbolt pill was in his hand. The last pregnancy and vitality toning pill was left. Chen Fengxiong really didn't have anything else. After rummaging for a long time, he didn't see anything useful. Suddenly, he thought of the Chinese medicine pills that his wife used to treat epilepsy and insomnia, so he quickly opened the medicine box, took out a pill, spat some saliva, and then kneaded the 2 pills into a ball. He rubbed it into a round shape. After seeing that the size was about right, he was ready to leave the inner room. However, after thinking about it, these 3 things were all divine items. If he took them out like this, it wouldn't be appropriate. So, he turned around and rummaged in the drawer for a long time. He found a few daughter-in-law's broken jewelry boxes and put the pills into them one by one. Then, he left the inner room and came to the outer room. Wang Jitao still sat there respectfully. When he saw Chen Fengxiong come out, he quickly said, "Miracle doctor, did you get the medicine?" I got it. Chen Fengxiong put the 3 boxes on the table inscrutably, and then introduced them one by one. This is the ultimate heaven origin soul essence. You must use that cold water. You must use cold water, otherwise, there will be no effect. Oh, I understand. Wang Jitao nodded and said, what about the others? This Han Yuan Thunderbolt pill, when you listen to this name, it belongs to the fire attribute. This must be served with boiling water. It must be served with boiling water, otherwise, there will be no effect, said Chen Fengxiong. Ah? Wang Jitao was stunned and said with a bitter face, boiling water? Wouldn't that burn me to death? This is indeed a problem. Then you should cool it down before taking it, but the effect should not be as good as boiling water. Chen Fengxiong also realized the bug in his words and quickly changed it. In fact, if you take these 3 divine medicines together, it won't be that bad of an effect. Okay. Wang Jitao didn't know that Chen Fengxiong was talking nonsense, and he really believed it seriously. The last one, what is it called? Chen Fengxiong patted his head and scolded himself for being too old. How can I forget the name of this elixir in a blink of an eye? Miracle doctor, are you asking me? This must be the fertility and enhancement pill, right? Wang Jitao didn't doubt him and said directly. Yes, the fertility and enhancement pill. Chen Fengxiong thought it was a close call. I was afraid that you couldn't tell, so I deliberately tested you. When this fertility and enhancement pill is taken, there is nothing to say, but you must not drink water. Swallow it directly? Wang Jitao looked at the huge black pill, and his face was a little bitter. But for the treatment, he accepted it. He clenched his teeth and said, I got it. Chen Fengxiong took the money and sent Wang Jitao out with a smile. He turned his head and went back into the house, laughing so hard that he was about to roll over. 3 lousy pills and he had cheated them out of 80,000 yuan. He was too great. Wang Jitao, on the other hand, happily took the 3 elixirs and ran back home. Wang Jitao was not a person who was so easily fooled. He was a young man of the new generation who grew up under the education of atheism, but it was related to his lifelong happiness, especially after his illness was not cured for a long time. Wang Jitao could only pin his hopes on these supernatural people. And this Dr. Fairy Dr. Chen was said to be quite immortal. After reading n number of forum posts, Wang Jitao finally believed in this Dr. Chen, so he went to ask for help. How could he know that the replies on the online forums were all paid by Chen Fengxiong? Every day, they would post some of Chen Fengxiong's miracles on some medical forums. Old man, where is the rodent poison I put next to the kitchen drain? Chen Fengxiong's wife came back from the market and asked casually when she was cooking in the kitchen. What is it? I don't know. Chen Fengxiong did not pay attention to what his wife said at all. Instead, he smiled and said, Guess how much money I made today? How would I know how much money you made? 300? Or 500? Chen Fengxiong's wife said angrily, You are always cheating, but I don't see you making a fortune. This time, I don't know how long it will take for you to move again. Sigh. Humph. This time we can go back to our hometown. It's enough to buy a piece of land. Chen Fengxiong grinned and said, I made 80,000 yuan today. What? 80,000? Chen Fengxiong's wife widened her eyes in disbelief, Really? How did you make it? Haha, I met a rich big head. I sold 3 lousy pills for 80,000 yuan. Ha 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 ha. Chen Fengxiong said happily. What kind of pills can be sold for 80,000 yuan? Chen Fengxiong's wife still didn't quite believe it. Hee, your pills for insomnia and epilepsy, I rolled them into one pill, and the mothballs in the closet count as one. The remaining one is purple and I don't know what it is. I picked it up in the kitchen. Chen Fengxiong said proudly, Look, isn't this 80,000 yuan? Chen Fengxiong handed over a plastic bag. But Chen Fengxiong's wife did not reach out to take it. Instead, she looked at Chen Fengxiong in panic, It's over. It's over. Old man, this is going to kill someone. What's going on? What did someone die? Chen Fengxiong asked, baffled. The estrogen pill that you picked up in the kitchen was the rat poison that I put there. If it was eaten by someone, wouldn't he die? Chen Fengxiong's wife said with some fear. Is he okay? Didn't I give him the hormone pill last time and he didn't die? This kid is lucky. Ignore him. Chen Fengxiong said indifferently. You still want to talk about it? That was an estrogen pill. You gave it to him? Wouldn't it be worse if he ate more? Chen Fengxiong's wife glared. You always do such dangerous things. Can't you make a few dough balls in advance? I'm just improvising. Chen Fengxiong smiled. Okay, don't improvise. This time, we probably have to run away again. Let's quickly pack up and leave here. Don't let someone die in a while. Both of us will get involved. Chen Fengxiong's wife said. That's fine. I'll listen to you. It's just a waste of the 300 yuan rent. Chen Fengxiong smacked his mouth and said with some reluctance. You dead old man. 80,000 yuan is already in our hands. Do you still need that little bit? You really don't count the big one, but count the small one. Chen Fengxiong's wife said with some impatience. So, these 2 old guys packed their luggage and left Songjiang in the dark of the night. After Wang Jitao returned home, he carefully put the 3 magical pills on the table. To be honest, Wang Jitao's current actions were very incomprehensible in the eyes of most people with higher education, but the current situation was such a situation. Not to mention Wang Jitao, many scholars who were more knowledgeable than him were also tempted to join the army of pyramid schemes. In fact, sometimes if people were to dig into a dead end, there would be a situation where they would be obsessed. In order to achieve their goals, they would do anything. Especially for people like Wang Jitao who had fallen into a desperate situation and couldn't wait to recover, they were the targets of those scammers. Wang Jitao plugged in his water dispenser and turned on the cooling and heating functions. Although Wang Jitao was possessed, he had not lost his common sense and judgment. Using boiling water to take medicine? That was simply courting death. However, the hot water in the water dispenser was hot enough. When he was taking the medicine, it made Wang Jitao choke. The combination of hot and cold made Wang Jitao's stomach churn. In order to treat his illness, Wang Jitao braced himself and swallowed the last fertility and vitality-enhancing pill. Wang Jitao only felt a burst of nausea. He had a feeling of wanting to vomit, but he gritted his teeth and held it back. These three strong drugs, if taken together, there would definitely be a reaction. Wang Jitao thought so. However, Wang Jitao endured it. He almost became a ninja turtle, but he still couldn't hold it back. Finally, he couldn't resist the reaction. After a moment of dizziness, he fell on his bed and couldn't stop moaning. Wang Shifan was very refreshed today. He had solved his son's lifelong event, so he didn't have anything to worry about. He changed his usual frown. Today, for the first time, he ordered the nanny to buy some fish. He personally cooked, which made Wang Shifan's wife, Su Xiaomei, somewhat inexplicable. "Old man, what's wrong with you today? Did you take stimulants? How many years have you not shown your culinary skills?" Su Xiaomei asked curiously. I'm happy today. I want to cook a few good dishes for my son." Wang Shifan said with a smile, "Do you know? Jitao and Zhou Jiejia are dating." Here, by the way, before Wang Shifan made his fortune, he was a chef in a snack bar. His cooking skills were still good. "Really? Isn't it impossible?" Su Xiaomei was stunned and somewhat surprised. "I was wondering why Jitao was so happy when he came home in the afternoon. You go and ask Jitao to come down for dinner. I made stir-fried kidney for him to nourish his body." Wang Shifan smiled. "You old man, why are you so indecent?" Su Xiaomei smiled. "What are you teaching your son to do all day long?" Hee. Zhou Jiejia, that girl, is 1 in a million. If I don't cook the rice as soon as possible, then I won't be sure." Wang Shifan smirked. "Okay, I'm going to ask my son to come down for dinner," Su Xiaomei said as she went upstairs to call Wang Jitao. Here, Wang Shifan put the dishes on the table. Su Xiaomei came to the door of Wang Jitao's room and knocked on the door. "Son, open the door. Your dad cooked something delicious for you today." After a long while, there was no movement in the room. Su Xiaomei was a bit baffled. She said to herself, "This child, is he asleep?" As she thought about it, she opened the door and walked in. She called, "Jitao, ah." Su Xiaomei screamed because she saw her son, Wang Jitao, lying on the bed at the moment. He kept twitching, and his mouth was like a crab with white bubbles. "Shifan, come up quickly. Jitao is sick." Su Xiaomei shouted as she quickly ran to Wang Jitao's side. She shook her son's body and said, "Jitao, wake up. Don't scare your mother. What happened to you?" However, Wang Jitao didn't respond at all. He kept spitting out white bubbles. His eyes turned white, and his hands and feet kept trembling. When Wang Shifan heard his wife scream, he didn't understand. He quickly put down the plate in his hand and ran upstairs quickly. However, he saw that his wife was holding Wang Jitao and kept calling. When Wang Shifan saw the appearance of his beloved son, he was suddenly scared. Now, all his hopes were pinned on this son. If something happened to his son, how could he live? Wang Shifan was worthy of being an old man who had been in the business world for a long time. After seeing his son's situation, although he was very scared, he didn't panic like his wife. Instead, he immediately regained his calmness. "Hurry to the hospital. As Wang Shifan said this, he picked up Wang Jitao and strode downstairs. Su Xiaomei also quickly followed behind. When they came to the garage, Wang Shifan put his son in the back seat of the car. Then, he quickly started the car and rushed to the people's hospital. Along the way, he didn't care about the red and green lights. He rushed all the way to the hospital. Wang Shifan sent Wang Jitao to the emergency room. After preliminary confirmation, it was food poisoning. As for how he was poisoned, it would be determined after gastric lavage. As a result, Wang Jitao's mouth was filled with tubes. After a lot of tossing and turning, in the middle of the night, there were drips and ventilators. Wang Jitao was finally out of the critical period, but it was hard to say if there were any sequelae. Because now Wang Jitao's brainwaves had not returned to normal, it was an abnormal state. Overnight, Wang Shifan became a lot older. Looking at his son on the bed, he was very puzzled. The test results had come out. There was no food in Wang Jitao's stomach, so it could be determined that Wang Jitao was poisoned by taking drugs. "Doctor, what kind of poison is this?" Wang Shifan took the test results and asked the doctor next to him. Several different drug substances were found in the patient's stomach, but the pathogenic substance is tetramethylene disulfone tetramonia. The doctor pointed to the test results and explained. "What is tetramethylene disulfone tetramonia? How can this kind of thing appear in my son's stomach?" Wang Shifan asked with a frown. Tetramethylene disulfone tetramonia is a scientific name. In fact, it is a drug called tetramine. It is commonly known as no rat life or death by smell. Mild poisoning symptoms include headache, dizziness, fatigue, nausea, vomiting, numbness of the lips, and drunkenness. However, the patient takes a large amount of it. It belongs to severe poisoning. The symptoms of poisoning are sudden fainting and epileptic-like seizures. During seizures, the whole body convulses, foaming at the mouth, urinary incontinence, and loss of consciousness. The doctor explained, "As for how this kind of thing appeared in the patient's stomach, I can't answer it. You have to wait until the patient wakes up, and then you can ask him." "Thank you, doctor. After my son recovers, will there be any sequelae?" Wang Shifan was most concerned about this now. "That's hard to say. The patient hasn't woken up yet. Let's wait until he wakes up." The doctor shook his head and said. "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Wang Shifan sighed. He couldn't understand. How could his son commit suicide by taking drugs? There were no signs of weariness, right? However, now all of this was a mystery. He could only wait until Wang Jitao woke up. However, looking at the current brainwave chart, the patient woke up. That's naturally good. But, you also have to be prepared. If he can't wake up, then... The doctor shook his head. "Doctor, what if he can't wake up?" Wang Shifan asked with some anxiety. "Then he will always lie down. In a serious case, if he can't wake up, then he will be in a vegetative state," said the doctor. "Ah." Su Xiaomei fainted after hearing it. "Xiaomei." When Wang Shifan saw that his wife had fainted, he quickly carried her to the bed. The doctor also came over to pinch her philtrum and give her a massage. Su Xiaomei woke up faintly. Wang Shifan sighed tiredly. "Why have I been walking with a bad memory recently?" The east was getting brighter. Wang Shifan didn't sleep all night. He stared at his son. If something happened to Wang Jitao, then the meaning of his life would be lost. In the morning, Wang Shifan called Zhou Jejia and asked in detail about Wang Jitao's actions yesterday afternoon. As for whether it was Zhou Jejia who drugged him, Wang Shifan didn't doubt it. He was sure that Zhou Jejia didn't have the courage. When he heard Zhou Jejia say that Wang Jitao was normal and very happy, Wang Shifan was even more confused. Could it be that his son was harmed by some evil people? Wang Shifan didn't go to the company today. He stayed by his son's bedside. Su Xiaomei was the same. However, fortunately, near noon, Wang Jitao's brainwaves suddenly began to become active. Wang Shifan was overjoyed. He quickly ran out of the ward to call the doctor. When Wang Shifan and the doctor rushed back to the room, they saw that Wang Jitao had opened his eyes. Wang Shifan suddenly felt that joy came from the sky. He was so happy that he couldn't hold his tongue. Son, are you okay? That's great. Is there any discomfort? Can I trouble your family to go out first? I will do a checkup on the patient. The doctor waved his hand and stopped them. After Wang Shifan and Su Xiaomei heard it, they quickly got up and left the ward. They didn't dare to delay the doctor's diagnosis. After a while, the doctor turned and left the ward. Wang Shifan and his wife quickly greeted him. Doctor, how is my son? The current situation is okay. The patient is basically awake, but I want to remind you that after the patient gets better, his mood may be unstable. It may cause complications such as epilepsy at any time. Moreover, he can't be frightened. Otherwise, it will cause incontinence. The doctor reminded, as for the reason for taking the medicine, it is up to you as a parent to ask. Thank you, doctor. Sorry to trouble you. Wang Shifan breathed a sigh of relief. His son waking up was better than anything else. The other sequelae could only be treated slowly. Well, if you need anything, just look for me. The doctor nodded and left. Son, what's wrong with you? Tell Dad. Is there a bad guy who wants to hurt you? Wang Shifan rushed to the bedside and asked Wang Jitao, who had just woken up. Dad, what's wrong with me? Wang Jitao asked in a haggard voice. Son, you suddenly fainted in the room last night. You were foaming at the mouth and having epilepsy. Wang Shifan said, You didn't know? I felt a little uncomfortable, so I lay on the bed. After that, I don't know anything. Wang Jitao shook his head and said in a daze. You ate rat poison. Wang Shifan took out the test report. Previously, who gave you something to eat? Tell Dad, Dad is going to settle the score with him. What? When Wang Jitao heard that he ate rat poison, his face suddenly changed color. Dad, did you say that I ate rat poison? That's right. Look at this test report. The doctor told me before that this rat poison is called tetramethylene disulfone tetramonia. After eating it, you'll be like this. You're lucky that you didn't become a vegetable. Wang Shifan sighed. F***ck his ancestors. Wang Jitao suddenly stretched out his fist and slammed it to the side of the bed. What's wrong, son? What grievances did you suffer? Tell Dad. Dad will definitely avenge you. Wang Shifan saw that his son suddenly went crazy and quickly asked. Mother ****, yesterday, what kind of ***T fairy doctor actually dared to lie to me? He gave me rat poison and told me that it was the ultimate Tian Yuan soul essence? Wang Jitao shouted angrily. What fairy doctor? Son, what the hell is going on? You tell me in detail. Wang Shifan asked, baffled. Wang Shifan clenched his teeth and suddenly lowered his head dispiritedly. Dad. As he spoke, his tears flowed down. Son, don't cry. What the hell is going on? Don't scare Dad. Wang Shifan saw his son's strange behavior and was immediately stunned. How many years has it been since Wang Jitao shed tears? What happened all of a sudden? Dad, actually, things are like this. Wang Jitao clenched his teeth and told Wang Shifan about his hidden illness. What? You actually went to a fairy doctor? Wang Shifan widened his eyes. Son, why are you so confused? If you're sick, let's go to the big hospital for treatment. If you go to those unlicensed clinics in the corner of the alley, wouldn't that be worse? Dad, I know I'm wrong, but you can't let go of the fairy doctor. Not only did he cheat me of 80,000 yuan, but he also almost killed me. Wang Jitao said with some remorse. I know this, son. You can rest assured. I will find someone to tear down the clinic. As Wang Shifan said this, he took out his mobile phone and called Huang Yukai. Hello, Yukai. I'm Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan said, you go to XX clinic on XX road now. Mobilize our special forces to tear down the clinic and bring back the people inside. Dad, what did you just say? What special forces? Wang Jitao was somewhat inexplicable. Son, when you are discharged from the hospital, I will talk to you about these things. These will all be handed over to you. Wang Shifan didn't avoid anything now. He already had plans to entrust his career to his son. Dad, my illness. If Zhou Jiejie knew that I was like this, would she still be with me? Wang Jitao said with some distress. It's okay. I will take you to see it in a while. This is a big hospital. There must be a way. Wang Shifan comforted him. That's good, that's good. Wang Jitao nodded. Son, your illness is due to shock. There shouldn't be any problem. Don't think so much. If it doesn't work, Dad will take you to a foreign country for treatment. Let's find an expert, said Wang Shifan. Thank you, Dad. You don't blame me? Wang Jitao was referring to the fact that he went out to play and secretly looked for a prostitute. This matter, son, you are also a big child. It is normal to have physiological needs. Just pay attention to it in the future. Wang Shifan sighed. When you are better, don't do this kind of thing. Get along well with Zhou Jiejie. Dad, if I have Zhou Jiejie, how can I look for a prostitute? Isn't that a psychopath? Why would I give up such a good one and look for a bad one? Wang Jitao shook his head. Finally, Wang Jitao's spirit recovered a little. Wang Shifan followed the doctor's instructions and gave him some porridge and pickles. After he ate a bowl, his pale face had some color. In the afternoon, Wang Shifan found an expert in the hospital who specialized in treating Wang Jitao's hidden illness to treat Wang Jitao. In this year, the hospital emphasized on money. Wang Shifan had money, so naturally, he could invite several experts. However, when they consulted with Wang Jitao, the conclusion was not very ideal. Outside the consultation room, a chief physician stood in front of Wang Shifan with a test report. Mr. Wang, I hope you are mentally prepared. What's wrong, doctor? Wang Shifan felt that his voice was trembling. Originally, the patient's condition was not very serious. The trigger was just shock. It belongs to the mental type. With psychological counseling and hints, it can be recovered with a little medical treatment. When the doctor said this, he changed the topic. But, the patient's condition has now transformed into organic lesions. How do you say this? How can it still be transformed? Wang Shifan was anxious. After the patient took a lot of estrogen and some other strong drugs, it caused his organs to have lesions. So, it's not so easy to cure it. The doctor shook his head and said. This? Wang Shifan was immediately dumbfounded. Doctor, is there no other way? I only have one son. Don't let him become disabled. We will try our best, but the final result is hard to say. The doctor sighed. Now, even if it can be cured, the patient's function will return to normal. However, it is still unknown whether it will affect fertility in the future. We can only take one step at a time and treat it slowly. Then, doctor, thank you. You try your best. Also, don't tell my son about this situation. You must tell him that the condition is not serious and can be cured. Wang Shifan sighed. I understand. For the condition, we will naturally tell the patient less serious so that the patient's heart will not resist the treatment. The doctor nodded and said. After Chen Afu was taught a lesson by Yang Ming in Donghai that day, he felt very unlucky. Why do I always meet Yang Ming, this jinx, every time I go out? Chen Afu was dissatisfied, but he couldn't do anything. He definitely couldn't beat Yang Ming in a fight. Scaring Yang Ming wasn't afraid at all. So, Chen Afu was simply helpless. The police couldn't catch me, but Yang Ming actually repeatedly attacked my self-confidence. It's really shameful, shameful. These few days, Chen Afu felt that he was going to fall ill again. In this period of time, the time of each relapse kept shortening. From once every few years to once every few months, now it was once every few weeks. Chen Afu was a little scared. He also knew that if he committed crimes too frequently, the police would definitely catch him. However, he couldn't restrain the perverted desire in his heart. Looking at the innocent people who were scared witless by his ghost face, Chen Afu had a perverted sense of achievement and satisfaction in his heart. Although he knew that it was dangerous to commit crimes now, Chen Afu really couldn't bear it. The flame of desire in his heart was overflowing. Today, Chen Afu pretended to go to see a doctor. He came to the People's Hospital in the morning and registered for a normal number. He looked at the few corns on his feet and then deliberately walked around the hospital. He didn't find any suspicious people. It seemed that the police had already evacuated here. Xianxia gradually put his heart down. In fact, he didn't have to register or see a doctor. It was fine to wander around the hospital a few times, but he had a guilty conscience. He was afraid that if the police really caught him, he wouldn't be able to explain what he was doing here. After confirming that there was no danger, Xianxia left the People's Hospital happily. At night, Xianxia took out his latest ghost slaughterhouse mask. This latest mask cost him a lot of effort. The degree of simulation was 90%. It was scarier than the ghosts in the movies. Xianxia took out a bloody garment from the bottom of the box. In fact, it was a white coat full of red fountain pen water. Xianxia put on this outfit and then put on a down jacket to cover himself. Then, Xianxia disappeared into the night. In the inpatient area of the Songjiang City First People's Hospital, Xianxia was familiar with the place. After a few flashes, he came to the bathroom on the first floor. He squatted in the innermost seat and started to prepare. Wang Jitao was suffering from food poisoning, so the injection that he received today contained ingredients that would help with his excretion. In the middle of the night, Wang Jitao suddenly had a bout of abdominal pain. After informing his father, he rushed to the toilet with a tissue. Originally, it wasn't difficult to arrange a high-end ward for someone as rich as Wang Shifan. However, the hospital was overcrowded these days, so he could only stay in a normal ward without an indoor toilet. "Jitao, do you need me to accompany you?" asked Wang Shifan. "No need. I will go first. I can't hold it in anymore." Wang Jitao rushed out of the ward. He entered the bathroom in a few steps. Wang Jitao found a cubicle and pulled down his pants. Pudong, a loud sound was heard. Wang Jitao was very refreshed. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the cubicle. Wang Jitao was having a good time. He said impatiently, "It's not over yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Dang dang dang. There were 3 knocks on the door. Wang Jitao frowned. "Who is it? Is there a problem? Aren't there so many empty cubicles? Why are you knocking on the door?" Wang Jitao was somewhat inexplicable. When he came in, there seemed to be no one in the toilet. Many of the cubicles' doors were open. How could someone grab a spot with him? "Red steamed bun, green steamed bun. Do you want red steamed bun or green steamed bun?" Suddenly, a creepy voice sounded in Wang Jitao's ear. "What is this? Are you sick?" Wang Jitao was a little scared. "Young man. Do you want red steamed bun or green steamed bun?" The voice continued to ask. F***CK. Wang Jitao was furious. He opened the cubicle door. He thought it was a child who was joking. As he was about to teach a lesson, he suddenly saw something that he didn't know standing in front of him. It was covered in blood. It was holding a green steamed bun in its left hand and a red steamed bun in its right hand. The red steamed bun was still dripping blood. Green steamed bun is made with brain juice. Red steamed bun is made with blood. Young man, which one do you want? The monster suddenly opened its bloody mouth and looked at Wang Jitao ferociously. Aya, mommy. Wang Jitao only felt that his legs were soft. His butt sat in the cesspool. His eyes rolled and he lost consciousness. He. Xianxia smiled contentedly. Only then did he pay attention to the appearance of the person in front of him who was scared unconscious. At first glance, it was fine, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Oh my, isn't this Wang Jitao? My own boss. Xianxia secretly cursed his bad luck. Why am I so unlucky? Why do I scare my boss every time? If Wang Jitao knew that I was pretending to be a ghost to scare him, wouldn't that be terrible? Wouldn't he kill me? Thinking of this, Xianxia didn't have the pleasure just now. He was sweating all over. He was afraid that someone would find him, so he turned and fled the scene quickly. He didn't dare to delay any more. This time, Xianxia was scared out of his wits. After he returned home, he still had a lingering fear in his heart. After he hid his outfit, he didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. He estimated that he had to stop for a period of time. When Wang Jitao woke up again, he was already lying on the hospital bed. Wang Shifan saw that his son didn't come back for a long time, so he was worried and went to the toilet to look for him. However, he didn't expect that Wang Jitao was unconscious in the toilet. He didn't even lift his pants. His butt was full of feces. After quickly cleaning up the filth on his son, Wang Shifan carried him back to the ward and found a doctor. After Wang Jitao woke up, his mouth kept saying things like ghost, red steamed bun, and so on. His eyes were empty. Apparently, he was very frightened. Moreover, unfortunately, Wang Jitao had incontinence. All his eating, drinking, and defecating went to the bed. Wang Shifan was in pain. Does God want to destroy my Wang family? How come misfortunes don't come alone recently? Wang Jitao just got better, but suddenly he was involved in such a thing again. For Wang Jitao's reason for being frightened, it wasn't clear for a while because Wang Jitao had now become neurotic. Except for red steamed bun, green steamed bun, he wouldn't say anything else. Although it wasn't as serious as mental illness, it was obviously a bit abnormal. Wang Shifan found someone to inquire about it and found out that Wang Jitao might have seen a ghost. Songjiang City People's Hospital was haunted. It had become a joke for many veteran patients. As for why there were ghosts in the hospital, there were different opinions. Wang Shifan didn't understand. So, poor Wang Jitao, who just felt that life was full of hope, suddenly fell into the ice cellar again. Regarding Wang Jitao's condition, Wang Shifan didn't tell Zhou Jiejia. It was better to wait for Wang Jitao to be normal before telling her. Black Widow frowned slightly as she held the new mission that her subordinate had just accepted. This Bao Sanli is a celebrity in Songjiang City. Presumably, everyone knows what he does. I'm afraid it's not so easy to touch him, Black Widow said after a moment of hesitation. Bro, leave it to me. Feng Dao stood up. He and He Shu had just recovered from their injuries and wanted to move around. Well, then I'll leave it to you and He Shu. Black Widow nodded. But it is said that Bao Sanli also has many masters. If you can't beat him, don't use force. Understood, Bro. Feng Dao and He Shu replied at the same time. When Huang Yukai rushed to the so-called unlicensed clinic with the Wang family's special forces, it was already empty. He reported it to Wang Shifan, and Wang Shifan was also helpless. Originally, this matter should have been reported to the police, but Wang Shifan was not willing to deal with the police recently, so he could only suffer in silence. Yang Ming was not busy these 2 days, but he wasn't idle either. The Chinese New Year was coming soon. He had to prepare, right? I don't know if Chen Mengyan has figured it out. Xia Shui was affirmed by her comrades for the first time. She was sent to the customs to understand the situation and assist in discussing the smuggling of Mercedes-Benz cars. On the surface, Songjiang City seemed to be calm, but in fact, it had begun to be turbulent. It was going to change. End of Volume 3. For the past few days, Chen Mengyan had been a little depressed. It had been 3 days, and Yang Ming hadn't even called her, let alone come to her door to apologize. While she was annoyed with Yang Ming, Chen Mengyan also began to secretly reflect. Could it be that I really misunderstood Yang Ming? The association recalled the scene that day. Yang Ming frowned at Zhou Jiejia from the beginning to the end. From this point of view, Yang Ming should hate Zhou Jiejia. But what did Zhou Jiejia mean by kissing a few times and in the hotel? Chen Mengyan didn't think that she was such a petty person. She couldn't tolerate her boyfriend cheating. She even acquiesced to Lan Ling. Why would she be afraid of something worse? She was just annoyed with Yang Ming. He hid something from her. Even if something happened between him and Zhou Jiejia unintentionally, he should tell his girlfriend. Hide, hide, hide. The more he hid, the more Chen Mengyan felt that Yang Ming didn't value her at all. In the beginning, Chen Mengyan, who couldn't tolerate any other woman in her heart, had subtly changed some subtle thinking. Now, she could take the initiative to reflect on her own mistakes. Perhaps it was Zhou Jiejia who said it? Chen Mengyan frowned. Although Zhou Jiejia seemed to show her true feelings that day, the person standing next to her was Wang Jitao. Chen Mengyan didn't trust him at all. Chen Mingyan didn't believe anything he said now because in Chen Mingyan's heart, Wang Jitao had been defined as a big liar. A big liar who sowed discord. In the beginning, wasn't it because of this guy that she had a conflict with Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan sighed faintly and returned to the room. She turned on the computer and prepared to go online to find an opportunity to ease the relationship with Yang Ming. If she took the initiative to call Yang Ming and get close to him, Chen Mingyan would still be embarrassed. Chen Mingyan turned on the computer and connected to the internet. Then, she logged into her QQ. A crisp message sound came. Chen Mingyan received a message on QQ. Chen Mingyan opened it, but it was a message from a stranger. Chen Mingyan? The message was just 4 words. Chen Mingyan was puzzled. Could it be a familiar friend? Chen Mingyan simply clicked on the QQ information. She found out that it was sent by a person with the nickname Charming Baby. You are? Chen Mingyan returned a message. I'm Zhou Jejia. Charming Baby quickly replied. Ah? Chen Mingyan was shocked. Why is it Zhou Jejia? So, she subconsciously replied, how do you know my QQ number? Oh, this is the case. Didn't everyone fill in a personal details form when school started? Your QQ number is on it. Zhou Jejia explained. She couldn't say that she cracked Yang Ming's QQ password and found her from it, right? Chen Mingyan actually didn't fill in her QQ number, but she couldn't remember it clearly. After listening to Zhou Jejia, she really thought it was the case. Oh, what's the matter? Chen Mingyan didn't have a good impression of Zhou Jejia, but she took the initiative to chat with her. If she didn't reply, wouldn't it seem that she was weak? Mingyan, can you come out and talk? I have something to tell you. Zhou Jejia's message said. Chen Mingyan looked at Zhou Jejia's message and suddenly frowned. Zhou Jejia is looking for me at this time. What will she say? Chen Mingyan replied with some doubts, what's the matter? Can't you say it in QQ? There are some things that I want to say in person, including my relationship with Yang Ming. Don't you want to know? Zhou Jejia used her trump card. She knew that Chen Mingyan definitely couldn't refuse this time. Sure enough, Chen Mingyan's breathing became rapid. Yes, if Zhou Jejia looked for her to talk about other things, then Chen Mingyan wouldn't care at all. But now, she was talking about her relationship with Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan couldn't not care. After hesitating, Chen Mingyan immediately had a plan in her heart. Where are we going? Let's go to Purple Mood. Zhou Jejia glanced at Chen Mingyan's IP address and said a coffee shop close to her home. Okay, then I'm going now. Chen Mingyan glanced at the location that Zhou Jejia said. It wasn't far from her home. She thought it was a coincidence and didn't think much about it. Okay, see you later. Zhou Jejia said. 20 minutes later, Chen Mingyan saw Zhou Jejia in the Purple Mood coffee shop. Zhou Jejia was sitting in a booth by the window. She was quietly holding a cup of coffee in her hand. She had an indescribable elegant temperament. Even Chen Mingyan, who was hostile to her, couldn't help but be attracted by Zhou Jejia's quiet temperament at the moment. This was a girl who was born beautiful and didn't lose to her. Chen Mingyan secretly compared Zhou Jejia with herself. Zhou Jejia's body was more quiet and dignified than her, but she was more youthful and more in line with the character of a girl of this age. However, even so, Zhou Jejia was not inferior to her. Chen Mingyan had no sense of superiority in front of her. It was precisely because of this that Chen Mingyan was so annoyed. Zhou Jejia had been so quiet. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes she smiled. No one knew what she was thinking. Jejia. Chen Mingyan called softly. Even she couldn't bear to disturb this peace. Mingyan? Zhou Jejia looked up and saw Chen Mingyan. Then she smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Please sit down. You don't have to be so polite. She didn't know why, but Chen Mingyan, who was very hostile to Zhou Jejia, didn't have so much resentment at the moment. What do you want to drink? It's my treat. You don't have to be polite, hee. Zhou Jejia reached out and beckoned the waiter. Jejia, why do you look so haggard? After sitting down, Chen Mingyan carefully looked at Zhou Jejia. Her originally rosy face was now a little pale, and her eyes were slightly dark. It's nothing. Zhou Jieji smiled bitterly. In the past few days, she didn't sleep well. In the past few years, thinking about Yang Ming every day had become a habit. Suddenly, her life had no goal, which made Zhou Jieji uneasy. The waiter came over, and Chen Mingyan casually ordered a cup of orange juice. After the waiter left, Chen Mingyan hesitated and said, "Jieji, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm now Wang Jitao's girlfriend." Zhou Jieji took a sip of the coffee in her hand and then said slowly. The reason why she said this was to let Chen Mingyan eat a reassurance pill and not have any hostility to her. Otherwise, whatever she said next, Chen Mingyan would think that it was fake. What? Chen Mingyan was shocked and looked at Zhou Jieji incredulously. Don't you hate Wang Jitao? These things can't be explained in a few words. If you want to know, I will tell you slowly. Zhou Jieji sighed faintly. Now, let's talk about Yang Ming first. Okay. Jieji, what you said that day, is it true? Chen Mingyan hesitated and asked the doubts in her heart. If what Zhou Jieji said that day was true, then the person she liked was Yang Ming. How could she become Wang Jitao's girlfriend? Yes. Zhou Jieji nodded gently, and then said with a worried look, "Mingyan, you want to hear the story of Yang Ming and me?" Chen Mingyan's heart skipped a beat, but she still nodded and calmed her emotions. "Jieji, you say it. I am listening." "Ai." Zhou Jieji sighed. "He and I are Yang Ming, junior high school classmates. I don't know when it started, but I liked Yang Ming. I paid attention to his every move every day. When I saw him, I had a feeling of peace and happiness. At that time, I didn't want to have anything with Yang Ming. You also know that the relationships in that era were relatively young, especially in the key high schools. Due to the general trend, the phenomenon of early love between male and female students was very rare. However, one day, the situation changed. Yang Ming suddenly became close to a little girl. Are you talking about Suya? Chen Mingyan interjected. It's her. She is also the victim between Yang Ming and me. Zhou Jieji said helplessly. Chen Mingyan nodded slowly. She had heard about the grudges between Zhou Jieji, Yang Ming, and Suya from Yang Ming. Although it wasn't particularly detailed, she had a general understanding of it. The relationship between Yang Ming and Suya was getting closer and closer. It was like childhood sweethearts. Zhou Jieji continued, my mood at that time was so painful that I was about to die. It was like a childhood where a beloved toy was taken by someone else. Although this analogy isn't very appropriate, Yang Ming is much more important than a toy. But that feeling, you should understand. Chen Mingyan nodded silently. That's right. But when she bumped into Yang Ming and Lan Ling together, how could she not have the same feeling? At that time, maybe I was too impulsive, so I was hot-headed. I told the homeroom teacher, Wu Qiren, about Yang Ming and Suya. As a result, Yang Ming and Suya were both called to the office. Both parents were also invited. Suya was forced to transfer schools, and Yang Ming fell because of it. Zhou Jieji said very painfully, it's all my fault. I didn't think about the consequences at that time. I thought that if the teacher separated Yang Ming and Suya, I could. Chen Mingyan looked at Zhou Jieji's aggrieved, self-blaming, and bewildered expression in front of her. She couldn't help but sympathize with her. This is an infatuated and silly girl. Until I went to university and met Yang Ming again. My feelings for him have never changed. Zhou Jieji said until here, and her tone was very firm. You really still like him? Chen Mingyan felt that it was a bit unbelievable. A person could be so loyal to one person. Zhou Jieji nodded affirmatively. I feel that Yang Ming is my everything. Even if I can't be with him, it still won't change my love for him. Then, you said that you kissed Yang Ming a few times, and in the hotel, is that true? Chen Mingyan still asked the question in her heart. If she couldn't figure it out, it would always be a nod in her heart. It's true, but the kiss was just like that time in the cinema. It was unintentional. Zhou Jieji shook her head. I know that Yang Ming doesn't like me at all. In the hotel, it was also my wishful thinking. He didn't do anything to me at all. After listening to Zhou Jiejia's words, Chen Mingyan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I really misunderstood Yang Ming. Moreover, Chen Mingyan now sympathized with Zhou Jiejia from the bottom of her heart. The same story, in Yang Ming's mouth, Zhou Jiejia was a hateful image of a grumpy and a tattletale. But in Zhou Jiejia's mouth, it was a lovely and beautiful love legend. Chen Mingyan didn't know how to comfort Zhou Jiejia for a while. What should I say? Bless her to have a lover? What should I do? If she has a lover, where should I go? Chen Mingyan was very conflicted. Her lips moved a few times, but she couldn't find any suitable words. Then, how did you and Wang Jitao? Chen Mingyan finally thought of a topic. This was also where she had doubts. This is also the reason why I came to you. Zhou Jiejia nodded very solemnly. Ah? Chen Mingyan was somewhat puzzled. You came to me. What can you do? Is your father a policeman? And the captain of the criminal investigation team? Zhou Jiejia said bluntly. How did you know? Chen Mingyan was a bit puzzled, but then she remembered what Zhou Jiejia said before. You also saw it on the personal family resume at the beginning of the school, right? Zhou Jiejia nodded. She did see this from the school's database. She liked Yang Ming, so naturally, she was more concerned about the women around Yang Ming. So, she knew Chen Mingyan's family situation clearly. Can you arrange for me to meet Uncle Chen? I have something very important to say to him. You want to see my father? Chen Mingyan was even more puzzled. What does it have to do with my father? It's very important, but everything is for the good of Yang Ming. Can you help me? Zhou Jiejia said seriously. Could it be that Wang Jitao wants to harm Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan, who was smart, suddenly thought of the key to the matter. Zhou Jiejia said that everything was for Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan faintly felt that something was wrong. Then, she linked it to her current actions and practices. Chen Mingyan naturally suspected Wang Jitao. Wang Jitao had harmed Yang Ming more than once or twice. Now, Zhou Jiejia inexplicably became Wang Jitao's girlfriend. There must be a reason. This reason was likely that Zhou Jiejia knew something and deliberately stayed by Wang Jitao's side. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan suddenly felt that Zhou Jiejia was so great. A woman could do this for her lover. It was simply rare in the world. There was a good saying. Husband and wife were birds in the same forest, but they flew away separately when disaster befell them. Although Chen Mingyan thought that she would also go through water and tread on fire for Yang Ming, the situation was different from Zhou Jiejia. I am Yang Ming's girlfriend, but Zhou Jiejia is nothing. She is just secretly in love with Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejia smiled bitterly. Mingyan, can I? You and Wang Jitao are together because... Chen Mingyan didn't answer Zhou Jiejia's words. Instead, she looked at the girl in front of her in a trance. This girl was willing to sacrifice herself for her lover. Everyone has their own view of love. Zhou Jiejia smiled sadly. The way to love a person is also different. Jiejia, you. Chen Mingyan had an urge to cry. You have been wronged. Okay, don't say so much. Zhou Jiejia smiled. The things I just said. You can rest assured. You are doing it for Yang Ming. How can I stop you? Chen Mingyan nodded. You go back with me later. My dad will come back after work in the evening. Okay. Zhou Jiejia nodded. Now, can you tell me the story of you and Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan had no hostility toward Zhou Jiejia. She only sympathized with her current situation. Therefore, Chen Mingyan nodded without hesitation and told her story to the girl who was very persistent in love. Yang Ming and I. The story is very old-fashioned. Chen Mingyan slowly told her story to Zhou Jiejia. The story didn't have the soul-stirring separation of life and death, but there was sweetness in the plainness. Zhou Jiejia couldn't help but be infatuated as she listened. She looked at Chen Mingyan with fascination. She hoped that the heroine in the story was herself, but that could only appear in dreams. Jiejia. Chen Mingyan finished talking for a long time. She found that Zhou Jie was still looking at her with infatuation. Her eyes flashed with tears. Ah. Zhou Jie was called by Chen Mingyan. She was suddenly embarrassed. I'm sorry, Mingyan. I was too engrossed. It's okay. Chen Mingyan saw Zhou Jie's appearance and shook her head with some heartbreak. If possible, would I let her be with Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan herself didn't know. She had no hostility to Zhou Jie now. Even more than Lan Ling. I can accept Lan Ling. Why can't I accept this poor girl in front of me? What am I thinking? Chen Mingyan was shocked by her sudden thoughts. She shook her head with some self-deprecation. Damn it. Wang Shifan slammed the teacup in his hand on the ground. It's all because of that Yang Ming. Otherwise, Jitao wouldn't become like this. Yu Kai, I can't stand it anymore. You take people to get rid of Yang Ming. During this time, after experiencing his son turning from a normal person to a psychopath, Wang Shifan had become a little crazy. Not only was his temper irritable, but he was often very impulsive. President Wang, please calm down. Huang Yukai hesitated and said, if we touch Yang Ming now, Zhou Jie will lose her restraint. Can she still be with Jitao? Jitao is like this now. Can Zhou Jie still want him? Asked Wang Shifan. Don't want him? Humph, as long as we keep threatening her with Yang Ming, will she dare to disobey? To put it bluntly, even if Jitao is like this for a lifetime, she has to be a widow for a lifetime. Huang Yukai smiled. That makes sense. Wang Shifan calmed down. Then let's keep him first. But you have to often use this to scare Zhou Jie so that she won't have any disloyalty. Don't worry, President Wang. I'm the best at this. Huang Yukai nodded. Is there anyone investigating Su Daji's case? Wang Shifan calmed down and asked. The police thought that this person ran away, but they didn't suspect that he was killed, said Huang Yukai. Be careful these days. Have we stopped all the business over there? Asked Wang Shifan. It has been stopped for a long time. We don't dare to ship the inventory of electronic components. Huang Yukai nodded. Let's talk about it slowly. Wang Shifan sighed. Now is the most critical moment for the Wang family. Yukai, it's rare for you to stay here and give me advice. President Wang, you are very kind to me. I was forced into a corner by the people in the underworld. It was also you who helped me settle the matter with money. After that, you were so good to me. I had a share in every business. Huang Yukai said emotionally, I can't repay your kindness in my life. My parents and younger siblings in my hometown have long lived a rich life. I, Huang Yukai, have nothing to worry about. I will sell my life to you, President Wang. Good. Good. Wang Shifan stood up and patted Huang Youcai's shoulder. I didn't misjudge you. In the future, Jitao will be handed over to you. Your wisdom is enough to assist him. President Wang, rest assured. Huang Yukai nodded. In the evening, at Chen Mingyan's house, Zhou Jie saw Chen Fei. Dad, this is my classmate, Zhou Jie. She is looking for you for something. Chen Mingyan introduced her to her father. Oh? Chen Fei was stunned. Hello, Zhou Jie. What are you looking for me for? Uncle Chen, hello. Zhou Jie said politely, can we talk alone? Alone? Chen Fei's look was a bit strange. He looked at his daughter and saw Chen Mingyan nodding to him. Chen Fei agreed. Well, let's go to the study. However, Chen Fei's heart was still very puzzled. He didn't know why Chen Mingyan's classmate was looking for him. When they came to the study, Chen Fei let Zhou Jie sit on the sofa. Then, he sat on the boss's chair and said politely, Zhou Jie, what is it? Can you say it? Don't worry. There is no monitoring equipment in this room. Hee, I didn't mean that, but this matter is very important, Zhou Jie hesitated. And I'm not sure if it will cause any consequences. Oh? Chen faces his brows. What is it? Could it be that you're looking for me because of work? Chen Fei's keen professional intuition immediately sensed something unusual. It's half public and half private. Zhou Jieji nodded. Alright, let's hear it, Chen Fei said seriously. After all, because of the relationship with his daughter, Chen Fei was still very kind to Zhou Jieji. Uncle Chen, this matter is related to Yang Ming. Zhou Jieji hesitated and said, to tell you the truth, I also like Yang Ming. It. Oh? Chen Fei was stunned. You want to talk about this? No, Uncle Chen, you misunderstood. I'm not here to demonstrate or anything. I'm now Wang Jitao's girlfriend. Zhou Jieji said with a smile. Wang Jitao? Chen Fei naturally wasn't unfamiliar with this name, but he was more and more confused. Yes, the reason why I am now Wang Jitao's girlfriend is because I was threatened by Wang Jitao's father, Wang Shifan. Zhou Jieji told Chen Fei about her matter. You mean, Wang Shifan will be unfavorable to Yang Ming? Chen Fei frowned. Wang Shifan and Huang Yukai had been the focus of his attention during this time. Of course, this was another case. It had nothing to do with what Zhou Jieji said. I think so. Although I have now agreed to his request and become Wang Jitao's girlfriend, I am afraid that they will still make a move on Yang Ming. Zhou Jieji nodded. So I want to ask Uncle to help protect Yang Ming. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Why are you looking for me? Chen Fei suddenly asked, how do you know that I will promise you? Because Chen Mengyan is Yang Ming's girlfriend. Zhou Jieji smiled. Chen Fei looked at the girl in front of him who was the same age as his daughter, but he was filled with emotion. The mind of this girl named Zhou Jieji was much more meticulous than his daughter. And what she was doing now also shocked Chen Fei. He admitted that Yang Ming was one of the few outstanding young people he had seen. However, it was hard for Chen Fei to imagine that Zhou Jieji could make such a big sacrifice. Before the association, the girl named Lin Jiyun suddenly changed her statement. Chen Fei even suspected that Yang Ming had some kind of charisma or domineering aura. Okay, I promise you. Chen Fei nodded. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Although Zhou Jieji knew that Chen Fei wouldn't refuse, she was relieved when she heard his affirmative answer. Then, I won't bother you. I will leave first. I will trouble Uncle Chen. Wait. Chen Fei suddenly stopped Zhou Jieji. Uncle Chen, is there anything else? Zhou Jieji saw Chen Fei frowning. She knew that he had something to say to her, but he was hesitating. So, she said, Uncle Chen, you can rest assured. No one knows what I just said to you. Zhou Jieji, can you do me a favor? Chen Fei hesitated for a long time and finally said. Half an hour later, Zhou Jieji and Chen Fei walked out of the study together. The two people had reached a mysterious agreement. However, what made Zhou Jieji feel strange was that Wang Shui didn't object to her being with Wang Jitao. Instead, she was very supportive. Jieji, you and Yang Ming can't have a result at all. It's better to be with Wang Jitao. Wang Shui said on the phone. But, I don't like Wang Jitao. Zhou Jieji was stunned. She didn't expect Wang Shui, who had always supported her, to change her mind. Anyway, I think Wang Jitao is very good. Wang Shui said, if it weren't for me. If I didn't have Tian Donghua, I would be tempted by him. Forget it. I really admire you. Zhou Jieji naturally wouldn't tell Wang Shui too many other secrets. She just said that she was under pressure from her mother and so on. After Yang Ming's instructions, the partner of the Ming Yang Company's Entertainment City Cooperation Project was finally finalized. There was no doubt that this person was Yang Dashan. After Yang Dashan learned the news, he was very excited. He did not hesitate to use a lot of the company's working capital, mortgage the real estate company, and a large sum of money from the bank to invest crazily in the Entertainment City project. The location of the Entertainment City was a bath center located in the development zone. The bath center was originally a state-owned enterprise's property. Later, because of poor management, it was completely sold out. Yang Dashan just happened to fancy this location and felt that the price was right, so he took over from the company. The original layout of this bath center was very good. It didn't need to be renovated. It could be opened for business as long as it was renovated. In order to catch up with the entertainment consumption boom of the Chinese New Year, Yang Dashan hired a renovation team at a high price. It must be completed before the Chinese New Year. Things were easier with money. Those renovation workers who were going to go home for the Chinese New Year finally stayed to work hard for Yang Dashan under the temptation of twice the usual salary. Of course, all of this came from Yang Dashan's nephew, Yang Ming, so he didn't forget to call Yang Ming to thank him. Yang Ming smiled faintly. He just reminded him to be conservative in his management and not be too extravagant. If it really couldn't be done, he should quickly let go. Although Yang Dashan was grateful to Yang Ming for pulling strings for him, he disagreed with Yang Ming's words. He thought, how did Yang Ming start to be like my second brother and become so restrained? After a few perfunctory words, he hung up the phone. Yang Ming naturally hurt his absent-mindedness. He was helpless, but there was no way. He could only let him resign himself to fate. Fortunately, if his uncle really lost money, the money he lost was nothing to him. Bao Sanli wouldn't embarrass his uncle because of his relationship with him. Anyway, Yang Ming had done his best. As for the consequences, it was not something he could interfere with. Managing this thing wasn't something that anyone could do. Especially in the entertainment industry, some people would make money, but some people would lose money. Moreover, to do this industry, one must have a strong background. He didn't have to worry too much about this. With Bao Sanli, the big brother of Song Jiang, there should be no problem. But the rest was the means of management. But what Yang Dashan lacked was exactly this. It was just that he was now hot-headed and didn't realize it. In the evening, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan went to the banquet under the invitation of Yang Dashan. Both the host and the guest drank to their heart's content. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan came to the parking lot in front of the hotel under the escort of several trusted bodyguards. Suddenly, two figures came from different directions and went straight to Bao Sanli. "Brother Bao, be careful." Ho Zhenhan was worthy of being a retired Special Forces soldier. His ability to adapt was very quick. After discovering the situation, he quickly pulled Bao Sanli to the side to hide. Although Ho Zhenhan's reaction was fast enough, the reaction of the two figures was faster. They changed their direction and attacked in the direction where Ho Zhenhan was hiding. However, it was also because of Ho Zhenhan's reminder that several bodyguards around were alert. They noticed the scene in front of them and greeted the two black figures. The few underlings who were responsible for protecting Bao Sanli were all 1 in 100. Moreover, they were also personally trained by Ho Zhenhan. Their martial arts weren't weak. But in front of the two figures, they were a bit overwhelmed. The two figures didn't spend much effort at all. They quickly put down the underlings on the ground. Bao Sanli also had a fighting background. Although he wasn't as skilled as Ho Zhenhan, he also had a fierce strength. At this time, he also reacted and fought the two figures with Ho Zhenhan. Shua. Bao Sanli didn't feel anything, but he was stabbed. Ho Zhenhan, who was next to him, quickly went to help, but he didn't expect that the speed of the person was too fast. Ho Zhenhan blocked with his hand, and suddenly there was a 7 or 8 inch long bloody wound on his arm. At this moment, Ho Zhenhan also felt that the person wasn't simple. This wasn't a normal fight at all. It was simply to take their lives. The moves were extremely ruthless. This was the first time Ho Zhenhan felt pressure. I am not the opponent of the person. If I can't win, I will be asking for trouble. So, Ho Zhenhan now had the intention to retreat. He was ready to wait for the opportunity to escape with Bao Sanli. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz drove over quickly. Yang Dashan stuck his head out of the window and shouted, "Brother Bao, Brother Ho, get in the car." Ho Zhenhan saw the opportunity and winked at Bao Sanli. The two quickly opened the door and got in the car. Although the two figures were closing in step by step, they were still not as fast as the car. "Who?" Ho Zhenhan took a deep breath and looked at Bao Sanli, who was covered in blood, and asked, "How is it?" "I'm fine. I won't die." Bao Sanli covered his abdomen and said with sweat all over his head, "Old Yang, go to the hospital. Hurry up." After that, Bao Sanli ordered Yang Dashan. "I know. We are already on the way to the hospital." Yang Dashan said quickly. "No, you can't go to the hospital." Ho Zhenhan quickly stopped him after listening. Go back to the nightless club. What? Yang Dashan was stunned. He didn't understand. Although Bao Sanli was a rough person, after listening to Ho Zhenhan's hint, he immediately understood what he meant. He nodded and said, "You are still thoughtful. They may still go to the hospital." That's right. The identity of these two people is unknown. I don't know what they are going to do. Going to the hospital at this time is tantamount to suicide. Ho Zhenhan said. Yang Dashan listened to Ho Zhenhan's analysis. He was also scared into a cold sweat. Yes, if we go to the hospital now, isn't that giving the enemy a chance? After sending Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli to the nightless club, Ho Zhenhan asked Yang Dashan to go back first. This matter had nothing to do with him. Yang Dashan didn't want to involve him. In the nightless club, there were naturally doctors who were responsible for treating injuries. This was in every gang. Many underlings couldn't go to a regular hospital after being injured. After several doctors checked Bao Sanli, there was no major problem. It just pierced the abdominal cavity and didn't hurt the organs, so there was no danger to his life. Ho Zhenhan breathed a sigh of relief. In the current gang, although he also had a lot of weight, it really couldn't do without Bao Sanli. Out of Bao Sanli's room, Ho Zhenhan called Yang Ming and reported the situation just now. What did you say? Even you aren't a match for him? Yang Ming asked in shock. The opponent was too fast, and his moves were extremely ruthless. I had no chance to attack at all. I was forced to defend. Ho Zhenhan said with some shame. Assassin. These two words suddenly appeared in Yang Ming's mind. What did the person look like? Did you remember? I probably remembered. As Ho Zhenhan said, he roughly described the figure and appearance of the two people. What? Yang Ming was stunned. He couldn't help but fall into contemplation. It's them. Yang Ming couldn't be more familiar with them. These two people were actually the people who found trouble with him last time. Last time, after Yang Ming injured the two of them, they never found trouble with him again. Yang Ming didn't expect them to appear again now. They just went to find trouble with Bao Sanli. What's wrong, brother Yang? Ho Zhenhan asked, baffled. Nothing. Were these two people sent by Guo Jinbiao? Yang Ming asked with some doubt. I'm not sure, but there is this possibility. Ho Zhenhan nodded and said. Well, you don't have to worry about this. I will secretly investigate. You guys should be careful. Yang Ming said. I'm sorry, brother Yang. I have troubled you, said Ho Zhenhan. It's fine. It's not your fault. If I guess correctly, these two people are assassins hired by Guo Jinbiao. Yang Ming said slowly, you are not their opponent. This is normal. What? Assassins? Ho Zhenhan was stunned after listening. Those two people are assassins? I just guessed that there is this possibility. Yang Ming said with a smile, do you think that Guo Jinbiao's men have such skills? If there is, then would he be the boss of a small county? Brother Yang, what you said makes sense. Ho Zhenhan also thought so after listening. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming fell into contemplation. Although I told Ho Zhenhan not to worry about this matter anymore and that I will deal with it, how do I deal with it? Yang Ming was confident that his kung fu was not the same as when he fought the enemy. It was not at the same level at all. Now, I can completely subdue those two guys. But I can subdue them on one hand. The key question is, how can I find those two people? If they don't come to me, where can I find them? This was the problem that Yang Ming was most concerned about. If they never come to find trouble with me again, then looking for them is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. The hope is slim. I am in the light, and the other party is in the dark. This feeling made Yang Ming feel very bad. Now, the only way is to start from other aspects. Since Guo Jinbiao can hire these two people, it means that these two people belong to the kind of people who work for money. They must have a way to contact the outside world. In other words, these two people may belong to a certain mercenary organization. Now, Yang Ming could only start from this direction. He hadn't thought about whether to go to Jiduan City personally to deal with Guo Jinbiao. Chen Mingyan, who knew the truth from Zhou Jiejia, didn't have any grudges against Yang Ming because this time, she really wronged Yang Ming. Therefore, Chen Mengyan took the initiative to show weakness. She called Yang Ming's home. As for why she didn't call the mobile phone, it was very simple. Chen Mengyan was a girl. Although she showed weakness, she still couldn't put down her face. Calling Yang Ming's home was much easier to explain. It could be said that the phone call was to Yang Ming's mother, and she was looking for Yang Ming. "Hello, Auntie, I am Chen Mengyan." Chen Mengyan heard the voice of Yang Ming's mother who answered the phone. "Oh? Mengyan, hello." Mother Yang said very enthusiastically, "Are you looking for Yang Ming? Should I call him for you?" "Not now." Chen Mengyan said quickly with a red face, "Tomorrow is Chinese New Year's Eve. I wish Auntie a Happy New Year in advance." This was the excuse that Chen Mengyan thought before. It was perfectly justified to call Yang Ming's mother to wish her a Happy New Year. Hee, this child is really considerate. "Okay, Auntie thanks you." Mother Yang said happily, "You should also wish your parents a Happy New Year for me." I will." Chen Mengyan said, "Are you and Uncle Yang very good?" "Very good, very good." "Right, Mengyan, you have to come to Auntie's house for Chinese New Year's Eve." Mother Yang said happily. Chinese New Year's Eve." Chen Mengyan's face suddenly blushed. Although it was natural to go to her mother-in-law's house for Chinese New Year, wasn't it a bit too early for her relationship with Yang Ming? So she said hesitantly, "Is this okay?" According to the traditional customs of China, the young couple should go to the man's house to keep vigil on Chinese New Year's Eve and have a reunion dinner with the man's family. However, with the increase of single-child families, facing 4 old people, who should they go to on Chinese New Year's Eve became one of the biggest headaches for the young couple. In the early 1980s, with the vigorous implementation of family planning, the original prenatal and prenatal education became a family with only a little emperor and a little princess. As this batch of post-80s and post-90s gradually grew up, when they reached the age of marriage and children, problems arose. The original situation was that the woman went to the man's house to celebrate Chinese New Year. It was fine because there was more than one child in the family. If the daughter left, there was still a son. But now it was different. If the daughter left, then there was no son. Therefore, Mother Yang was also very worried about this problem. The Chen family only had one daughter. If she was not at home during Chinese New Year, how bad would it be? Then, I will ask later. Although Chen Mengyan also felt that it was inappropriate for her to leave her parents and go to Yang Ming's house for Chinese New Year, from another point of view, this was also a good thing. At least it proved her position in the Yang family. It also proved that she was recognized by Yang Ming's parents. Therefore, Chen Mengyan still wanted to go. "Well, I won't talk to you anymore. I will call Big Ming for you," Mother Yang said with a smile and decided to leave the space to the 2 children. "Okay," Chen Mengyan said with some shyness. "Big Ming, come and answer the phone." Mother Yang shouted at Yang Ming's room. "Looking for me?" Yang Ming came out of the room. "Mom, who called?" "Mengyan. I told her to come to our house on Chinese New Year's Eve. You should discuss with her and see what to do. I am afraid that her parents won't agree," Mother Yang said. "Mengyan?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Chen Mengyan actually took the initiative to call him? If she didn't call, he would have called her. After all, it had been a cold war for several days. The Chinese New Year was coming soon. He had to give Uncle Chen a New Year's greeting. "Okay, I got it." Yang Ming immediately returned to normal. He nodded and picked up the phone. "Hello, wife." "Ugh." Chen Mengyan was a little embarrassed by Yang Ming. She knew that Yang Ming's mother must be next to the phone now. Yang Ming actually called her wife so casually. Chen Mengyan was so shy that her face was almost dripping. Water was dripping. Yang Ming actually called her wife. Since when? Chen Mengyan defended herself. "Don't talk nonsense. If your mother heard it, she would have some thoughts." "Aren't you harming me?" Chen Mengyan reprimanded. "Hee, my mother is watching TV. It's fine." Yang Ming winked at his mother who was staring at him. He didn't expect his mother to say loudly, "Yes, I am watching TV." Ah. Chen Mingyan was stunned and shocked. "Give the phone to your mother. I will explain to her." "Hee, I'm kidding. How would my mother believe it?" Yang Ming shook his head. "You are nervous. Why do you care so much about my mother's opinion?" "Nonsense." Chen Mingyan snorted. "You set a trap for me." Let's not talk about this. I heard from my mother that you are coming to my house for Chinese New Year's Eve." Yang Ming asked. "Do you want me to go?" Chen Mingyan didn't answer but asked. Of course, I am." Yang Ming deliberately paused as he spoke until here. He heard Chen Mingyan's breathing become rapid. "You prodigal child." Yang Ming snickered. Suddenly, he was slapped on the head. When he turned around, he found that his mother was glaring at him. "Why do you always scare Chen Mingyan? Do you have nothing better to do?" Yang Ming sweated. It turned out that his mother had been paying attention to his every move. Especially since the volume of the phone in Yang Ming's house was relatively high, his mother wasn't far away. She should be able to hear it. Chen Mingyan heard Mother Yang's voice and immediately snickered. Still laughing. However, Yang Ming looked at his mother's raised hand and had to stop temporarily. "Mingyan, why don't I go to your house tomorrow and discuss it with your parents?" "That's fine. It's Chinese New Year tomorrow." Chen Mingyan said happily, "Then I will talk to my parents later." Not angry anymore?" Yang Ming suddenly asked. "Angry? Why would I be angry?" Chen Mingyan's tone was sluggish as she said with some embarrassment. "What do you think?" Yang Ming smiled. "Zhou Jiejia came to find me." Chen Mingyan hesitated and said. "What? She went to find you? Why did she look for you?" Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. "She didn't say anything bad about me, right?" "Don't worry. Zhou Jiejia is very good." "That matter, she explained it to me." Chen Mingyan said. "She is very good?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that Chen Mingyan, who was so jealous, would actually praise Zhou Jiejia as a good person. It seems that this chick has a lot of means. "Yeah, what do you think of her?" Chen Mingyan didn't know why she suddenly asked such a question. "Forget it. Let's not talk about her." Yang Ming wasn't interested and directly cut off this topic. "But she..." Chen Mingyan wanted to say something but stopped. However, when she saw that Yang Ming didn't like Zhou Jiejia at all, she had to give up. She didn't know if she should be happy or sad. "Right, Mingyan, is Uncle Chen there?" "You ask him to answer the phone. I want to give him a New Year's greeting." Yang Ming said. "And he is there." "You wait." Chen Mingyan said. After a while, the voice on the other side of the phone was replaced by Chen Fei's voice. "Yang Ming, are you looking for me?" "Uncle Chen, tomorrow is Chinese New Year's Eve. I want to give you a New Year's greeting in advance." Yang Ming repeated the words that Chen Mingyan said to his mother before. Thank you. Right, I'm not very busy these days. When will you come over?" Chen Fei smiled. "Just now, I was talking about this with Mingyan. Is tomorrow okay?" Yang Ming asked. "I won't disturb your Chinese New Year's Eve, right?" "Tomorrow? That's great." Chen Fei said, "Then let's do it tomorrow." "What's there to disturb? It's more lively when you come." "That's fine. Then I will go." Yang Ming smiled. "Let your auntie make something delicious for you." "What do you want to eat?" asked Chen Fei. "I'm not picky." "It doesn't matter." Yang Ming said quickly, "You do what you want to do. Don't worry about me." "Well, I'll let her do as she sees fit." Chen Fei said, "Then it's settled. Let's make a deal. If you don't come by then, my preparation will be in vain." "I won't. You can rest assured, Uncle Chen." Yang Ming thought, last time, you were the one who missed the appointment, right? However, Yang Ming definitely wouldn't say this out loud. Chen Fei was his elder. "Then you talk to Ming Yin." As Chen Fei said this, he handed the phone to Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan picked up the phone. Right, do you have anything tomorrow? Asked Yang Ming. Tomorrow? I don't have anything. What's wrong? Asked Chen Mingyan. I didn't manage to go to your house the last time. Tomorrow is my first visit. Besides, tomorrow is a festival. I can't go empty-handed, right? Let's go out and buy some gifts. Yang Ming said. Alright, then let's go out together tomorrow. Chen Mingyan nodded and said, but what should we buy? It's Chinese New Year. Should we buy a sweater for each of your parents? Yang Ming suggested. That's fine too. I will look at the size of what they are wearing later. Chen Mingyan also thought that this idea was very good. In the evening, Yang Ming was called to the sofa in the living room by his parents. Big Ming, tell Mom the truth. How far have you and Mingyan developed? Asked Mother Yang. Ah? Yang Ming was stunned. He stuttered and replied, Mom, why are you asking this? As a mother, I naturally have to understand my son's movements at all times. Mother Yang said seriously. This is private, so don't ask. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. Private? Do you still have privacy? Mother Yang said unhappily, you are a piece of meat that fell from your mother's body. What privacy is there? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Look, this is the typical mindset of many parents. They don't value the privacy of their children. Mom, why are you asking this? Yang Ming was really a little embarrassed. Of course, it is useful. Mother Yang said seriously, this is very important. If you and Mingyan already have that kind of relationship, then everything will be easy. If not, then it will be a bit troublesome. What? Yang Ming was confused. Mom, what do you want to say? Big Ming, you tell Mom the truth. What is there to be embarrassed about? Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming. Yes means yes, no means no. You don't look like such a sensitive person. Well, then I will be honest. No. Yang Ming had no choice but to say it. Really? Seeing Yang Ming being so straightforward, Mother Yang didn't believe it. You really didn't. Why would I lie to you? Yang Ming said helplessly. No? Then it's a bit troublesome. Mother Yang shook her head and said. Troublesome? Mom, what are you talking about? Yang Ming asked, baffled. On Chinese New Year's Eve, if Chen Mingyan came to our house to spend the night, it wouldn't be easy. Our house only has 2 rooms. Your dad and I will share 1 room, and you will have 1 room. Where do you want Chen Mingyan to sleep? Mother Yang said, if she had that kind of relationship with you, it would be fine for you to live together. But you don't have it now, so you can't live together. Otherwise, it would seem that I, as a mother, am deliberately not serious. Yang Ming listened to his mother's advice and suddenly sweated. Mom, aren't you thinking too much? How is it too much? Aren't I doing this for your own good? You say, Chen Mingyan is a girl. If she comes to our house, can't she think about everything? Mother Yang frowned and reprimanded. Mom. In fact, it's not as complicated as you think. Although Chen Mingyan and I haven't developed to that point, it's fine to live together. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Fine? Mother Yang glared. You just make it up. Say, do you want to take the opportunity to do something? Mom, am I as dirty as you said? Besides, this is a matter between me and Chen Mingyan. The 2 of us are actually. AI, how do I say it? Yang Ming didn't know how to explain it to his mother. He couldn't say that Chen Mingyan and he could have done it long ago, but there was an accident. Every time something happened, and it was delayed. You have nothing to say, right? Mother Yang's expression changed and said seriously, Big Ming, Mom also knows that this is a matter between the 2 of you, but you must respect Chen Mingyan. If she is unwilling, don't force. Mom, let me tell you this. It's not the first time that Chen Mingyan and I slept in the same bed. During the winter camp a few days ago, we slept together. How the 2 of us are, we know it in our hearts. You don't have to worry about these useless things. Yang Ming thought for a long time and felt that he could only use the winter camp as an example. Sure enough, after hearing Yang Ming say this, Mother Yang was relieved. You two lived together during the winter camp? Yeah, so, Mom, what you are worried about is unnecessary. Yang Ming said helplessly. Well, then I won't worry about it. Mother Yang shook her head and smiled. It seems that you and Chen Mengyan have already had an idea. Finally, he escaped from his parents' interrogation. Yang Ming returned to his room and sent a text message to Chen Mengyan. The two of them agreed to meet at the business street tomorrow morning. After sending the text message, Yang Ming wondered, should I buy a car? Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient. However, buying a car at the beginning of his business was a bit unreasonable. Not to mention that it would be hard to explain to his parents. Even Chen Mengyan and Xiaoqing would probably scold him for being a prodigal son. After thinking about it, this matter should be postponed. After returning the text message to Chen Mengyan, just as he was about to put the phone back on the table, the phone's ringtone rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was actually Lin Jiyun. Thinking about it, since I returned from Donghai, I have been busy with the final exam. After that, I participated in the winter camp with Chen Mengyan. After returning, I haven't contacted Lin Jiyun. Could it be that this girl misses me? Hello? Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming. I am Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun's soft voice always made Yang Ming have a desire to protect her. I know. What's the matter? Or do you miss me? Yang Ming naturally joked with Lin Jiyun. The relationship between the two people was very inexplicable. It wasn't considered lovers, but it was definitely more intimate than a fake boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Jiyun explained with a blush. However, even she felt that this explanation was a bit weak. Yes, Lin Jiyun did miss Yang Ming a little. She didn't know why. Since the two of them were in the same room in Donghai, Yang Ming's shadow appeared in Lin Jiyun's mind from time to time. It couldn't be removed. At first, Lin Jiyun was a little overwhelmed. She knew that she shouldn't think about Yang Ming. However, later on, Lin Jiyun didn't control herself. Instead of worrying, it was better to let nature take its course. Hee. Yang Ming didn't know that he had said Lin Jiyun's thoughts. He thought that Lin Jiyun was shy, so he didn't take it seriously. Yang Ming. My father asked me to ask you. Lin Jiyun hesitated and said, are you free tomorrow night? Tomorrow night? What's wrong? What's the matter? Yang Ming faintly guessed something in his heart. My father said that he didn't thank you properly for the last time. He wants to ask if you are free tomorrow night. He wants to invite you to my house. Lin Jiyun said. Tomorrow night. Yang Ming thought, this is bad. Isn't this a collision? If you're not free, then forget it. It's fine. Lin Jiyun was a little disappointed, but she remembered that tomorrow was Chinese New Year. Yang Ming's family should have arrangements. It's not that I'm not free. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's slightly disappointed tone, and his heart immediately couldn't bear it. Yang Ming couldn't refuse Lin Jiyun. It's just that I have to eat at home tomorrow night. How about I go over later? That's great. Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's promise and immediately said happily, then we will wait for you? No need. I'm just going to see you tonight. You guys eat first. I'm at home. I also have to eat. Yang Ming had no choice but to tell a little lie. I will tell my father later. Then we will eat later tomorrow. You may still be able to catch up. Lin Jiyun said. Okay. I will try my best. Yang Ming sighed and hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, the phone just left his hand, but it rang again. Yang Ming was shocked. Could it be that someone is looking for me for a meal again? Xiaoqing? Sunjie? However, Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was a foreign number, and this number had called Yang Ming before. Yang Ming smiled slightly and picked up the phone. Sister Ing, why are you calling me so late at night? Why? Can't I call if there's nothing? Zhao Ying pretended to be unhappy. That's not it. Right, have you received the item? Yang Ming said quickly. I'm calling to tell you about this. The item has been received. You can rest assured. Zhao smiled. That's good. I have been checking the EMS website every day for the past 2 days. I was afraid that you wouldn't receive the item. Yang Ming said. Right, Yang Ming, I want to tell you something. You have to cooperate with me. Zhao suddenly lowered her voice. What's the matter? Sistering? What do you want me to cooperate with? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. This is the case. I told my parents that you bought these pillows for them. Zhao said, if they call you to thank you, you must not expose it. What? Yang Ming didn't understand what Zhao was talking about. Sister Ing, why did you say that I bought it? What does this have to do with me? Your parents don't seem to know who I am at all, right? They didn't know before, but now they know. Zhao whispered, this is the case. My parents always urged me to find a boyfriend, so I simply said that I have a boyfriend. These 2 pillows were bought by my boyfriend for them. Ugh, then what does this have to do with me? Yang Ming listened to Zhao Ying's words. He understood something in his heart, but he was still not sure. Where do I have a boyfriend? Zhao Ying said. Angrily, why are you so stupid? I'm afraid that my parents will really look for the boyfriend who doesn't exist to verify it. So, I'm giving you a heads up in advance. If they call you, you just have to answer them first. Is this okay? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Why can't it be okay? Sister will treat you to a meal later. Zhao Ying said, well, my parents are coming. I won't talk about it. Remember. After Zhao Ying finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Yang Ming didn't know whether to be happy or not. Why do I feel that I have become a professional at pretending to be a boyfriend? First, it was Lin Jiyun, then it was Sun Jia, and now it was Zhao Ying. Could it be that I have the potential to be a temporary worker? If one day I lose my job, it would be good to open a company like Contract Lover, specializing in renting out boyfriends. However, this wasn't a big deal. He just had to help deal with it. It was much easier than Sun Jia going home with her and pretending to be her boyfriend. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't have to refuse. What's more, deep in his heart, he was eager to have a closer relationship with Zhao Ying. He thought about tomorrow's schedule. Although Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun's invitation were a bit similar, if he arranged the time reasonably, it should be enough. For example, if he stayed at Chen Mingyan's house until 8 o'clock in the evening, then it wouldn't be too late to go to Lin Jiyun's house. Early the next morning, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan met at the entrance of the Xinhing commercial building on the commercial street. Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed as she shouted at Yang Ming, who was looking around. There were too many people on the subway today. The first train didn't get on, so Chen Mingyan was a little late. In fact, Yang Ming had already seen Chen Mingyan, but when he saw her coming, he pretended to look anxiously. Yang Ming had only been here for a few minutes. Mingyan. Yang Ming pretended to be surprised when he saw her. Sorry, I'm a little late. Chen Mingyan apologized. It's okay. I just arrived, too. Yang Ming said, how is it? Have you decided what to buy? Just buy a sweater. Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming went into the Xinhing department store hand in hand. The two of them came with a purpose, so they didn't walk around for long. They went straight to the cashmere sweater counter on the 3rd floor. Cashmere sweaters were very popular in the north. Because of the cold climate, the sales of cashmere sweaters would soar every winter. Especially before the new year, there were many people crowding around the counter. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan managed to squeeze their way to the front of the counter, but some people refused to accept it. Why are you squeezing? Little bastard, you squeezed my mother, I'll kill you. A man in his 30s suddenly roared at Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming frowned. This person's mother was so far away from him. How could he squeeze her? Moreover, look at that old woman's body full of fat, standing there like a big gas tank. It would be good if she didn't squeeze other people. I'm sorry. Chen Mingyan didn't mind. Seeing the man yelling, she apologized. After all, she and Yang Ming really squeezed in. Humph, the man snorted and rolled his eyes. Yang Ming originally wanted to insult him, but seeing that Chen Mingyan apologized, he gave up. Yang Ming saw that there were many people here, so he roughly discussed the design with Chen Mingyan, and then asked the waiter to issue the invoice. As the invoice was being issued, the gas tank woman shouted, "Come, waiter, you come over and show me the clothes again." "Wait a moment. I will give them the invoice and then give it to you," said the waiter. "What are you talking about? Is there a first come, first served rule? We came first. How can you give the invoice to others first?" The gas tank woman said unreasonably. "Ma'am, your words are a bit extreme. Although it's true that you came here first, you're trying out the designs. There are many customers at this counter. I can't just serve you alone." The waiter's words were reasonable, but the man didn't agree. "Mother asterisk Kerr, do you want to work or not? Do you know who I am? F asterisk CK. The man cursed, "Are you serving those two little bastards?" Pa, there was a crisp sound, and Yang Ming slapped him. "Who are you scolding?" Yang Ming had long been unhappy with this guy. Now, he scolded him and Chen Mingyan. How could Yang Ming be indifferent? Originally, Yang Ming's temper belonged to the kind of person who was used to violence, so he simply didn't say anything. First, he provoked him to see stars. "You dare to hit me?" the man said as he reached out his fist to Yang Ming. The people next to him saw that they were fighting, and the crowd around the counter began to disperse. "What's wrong with hitting you? With your stupid bare appearance, you still want to show off?" Yang Ming punched him directly and made his nose bleed. Yang Ming didn't put him in his eyes at all. With this little brute force, he dared to fight with him? "Where's the security? Where's your manager, Zhu Wanli? Let him come over. Hurry up." Then, he pointed at Yang Ming and said, "Little bastard, don't leave if you have the guts. See how I will kill you later. Mother asterisk Kerr, you dare to hit me? Are you tired of living?" The waiter who bought the cashmere sweater was surprised when he heard that the man in front of him actually knew the manager of the mall. At this time, a woman who looked like a store manager quickly came over. "This big brother, don't be angry. Don't waste time with me. It's useless to let Zhu Wanli come to see me." The man said arrogantly, "This is my business card. My name is Xianxia. Are you an idiot?" After Yang Ming heard it, he said with a smile. The store manager looked at the business card in her hand and was shocked. Then, she turned and whispered to Yang Ming, "Young man, I think you should apologize to him and discuss a private solution. You can't mess with this person." Yang Ming shook his head. In Songjiang, he didn't feel that there was anyone he couldn't mess with, so he smiled and said, "You give me the invoice first. I'm in a hurry. You want to slip away? It's not that easy." Xianxia shouted, "If you have the guts, just stand here." "Who are you?" Yang Ming was amused. "You want me to stand, so I will stand? If you give me a stool and let me sit for a while, I will consider taking a break." Give him a stool." Xianxia hesitated and said to the female store manager next to him. When Yang Ming made a few moves, Xianxia also saw that he wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. He was already in his 30s. How could he be the opponent of a young man? If Yang Ming really turned around and left now, he really couldn't stop him. At this time, he saw a fat man with a few security guards rushing over. "President Yi, you are here. Why didn't you say hello to me before you came?" The fat man was Zhu Wanli, the manager of Xinheng Mall. "Am I not here to visit incognito? But I saw you as soon as I came in. The management of this mall isn't good. What kind of people are allowed to come in?" Xianxia pointed at Yang Ming. "These two unruly people also came in. Incognito visit incognito? Unruly people?" Yang Ming was stunned. Does this guy think that he is an emperor? "What's the matter, President Yi?" Zhu Wanli frowned. He thought, this mall is open for business. Anyone can come in and buy things. First, catch the two of them. Xianxia said, "This kid hit people. Take him to the security room. I don't believe that I can't kill him. President Yi, let's call the police." Zhu Wanli wasn't as fierce as Yi Chen-kai. If he arrested Yang Ming, wouldn't Xinheng's reputation be ruined? However, this President Yi was also very difficult to deal with. He was a relative of Vice President Yi of the head office. He became the deputy manager of the business department of Xinheng Group. He was in charge of the business buildings and hotels under Xinheng Group. Zhu Wanli didn't dare to offend him. Don't look at this person's ability. If he really said a few words in front of Vice President Yi, he would be done for as the manager of the business building. After all, he was a relative of the emperor. The power of his words was much better than his own. Moreover, his position was very lucrative. There were 8 to 10 people in the group who were eyeing this position. They were eager to see him step down. However, Zhu Wanli could sit in his current position. It wasn't that he didn't have a backer in the group. The chairman of Xinheng Group, Wu Fugue, was his backer. However, he only had a good relationship with Zhu Wanli. If Vice President Yi really wanted to touch him, Wu Fugue might not come forward to protect him. Therefore, Zhu Wanli was hesitant. It was said that this Yi Chen-kai was a troublemaker. He didn't stop at any of the subordinate companies of the group. Every time, he would make a mess. It seemed that this saying was true. What's the use of calling the police? Ask the security guards to go up and beat him to death. If something happens, I will be responsible. Yi Chen-kai said casually. This? Zhu Wanli was sweating. Isn't this pushing me into the fire pit? If this matter is exposed by the news media, I will be the first to step down. Mother **Ker, do you all know my identity? Yi Chen-kai pointed to the few security guards behind him and said, you all go up and beat him up. Several security guards looked at each other. The person in front of them was the boss of their boss. They could see it, but if the boss didn't say anything, they didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing that the security guards didn't do anything, Yi Chen-kai immediately became anxious. You all go up. If you don't go up, you will pack up and leave tomorrow. Those who do it, each person will get 1,000 yuan bonus. A few security guards hesitated. If they didn't do it, then it was easy for Yi Chen-kai to fire them. If they did it, then they could get 1,000 yuan bonus. Moreover, there was the possibility of continuing to work here. Even if they couldn't continue to work in this mall, there were so many industries in Xinheng. Yi Chen-kai might arrange other places for them. Therefore, a few people looked at each other. They had a plan in their hearts and rushed toward Yang Ming. Yang Ming was really helpless. Did Yi Chen-kai think that these security guards were bad *SS? What can they do to me? Yang Ming was a little lazy to deal with these people. Most of the security guards in the mall were casually recruited from society. They were not like the security guards in some restaurants, clubs, entertainment cities, and other places that were professionally trained or hired by professional security companies. The security guards in the mall were the kind of security who casually maintained order, so they were the kind to scare people. They didn't have any fighting power at all. Yang Ming looked at the few people who rushed over to teach him a lesson. When he was about to send them away, suddenly there was a shout from the side, Brother Yang. Are you fighting? I'm here to help you. He saw a black shadow rushing over. Who else could it be if it wasn't Wu Xianxia? Wu Xianxia brought his girlfriend to the mall to shop today. When he turned to the clothing area on the 3rd floor, he suddenly found that Yang Ming was confronting a few security guards. Wu Xianxia was immediately angry. Mother **Ker, the security guards of my mall actually dared to show off to Brother Yang? Wu Xianxia was worried that there was no place to show in front of Yang Ming. Now that there was a chance, how could he let it go? Especially when he saw the mall manager, Zhu Wanli, was also there, he was even more relieved. The security guards didn't know who Wu Xianxia was, but Zhu Wanli knew. A few days ago, Zhu Wanli even sent gifts to his family to establish a relationship. Wu Xianxia even said a few words to him. Zhu Wanli told Wu Xianxia to call him when he came to the mall to shop. He would personally be the guide. But having said that, Wu Xianxia was shopping with his girlfriend. Why would he be the third wheel next to them? So Wu Xianxia didn't look for him this time. Following Wu Xianxia's shout, this little ancestor who wished for the whole world to be in chaos joined the fray. She raised her leg and kicked upwards. Yi Chengkai relied on the fact that he was Vice President Yi's relative and stirred up trouble all day long. He could be said to be an expert at stirring up trouble. However, the person he met today was Wu Xianxia. This kid was even more of a troublemaker. Moreover, he was not afraid of Yi Chengkai. The security guards didn't know what to do when they saw a child rushing up. They all looked at Yi Chengkai, but Yi Chengkai didn't care about that. He directly shouted, "Beat them. This child is with that guy. Beat them up together." The security guard listened to Yi Chengkai's order and was about to make a move, but he saw Zhu Wanli's fat body quickly rush between the security guard and Wu Xianxia, shouting, "Stop, stop, don't do it, don't do it." When he saw that the person rushing over was Wu Xianxia, cold sweat began to drip down his forehead. This young master was not to be hurt. If something happened to Wu Xianxia in my mall, then I really can't bear the consequences. Although the security guards listened to Yi Chengkai's order, when they saw the boss rushing in with sweat to stop them, they understood that the child who rushed in was definitely not simple, so they stopped and looked at the boss. "Young Master Wu, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming?" Zhu Wanli said respectfully. "Humph." Wu Xianxia snorted and then pointed at Yi Chengkai and said, "What is this guy doing?" He is from the head office, a relative of Vice President Yi. Zhu Wanli didn't dare to hide and said quickly. "You guys, catch him for me. Don't let him run away." Wu Xianxia ordered the security guards casually. He only had this ability. Of course, he had to show it in front of Yang Ming, so that Yang Ming wouldn't look down on him all day long. The security guards looked at each other. They couldn't understand the complicated situation in front of him. Why is this child giving them orders? I told you to catch him, so you go. Didn't you hear what young Master Wu said? Zhu Wanli quickly shouted, "This guy is causing trouble in the mall. Catch him first." The security guards weren't stupid. Just now, Zhu Wanli was still smiling at Yi Chengkai. In a blink of an eye, when he saw this child, he immediately changed his face and wanted to catch Yi Chengkai instead. Therefore, it was easy to association that this child's identity was more powerful than Yi Chengkai. After most people understood this, they immediately pointed their spear at Yi Chengkai. A few people went up and grabbed Yi Chengkai. The old woman with the gas tank saw the scene in front of her and immediately wasn't willing. She pointed at Zhu Wanli's nose and scolded, "My son is from the head office. You dare to catch him? Do you know who my uncle is? He is President Yi from your head office. My dad is President Wu." Wu Xianxia snorted and said, "Vice President Yi, right? I will call and ask. Who is President Wu?" The gas tank woman didn't know the structure of Xianxia, so she didn't know President Wu, but Yi Chengkai knew him. The association recalled Zhu Wanli's previous address of Wu Xianxia as young Master Wu. He suddenly understood that the child in front of him was from President Wu's company. Thinking of this, Yi Chengkai suddenly withered. His backer was Vice President Yi, and he was just a relative of Vice President Yi. But Wu Xianxia was different. His backer was more powerful than him. He was the boss of the company. Moreover, he was President Wu's young master. Wu Xianxia took out his mobile phone and dialed a number directly. Then he said, "Hello, Uncle Yi. I am Wu Xianxia." "Oh? Xianxia, why are you calling uncle?" When Vice President Yi saw that it was Wu Xianxia's phone call, his tone was more polite. Although he also had shares in the company, compared with the Wu family, it was far worse. Xianxia would still be the Wu family's world in the future. This is the case. "Uncle, your relative named Yi Chengkai just caused trouble in Xianxia Mall," Wu Xianxia said. "Oh? Yi Chengkai caused trouble? In Xianxia Mall? Isn't this the industry of our group? Why did he cause trouble? There should be some misunderstanding." Vice President Yi helped Yi Chengkai to explain. If Wu Xianxia didn't see it with his own eyes, it would be easy to handle. Misunderstanding? I don't know if there is a misunderstanding, but he just ordered the security guard to beat me, Wu Xianxia said faintly. What? Vice President Yi was stunned. He was shocked. It's over. I can't protect Yi Chengkai now. Manager Zhu Wanli is here. He can testify, Wu Xianxia said. Xianxia, I got it. I will teach him a lesson. Vice President Yi said quickly. That's good. Uncle Yi, then I will hang up first. Wu Xianxia hung up the phone. Yi Chuansai's face was already ashen. He knew that this time he got into big trouble. Yang Ming on the side had to smile bitterly. However, with Wu Xianxia's help, Yang Ming saved a lot of trouble. He didn't have to use force in front of Chen Mingyan, so that Chen Mingyan wouldn't say that he was violent. Since Wu Xianxia had come forward, the 2 cashmere sweaters that Yang Ming bought naturally couldn't be charged. Zhu Wanli didn't know what the relationship between Yang Ming and Wu Xianxia was, but now that he had annoyed this young master, he could only try his best to compensate. When he said that he would give Yang Ming a free bill, Wu Xianxia's face eased a little. The so-called free bill was actually paid from the reception fee in the mall. Although Zhu Wanli didn't have to pay for it, the annual reception fee was limited. If he saved it, he could put a part of his own pocket. However, this money couldn't be saved now. Besides, how much was the 2 cashmere sweaters? 2,000 yuan was the limit. Yang Ming knew that he couldn't refuse, so he accepted it. However, Chen Mingyan was very puzzled. She asked Yang Ming who Wu Xianxia was. Oh, didn't I tell you before? In the past, I helped a friend to tutor for a few days. It was to tutor him. Yang Ming winked at Wu Xianxia. Wu Xianxia immediately understood. Although he didn't understand why Yang Ming changed his girlfriend, he didn't ask it this time. He just said, Brother Yang, then you have something to do first. I won't bother you. Yang Ming nodded and went out of the mall with Chen Mingyan. Although the conflict just now seemed to be fierce, in fact, it ended in an instant, so it didn't affect the mood of Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. Where are we going now? Asked Chen Mingyan. It's still early. Let's go to the car market. I plan to buy a car. Let's go and have a look first. Yang Ming said, otherwise, it's a little inconvenient for us to date. Buy a car? Chen Mingyan was stunned and then said, now the company that you and Zhang Bin set up hasn't opened yet. Do you still have spare money to buy a car? I just want to have a look first. I didn't say that I would buy it today. Yang Ming smiled. Then let's go and have a look. Chen Mingyan nodded. Right, Mingyan, you should learn to drive in a few days. Zhang Bin said that Zhao Sisi also plans to get a license. Yang Ming said. I know how to drive. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly smiled. My dad taught me how to drive before. But I haven't gotten a driver's license yet. Originally, my dad said that he would help me get one, but if Zhao Sisi wants to learn, then I can learn with her. Oh, how can I forget Uncle Chen? It's easy for him to get you a driver's license. Yang Ming smiled. But you should learn professionally with Zhao Sisi. Don't become a road killer. Okay. No, you don't trust me. And it should be that you don't trust my dad as a master. See if I don't tell him. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Hee, Uncle Chen will definitely praise me and say that it is for your safety. Yang Ming argued. You only know how to argue with me. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, I was like this when I was in high school. Hee, why do you still mention the past? Yang Ming was embarrassed by Chen Mingyan's words. In order to skip class, he made up a lot of excuses to deceive Chen Mingyan. Now that he thought about it, he felt ashamed. They had nothing to do, so they didn't take a taxi to the car market. Instead, they took the subway. Now that it was past the rush hour, there weren't many people in the subway. Look at what they are doing. Yang Ming suddenly pointed to a man and a woman not far from the entrance of the subway. And? What? Chen Mingyan looked up and glanced in the direction that Yang Ming pointed. She couldn't help but blush. Hey! It turned out that the man and woman there were hugging each other. They were kissing like there was no one else around. Although there weren't many people in the subway, it was crazy enough to do it in public. Why don't we give it a try? Yang Ming said with a smirk. Let's not. Chen Mingyan quickly shook her head. Why not? Yang Ming took advantage of Chen Mingyan's unpreparedness and kissed her on the cheek. You're so annoying. The train is here. Chen Mingyan said shyly. However, she felt very sweet in her heart. Recently, especially after returning from the winter camp, the vague gap between the two of them had finally disappeared. Now, Chen Mingyan was relieved that she had returned to the feeling of pure love. Previously, although Chen Mingyan was also with Yang Ming, she felt that the relationship between the two people was always somewhat vague. That kind of feeling was really scary. It made Chen Mingyan have a fear of not having a sense of existence. On the subway, Yang Ming naturally couldn't be mischievous anymore. Although Yang Ming was very shameless, the subway was under the watchful eyes of the public. It was different from just now. This is the city's subway news. The following news is broadcast. Hello to all the citizens. Regarding the recent popular haunted incident in the People's Hospital, the hospital has made a refutation. There are no ghosts, but people with ulterior motives pretending to be ghosts to scare people. We have also consulted the comrades of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team to prove this point. Now, the people who pretended to be ghosts haven't been caught yet. Citizens with clues can contact the Criminal Investigation Team. The phone number is 88XXX110. Please don't panic. The mobile TV on the subway broadcast such a news. Yang Ming's first thought at the time was, could it be Chen Afu again? If it's really him, then he's really bad *SS. Right, Yang Ming, my dad also talked about this a while ago, said Chen Mingyan as she looked at the news. You mean this haunted incident? Asked Yang Ming. It seems scary. Chen Mingyan nodded. Didn't I say that it's a lie? What's so scary about it? Yang Ming smiled. He thought, it's not the first time I've met people who pretended to be ghosts. Wang Jitao's spirit had slightly recovered in the past few days. The residual poison in his body was basically cleared, so Wang Shifan took him home to recuperate. For Wang Jitao's current situation, it was certainly impossible to hide it from Zhou Jiejia. He had to call Zhou Jiejia and tell her that Wang Jitao was sick and was currently recuperating at home. However, Wang Shifan's version of explanation to Zhou Jiejia was that Wang Jitao ate something unclean and had food poisoning. He concealed the matter of his son's erectile dysfunction and eating rat poison. To Wang Shifan's surprise, Zhou Jiejia actually took the initiative to come to his home to take care of Wang Jitao. This made Wang Shifan very surprised. In his opinion, Zhou Jiejia should have completely figured it out. Wang Shifan naturally agreed in a hurry. After telling Zhou Jiejia his home address, he waited for Zhou Jiejia at home. Dad, you said that Zhou Jiejia. She really likes me? After such a big struggle, Wang Jitao's mind had become a lot clearer. He wasn't as stubborn as before. Otherwise, it was said that people who had experienced life and death situations would be enlightened. I think it should be. I used to threaten Zhou Jiejia with Yang Ming's safety, but I could see that she wasn't very willing. Wang Shifan said, but just now, she took the initiative to come and take care of you. Take the initiative? Come and take care of me? Wang Jitao frowned. Dad, you didn't tell her that I have a problem in that area, right? No, there is no need to tell her about this. Besides, it's not that it can't be cured. When your illness is cured, everything won't be a problem. Wang Shifan said, you can't take the initiative to say it. Don't worry, Dad. I'm not stupid. Wang Jitao's face showed a little smile. If Zhou Jiejia really follows me sincerely, then I am satisfied. It's just that Yang Ming is too hateful. If he didn't take away Chen Mingyan, do I need to look for a prostitute? If I didn't look for a prostitute, would I become like this now? I know. Don't worry, Jitao. Dad won't let that Yang Ming have an easy time. Wang Shifan sneered. You don't have to worry about this. Get along well with Zhou Jiejia. It didn't take long for Zhou Jiejia to come to the door. She also carried some fruits and other nutritious products in her hand. Wang Shifan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He quickly reached out to take the things in Zhou Jiejia's hand. Jiejia, you don't need to bring anything when you come here. There is everything here. You are already very considerate to take care of Jitao. Hehe, Uncle Wang, this is what I should do. Zhou Jiejia smiled naturally. What is this? It's so heavy. Wang Shifan took the bag on Zhou Jiejia's shoulder and asked casually. Oh, it's a computer notebook. Aren't I studying computer science? I want to design a program during the holidays. When I have nothing to do during the day, I can learn here. Zhou Jiejie said casually. That's right. Jitao's spirit isn't very good recently. He always sleeps during the day. When you are bored, you can use the computer. But uncle has a computer here. You don't need to bring it. Wang Shifan said, in addition to my office computer in the study, you can use the other computers at home. Right, I still have a laptop there. Hehe, it's no trouble. I have installed a lot of programs in my own laptop. I'm used to it. Zhou Jiejie secretly remembered what Wang Shifan said just now. Yes, you are studying this. There must be your own learning program in the computer. Wang Shifan nodded and said, Do you need to go online when you study? Yeah, it's best to go online. Zhou Jiejie said. Every room in the house has a network cable interface. It's a small local area network. You can go online after plugging in the network cable. You can also go online wirelessly in the living room. The wireless password is Wang Jitao's birthday, 199010002. Wang Shifan said. Okay, Uncle Wang, I got it. Zhou Jiejie thought, even if you don't tell me the wireless password, I can crack it. It's WEP encrypted. It's done in a few minutes. But now that there is a wireless connection, it doesn't matter if I know the wireless password or not. Well, Jitao is lying in his bedroom. You go and see him. I'm going to work first. Call me if there's anything. The nanny at home went to the market to buy groceries. She will be back in a while. Just tell her what you want to eat. Wang Shifan said. Uncle Wang, you go ahead. Don't worry about me. After Zhou Jiejie finished, she got up and went to Wang Jitao's room. I'm going to see Wang Jitao. Wang Jitao was lying in bed watching the news on TV. When he saw Zhou Jiejie come in, he was surprised. Jiejie, you are here? Jitao, how are you? I heard that you ate something bad and got food poisoning. Are you okay? Zhou Jiejie spoke to Wang Jitao so gently for the first time. It suddenly made Wang Jitao feel flattered. It's okay. I should be fine after a few days of rest. Wang Jitao said in fear and trepidation. I happen to have nothing to do these few days, so I came over to accompany you. Said Zhou Jiejie. Good, great. Thank you, Zhou Jiejie. Wang Jitao said with some emotion, you treat this place as your own home. I can't get up from the bed. My body is still very weak, so I can't get up to entertain you. It's okay. You just need to rest. Zhou Jiejie nodded. Do you want to eat fruit? Should I get one for you? No need. I had a hypnotic component in the injection this morning. I'm a little sleepy. Wang Jitao said as he yawned. I'm going to sleep first. There is a TV in the living room. You can watch it. Okay, then you rest. Zhou Jiejie smiled sweetly. I brought my laptop. You don't have to worry about me. Okay. Wang Jitao nodded and closed his eyes. Zhou Jiejie tiptoed out of Wang Jitao's bedroom and closed the door for him. After waiting for a while, she heard a slight snoring sound from Wang Jitao's room. Only then did she feel relieved. Zhou Jiejie came to the living room. First, she took out a small instrument from the computer bag. She adjusted the frequency and began to scan. Generally, many rich people liked to install things like monitors. Zhou Jiejie wasn't sure if there was such a thing in Wang Shifan's home, so she had to be careful. Fortunately, the result of the test was that Wang Shifan's home didn't have any monitoring system installed. This may also be because there was a nanny at home, so it wasn't easy for thieves to enter. Zhou Jiejie breathed a sigh of relief. She used the network cable to connect the computer to the network of Wang Shifan's home. She looked at the IP address obtained by the computer. It was a local network IP segment of 192.168.1. She used the software to scan the current computers in the local network, but she didn't find other clients. It seemed that they weren't turned on. So Zhou Jiejie got up and went to the study upstairs. Fortunately, the door of the study wasn't locked. It seemed that Wang Shifan didn't guard against her. Zhou Jiejie listened carefully to the movements in the corridor, then quickly came to the desk and turned on the computer on the desk. With a crisp beep, the screen stopped at the BIOS boot screen. Please enter password. He actually set the motherboard's BIOS password. This was the kind of password that gave Zhou Jiejie the most headaches. Zhou Jiejie casually typed in Wang Jitao's birthday. He typed in Wang Shifan's name, but it was still wrong. He tried a few more names, but it was still wrong. This kind of password didn't seem to be the system's password. If it was the operating system's password, he could directly use the PE system to boot and bypass the original operating system. However, this kind of BIOS password wouldn't work. If he couldn't detect it, the system wouldn't boot at all. Zhou Jiejie had no choice but to remove the hard drive. Although the password could be erased by removing the CMOS battery, it would be discovered by Wang Shifan. Looking at the back of the chassis, Zhou Jiejie had a headache again. It was a branded machine. A bunch of fragile seals were stuck at the seams of the chassis, and the words "tearing ineffective" were glaring written on them. It seemed that the method of removing the chassis to read the hard drive couldn't be implemented. He could only think of other ways. Zhou Jiejie sighed and left the study. She came to the living room. Now, she could only start somewhere else. Although it took a little effort, she could achieve the goal. It was easy to find the IP address of the router in the local area network. Zhou Jiejie used the browser to log into the router's settings interface, but she didn't expect that the page couldn't be displayed. Either this route was too high-end or too low-end. Zhou Jiejie could only log in with Telnet under the DOS window. It turned out to be a router for a Fishman brand high-end internet cafe. Zhou Jiejie had also seen a few of this kind of router. The price was more than 10,000 yuan. They were all commercial, and few people used them. However, a rich family like Wang Shifan might be an exception. What she didn't expect was that the router's password wasn't the default password. It had been changed by someone. Zhou Jiejie had a headache. She didn't expect that there would be someone who changed the router's access password in a personal home. Today is really a bad start. However, Zhou Jiejie immediately figured it out. It was probably set by the staff who did the network engineering during the renovation. There were two advantages to doing this. First, it was to prevent people who didn't understand computers from changing the settings. Second, once there was a problem with the network, they could only look for them. In this way, they could also earn a network maintenance fee. As long as there was a serial port, it was easy to handle. Zhou Jiejie connected the serial port of the router with her laptop. Then, under the super terminal, she easily got the router's password. Entering the router settings, Zhou Jiejie recorded the external network IP when the network entered the home. Then, she checked the internet log in the router. She found that only 4 computers in Wang Shifan's home had internet access records in the router. One of the MAC was the laptop's MAC that she just used to surf the internet. The other MAC was the MAC starting format of the Intel wireless network card. So, judging from this, it should be Wang Shifan's laptop. After checking the connection method, it was indeed wireless access. The remaining 2 MACs should be from the computer in Wang Shifan's study, and the other should be from Wang Jitao's computer. In this way, it was much easier to check. Looking at the time of the 2 MACs corresponding IP accessing the network, Zhou Jiejie had an idea in her heart. The IP of one of the computers was accessing the network during the day, and the other one was only accessing the network occasionally at night. Wang Jitao had recently been surfing the internet at home during the day. The computer that was accessing the internet at night must be the computer in Wang Shifan's study. In this way, she only needed to monitor Wang Shifan's computer every night. After her own settings, the computer in Wang Shifan's study had been completely exposed to the external network from the original local network. Although it wasn't impossible for Zhou Jiejie to hack into it without setting it to a DMZ host, it was relatively more troublesome. The Fishman brand router was a well-known hardware firewall route. It wasn't so easy to hack into it. After doing this, Zhou Jiejie wiped the sweat on her face. Suddenly, there was a voice behind her. "Jiejie, what are you doing?" Zhou Jiejie's hand was still on the router. Suddenly, she was scared out of her wits. She turned around in fear and saw Wang Jitao standing not far away, looking at her. Ugh. This is the case. I think the network speed is a bit slow. I want to see if there is any problem with the router here. Zhou Jiejie quickly made an excuse. Oh, so that's the case. I think this broken network is also slow. It must be that I was cheated by this broken router during the renovation. I have long wanted to replace it. Wang Jitao listened to Zhou Jiejie's words and echoed, I'm playing games too. I'm stuck. What game are you playing? Which zone are you in? Zhou Jiejie wanted to avoid the awkwardness just now, so she continued the topic of Wang Jitao. Legend, I play the Southern Telecom Zone, said Wang Jitao. Zhou Jiejie was speechless. This Wang Jitao really doesn't understand any professional knowledge. You use Netcom's network to play a telecom zone game. How can you not know anything? Jiejie, wait a few days. You will accompany me to buy a better router. Don't you understand this? Wang Jitao said, this is stuck all the time. I will die if I PK with others. Okay. Zhou Jiejie said perfunctorily. She thought, this router of yours is enough to open an internet cafe at home. Why do you want to buy a better one? Wang Jitao got up to go to the toilet. In fact, he wanted to check if the hidden disease in his place was cured. After all, Zhou Jiejie, this great beauty, was in front of him. He could see her but couldn't touch her. It was really enough for Wang Jitao to feel uncomfortable. However, the result disappointed Wang Jitao. There was no reaction at all. Therefore, Wang Jitao still had to pretend to be a gentleman and keep a distance from Zhou Jiejie. In fact, even if they couldn't do it, Wang Jitao also wanted to be closer to Zhou Jiejie, but Wang Jitao was very afraid. He was afraid that if they were really close, Zhou Jiejie couldn't control herself and wanted to do it with him. Then, wouldn't he be finished? Therefore, it was precisely because of this idea that Wang Jitao could only silently endure the torment. At noon, the nanny came back and cooked some food. After Zhou Jiejie and Wang Jitao ate something together, Zhou Jiejie got up and left. She was going to come back tomorrow. Since Zhou Jiejie had something to do, Wang Jitao did not ask her to stay. Now his relationship with Zhou Jiejie was also the kind that seemed good, but they were very far apart. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan came to the end of the subway station, Dongfang Car City, which was the largest car sales market in Songjiang City. However, it should not be said that it was Songjiang City, because it was actually invested and built by an entrepreneur in Donghai City. It was just because there was no large-scale land in the urban area of Donghai to build a car city. Even if there was, the price was not cost-effective, so it was better to build the car city on the edge of Songjiang City, which bordered Donghai. In this way, the car city was like between Donghai and Songjiang. It was very convenient for people to go to and from the two cities. This was also the practice of many cities to build the car city in the suburbs. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan came to the car city and strolled around casually. It was an exhibition hall. Every brand had its own exhibition hall, but the variety of cars was complete. Almost all the brands sold in China were here. Of course, there were still people who liked to go to the 4S sales stores of various brands to buy cars. This was a matter of personal habits. Wow, this car is good. It's very suitable for girls to drive. Chen Mengyan pointed to a small SUV and said. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan stopped, and a sales lady immediately greeted them. Do you want to look at a car? Now, the price of most domestic car brands had dropped to a very low level. Most cars were in the tens of thousands of yuan. In other words, cars were no longer something that those big bosses could afford. It had entered the working class. So unlike some sales ladies of luxury cars, who still wore biased glasses for customers, domestic car salesmen did not pay much attention to the dressing and age of the people who came to look at the car because anyone could become their potential customer. And, just looking around. Yang Ming nodded. What car is this? This is the Zhongtai 5008. It's a small mini off-road vehicle. It's very suitable for families and young couples. The car is small, but its appearance and functions are not bad. There's a luggage rack on it. It's suitable for picnics and long-distance trips. The sales lady introduced, over there is the previous model of this car. Zhongtai 2008 5008 is an improvement on his foundation. How much? Yang Ming asked. The deluxe version is 59,999. It comes with a full-body film, luggage rack, and small decorations, the sales lady said. Only 60,000? Yang Ming nodded to himself. This car was not bad. It was cheap and practical, and it was not flashy. Most importantly, it looked good. Chen Mingyan could also drive it. Okay, let's take a look, Yang Ming said to the sales lady. Okay, here are our promotional materials. You can take a look. The sales lady handed a promotional advertisement to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took it in his hand and walked to another booth with Chen Mingyan. What do you think? Yang Ming asked Chen Mingyan. I think it's good. I can drive it too. It could be seen that Chen Mingyan preferred the car just now. But, it's a manual transmission. In Yang Ming's opinion, girls should like to drive with automatic transmission. It's okay. When my dad taught me to drive, he used the old-fashioned 213 Jeep that their unit had eliminated. It was also a manual transmission. Chen Mingyan said, I'm used to it. That's fine. Let's take a look. If it doesn't work, we will buy that one. Yang Ming didn't care as long as it could drive. The key was that Chen Mingyan liked it. Originally, Yang Ming planned to buy a car that cost a few 100,000 yuan, but now that Chen Mingyan liked this domestic car that cost 60,000 yuan, he didn't have to hesitate anymore. It was fine to buy it now. After all, the price was cheap. Even if his mother knew, she wouldn't say anything. He would buy it and drive it first. He could change it later. This car could also be passed to Chen Mingyan to drive first. Okay. Chen Mingyan also thought that the car was good. When she saw that Yang Ming was going to buy it, she was a little happy. The two people came to the Mercedes-Benz exhibition hall unknowingly. At present, Yang Ming was not very interested in this kind of decent car that consumed a lot of fuel. However, Yang Ming saw an acquaintance here. It was Sun San, the butler of Sun Jia's family. At this moment, Sun San was reprimanding a bald head. Yang Ming looked at the two of them and roughly knew the content of the conversation. It turned out that the bald head was the manager of this Mercedes-Benz sales store. It seemed that he had provoked a customer because of something. This car city was the property of the Sun family, so Sun San was responsible for mediating. Sun San also saw Yang Ming. He nodded to Yang Ming. He looked at Chen Mingyan next to Yang Ming with a deep meaning, then he turned his head and continued to reprimand the bald head manager. Yang Ming also smiled at him, but he didn't come forward to say hello. Perhaps Sun San didn't want to make himself feel awkward because Chen Mingyan was by his side. Yang Ming was about to turn around and leave with Chen Mingyan when he suddenly heard a strange voice. Yeah, isn't this Chen Mingyan? Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming turned their heads at the same time and saw a fashionably dressed girl holding a little fatty standing not far from them. The one who spoke was the fashionable girl. Chen Mingyan frowned and looked at the fashionable girl for a long time. She hesitated and said, Are you Lin Xiang? Why, Chen Mingyan, have you learned to hook up with rich guys? Lin Xiang glanced at Yang Ming next to Chen Mingyan and said sarcastically, Oh, I forgot. You should be in college now, right? But you are only a freshman, tsk. Chen Mingyan nodded and didn't want to talk to her, so she said to Yang Ming, Let's go. He is my junior high school classmate. Don't go. Are you here to buy a car? Or are you just here to have a look? Lin Xiang saw Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan's dressing. At first glance, she didn't look like rich people, so she spoke sarcastically. We are here to buy a car, but my girlfriend doesn't seem to like you very much. You'd better leave. Yang Ming glanced at Lin Xiang and then warned. Country bumpkin, you are here to buy a car? Lin Xiang snorted and said, Have you heard of a joke? A country bumpkin came to a car dealership and took out 2,000 yuan, saying that he wanted to buy a Santana. The salesperson wondered, What did you say? The country bumpkin said that it was a Santana 2000 at the door. The salesperson was dumbfounded. Go to the Mercedes-Benz 600 across the street. I think you are the country bumpkin. Do you think that everyone can afford this car? Are you done? Your joke isn't funny at all. Yang Ming suddenly reached out and slapped the face of the little fatty next to Lin Xiang. Isn't that right, Pickle Jar? The little fatty suddenly heard someone call his nickname in junior high school, and he was stunned. He was used to being pretentious with Lin Xiang in the past few years. When he was slapped by Yang Ming, he was a little overwhelmed. Just as he was about to attack, he looked carefully at the person in front of him. He was shocked. You are Yang Ming? Pickle Jar, your memory isn't very good. It took you so long to recognize me. It seems that your impression of me isn't very deep. Yang Ming smiled. No, brother Yang, don't beat me. The little fatty was shocked and said quickly. The little fatty and Yang Ming both graduated from Red Flag Junior High School. At that time, the little fatty relied on his family's wealth and was a tyrant in school. However, he accidentally offended Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't care who he was and directly beat him up. Later, the little fatty was dissatisfied. He found a few people to trouble Yang Ming. As a result, he was taught a lesson by Yang Ming. From then on, Yang Ming would teach him a few lessons every time they met. The little fatty had a psychological shadow. When he saw Yang Ming, he said instinctively, "Brother Yang, don't beat me." That careless sentence just now suddenly jumped out from the depths of his memory. Husband, who is this person? Lin Xiang didn't understand the situation in front of her. You shut up. The little fatty roared fiercely, quickly call me Brother Yang. Yang Ming shook his head and said faintly, no need. Pickle Jar, is this your wife? Yes. Brother Yang, what's the matter? The little fatty didn't know what Yang Ming wanted to do, so he had to answer. Oh, nothing. We are old bumpkins. We are going to spend 600 yuan to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Yang Ming saw that this chick was hostile to Chen Mingyan, so he wanted to take the opportunity to mess with him. Although he didn't understand how Chen Mingyan and this Lin Xiang became enemies, it was easy for a beautiful girl to be envied. Although this Lin Xiang had heavy makeup, her bottom was much worse than Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming pretended to stroll around casually. When he passed by Sun San, he whispered, Uncle San, you ask them to act with me. Just ask him to cooperate with me. Sun San glanced at Yang Ming and nodded slightly, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to talk to the bald manager as if he didn't know Yang Ming at all. Cough cough. Where is he? I want to buy a car. Yang Ming said suddenly after he turned back. Coming. The bald manager was apparently instructed by Sun San. He quickly ran to Yang Ming. It was reasonable to say that these car sellers only rented the Sun family's venue for sales. They didn't have to give face to the mall management office, but now the situation was different. What was the status of the Sun family in Donghai? What did the Sun family do? These people who did business were clear in their hearts, so they had to listen to Sun San's words. Sir, I am the manager of this store. My surname is Liu. This is my business card. Do you want to buy a car? Asked the bald manager. Yeah. Yang Ming took the business card, glanced at it, and said, this Mercedes-Benz is 600 yuan? Ah? The bald manager was stunned, but then he reacted. Since Sun San asked him to cooperate, then he would cooperate. So he said, yeah, this Mercedes-Benz is 600. The one over there is 320. Mercedes-Benz 320. Oh, then I will buy the cheaper one, which is 320. As he said this, Yang Ming took out 320 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the bald manager. I want to buy that Mercedes-Benz 320. It is 320 yuan, right? Yes, that's right. The bald manager took the money in Yang Ming's hand and said. Then, let's go through the formalities. Yang Ming said. Ah? All right. Then please, sir. The bald manager hesitated for a moment before inviting Yang Ming into the VIP room. In his opinion, it was possible that Sun San wanted to take advantage of this incident to extort a sum of money from him. This Mercedes-Benz was probably what he wanted to extort. Therefore, he was relieved. Fortunately, Yang Ming did not want the Mercedes-Benz 600. That would be even more of a loss. The actions of Yang Ming and the bald manager made Lin Xiang and the little fatty beside her dumbfounded. Wasn't this too ridiculous? $320 for a Mercedes-Benz? Was there something wrong with the sales manager's head, or was it because he was ignorant? This world is too crazy. Seeing Yang Ming and the bald manager enter the room to handle the procedures, Lin Xiang couldn't stand it anymore. She asked the little fatty beside her, "Do you think it's a promotion today?" "Promotion? Is this for real?" The little fatty was also very suspicious of what his eyes were seeing. "I think it's true. Why don't we also buy a Mercedes-Benz? Let's not buy a Honda CR-V." Lin Xiang suggested, "A Mercedes-Benz is so awesome. Then let's buy one. It's cheap anyway." Although the little fatty felt that it was a bit unbelievable, the facts were in front of him. After Yang Ming bought it, he had to believe it. "Excuse me, is this Mercedes-Benz 600 yuan for 600 yuan? Lin Xiang asked a sales lady. 600 yuan? The sales lady glanced at Lin Xiang and said with some disdain, "There is a Mercedes-Benz 320 over there." 320. Do you want to buy it? Buy it. I can buy that too. Lin Xiang didn't hear the sarcasm in the sales lady's tone, but she nodded and said seriously. Old country bumpkin. The sales lady scolded, "Are you dreaming? I think you are here to mess things up. Hurry up and leave." "Are you crazy? Didn't he just spend 320? Lin Xiang pointed at Yang Ming in the reception room and said with a dissatisfied face. Her face turned red and white. She just ridiculed Yang Ming as an old country bumpkin. As a result, she was scolded as an old country bumpkin. Then I don't know. Why don't you ask our manager? The sales lady said angrily. This? Lin Xiang was a little dumbfounded, but she still didn't give up. If she could buy a Mercedes-Benz for 600 yuan, it would be a great bargain. So, she walked into the reception room with the little fatty. Lin Xiang asked carefully, "Did he spend 320 on the Mercedes-Benz he bought?" The bald manager didn't know what Lin Xiang wanted to do, so he nodded and said, "Yes, what's the matter?" "Then can I buy one too?" Lin Xiang asked. "Not selling. Someone, throw this person out." "Is he crazy?" The bald manager said angrily. So, two security guards came over and politely asked Lin Xiang and the little fatty to leave. Out of Car City, Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming laughed. "Yang Ming, you are so bad. You let Lin Xiang and the others make a fool of themselves." Although Chen Mingyan said so, Yang Ming helped her vent her anger, which made Chen Mingyan very happy. "They are stupid. I didn't force them to make a fool of themselves," Yang Ming said innocently. "Hee hee. Yes." Chen Mingyan nodded. "Do you know the manager of the shop?" "Well, I know him." Yang Ming said vaguely, "He is a friend of mine." "Oh. No wonder." Chen Mingyan didn't ask much. After all, these were unimportant things. "Does Lin Xiang have a grudge against you?" Yang Ming asked. "No." Chen Mingyan shook her head and said, "When I was in junior high school, there was a boy in the class who liked me, and Lin Xiang happened to like that boy. Later, although she became the boy's girlfriend, the boy always took the opportunity to get close to me. As a result, Lin Xiang thought I was a vixen who seduced her boyfriend." "Crazy. She looks like a turkey." Yang Ming curled his lips and said. "Hee hee, let's not talk about her. But Yang Ming, don't hit people so often in the future. Why did you slap that fat man's face just now?" Chen Mingyan asked. "Oh? You mean the pickle jar? He is my junior high school classmate. He is the one who deserves to be beaten," Yang Ming said. Chen Mingyan was speechless. What a coincidence. Her junior high school classmate and Yang Ming's junior high school classmate actually became a couple. When the two people came out of Car City, it was already close to noon, so they stopped a taxi and went straight to Chen Mingyan's home. Mother Chen worked in a company. Unlike Chen Fei, who was a civil servant, the company's policy on holidays was relatively relaxed. For today's little New Year's holiday, the holidays were early. When Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan entered the house, Mother Chen was busy washing vegetables in the kitchen. When she saw Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan coming back, she quickly greeted them from the kitchen. "Hello, Auntie." Yang Ming glanced at Mother Chen and said awkwardly. Because there was some misunderstanding when they were eating barbecue that night, Yang Ming was a bit unnatural. "Hee, Yang Ming is here. Come in and sit." Mother Chen didn't have anything to be embarrassed about as an elder. "Auntie, I bought 2 cashmere sweaters for you and Uncle Chen." Yang Ming handed over the things in his hand and said, "I bought 2 of the fresher ones. It's just right for the new year." "Oh? It's fine that you're here. Why did you buy anything? How can your Uncle Chen and I ask you to spend money?" Although Mother Chen said so, she was very happy to take the things. After all, this was the kindness of the younger generation. "Hee, I chose it together with Chen Mingyan. In the end, we didn't spend any money. The owner of the mall is a friend of mine," Yang Ming said with a smile. "Really?" Mother Chen was a bit unbelievable. Yang Ming could actually know the owner of the mall. "Yeah, Mom, it seems that he is the son of the president of the head office of the mall. He is a student of Yang Ming's home tutor," Chen Mingyan explained. It turned out to be like this. Mother Chen listened to Chen Mingyan's explanation and believed it. She opened the packaging of the cashmere sweater and looked at the style. She felt that it was good, so she praised, "I didn't expect Yang Ming to have such good taste." "Not at all. It was Chen Mingyan who gave me advice." Yang Ming smiled. "Auntie likes it very much." "Thank you." Mother Chen said, "You guys sit down first. I'm going to cook. Mingyan's father will be back soon. Auntie, let me help you." Yang Ming stood up and said, "Don't. Let Mingyan help me. You're a boy. You're careless. You can't handle the kitchen." Mother Chen waved her hand and said, "You should watch TV for a while." "Okay then." Yang Ming was really not good at the kitchen. He just wanted to help wash the dishes and vegetables. He couldn't do anything else, so he didn't insist and sat down. Chen Mingyan and Mother Chen went to the kitchen to cook. Yang Ming came to Chen Mingyan's home for the first time, so he looked around. Chen Mingyan's house was a typical 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The decoration was relatively luxurious. However, according to Chen Mingyan, this house was distributed by her mother's company. Mother Chen's unit was a very profitable state-owned enterprise. She was a middle-level leader with more real power. The treatment and salary were good. Compared to Chen Fei, it was a bit shabby. It seemed like he was living off his wife and lived in a house distributed by his wife. However, Yang Ming didn't dare to say this. He just thought about it casually. Yang Ming wanted to see Chen Mingyan's room, but it was the first time he was a guest in someone's house. It wasn't easy to walk around, but this wasn't a problem for Yang Ming. Yang Ming directly scanned the entire room with his X-ray vision. Except for a study and a master bedroom, the rest should naturally be Chen Mingyan's room. Yang Ming looked inside. It was very simple furnishings. A desk, a small bed, a bookshelf and a wardrobe combination cabinet. On the desk, there was the laptop that Yang Ming bought for her. The room was very tidy. The curtains and sheets were cartoonish. It was a typical girl's bedroom. Not long after, there was the sound of a key opening the door. Yang Ming retracted his gaze and glanced at the door. It turned out that Chen Fei was back. "Uncle Chen." Yang Ming stood up and quickly walked to the door and took the briefcase in Chen Fei's hand. "You kid, when did you have such a good eye?" Chen Fei smiled. "I didn't see you being so respectful to me before. Isn't it different now?" Yang Ming smiled. "Originally, we were friends despite the difference in age. Now you are my father-in-law." "Loquacious." Chen Fei patted Yang Ming on the back of his head and said, "Where are Ming Yan and her mother?" "They are busy in the kitchen. I wanted to help, but they didn't need me," Yang Ming said innocently. "Don't pretend to be innocent." Chen Fei smiled. "It just so happens that I am looking for you. Come with me to the study." "Oh?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Fei to want to talk to him as soon as he entered. However, he couldn't refuse. So, he followed Chen Fei to the study. However, when he saw Chen Fei's serious face, Yang Ming suddenly felt nervous. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. In the past, he and Chen Fei could talk about business or personal matters calmly. They could even joke about it. However, it was different now. Chen Fei was his father-in-law. His identity was different from his original identity. After entering the study, Chen Fei motioned for Yang Ming to sit on the sofa. "Uncle Chen, please take a seat," Yang Ming said politely with a smile. "Why didn't I realize you were so polite?" Chen Fei looked at Yang Ming with a faint smile. "You sit." "I'll sit here." Chen Fei sat in the executive chair behind the desk. "Uncle Chen, why are you looking for me?" Yang Ming asked directly after he sat down. He didn't like to beat around the bush. Since Chen Fei was looking for him, there must be something. "Yang Ming, do you know Zhou Jiejie?" Chen Fei stopped and asked suddenly. "Ah?" Yang Ming looked at Chen Fei with some astonishment. "Zhou Jiejie? Uncle Chen, how do you know her? I also know that she likes you, right?" Chen Fei didn't answer but continued to ask. "What?" Yang Ming was even more shocked this time. He is indeed a police officer. He can even investigate this? However, what does Chen Fei mean by this? Could it be that he suspects that there is something between me and Zhou Jiejie? Don't be surprised. Answer me first. Is there such a thing? Chen Fei saw Yang Ming's expression and found it funny. Ugh. Uncle Chen, I have nothing to do with Zhou Jiejie. She is now Wang Jitao's girlfriend. Yang Ming quickly explained. I know all this. Chen Fei smiled. What are you nervous about? Of course, I am nervous. You ask me these things. How can I not be nervous? Yang Ming said with some anger, Uncle Chen, do you want to scare me to death? Yang Ming, do you know why Zhou Jiejie became Wang Jitao's girlfriend? Chen Fei asked. Why? Yang Ming asked casually. Then, he felt that something was wrong, so he said, Uncle Chen, why do you keep asking about her? Chen Fei was silent for a moment and then continued, Yang Ming, there are some things that I have to tell you. However, you must keep it a secret. You can't tell anyone. Uncle Chen, what are you talking about? Yang Ming had some doubts. What secret? It's about Wang Jitao and his father. Chen Fei said seriously, our police are now monitoring the Wang father and son. I hope you can cooperate. Seeing Chen Fei's expression, Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little solemn. He quickly said, Uncle Chen, you can rest assured. You don't have to worry about me. I won't talk about it. Zhou Jiejie is now performing a secret mission. I have heard about the grievances between you and her. I understand the grievances between you and Wang Jitao, but I hope that during this time, you don't have a direct conflict with them, so as not to ruin Zhou Jiejie's plan and anger the Wang father and son. Then, they will do something desperate. Chen Fei said. Yang Ming sneered in his heart. Desperate? Whatever. I'm afraid that no matter how many dogs you send, it will be in vain. Uncle Chen, are you ready to get rid of Wang Shifan? Yang Ming's tone was faintly excited. For a long time, Yang Ming had been waiting for the opportunity to eliminate the Wang father and son in one fell swoop, but there wasn't a suitable opportunity. The Wang father and son were different from the underworld. To deal with the underworld, some extraordinary means could be used. But the Wang father and son were different. After all, Wang Shifan's identity was there. If he really did something to Wang Shifan, it would be a very troublesome thing. Therefore, when Yang Ming learned from Song Heng that Wang Shifan was involved in smuggling, he was immediately happy. He directly ordered him to collect some evidence and recordings of Wang Shifan's crimes. But now, Wang Shifan had restrained a lot. Although he mentioned smuggling to Song Heng, he didn't put it into action. Yang Ming now only had a few recordings of Wang Shifan's plan in his hands. There was no other substantial evidence. This involves a lot of aspects. You don't have to ask. Chen Fei shook his head and said. I don't know what Uncle Chen is investigating, but I think you can. Start from smuggling, Yang Ming hesitated and decided to confess to Chen Fei. Oh? Chen Fei listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly widened his eyes. Where did you find out? It was no wonder that Chen Fei was surprised. Wang Shifan might be suspected of smuggling. Only a few people in the criminal investigation team knew about it. It hadn't been made public yet. Yang Ming actually knew about it. How could this not make Chen Fei feel inexplicably surprised? If there is a traitor in my team. Chen Fei sweated when he thought about it. I have a friend. He is the regional president of a foreign trading company. He has the right to import and export precision cutting-edge instruments. Wang Shifan wants to cooperate with him. Yang Ming said, I still have a few recordings of Wang Shifan's conversations. Really? Chen Fei was overjoyed after listening. Great. Who is your friend? Can you arrange for us to meet? Of course, no problem. I originally wanted to give you those tapes. Yang Ming thought, it seems that Chen Fei is also investigating the same thing. It seems that Wang Shifan is really going to be caught soon. Well, since you know part of it, then I won't hide it from you. The reason why Wang Shifan is being monitored by us is indeed because he is suspected of smuggling, but we don't have exact evidence. Chen Fei said, all the clues point to a person named Su Daji. This person is Wang Shifan's brother-in-law. But he seems to have evaporated from the world. We can't find him. Su Daji. Yang Ming shook his head. He had never heard of this person. There is a person named Huang Yukai around Wang Shifan. Have you noticed it? He is also within our monitoring range, but he is just a secretary of Wang Shifan. He doesn't seem to know much, said Chen Fei. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything, but he always felt that Su Daji's sudden disappearance was a bit strange. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but close his eyes. A strange thing happened. Suddenly, a scene appeared in front of Yang Ming like a movie. The first segment, Wang Shifan was driving a car, carrying Huang Yukai on the road. He wasn't driving the Mercedes-Benz that Wang Shifan usually drove, but an old Hongqi car. The second segment, Wang Shifan put an unknown man in the back of the car. It could be seen that the man had fainted. The third segment, Wang Shifan was in an abandoned construction site, filling a foundation pit with soil with a shovel. The man in the pit was the unknown man, but at this moment, his chest was full of blood. Apparently, he was dead. These three incoherent segments quickly flashed through Yang Ming's mind, making Yang Ming suddenly overwhelmed. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Yang Ming shook his head. I had a good rest yesterday. Why did these things suddenly appear in my mind? Moreover, these three fragments were unusually clear. It was like what Yang Ming saw with his own eyes. If it was an illusion, it was too weird. There were three people in the fragments and a stranger that I didn't know. If it was only Wang Shifan and Huang Yukai, it would still work. This stranger, I haven't seen him before. How did I hallucinate? Yang Ming hesitated. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He asked Chen Fei, Uncle Chen, that Su Daji, is he about 1.7 meters tall, with a square face, a buzz cut, and a black mole above his right eye? Yeah. How do you know? Do you know him? Chen Fei asked curiously. No. I can't explain it clearly. Yang Ming only felt that his mind was in a mess. Sure enough. It's really true. It's not an illusion. The strange man that I don't know is Su Daji. It's just that this feeling is really weird. How can I know what Su Daji looks like? What did those few fragments indicate? Su Daji was killed by someone? And the murderer is Wang Shifan? Yang Ming frowned. He tried hard to see the details of Su Daji's murder, but it was in vain. Whether his eyes were open or closed, he couldn't reproduce the scene just now. Only the three fragments were still vivid in Yang Ming's mind. The memory was still fresh. This is my special ability. Why does it always bring me inexplicable surprises and inexplicable disappointments? Without any reason, Yang Ming could only attribute the phenomenon just now to his special ability. Yang Ming sighed. He could only think about it slowly when he went home. Now, in Chen Mingyan's home, he couldn't calm down to study it. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? Chen Fei saw that Yang Ming's expression was very strange. He couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Uncle Chen. Yang Ming frowned and said, Uncle Chen, I think, is it possible that Su Daji was silenced by Wang Shifan? Silence? You mean? Chen Fei's expression immediately changed. He looked at Yang Ming. Su Daji is no longer here? I think it is very possible. If the person who operates the smuggling is Su Daji, Wang Shifan is likely to kill him in order to protect himself. Yang Ming could only give Chen Fei a hint based on the few fragments he saw. Only when Su Daji is dead, Wang Shifan will be relieved. Su Daji is Wang Shifan's brother-in-law. He wouldn't do anything to him, right? Chen Fei listened to Yang Ming's bold analysis and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. I don't know, but Wang Shifan seems to be able to do this kind of thing. It was impossible for Yang Ming to tell Chen Fei what he saw. Not to mention whether these things were true or not, even if he told Chen Fei would not believe him. Instead, it would be easy to expose his abilities. I understand. I will start to investigate. Chen Fei nodded. Your assumption is also very reasonable. I just saw some TV dramas like this. The bad guys killed people in some abandoned construction sites in order to protect themselves. Then, they threw the bodies directly into the foundation pit. Yang Ming didn't know where the construction site he saw was, so he could only make such an assumption to attract Chen Fei's attention. Hee. But you are quite clever. Last time, in Ji Shuixing's case, you can always point out the key points. Chen Fei said with appreciation. I also speculated based on the current situation. If things weren't like that, you can't say that I misled you to solve the case. Yang Ming gave Chen Fei a precaution in advance. Even he himself wasn't sure what he had seen just now. It's okay. We are also constantly investigating the case. Chen Fei said, and your assumption is also very reasonable. Remember, this matter must be kept secret. Don't tell Chen Mingyan. I got it. Yang Ming nodded and said, I will contact my friend after I go back and let him meet with you. Okay. As Chen Fei was talking, there was a knock on the door outside the study. Dad, Yang Ming, are you inside? It's time to eat. It was Chen Mingyan's voice. Let's go. Let's eat. Chen Fei stood up and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. The two went out of the study together. Chen Mingyan was wearing a small apron around her waist. She stood there cutely. When she saw Yang Ming coming out, she asked, Dad, why did you call Yang Ming to the study? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to ask if this kid is sincere to you. Chen Fei laughed. Stop it. Dad, why are you so indecent? Chen Mingyan was embarrassed and didn't continue to ask questions. Chen Fei wanted this effect, so he said, let's go and eat. Don't make your mom wait. The three people came to the dining room together. Mother Chen had already prepared a large table of sumptuous dishes. She was serving everyone rice. When she saw Yang Ming coming, she said, Yang Ming, find a place to sit. Don't be restrained here. Treat it as your own home. Okay. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. He took the rice bowl from Mother Chen's hand and sat with Chen Mingyan. Because they were all family, there were not so many rules. After they sat down, Chen Fei announced the start of the meal. They could eat whatever they liked. Yang Ming, I heard from Mingyan that your mom asked her to spend Chinese New Year at your house. Chen Fei chatted with Yang Ming while eating. But my mom also said that she was afraid that you wouldn't agree. Yang Ming nodded and said, if Chen Mingyan doesn't accompany you on Chinese New Year's Eve, it's a bit unreasonable. But it's normal for the woman to spend Chinese New Year at the man's house. Chen Fei said, yesterday, I discussed it with your aunt. What do you think? Please say it, Uncle Chen. Yang Ming knew that this wasn't so easy to do. After all, it was different from the past. Every family had a child. Yang Ming, you go back and discuss with your parents. See if our two families can spend Chinese New Year together? Mother Chen continued Chen Fei's words. It's more lively with more people. If that's the case, it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Ming thought about it and felt that Mother Chen's proposal was reasonable. Can't the two families spend Chinese New Year together? It would avoid those unnecessary things. But, Uncle Chen, my house is a bit small. If you all go over, it may not be convenient when you rest at night. That's fine. You go back and discuss with your parents. You can spend Chinese New Year at my house. My place is big. The sofa in the study can be folded into a double bed. Chen Fei said. Well, I will go back and talk to them in a while. Then, I will call you back. Yang Ming also felt that Chen Fei's proposal was good. Moreover, didn't his parents always want to meet Chen Mingyan's parents? In this way, wasn't it killing two birds with one stone? Because Chen Fei and Mother Chen were very satisfied with Yang Ming, the atmosphere of this meal was good. Everyone was very happy. In addition to the chatting, the meal lasted until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They even skipped dinner. After playing poker with Chen Mingyan's house for a while, Yang Ming got up and prepared to leave. Yang Ming, do you want to leave later? Stay and eat dumplings at night? Mother Chen asked him to stay. No need. I'm going back. I also told my parents that I will go back early in the evening. Yang Ming said. And, if that's the case, then I won't ask you to stay. Go back and discuss with your parents. Let us know when you have a result. Mother Chen instructed. You can rest assured, Auntie. The first thing I will do when I go back is to discuss this with them. Yang Ming said. That's fine. Ming Yan, you send Yang Ming out. Chen Fei said. Oh, okay. Chen Mingyan nodded. She put on her coat and went downstairs with Yang Ming. Just now at home, Chen Mingyan's parents were there. The two young people didn't have a chance to be intimate. Now, while sending Yang Ming out, the two people could be sweet. Downstairs, between the stairs of the second floor and the third floor, Yang Ming turned around and hugged Chen Mingyan. Did you miss me? Chen Mingyan nodded with some embarrassment. Okay, just a hug is enough. It won't be good if the neighbors see it. It's okay. What are you afraid of? Today is Chinese New Year. Everyone is eating dumplings and watching TV at home. As Yang Ming said this, he put his mouth on Chen Mingyan's face. Aya. Chen Mingyan didn't wait to react, and she was kissed by Yang Ming. A burst of firecrackers sounded outside. Chinese New Year. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor not far away. Chen Mingyan quickly pushed Yang Ming away and lowered her head shyly. Someone's coming. Chen Mingyan said softly. Yang Ming looked up and said, it's an old lady. Maybe it's Grandma Lu. Let's go downstairs quickly. Don't let her see us. Chen Mingyan quickly said. She didn't have time to think about how Yang Ming saw it clearly. After going downstairs, it didn't take long for an old lady to walk out of the corridor. Grandma Lu. Chen Mingyan greeted. Mingyan, hee, is this your boyfriend? Grandma Lu looked at Yang Ming and smiled. Hello Grandma Lu. I'm Mingyan's boyfriend. My name is Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded and greeted Grandma Lu. Good. You look like a talented young man. Grandma Lu said kindly. Grandma Lu, it's so late. Where are you going? Chen Mingyan asked. I'm going to pick up my little granddaughter. Look, I have to go to tutoring after Chinese New Year. Grandma Lu said helplessly, I'll go first. I'm in a hurry. Okay, Grandma Lu. Be careful. Chen Mingyan reminded her. It's okay. It's just around the corner. Grandma Lu said. After Grandma Lu left, Yang Ming asked, how old is Grandma Lu's granddaughter? Why is she still tutoring after Chinese New Year? She's in her 3rd year of high school. Chen Mingyan sighed faintly. After Yang Ming heard it, he shook his head helplessly. Yeah, Chen Mingyan and I were in our 3rd year of high school too. At that time, weren't we tutoring day and night? Especially during the winter break of our 3rd year of high school. We didn't rest at all. By the way, Zhou Jieje came to your house. Did she see Uncle Chen? Yang Ming asked. She said that she had something to see my father. Chen Mingyan hesitated and said, "What did my father say to you just now?" Uncle Chen told me that Zhou Jiejie told him that she likes me. Yang Ming said with a wry smile. Ah? Although Chen Mingyan already knew Zhou Jiejie's thoughts, she didn't expect Zhou Jiejie to dare to confess to her father. What did she say? Uncle Chen didn't explain in detail. Yang Ming shook his head. How could he ask in detail about this kind of thing? Oh. Zhou Jiejie really likes you. Chen Mingyan nodded and then suddenly whispered, Yang Ming, she is actually quite pitiful. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with some disbelief. This seemed to be the first time that Chen Mingyan spoke for another girl, and it was a girl who might become her love rival. This made Yang Ming very surprised. At the same time, he admired Zhou Jiejie. What kind of girl is this? She can actually win the sympathy of Chen Mingyan. It's really not simple. Is Zhou Jiejie really worthy of sympathy, or is she too good at acting? Yang Ming wasn't sure. He didn't want to continue to be entangled in this issue. When he thought of Zhou Jiejie liking him, Yang Ming had some headaches. Mingyan, you go back. I will look for you in the corridor. Yang Ming looked at the time. He still had a date to attend. Okay, be careful on the road. Chen Mingyan said, also, the thing that my parents said, you go home and discuss it. Don't force it if you really can't do it. I got it. Yang Ming was downstairs. He watched Chen Mingyan enter the house before he left. He stopped a taxi on the road. Yang Ming rushed to Lin Zhiyun's house. When he passed by Fang Tian's house, Yang Ming looked inside as usual. Fang Tian's house was still empty. It seemed that Fang Tian hadn't returned yet. He didn't know what Fang Tian did in Europe. There was no news for such a long time. To be honest, Yang Ming really missed him. Moreover, although Yang Ming's current kung fu was very powerful, compared to Fang Tian, he was just a dabbler. He really didn't live up to the reputation of the king of assassins. Yang Ming shook his head and came to the door of Lin Zhiyun's house. He knocked on the door. It didn't take long for the door to open. It was an unfamiliar young man who opened the door. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Lin Zhiyun. You are? Yang Ming was a bit baffled. He didn't hear that Lin Zhiyun had any brothers. Brother Dadong, are you Yang Ming? You are looking for me. Lin Zhiyun's voice came over first, followed by Lin Zhiyun's light figure floating over. What is this Brother Dadong? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Brother Dadong, let me introduce you. This is Yang Ming. He is my Lin Zhiyun was a little shy. Hello, my name is Yang Ming, Zhiyun's boyfriend. Yang Ming saw that Lin Zhiyun was a little embarrassed, so he extended his hand and introduced me. Li Dadong. Zhiyun's childhood friend's brother. Li Dadong looked at Yang Ming with some hostility, then he extended his hand and held Yang Ming's hand. Yang Ming sneered secretly. It seems that this Brother Dadong is very dissatisfied with me. To be exact, this guy is most likely interested in Lin Zhiyun and wants to intimidate me. When Li Dadong heard that Yang Ming was Lin Zhiyun's boyfriend, he only felt uncomfortable in his heart. He looked at Yang Ming with reddened eyes and concentrated all his strength on his hand. Yang Ming's smile didn't change as if he didn't feel the strength in Li Dadong's hand. Li Dadong saw that Yang Ming was calm, and he was a little anxious. He knew that he couldn't hold his hand for too long, so he clenched his teeth and increased the strength in his hand. Yang Ming suddenly grinned and said enthusiastically, "Oh, hello, Big Winter Melon." He deliberately called Brother Dadong as Big Winter Melon. Then, Yang Ming began to exert strength. His hand moved slightly, and the sweat on Li Dadong's forehead came down. Yang Ming didn't use any strength, but Li Dadong couldn't stand it. But then again, Yang Ming's hands and feet were soaked in Fang Tian's special potion. Coupled with his usual exercise, his strength was amazing. It was possible that he crushed Li Dadong's hand bones. Li Dadong clenched his teeth and looked at Yang Ming inconceivably. His grip strength was famous, but he was defeated by Yang Ming so easily. Finally, he couldn't stand it. Just as he wanted to groan, Yang Ming let go of his hand and naturally hugged Lin Jiyun's shoulder, then they entered the house. He threw Li Dadong at the door. Li Dadong looked at Yang Ming's back and clenched his teeth. He originally wanted to give Yang Ming a show of strength. As a result, not only did he not teach Yang Ming a lesson, but he also suffered a loss. Li Dadong was so angry. However, there was no other way. He couldn't be angry and say that he wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson, but he was taught a lesson instead. Seeing Yang Ming hugging Lin Jiyun, Li Dadong's eyes were about to spit out fire. Li Dadong's family also lived in Shanty Town. The two families were not far away. Li Dadong was 1 year older than Lin Jiyun. The two children grew up together. Li Dadong had always been secretly in love with Lin Jiyun, but Lin Jiyun had always regarded him as an older brother. However, Li Dadong thought that the two people were childhood sweethearts. When Lin Jiyun was older, he would confess to her. It shouldn't be difficult. However, what Li Dadong didn't expect was that Lin Jiyun actually had a boyfriend suddenly. This made him unable to accept it. Today was the Lunar New Year, which was the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. The Northerners regarded the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month as the Lunar New Year. The Southerners regarded the 24th day of the 12th lunar month as the Lunar New Year. The customs were different from place to place. It was called the Lunar New Year among the people. In fact, it was a festival to worship the kitchen god. Li Dadong's university was in Donghai, so he usually couldn't see Lin Jiyun. They could only meet during the holidays. During the winter holidays, Li Dadong, as usual, came to Lin Jiyun's house every few days to help Xianxia with the housework. Lin Jiyun was relatively idiotic about relationships. She didn't notice Li Dadong's intentions, but Xianxia was experienced. How could she not understand Li Dadong's thoughts? She also hinted to Li Dadong to find a girlfriend, but Li Dadong just smirked. Obviously, he misunderstood. During this time, Yang Ming was relatively busy. He didn't have time to visit Lin Jiyun's house, so Li Dadong didn't know that there was such a person as Yang Ming. If he didn't ask, Lin Jiyun naturally wouldn't mention it to him. Until today, Lin Jiyun said that a friend came to visit her house. Li Dadong didn't think too much at the time. He thought it was Lin Jiyun's college sister. Just now, after opening the door, he knew that the person who came was Lin Jiyun's boyfriend. This made Li Dadong return to reality from his fantasy. Lin Jiyun had grown up and began to understand the relationship between men and women. She was no longer the little sister who didn't understand anything. This made Li Dadong regret that he didn't make a move in advance. He actually let an outsider take the lead. However, Li Dadong still had some confidence. After all, he and Lin Jiyun had been childhood sweethearts for so many years. How could he be stronger than an outsider? This boyfriend named Yang Ming had only been with Lin Jiyun for 1 semester because he hadn't heard that Lin Jiyun had a boyfriend during the summer vacation. How close could their relationship be in just 1 semester? Li Dadong felt that as long as he worked hard and expressed his feelings to Lin Jiyun, then Lin Jiyun would definitely break up with Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Li Dadong's mood also recovered a little. He followed Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming into the house with a gloomy face. Yang Ming is here. Before Xianxia spoke, Lin Chongqing greeted Yang Ming enthusiastically. For the incident in Donghai, Lin Chongqing was very grateful to Yang Ming, so his tone was much more polite. Uncle Lin, Auntie Shen, hello. Yang Ming said with a smile. Chongqing, let's eat. Xianxia saw that Yang Ming was here, so she ordered, you go and cook the dumplings. Li Dadong listened and gritted his teeth. I came in the afternoon and helped to make the dumplings, but it actually benefited this guy surnamed Yang. However, even if he was angry, he couldn't vent his anger. He could only sulk. Dadong, you go and help your uncle. Xianxia said. Okay, I will help Godfather cook the dumplings. Li Dadong nodded and deliberately emphasized the word Godfather. Xianxia sighed. She knew that Li Dadong said this deliberately. When they were young, Lin Chongqing and Li Dadong's father half-jokingly said that they wanted to marry the two children, so Li Dadong recognized Lin Chongqing as his godfather. At that time, Lin Jiyun was still young and not very sensible. Li Dadong had just become sensible. Later, this matter was treated as a joke, but they didn't expect Li Dadong to suddenly mention it again. Yang Ming listened to Li Dadong's godfather. He couldn't help but frown. He whispered to Lin Jiyun, "Why did he call your dad godfather?" "I don't know." Lin Jiyun shook her head in doubt. Obviously, she had no impression of those things. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't care about what was going on. He didn't care if it was true or not. "What about godfather?" "Godfather, not father-in-law. He seems to be interested in you." Yang Ming sat on the sofa and was very close to Lin Jiyun like an intimate couple. Lin Jiyun's immunity to Yang Ming had reached an incredible level. Like this, when Yang Ming did some intimate actions to her, Lin Jiyun didn't feel any resistance except for some shyness in her heart. "Ah? Big brother Dedong only treats me as a sister." Lin Jiyun stuttered. Previously, she didn't notice that Li Dadong had feelings for her other than being a sister, but judging from Li Dadong's weird expression and behavior just now, it seemed to be like what Yang Ming said. "Hee, why is a sister so hostile to me?" Yang Ming snorted. "We're still childhood sweethearts." "Why? Are you jealous?" Lin Jiyun didn't know what she was thinking, but she suddenly said such a sentence. "Why would I be jealous?" Yang Ming smiled and hugged Lin Jiyun. "Aren't we pretending? What is there to be jealous about?" "Pretending? Why are you hugging me?" Lin Jiyun's face was red, and she was a little embarrassed. "Even if you pretend, you need to have professionalism. You see the movie called something. It is said that the male and female protagonists in the movie are really XXOO. Yang Ming smiled. "Stop it." Lin Jiyun said, "They are filming." "How do you know?" "It is said so on the internet." Yang Ming said innocently. "Well, can you leave me some face later? I have nothing to do with Big Brother Dedong, but I have always respected him as a brother. Don't embarrass him too much." Lin Jiyun hesitated and said. "Am I the one who embarrasses him? I think he is the one who wants to embarrass me." Yang Ming snorted. "You see, when he entered the door, he held my hand and didn't let go. Fortunately, I have practiced before. Otherwise, I would be crippled by him. Come on. Big Brother Dedong's head is sweating." Lin Jiyun wasn't stupid. She probably understood what happened before. "And you are so bad. You actually called him Big Winter Melon. Didn't you call him Big Winter Melon?" Yang Ming widened his eyes curiously. "I just followed you to call him that. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Lin Jiyun was speechless. Although Li Dagong helped in the kitchen, his eyes occasionally swept in the direction of the living room. When he saw Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun flirting, he was annoyed. He accidentally poured the water from the pot of boiling dumplings onto Li Dagong's hand. It was so hot that he grimaced. After Zhou Jiejie returned home, she began to arrange for the evening's action. If everything went well, he would be able to get something useful tonight. Monitoring the network IP of Wang Jitao's home, Zhou Jiejie clicked on a shortcut to a folder on the table. She opened the photos inside and browsed. These were the photos of Yang Ming that Zhou Jiejie usually took with her mobile phone. Some were of Yang Ming alone, and some were of Yang Ming and Shen Mingyan together. However, Zhou Jiejie didn't mind at all. She flipped through them with relish. Sometimes she smiled, sometimes she frowned, as if she was doing something very happy. Yes, this was Zhou Jiejie's usual leisure time. In addition to studying computer technology, Zhou Jiejie's only entertainment was to look at Yang Ming's photos in a daze. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the bedroom door. Zhou Jiejie immediately returned to her senses. She minimized the window on the computer desktop and then said, "Come in." "Jiejie, I heard that you went to Wang Jitao's house today?" Mother Zhou asked with a smile. N. Zhou Jiejie nodded faintly. She was still a little worried about the fact that her mother talked to Yang Ming privately. Hee, don't be angry with your mother. Mother is also doing it for your own good. Mother Zhou smiled. I heard that Wang Shifan is going to transfer the shares under his name to Wang Jitao's name. This is what I was most worried about before. I was afraid that Wang Shifan, this old guy, is not honest and has illegitimate children outside. Now, I am relieved that no one will compete with you for shares in the future. Zhou Jieji looked at her mother in front of her. She didn't know what to say. In her eyes, it was full of interests and money. Including her daughter's marriage, it was also mixed with too many interests. Your father will be back in a few days. I told your father about you and Wang Jitao. Your father still thinks that Wang Jitao isn't worthy of you. Mother Zhou smiled. Zhou Jieji shook her head. I would rather be born in an ordinary family. Ordinary? Jieji, you don't know how many people are envious of you. Mother Zhou said, you really don't know how lucky you are. I don't think there's anything good about it. Zhou Jieji sighed. Besides, isn't my father working for others? Why do I always have to be superior to others? Work? It depends on who you work for. Your father is now working for the most mysterious family in Europe, which is the family's butler to the outside world. Mother Zhou said proudly, according to your father's intention, it's not a problem to find an aristocrat in the upper class over there. Zhou Jieji looked at her mother, who was in a gorgeous fantasy. She didn't know what to say. My daughter is so beautiful. Maybe it's not a problem to find a family heir. Mother Zhou said proudly, it's a pity that I heard from your father that the heir of the mysterious family is a woman. Well, Mom, I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while. Zhou Jieji really didn't agree with her mother's idea. Oh, that's fine. You rest. Mother Zhou nodded. Right, you and Wang Jitao can stay like this for now. If there is a better candidate, let's change. Zhou Jieji didn't answer. In Wang Xifan's president's office, Wang Xifan and Huang Yukai were alone. Yukai, the police haven't suspected anything about Su Daji, right? Wang Xifan asked with a frown. No, I haven't heard any news. Huang Yukai shook his head. I'm always worried about Su Daji's body. I'm afraid that the police will find some clues. Wang Xifan sighed. My eyelids are always twitching these days. I have a bad hunch. Is it okay, President Wang? Do you want to take a look tomorrow? Get some concentrated sulfuric acid and sprinkle it on the body to let it rot as soon as possible. The police can't identify the identity of the body. Okay, there's no time to lose. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. Get some sulfuric acid now. Let's go in a while, said Wang Xifan. I'll listen to President Wang's instructions. Huang Yukai nodded. Wang Xifan called Wang Jitao and told him that he would be back later in the evening. Wang Jitao was particularly happy today, so he didn't take it seriously. He hung up the phone after a few perfunctory words. Wang Jitao was chatting with Zhou Jieji on QQ at the moment. He was very excited. Zhou Jieji chatted with Wang Jitao mainly to get information from him and ask if Wang Xifan had come back. Then, she sent a super Trojan horse to Wang Jitao. Of course, it was embedded in her own photo. A computer noob like Wang Jitao naturally didn't doubt it. He clicked on it directly. As a result, the Trojan horse ran. As long as there was a computer in the local area network turned on, the Trojan horse would be transmitted instantly. Zhou Jieji was a little amused. If she knew that Wang Jitao was so stupid, she wouldn't have to spend so much effort to change the router settings. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit depressing. Li Dadong had been gloomy and didn't speak. He ate the dumplings and looked at Yang Ming with hostility. Dadong, today is New Year's Eve. Come, you are Zhiyun's big brother. You say a few words first. Lin Chongqing saw that the atmosphere was awkward, so he took the initiative to speak. Godfather, I wish you and Godmother a happy new year. Sister Zhiyun is getting more and more beautiful. Li Dadong hesitated and said. It was just that Yang Ming was directly excluded. How could Lin Chongqing and Xin Yueping not hear the sour meaning in Li Dadong's words? They shook their heads and sighed secretly. Lin Zhiyun just wanted to speak, but Yang Ming beat her to it. Hee, since you are Zhiyun's brother, then you are my brother-in-law. Thank you for your blessing. Yang Ming put Li Dadong in the camp of relatives in one sentence. Aren't you trying to get close to her? Well, I will directly upgrade you. Let's see how you chase after Lin Zhiyun. Sure enough, after listening to Yang Ming's words, Li Dadong's face was a little strange. He was stunned for a long time before he said, it's just a dry relationship, not a biological one. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed mockingly. Xinhua Ping and Lin Chongqing couldn't help it. They didn't expect Li Dadong to come to their house today, but since Li Dadong took the initiative to help, they couldn't drive him away, so it created the current awkward situation. The meal finally ended in a depressing atmosphere. Because of the appearance of Li Dadong, Yang Ming didn't talk too much with Lin Chongqing and Xinhua Ping. After the meal, he got up and left. Lin Chongqing didn't urge him to stay. After all, with today's atmosphere, there was no point in staying. Li Dadong saw that Yang Ming was going to leave, so he got up and said, "Then I'm leaving too." Lin Jiyun was also in a dilemma. After sending Yang Ming and Li Dadong to the door, she had no choice but to return to the house. When Yang Ming saw that Li Dadong was walking with him, he knew that Li Dadong must have something to say to him. So, after 2 steps, he deliberately turned back. Li Dadong, who had been following behind Yang Ming, was suddenly shocked. He quickly stopped and almost bumped into Yang Ming. "You, what are you doing?" Li Dadong asked subconsciously. "Why are you following me?" Yang Ming smiled. Nothing." Li Dadong's nature wasn't bad, but when he saw that Lin Jiyun suddenly had a boyfriend, he couldn't accept it. Now that he was suddenly asked by Yang Ming, he didn't know how to speak. "Oh, then I'm leaving if there's nothing." "You don't have to follow me," Yang Ming said faintly. Wait. Seeing that Yang Ming was leaving, Li Dadong was anxious and quickly shouted. "What are you doing? Aren't you fine?" Yang Ming smiled. I want to talk to you." Li Dadong took a deep breath and said very solemnly. "Looking for me? Talk?" Yang Ming shrugged and said, "Well, then let's talk. I have nothing to do anyway. Where do you want to talk?" "There is a small restaurant in front." "My treat. How about we go and sit down?" Li Dadong said. "Then I'll accept your offer." "Right, big winter melon, is it your treat?" asked Yang Ming. Li Dadong's face twitched. "My name is Li Dadong, not Big Winter Melon." "Oh, I'm talking about Brother Dadong. Didn't Jiyun call you Brother Dadong?" "Right, Big Winter Melon?" Yang Ming said seriously. "It's my treat." Li Dadong was speechless and had to say it. Li Dadong took Yang Ming to a snack bar not far away. It was actually Auntie Hong's home-cooked restaurant. When Auntie Hong saw Yang Ming and Li Dadong come in together, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yang Ming was Lin Jiyun's boyfriend, and Li Dadong was. Auntie Hong was an old street owner here. She was clear about the things between Li Dadong and Lin Jiyun, so she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Auntie Hong, find us a private room." Li Dadong spoke first. "Okay." Auntie Hong didn't know what was going on, but she still did it. Yang Ming and Li Dadong walked into the private room side by side, and Auntie Hong brought the menu. "You order." Li Dadong pushed the menu to Yang Ming. Yang Ming wasn't polite either. He picked up the menu and said, "Shredded pork with garlic sauce, double-cooked pork, smooth pork tenderloin, kung pao chicken, hot and sour pork ribs, green pepper sauce, braised prawns, spicy tofu." He said a lot of dishes in one breath. Li Dadong's face turned green. He and Lin Jiyun were neighbors. Their family conditions could be imagined. Although he earned some money when he worked at Donghai University, he was still very distressed. Yang Ming suddenly ate his half a month of tutoring money. Seeing that Yang Ming still wanted to open his mouth, Li Dadong quickly stopped him. "Okay, I can't eat anymore. I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't interrupt." Yang Ming waved his hand and continued, "Shredded pork with garlic sauce, double-cooked pork tenderloin, kung pao chicken, hot and sour pork ribs, green pepper sauce, braised prawns, spicy tofu. These are too greasy. I just finished my meal, so I don't want them. I can't eat them. I just want a homestyle cold dish and a green onion mixed with tofu." Li Dadong listened to Yang Ming's words and reacted. Was this guy playing with me before? However, he also blamed himself for being too impatient. He didn't wait for Yang Ming to finish speaking and stopped him. This was a bit shameful. That's it. Big winter melon, what about you? Yang Ming handed the menu to Li Dadong. Li Dadong also wanted to correct Yang Ming's pronunciation problem, but he still endured it after thinking about it. He didn't know if this guy was intentional or unintentional. If it was unintentional, he would just pronounce it like this. It was useless to correct him. If it was intentional, it was even more useless to correct him. I don't want it. Give me 2 bottles of beer. Li Dadong said. Okay. Auntie Hong nodded. They were all acquaintances. Even if they didn't order much, Auntie Hong had no opinion on them sitting in the private room. Because Yang Ming ordered 2 cold dishes, they were served quickly. Li Dadong handed a bottle of beer to Yang Ming and said, just drink it directly. Do you dare? Yang Ming couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Never mind a bottle of beer, it wasn't unheard of to drink from a box. So, he said, it doesn't matter. Li Dadong nodded and drank a few mouthfuls of wine to boost his courage. Then, he said, when did you and Jiyun get together? I don't have to report this to you, right? Asked Yang Ming. I am Jiyun's godbrother. Li Dadong said, a reason that he didn't think was reasonable. Not long, 2 months. Yang Ming said faintly, but you don't have a chance. What did you say? Li Dadong said, what do you mean I don't have a chance? What does it have to do with me? Don't pretend. Don't you like Lin Jiyun? Do you think I can't see it? Yang Ming said with some sarcasm. Yes. Li Dadong's face shook a bit and said, yes, I like Jiyun. Jiyun and I are childhood sweethearts. How could she suddenly have a boyfriend? When she was in high school, she didn't understand the relationship between men and women. So what? Yang Ming said faintly. You say, did you use any despicable means? Li Dadong's face was flushed. It seemed that he was already a little drunk. I didn't expect this guy to be so drunk. Otherwise, why did Jiyun find a boyfriend when she went to college? Your words are funny. Look at Lin Jiyun. Does she look like she was wronged? Yang Ming said sternly. Although the voice was loud, Yang Ming was very guilty. Yes, Li Dadong was right. Yang Ming's means were indeed a bit despicable. However, the original matter wasn't Yang Ming's intention. Who could say clearly? If you want to blame someone, then you can only blame Wang Jitao. However, it was because Li Dadong exposed his thoughts that made Yang Ming a little angry. His voice was also raised several times. Wang Shifan drove the broken Hongqi with Huang Yukai and rushed to West Star Mountain. He simply found a chemical store and bought a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid. He put it in the trunk. Originally, concentrated sulfuric acid could only be bought with a proof of unit. For example, schools or laboratories, etc., generally didn't sell to individuals, but they couldn't afford to give too much money. Wang Shifan casually added a little more money, and the store owner happily sold him a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid. Wang Shifan came to the previous construction site with ease. Wang Shifan naturally remembered this kind of place where the body was disposed of. He found the foundation pit that was filled last time. Yukai, you keep a lookout for me. See if there is anyone nearby. Wang Shifan found a shovel and said. Okay, no problem, President Wang. Huang Yukai said. Wang Shifan nodded and took the shovel to dig. However, strangely, after digging for a long time, he didn't dig out anything. Looking at the excavated debris around him, it was piled up high. It had exceeded the volume that he filled in that day. Wang Shifan's forehead began to sweat. Yukai, did we remember wrongly? Is it here? Yes. Huang Yukai said, what's wrong, President Wang? What happened? No, we have been digging for so long. Why haven't we found Su Daji's body? Wang Shifan felt that this was a bit strange. His back began to sweat. It can't be. Let me think about it. Huang Yukai carefully looked around the construction site and said, yes, it is indeed here. That's strange. Why can't we dig out the body? Wang Shifan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and wondered. President Wang, did you not dig it out? Let's look again. Huang Yukai felt that this was a bit strange. You see, there is still a faint bloodstain over there. Last time, Su Daji was killed there. No, we have already dug to the bottom. We have seen the soil layer of the foundation pit, but we still don't see Su Daji's body. Wang Shifan said with some horror. What's going on? Huang Yukai was also a bit surprised. Could it be that it was discovered in advance? That's bad. Wang Shifan said with worry. However, since it was discovered, why did they fill the hole with stones and debris? Huang Yukai looked at the foundation pit and said thoughtfully, could it be that Su Daji himself came back to life? What? Don't talk nonsense. Wang Shifan couldn't help but shudder. Although he was an atheist, and he was so old, he didn't really believe in ghosts. However, today's matter was too strange. The fact was in front of them. Su Daji's body was gone. If it was a zombie, then it was a bit scary. In this kind of atmosphere, it was not easy to crack a joke. Even Huang Yukai himself was a little scared after he said this. He had goosebumps all over his body. President Wang, maybe it's too late. I remembered the wrong location. Why don't we come back tomorrow? Alright, then let's get out of here quickly. Why do I feel that the Yin wind is so heavy? Wang Shifan was also a little scared. He didn't want to continue to stay in this place. Jia 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 jia. A burst of weird laughter suddenly came over. Wang Shifan and Huang Yaozai's scalp suddenly felt numb. What's that sound? Wang Shifan braced himself and asked. I don't know. President Wang, maybe it's a beast. Huang Yukai comforted himself. Oh, then let's get out of here quickly. Wang Shifan threw down the shovel and turned to get in the car. However, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked in horror at the front of him. That is. Wang Shifan opened his mouth wide. He couldn't even understand what he was saying. Huang Yukai looked up strangely in the direction where Wang Shifan was looking. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He saw that in the middle of the hillside not far away, there was a person with a pale face. Under the moonlight, this person's face was abnormally clear. Who else could it be if it wasn't the dead Su Daji? Aya, my god. What is this? Huang Yukai was so scared that he didn't know how to use his crutches. He sat directly on the ground. Hurry up and run. Hurry up and run. He really came back to life. Wang Shifan also calmed down. I pulled Huang Yukai up and got in the car. We drove down the hill quickly. We almost had an accident and overturned the car. The Su Daji on the hillside suddenly emitted a green light. After a long while, it dimmed down. Jia 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 jia. There was another weird laugh. Old man Lon. I still need 32 resentful spirits that have just died to be refined into my sinister voodoo. At that time, it will be the death of your Lon family village. Jia 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 jia, then why does Lin Jiyan like you? It's impossible. Li Daidong's voice was a little irrational. Why? Your question is very funny. Love, is there a reason? Yang Ming looked at Li Daidong with some sympathy, this sad person who had been secretly in love with Lin Jiyan. Lin Jiyan and I have been childhood sweethearts, and you have only known her for 2 months. Li Daidong clenched his fist. Why? I said that I have been with her for 2 months. I didn't say that I have known her for 2 months. Yang Ming sneered. Then let me ask you. Uncle Lin's leg was hit by a car. When Lin Jiyan was desperate, where were you? I was tutoring crazily in Donghai. I wanted to make more money. Li Daidong was embarrassed. You have no brain. Yang Ming shook his head. Even if you take 5 tutoring jobs a day, you can only get the money after a month. By that time, Uncle Lin would have been beyond cure. This? Li Daidong was a little speechless. Do you know what Lin Jiyun did at that time? In order to treat Uncle Lin, she sold herself. Yang Ming said, do you know all this? What? Lin Jiyun sold herself? After Li Daidong heard it, his face suddenly showed some pain. However, fortunately, she met me. I gave her 3,000 yuan. Yang Ming sighed and said. Okay. It turned out to be like this. Sure enough, Jiyun was forced. You actually used such a despicable means. Li Dadong didn't wait for Yang Ming to finish speaking. He looked at Yang Ming crazily. Forced? Hee, your imagination is very rich. But I didn't ask her to do anything at the time. Yang Ming shook his head. Until later, when I met Jiyun again, we got together. You didn't ask her to do that with you? Li Dadong looked at Yang Ming inconceivably. I don't like sex without love. Yang Ming shook his head. So, you two still have nothing to do with each other? Do I still have a chance? After Li Dadong listened to Yang Ming's words, his eyes were full of hope. I'm sorry. You didn't have it at the time, but now you have it. Yang Ming shrugged. So, your chance is almost zero. Li Dadong suddenly couldn't speak. He looked at Yang Ming. After a while, he lowered his head and silently poured the beer into his mouth. I told you this because I want to tell you that sometimes, a plain relationship may not be love. Yang Ming shook his head. Falling in love with a person has nothing to do with time. Sometimes, when love comes, it's just a matter of a moment. Yang Ming said this to Li Dadong. In fact, wasn't he also saying this to himself? The relationship between Suya and I, isn't it the kind of plain relationship between childhood sweethearts? Indeed, between Suya and I, there is already a vague relationship between a man and a woman. It is stronger than Li Dadong's sibling relationship. However, it has been so long. How can I guarantee that Suya hasn't fallen in love with someone else? You, go, let me think about it alone. Li Dadong wasn't the kind of unreasonable person. When he heard that Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun already had a relationship, he knew that his hope was close to slim. Lin Jiyun was the kind of girl who was more conservative. Li Dadong was very clear in his heart. I don't dislike her, but Lin Jiyun is the kind of person who is loyal to one person. Therefore, when Li Dadong understood this, he was somewhat resigned. Indeed, Yang Ming was right. If it was possible for me and Lin Jiyun, we would have been together long ago. Since we have been siblings for so many years, Lin Jiyun has never fallen in love with me, which means that Lin Jiyun has already regarded me as an elder brother. You think about it yourself. Also, don't tell Uncle Lin and Auntie Shen about Lin Jiyun selling herself. Yang Ming patted Li Dadong's shoulder, stood up, and turned out of the private room. When he saw Auntie Hong, Yang Ming took the initiative to settle the bill. Yang Ming also noticed that Li Dadong wasn't rich. It was meaningless to extort people like him. Li Dadong drank alone for a while before he stood up shakily. He walked to the door and said to Auntie Hong, the bill. How much is it? Yang Ming has already paid. There's no need. Auntie Hong shook her head. You can't drink since you were a child. Why are you drinking so much? I am not happy. Li Dadong waved his hand and said, Auntie Hong. Do you know Yang Ming? How can I not know? Auntie Hong sighed. Isn't he Jiyun's boyfriend? Sure enough. Auntie Hong, you know, but I don't know. Li Dadong stumbled out of the small restaurant. As the cold wind blew, his mind was a lot clearer. He remembered what Yang Ming had just said to him. Although he was depressed, he knew that it was indeed the case. Even if he pestered Lin Jiyun, there wouldn't be any result. Thinking of this, Li Dadong could only sigh secretly. I can only give up. Thinking of Lin Jiyun's intimate appearance with Yang Ming on the sofa today, Li Dadong also knew that Lin Jiyun was really moved. Moreover, Li Dadong was still very clear about Lin Jiyun's character. If it wasn't to the point of loving someone deeply, she wouldn't take that step before marriage. Now, Li Dadong also knew that his chances were slim. He could only silently bless Lin Jiyun in his heart. However, Li Dadong also secretly vowed in his heart that if Yang Ming dared to do something wrong to Lin Jiyun, he would definitely find Yang Ming. Wang Shifan and Huang Yukai stumbled back to the company and sat on the sofa in the office. Both of them still had lingering fears. Yukai, do you think the two of us are seeing things? When Wang Shifan thought of the scene just now, he felt anxious. I'm not sure. Who knows? This thing is really too mysterious. Huang Yukai wiped the cold sweat on his head and said. It's really F*** King evil. Wang Shifan scolded, the first time I killed someone, I encountered a corpse. It's really bad luck. Why don't we go again tomorrow? Huang Yukai suggested. You still dare to go? Wang Shifan frowned. Let's take a look at it during the day. I always feel uneasy. Huang Yukai said, how can it be so coincidental? If we don't figure it out, we won't have a good life in the future. That's true. Let's go and have a look during the day tomorrow. Wang Shifan nodded and said. The two of them were scared **. They spent the night in the office and prepared to go to the West Star Mountain to investigate tomorrow. Red Flag High School, in the guardhouse. Uncle Ma suddenly opened his eyes and got up from the bed. He walked out of his room and looked in the direction of the West Star Mountain. He frowned and muttered something. However, this scene was missed by Yang Ming. At this moment, Yang Ming hadn't returned home yet. Although monitoring Uncle Ma every day was his necessary homework, it was also once in the morning and once in the morning. At other times, Yang Ming also had his own things to do. It was impossible to watch Uncle Ma 24 hours a day. Because of Li Daidong's matter, Yang Ming was delayed for a while. When he returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock. However, his parents didn't sleep. They were watching TV on the sofa. Seeing that Yang Ming came back, Yang Dehai looked up and asked, how was it at Chen Mingyan's house today? How was your performance? You didn't cause trouble for others, right? Dad, look at what you said. It seems like I'm not sensible. Yang Ming smiled and said, it's very good. Uncle Chen and Auntie are good to me. That's good. I was afraid that Chen Mingyan's parents wouldn't like you. Mother Yang nodded after listening and said, your dad and I are nervously waiting for you to come back. We want to ask how you are. Mom, Uncle Chen has known me for a long time. If he had a problem with me, wouldn't he have stopped me from being with Chen Mingyan? Yang Ming said, dumbfounded. That's true. Mother Yang nodded. She also knew that Yang Ming's original case was handled by Chen Fei. Right, Dad, Mom. Yang Ming sat on the sofa next to Yang Dehai. I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Yang Dehai looked at Yang Ming with some puzzlement. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you so mysterious with your parents? It's like this. Yang Ming said with a smile, Chen Mingyan's parents have a different opinion about Chen Mingyan staying over at our house during Chinese New Year. Then forget it. Mother Yang immediately said, you and Mingyan aren't married yet. She is also a child. I said that this matter isn't easy to handle. Chen Mingyan came to our house, but didn't we leave her parents at home? Mom, listen to me first. Yang Ming quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle Chen didn't mean that. Uncle Chen meant to see if the two families can celebrate Chinese New Year together. Celebrate Chinese New Year together? You mean, your dad, and Chen Mingyan's parents are all together? Mother Yang asked with some surprise. That's what Uncle Chen meant. He felt that Mingyan's parents and I should meet, so he decided on our matter. Yang Ming explained, another reason is that it will be more lively with more people during the Chinese New Year. This is a good idea. Yang Dehai nodded and said, I agree, but our house is small. It seems that we can't sit together. I have already talked to Uncle Chen about this problem in advance. Uncle Chen said that we can go to his house. His house is bigger. Yang Ming said. Won't that disturb them? Mother Yang asked with some worry. Fainting, Mom, Uncle Chen invited us to be guests. How can we disturb them? Yang Ming was helpless after listening. That's good. I agree. This is a good idea. Mother Yang said. Then, it's settled? I will talk to Mingyan later. Yang Ming asked. Okay, it's settled then. Yang Dehai said, however, you should ask your mom to call them first. We need to discuss the specifics so that we can prepare in advance. No problem. Wait for me to talk to Mingyan tomorrow. The rest will be discussed in detail. Anyway. There are still a few days before Chinese New Year. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming accompanied his parents to watch the local TV show for a while. When he was going back to the house, Yang Dehai suddenly stopped Yang Ming. Big Ming, wait a minute. What's wrong, Dad? Dad? Yang Ming turned and asked. Do you know that your uncle opened a hotel? Yang Dahai asked. I heard about it from my big sister. What's wrong? Yang Ming naturally couldn't say that he had talked to Yang Dahai, so he responded casually. It will open tomorrow. Your uncle called today and asked us to go over tomorrow. Yang Dahai said, do you have other things to do tomorrow? Uncle Yang Dashan's hotel will open? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect his uncle to act so fast. There was just a result a few days ago, and he opened it in a few days? However, why didn't he call me for the opening? Yang Ming hesitated a little and understood his uncle's meaning. The relationship between him and Yang Ming couldn't be known by Yang Dahai. Therefore, to invite Yang Ming, he simply called Yang Dahai and asked him to bring Yang Ming over. This and informing Yang Ming and letting Yang Ming inform Yang Dahai were two very different effects. Tomorrow, it should be fine. What time? Yang Ming asked, are Xiaobo and the others going? Your third uncle's house should also go. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. If it's okay, let's go together. Yang Dahai said. Okay, I will go. Yang Ming responded and went back to the room. For his uncle's business, Yang Ming was still a little uneasy. Although Yang Ming joked that he would like Yang Dashan to make a loss to fulfill his father's words. However, since Yang Ming knew the resentment between his uncle and his father, he somewhat understood his uncle's mood. It wasn't wrong for his uncle to like to do business. It was just because his father's thoughts were too conservative that the few brothers had a conflict. Therefore, Yang Ming felt that it was necessary to remind Yang Dashan. Back in the room, Yang Ming called Yang Dashan. Uncle, this is Big Ming. After the phone was connected, Yang Ming said. Oh? Big Ming, I knew you would definitely call your uncle. Uncle's hearty laughter came from the phone. Uncle's entertainment city will open tomorrow. How about it? Do you want to come and support? I will definitely go. Yang Ming smiled and said, but uncle, I have something to ask you. You must tell me truthfully. Hee, you are still doing this with uncle. You are being so mysterious. What is it? Uncle didn't take it seriously and thought that Yang Ming was joking. Uncle, I'm talking to you about something serious. I'm not joking. Yang Ming said very seriously. Oh? Good. Yang Dashan saw that Yang Ming's tone was serious, so he put away his smile. If it were in the past, Yang Dashan wouldn't listen to Yang Ming's nonsense, but now the situation was different. He could book this entertainment city because of Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Dashan couldn't help but care more about Yang Ming's words, so he said, you can ask. I'm listening. How much did you borrow from the bank? Asked Yang Ming. A total of more than 7 million. Yang Dashan hesitated and said. Then how much liquid capital do you have now? Asked Yang Ming. There is still less than 200,000. Said Yang Dashan. But when the entertainment city opens tomorrow and has a profit, it will be fine. Yang Ming sighed secretly. The words that he wanted to say were swallowed into his stomach. It was because it was useless to say more. It was useless to say anything now. Yang Dashan had invested all the money. There was not much liquid capital left. This was a big taboo when opening an entertainment city. It seemed that everything was ready. Everything was ready except for the east wind. However, a person who had never opened a similar industry couldn't consider everything thoroughly. In many cases, he would miss out a lot of unexpected things. For example, the daily waste of ingredients, labor expenses, and some damaged equipment maintenance, inviting people to perform, and so on, all required money. It could be said that more than 200,000 was not enough to do anything. Not to mention a novice like Yang Dashan, many people who had operated nightclubs and entertainment city for many years dared not leave a lot of operating funds in their hands. What's wrong? Yang Dashan saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and asked, baffled. Has the money invested by Bao Sanli arrived? Asked Yang Ming. This might be Yang Dashan's last life-saving straw. It has arrived. All of it has been invested. Yang Dashan said, Brother Bao offered 5 million. Yang Ming was speechless. Looking at Yang Ming's excited appearance, he couldn't bear to give him another blow. Let him be happy one day at a time. Since things had already come to this, it was useless for Yang Ming to say anything more. Perhaps he would really be able to make the entertainment city flourish. The next day was the opening day of Yang Dashan's Tianjiao Entertainment City. In the morning, Yang Ming and his parents took a taxi to the development zone. Yang Ming's family was Yang Dashan's relatives. Naturally, they were arranged at the front. After a while, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan also came, but when they saw that Yang Ming's parents were also there, they didn't come over to say hello. Thinking about it, Bao Sanli, this rough man, did not have this kind of IQ. Ho Zhenhan must have reminded him before. The opening of the entertainment city was lively. People from all sides of Songjiang came to support, but most of them came for Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. Both the underworld and the legal world knew that Bao Sanli had a share in the entertainment city, so they dispelled the idea of finding trouble with Tianjiao Entertainment City in the future. After eating, Yang Ming's parents left. During the meal, Yang Dashan just came over to give a toast and didn't say anything else. Yang Ming's parents couldn't stand this noisy atmosphere. They belonged to the kind of people who preferred silence. Even if it was lively, it would be with the people they were familiar with. They only lived in their small circle. Like today, it was a group of strangers eating together. His parents were a little uncomfortable, so they left early after eating. Yang Ming was chatting with Yang Xiaobo. The two people chatted happily. Yang Ming's parents didn't take Yang Ming with them. They just told him to go back by himself later. Big brother, uncle's entertainment city is really luxurious. Yang Xiaobo said with some envy. Hee, Xiaobo, you are now in the stage of learning. Don't think about these useless things. Yang Ming said with a lecturing tone, don't come here secretly to play. How can I? I don't have money even if I want to play. The expenses here are definitely not cheap. Yang Xiaobo said with some astonishment. If you come, can I still charge you money? Yang Li interrupted at this time. If you want to come, sister will bring you here to play. Yang Ming listened to Yang Li's words and immediately glared at her. Xiaobo is in high school. Don't always encourage him to do these useless things. After Yang Li went through that incident, she was still very afraid of Yang Ming's words. However, she was used to it. She whispered a humph and said, well, after your college entrance examination, I will bring you to play. After the college entrance examination? That was 3 years later. It was hard to say whether this entertainment city could last until then. Big brother. I was thinking about the class reunion after a few days. I want to bring them here. Is that okay? Yang Xiaobo said to Yang Ming timidly. Xiaobo, why didn't you tell your big sister about this? Why did you tell Yang Ming? Isn't this entertainment city opened by his family? Although Yang Li didn't dare to act in front of Yang Ming, the tone of a person's words couldn't be changed. When it came to this entertainment city, Yang Li's words were somewhat complacent. Yang Ming rolled his eyes at Yang Li again. I haven't seen you for a few days. Did your original temper come back? Yang Li was a little wronged, but she didn't dare to refute Yang Ming's words. She had to say, Xiaobo, if your big brother agrees, then it's fine. Yang Xiaobo didn't know what happened between Yang Ming and Yang Li. At this moment, he saw that his arrogant big sister was actually so afraid of his big brother's words. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. However, he wasn't stupid. He knew that some things couldn't be asked in front of the two people, so he pretended not to see it. After a few days? Yang Ming frowned. You aren't here to freeload, right? How can that be? We are going Dutch, but we haven't found a suitable place. Yang Xiaobo said, but big sister, you have to ask uncle to give us a discount. Don't mention a discount. It's fine even if it's free of charge. Yang Li said generously. It's fine if it's free of charge. If it's free of charge, then it's free of charge for me and my girlfriend. Yang Xiaobo said with a smile. No problem. Yang Li made the decision. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. This Yang Li really didn't know her father's current situation. Perhaps Yang Dashan didn't realize it either. In the beginning of the opening, many relatives and friends came here to support. If it was all free of charge, then how could they make money? It seemed that one portion was nothing, but there were too many. The 200,000 yuan in his hand wasn't enough to entertain them. However, there were some words that Yang Ming couldn't say. He would see the situation when the time came. Although Bao Sanli's investment was also from him, Yang Ming wasn't afraid. Even if it was a loss, the house and equipment would still be there in the end. After chatting for a while, Yang Ming got up and said, "You guys chat first. I'll go over there and take a look." Yang Ming got up and came to Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan's table. "Brother Bao, Brother Ho. Brother Yang, sit." Bao Sanli saw Yang Ming coming over and smiled. "I wanted to look for you just now. I saw that your parents were here, so I didn't say hello." "Yang Ming, how are you recently?" Ho Zhenhan's superficial relationship with Yang Ming wasn't familiar, so it was impossible for him to call him Brother Yang. "Not bad." Yang Ming smiled and nodded. "Brother Bao, the recent development is good. Hehe, I still rely on Brother Ho. Otherwise, I can't do such a big business myself." Bao Sanli naturally couldn't talk about Mr. Y in front of outsiders. This was currently in a confidential state. Except for him and Ho Zhenhan, no one knew that there was a boss behind it. "Brother Yang, are you free later? If you are free, come to visit my company." Bao Sanli invited. "Is it the Ming Yang Security Company?" asked Yang Ming. "Yes, it's the security company." Bao Sanli nodded. "Hehe, Ming Yang, hehe, why does this company sound more like mine?" "Ming Yang, Yang Ming." Yang Ming smiled. "Huh. Sure enough." Bao Sanli also nodded and smiled. "It's the name given by Brother Ho. Well, I happen to be free. Let's go and have a look." Yang Ming smiled. "Besides, it's my own security company. How can I not go and have a look?" Yang Ming's words sounded like a joke about the company's name to Bao Sanli, but Ho Zhenhan heard the double meaning in Yang Ming's words, but he didn't show it. In fact, Yang Ming also wanted to see how Ho Zhenhan managed the security company. After all, this was also his own industry. Originally, there was no excuse to visit. Now that there was a chance, there was no harm in having a look. "Okay, then let's go together in a while." Bao Sanli nodded and said, "Just in time to try the new car I bought, the BMW X5. "Oh? You bought a new car?" Yang Ming was stunned and looked up at Ho Zhenhan. Bao Sanli already drove a BMW. Would he still drive the scrapped broken Jetta? The security company's business has been good recently. Brother Ho proposed to buy a good car to keep up appearances. I thought the same, so I bought a BMW. Bao Sanli smiled. "I see." Yang Ming nodded. If he was running a company, he should buy a luxury car. If he drove a broken car, he would be laughed at by others for not being capable enough. After the meal, Yang Ming, Yang Li, and Yang Xiaobo said goodbye. Then, they went out of Entertainment City with Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan and came to the parking lot in front. "How is it? This car is good, right?" Bao Sanli proudly patted the brand new BMW X5 and said, "I just bought it for less than half a month." Yang Ming looked at the brand new BMW shining in the sun and suddenly had a very uncomfortable feeling. Suddenly, the picture in front of Yang Ming changed into another picture. The BMW slowly drove out of the parking lot of Entertainment City and entered the main road. When it passed a traffic light, the brakes suddenly lost control and hit a bus. "Brother Yang, what's wrong with you?" Bao Sanli saw Yang Ming in a daze and asked curiously. "No, nothing." Yang Ming shook his head. "What happened to me these 2 days? Why do I always have hallucinations? The previous time, it was Wang Shifan who killed people. This time, it was the BMW's brakes that failed. Moreover, it was very clear. Now, the scene was still fresh in Yang Ming's mind. "Get in the car, hee." "Brother Yang, why don't you go up and try the comfort of this car?" Bao Sanli said with a smile. "Wait." Yang Ming shuddered. Some things were better to believe than not. What Yang Ming saw just now was too real and too terrifying. "What's wrong?" Ho Jinhan was also a bit baffled, but he had always treated Yang Ming's words as an imperial edict. Brother Bao, Brother Ho, did anyone touch this car in the parking lot? Yang Ming suddenly asked. There shouldn't be anyone. I'm afraid of being scratched by someone. I even found an underling to watch the car. After Bao Sanli finished, he waved to a person not far away. You come here. What is it? Brother Bao. When the man heard Bao Sanli calling him, he quickly ran over. You, what's your name? Bao Sanli couldn't remember the name of this underling. My name is Wu Ming. The little brother replied. Wu Ming? Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Isn't Wu Ming nameless? This person's name was. Did someone touch my car? Bao Sanli asked. No, I've been watching it. Wu Ming said with a smile, who dares to touch Brother Bao's car? Isn't he tired of living? That's true. Bao Sanli said proudly. Brother Yang, aren't you overthinking it? Who can touch my car? Although Bao Sanli didn't understand what Yang Ming meant, Yang Ming doubted that someone touched his car. Wasn't that belittling him? Couldn't he control others? Brother Bao, I think you should check the car. I heard that some children were naughty and damaged the car's brake system. Yang Ming frowned and said. When he said this, Yang Ming secretly paid attention to the expression of this underling named Wu Ming. As a result, this person's face was normal. There was no unnaturalness at all. However, it was precisely because the more natural it was, the more Yang Ming felt that there was a problem. The more he doubted this underling named Wu Ming. Generally speaking, as the underling who watched the car for Bao Sanli, if someone said that the car was touched or damaged, he would definitely defend himself. It was impossible to be so indifferent. Therefore, Yang Ming secretly paid attention to this guy's movements. It can't be, right? Bao Sanli was a bit puzzled. Why did Yang Ming suddenly say this? I think it's better to check it. Something just happened a few days ago. Ho Jinhan was worried. Now that he heard Yang Ming's hint, he immediately felt that things were unusual. So, he whispered to Bao Sanli, Brother Bao, Yang Ming is right. It's better to check it. Besides, it hasn't been very peaceful recently. Seeing that Ho Jinhan said so, Bao Sanli had no opinion. Besides, he had just been stabbed a few days ago. Although it wasn't a big deal, he didn't recover fully. Now that he thought about it, he was a little scared. Especially when he heard Ho Jinhan's last sentence, he couldn't help but worry. You go and check the car. Bao Sanli instructed the man named Wu Ming. Okay, Brother Bao. Wu Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light. It was the kind of look of relief. Yang Ming had been paying attention to him, so he saw his expression. At this moment, he saw that his expression was very strange, so he quickly kicked Ho Jinhan with his foot. Ho Jinhan immediately understood and said, Let me check it myself. In a flash, Wu Ming suddenly turned around. He didn't know when there was a sharp knife in his hand, and he stabbed toward Ho Jinhan. Be careful, shouted Yang Ming. Ho Jinhan was a special forces soldier. His reaction ability was excellent. He was also very comfortable with sudden changes. Seeing that there was a sharp knife, he quickly dodged back and then lifted his foot to kick Wu Ming in front of him. Wu Ming's reaction was faster. When he saw that his attack didn't hit, he immediately stopped entangling. Instead, he raised the knife and stabbed Bao Sanli on the side. Bao Sanli's reaction wasn't as fast as Ho Jinhan's. Seeing that the sharp knife was about to be inserted into his abdomen, Bao Sanli was also a little dumbfounded. He couldn't avoid it. Pa, there was a soft sound. Wu Ming groaned. The sharp knife in his hand immediately fell to the ground, and a 1 yuan coin fell with the sharp knife. There is an expert. Wu Ming's heart was stunned. However, Ho Jinhan in front of him didn't look like an expert. According to He Shu and Feng Dao, who went back last time, Ho Jinhan's kung fu could only be said to be average. It belonged to the more ferocious kind. It was easy to deal with ordinary people, but his kung fu was not suitable for dealing with the insidious method of a first-class assassin. The strength of the coin that hit his hand was very powerful. This kind of hidden weapon technique was definitely not something that a person like Ho Jinhan could do. It could actually hit the dagger in his hand. Wu Ming couldn't help but be frightened. Seeing that Wu Ming's dagger fell, Ho Zhenhan immediately attacked. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He just saved Bao Sanli. He was afraid that his technique would be exposed, but obviously, no one noticed him. Bao Sanli now had a lingering fear. He didn't have time to think about the reason for the change just now. Yang Ming now hoped that Ho Zhenhan could take care of Wu Ming in front of him, but Yang Ming was disappointed. Ho Zhenhan and Wu Ming's kung fu were not on the same level at all. Ho Zhenhan's moves were mostly about capturing the enemy and attacking, but Wu Ming's moves were fatal. Every move was ruthless and aimed directly at Ho Zhenhan's vital points. Ho Zhenhan had no choice but to keep defending. For a while, he was busy defending. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone take down Wu Ming. However, this Wu Ming's kung fu was obviously not good enough. It was only slightly better than He Shu and Feng Dao, whom Yang Ming had seen. At that time, Yang Ming was still struggling to deal with He Shu and Feng Dao because at that time, Yang Ming had not been an assassin for a long time. But now it was different. With the guidance of Feng Tian, and Yang Ming was also very diligent, his level had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, looking at Wu Ming, he felt a little condescending. Although Wu Ming's moves were vicious, Ho Zhenhan was not weak. Although he couldn't attack, his defense was enough. Wu Ming couldn't help but be a little anxious. Originally, his identity couldn't be exposed. If the police were attracted after a long battle, then he would be in trouble. Therefore, Wu Ming now had the intention to retreat. He was not ready to continue to entangle with Ho Zhenhan. Wu Ming had some regrets. He blamed himself for being too arrogant. When he saw that He Shu and Feng Dao did not complete the mission, he took the initiative to ask the Black Widow to accept this mission. But he didn't expect that he would be the one to embarrass himself. Yang Ming frowned. Wu Ming's skill was very similar to He Shu and Feng Dao. Obviously, they were from the same lineage. If I catch Wu Ming, I may be able to figure out a lot of things. Thinking of this, Yang Ming had the idea of keeping Wu Ming. Originally, he hoped that Ho Zhenhan could keep this person, but now it seemed that it was impossible. It was good enough that Ho Zhenhan was not injured. Yang Ming hesitated in his heart. Should I make a move? If I make a move, the fact that I know kung fu can't be hidden. My identity as an assassin will be exposed. Although there were no outsiders here now, he couldn't guarantee that Bao Sanli wouldn't speak about it. If Yang Ming wanted him to shut up, the first was to kill him. This was obviously not a good way. As for the rest, he could only use his other identity to suppress him. That was Mr. Y, the behind-the-scenes boss. Only by using his identity as the behind-the-scenes boss to deter Bao Sanli, he wouldn't speak about today's matter. Yang Ming didn't think about using Mr. Y's name to give Bao Sanli a gag order after he made a move, but that would be more problematic. Why would Mr. Y keep it a secret for Yang Ming? Even if Bao Sanli was stupid, there was no necessary connection before and after, right? That might arouse his suspicion, so he might as well reveal his identity to the public. Moreover, using this assassin's attack was also a good opportunity to establish his prestige. Thinking of this, Yang Ming simply let it go. Seeing that Wu Ming wanted to escape, he immediately blocked in front of him. Get out of the way. Wu Ming couldn't be stopped for a long time. He wanted to leave, but he didn't expect Yang Ming, who was silent just now, to actually block him. Since you are here, then stay. Yang Ming said faintly. Humph. You are overestimating yourself. Wu Ming didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at all. He snorted coldly, and his right hand clawed toward Yang Ming's face. If it was a month ago, Yang Ming might be afraid of this person's fierce and ruthless moves, but now it was different. Yang Ming didn't put Wu Ming's moves in his eyes at all. He was fast, but Yang Ming was faster than him. His moves were ruthless, but Yang Ming was more ruthless than him. Yang Ming learned the killing moves from Feng Tian, so it was just right to deal with Wu Ming. Yang Ming didn't want to defeat the enemy in one move. Although it could show off his strength in a sense, it might cause others to say that he was lucky in it. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to play with him first. Bao Sanli had seen Yang Ming fight before, but this time was obviously different. Bao Sanli was very clear about Ho Jinhan's skill. He was a special forces soldier. Even if he was not good, he was much stronger than ordinary people. But even if it was Ho Jinhan, it was very difficult to deal with the person in front of him now, but Yang Ming was at ease. He didn't show any weakness. Originally, Bao Sanli only thought that Yang Ming fought with a fierce force, but he didn't expect that his skills were also very strong. It was Ho Jinhan's first time seeing Yang Ming make a move. He couldn't help but be shocked. He was already very conceited about his kung fu, but in front of this Wu Ming, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. But Yang Ming was different. Ho Jinhan could see at a glance that Yang Ming hadn't used his full strength yet. At the same time as he was surprised, Ho Jinhan was secretly shocked. Brother Yang really didn't reveal his true strength. No wonder his appetite is so big. He wants to swallow the underworld of Songjiang all of a sudden. It seems that Brother Yang really has that strength. Previously, Ho Jinhan was only respectful to Yang Ming. He worked for Yang Ming because Yang Ming saved his mother. Ho Jinhan was a righteous person. Yang Ming helped him, so he would work for Yang Ming wholeheartedly. However, after this scene, Ho Jinhan's initial respect for Yang Ming had turned into awe. Wu Ming didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at first, but when the master made a move, it was obvious whether it was real or not. After exchanging 2 moves with Yang Ming, Wu Ming knew that it wasn't good. Although it seemed that neither of them had gained an advantage, in fact, they had already suffered a big loss. Songjiang actually has such a master. It seems that only my boss, the Black Widow, can compete with him. Thinking of this, Wu Ming didn't want to continue the fight. It wasn't the style of an assassin to fight if the opponent wasn't strong enough. An assassin would run away as soon as he encountered a stronger opponent. It was the style of a fool to act recklessly. However, Yang Ming was different from Yang Ming. If Wu Ming wanted to run, he had to be able to run first. Yang Ming was just playing with him now. He hadn't used his full strength yet. Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't let him run away. Brother, which path are you from? This has nothing to do with you. I hope you don't intervene. Otherwise, some forces aren't something you can touch. Wu Ming saw that he couldn't get away, so he warned. Hee, are you trying to scare me? Yang Ming said with some amusement. This Wu Ming in front of me is obviously weaker than me by more than 1 level. He actually dares to boast shamelessly. I'm just reminding you kindly. If you go against us, there won't be a good end. Wu Ming faintly warned, you'd better not be meddlesome. You guys? Hee, who are you guys? Yang Ming asked indifferently. This, you don't need to know. Wu Ming certainly wouldn't say his own organization. The more you know, the more trouble there will be. Really? What is the relationship between you and the fat man and the thin man? Yang Ming smiled and asked coldly, I'm looking for the 2 of them now, but it seems that you must have a relationship with them. Then, don't blame me for keeping you. You know a lot, huh? It turns out that you already have a grudge. When Wu Ming heard Yang Ming say this, he knew that Yang Ming wouldn't let him go. He was ready to fight to the end. Then, come on. I'm not afraid of you. Is that so? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and asked in return. Wu Ming wanted to speak, but he found that he couldn't speak. Before he could see what Yang Ming had done, he had slowly fallen to the ground. Yang Ming stood quietly behind him and shook his head. I'm afraid you are the one who overestimates yourself. Big Ho, find someone to tie him up. I have something to ask him. Yang Ming didn't care about Ho Jinhan calling him Brother Ho this time, but directly instructed. Yes, Brother Yang. Ho Jinhan nodded. When he saw Yang Ming instructing like this, he knew that Yang Ming was going to reveal his identity. So, he quickly responded respectfully. Bao Sanli was dumbfounded. Yang Ming suddenly ordered Ho Jinhan around, which made him somewhat inexplicable. If Yang Ming casually instructed, it was excusable. However, what was even stranger was that Ho Jinhan actually agreed respectfully. Brother Ho, what are you doing? Bao Sanli looked at Ho Jinhan, who found a rope from the back of the car and tied Wu Ming up. He asked curiously. Ho Junhan didn't answer Bao Sanli's words, but looked at Yang Ming. Because Yang Ming didn't speak, he couldn't say anything. Although he had already guessed Yang Ming's intentions, he still needed Yang Ming to say it personally. He couldn't be a busybody. This is not a place to talk. Let's go back first. Yang Ming smiled and didn't immediately say his identity. What he wanted was this effect. He wanted to maintain a sense of mystery so that Bao Sanli could be more in awe of him. Okay. Bao Sanli nodded in bewilderment. It could be said that Ho Junhan was actually Bao Sanli's guide. What Ho Junhan did basically represented Mr. Y's intentions. So when Bao Sanli saw Ho Junhan being obedient to Yang Ming, he didn't dare to say anything. Throwing Wu Ming into the back seat of the BMW, Ho Junhan closed the door and started the car. Wait. Yang Ming waved his hand and quickly stopped Ho Junhan. What's wrong, Brother Yang? Ho Junhan asked curiously. See if there is a problem with the car's braking system. In addition to figuring out Wu Ming's identity, what Yang Ming wanted to know the most now was whether there was a problem with the BMW's braking system. It was because the feeling he had just now was too weird. The scene in front of him was so real. If it was fake, Yang Ming didn't know how he imagined it. So now Yang Ming was very eager to confirm this fact. If things were really like what he had just seen, then the scene of Wang Shifan killing and dumping the body at Chen Mingyan's house should be true. Ho Junhan didn't understand why Yang Ming was so sure that there was a problem with the car's braking system, but he had always listened to Yang Ming's words. This was also for the sake of personal safety, so he couldn't be careless. So Ho Junhan nodded and personally checked the BMW's braking system. It didn't take long for Ho Junhan to exclaim, "Who removed the brake pads?" What? Bao Sanli was immediately shocked and quickly leaned over. Is it true? Really, if it weren't for Brother Yang, we would probably die here today. Ho Junhan said with lingering fear. Bao Sanli looked up and looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so accurate. He could guess that the car was tampered with in advance. He was even more surprised about Yang Ming's identity. Call someone to repair the car. Let's take another car. Yang Ming instructed faintly. Okay. Ho Junhan nodded and called his underling to ask him to send a car to pick them up. Because there was a fainted Wu Ming, Yang Ming couldn't take a taxi back. It would be suspicious, so they could only wait for the underling to drive over. Fortunately, it wasn't far from the Nightless Club. Especially since Ho Junhan personally instructed, the underling didn't dare to delay. He quickly drove to the entrance of Tianjiao Entertainment City. It was actually Ho Junhan's scrapped Jetta. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. After a long time, he didn't get to sit in the BMW. In the end, he still got to sit in this car. Ho Junhan was also a little embarrassed. Brother Yang, after the BMW is repaired, you can drive it for 2 days. No need. I plan to buy a car in a few days. Yang Ming waved his hand. I'm going to school now. Driving this BMW in school will make people jealous. That's true. Ho Junhan nodded. Songjiang Industry University was also a famous university in the province, but there weren't many students who actually drove to school. It wasn't like those online YY novels where Lamborghinis, Ferrari, Porsche, and Rolls-Royce were everywhere. Like Wang Jitao, those who could drive a Honda Accord were already considered very rich people. Most of the other students who drove were cheap cars like Honda Ferry, Hafei Racer, Swift, and BYD. If they drove a Mercedes-Benz or BMW to school, they would probably be famous in school the next day. Yang Ming was now famous enough in school. He didn't want to be noticed in this aspect. After getting in the car, Ho Junhan drove the car. The three of them drove to the Nightless Club. The BMW X5 was contacted by the underling to get a tow truck from the 4S store. Along the way, Yang Ming didn't speak. Ho Junhan naturally couldn't say anything. He wanted to ask, but Ho Junhan had been keeping silent. Bao Sanli couldn't ask anything anymore. Originally, Bao Sanli wanted to ask Yang Ming, but he saw that Ho Junhan was very respectful to Yang Ming. For a while, he couldn't figure out the identity of Yang Ming. However, judging from Ho Junhan's attitude, he was not so respectful to Yang Ming out of courtesy. Although Bao Sanli was also very respectful to Yang Ming, it was different. It was out of courtesy. Back at the nightless club, Yang Ming did not explain too much. Instead, he said to Ho Zhenhan, "Find an empty room. I want to interrogate this Wu Ming." "Okay, brother Yang." Ho Zhenhan nodded and immediately ordered an underling to come over and handle this matter. There was nothing else in the nightless club, but there were plenty of empty rooms. He casually found an empty room and threw Wu Ming in. Then, Yang Ming, Ho Zhenhan, and Bao Sanli entered the room together. "Big Ho, close the door." Yang Ming didn't want other people in the gang to know about his matters. After Ho Zhenhan heard it, he closed the door and locked it from the inside. Bao Sanli was even more inexplicable. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ho, brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Ming smiled and didn't answer. Ho Zhenhan patted Bao Sanli's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. You will understand in a while." When Bao Sanli heard Ho Zhenhan say this, he knew that it was useless to ask further. He could only wait and see the development of the situation. "Do we need to ask someone to bring a bucket of cold water to wake him up?" asked Ho Zhenhan. "No need." Yang Ming shook his head and glanced at Wu Ming, who was motionless on the ground. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked over. He kicked directly on one of Wu Ming's acupoints. This acupoint wasn't a fatal acupoint. It just helped the unconscious person wake up as soon as possible, but if the strength of the blow was too strong, then it was another story. Yang Ming's kick wasn't small. While Wu Ming was awake, it was also painful. After waking up with an AO, he clenched his teeth and no longer made any painful cries. It seemed that this Wu Ming's endurance was also very strong. The scream when he woke up was completely subconscious. After he completely woke up, he closed his mouth. Even if it was painful, he didn't make any sound. "What are you shouting for?" Yang Ming pulled a chair and sat in front of Wu Ming. He crossed his legs and asked. "Humph." Wu Ming snorted in a low voice and lowered his head. He didn't answer Yang Ming's question. "Why? You don't want to say it?" Yang Ming smiled and looked at Wu Ming. "I have 10,000 ways to make you speak, but I don't want to use them. If you have the ability, then kill me." Wu Ming was tough, and he said directly. Wu Ming actually understood that if he betrayed the organization, even if he went back, it would be a dead end. With the Black Widow style, it was impossible to keep him alive. Don't look at the Black Widow's usually soft and weak appearance. If she was really angry, then he could only wait for death. Huh. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh after hearing it. "Isn't it easy to kill you? Who do you think you are?" "Wu Ming? I think you are John Doe. Don't think that you can fool me with a random name." Wu Ming was silent and said, "So what if I know? I'm nameless, I've forgotten my own name." "Ha ha 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 ha. In fact, it doesn't matter to me if you don't say your name. A name is just a code name. Even if I know your real name, so what?" Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. "Well, I will call you Wu Ming for the time being. Then, you tell me about the so-called organization behind you." Wu Ming didn't even bother to open his mouth this time. He closed his eyes directly. He looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. "Brother Yang, do you want me to teach him a lesson? This kid is stubborn." Ho Zhenhan bowed and whispered to Yang Ming. You go ahead." Yang Ming nodded. Ho Zhenhan smiled and came to Wu Ming. He began to ravage his body directly. Chang'e flying to the moon, helicopter. He tortured this kid, Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming resisted the pain and didn't say anything. Ho Zhenhan still wanted to increase the strength of the attack, but Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Forget it. He doesn't buy it. It is useless for you to kill him." Yang Ming also saw that this Wu Ming's willpower was very strong. It was impossible to simply let him suffer some physical pain to cause any blow to him. "This guy seems to be more similar to my profession. He belongs to the category of assassins. His mouth is definitely tighter. He won't easily reveal any useful information. I don't believe it. Break his legs, and he still won't say it?" Bao Sanli glared and said disapprovingly. "Brother Bao, don't say it. Brother Yang must have a way." Ho Zhenhan shook his head and said to Bao Sanli. Okay. Bao Sanli also saw that Ho Zhenhan was very respectful to Yang Ming. Now that he heard Ho Zhenhan say this, he nodded tactfully and didn't say anything. Yang Ming leaned over and looked at Wu Ming on the ground. His face showed an evil smile. You won't say it, right? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then you should enjoy it now. After that, Yang Ming casually stroked Wu Ming's body a few times. Wu Ming began to roll all over the ground. The sweat on his forehead also rustled down. His eyes bulged out, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. Yang Ming had used this trick on the kidnapper of Yang Dashan, the peaked cap man. The effect was very good. This was different from the physical pain. This was a nerve pain that couldn't be suppressed. It was like tens of thousands of ants drilling into the heart. Even if the person had strong endurance, it was very uncomfortable. Yang Ming's trick not only made Ho Zhenhan dumbfounded, but Bao Sanli was even more stunned. Today, Yang Ming gave them too many surprises. Ho Zhenhan just knew that Yang Ming's skill was good, but now, when he saw Yang Ming showing such a trick, he was even more impressed. Bao Sanli's previous shock was big enough. It was as if the Yang Ming in front of him now was not the Yang Ming who was in the same room with him in the detention center. This Yang Ming was really mysterious. Very satisfying, right? Yang Ming looked at Wu Ming, who was rolling on the ground, and said with some mockery. If you have the ability, then kill me. Wu Ming roared. Oh, let me see. You can hold on like this. Probably in 3 to 5 days, you will die. Yang Ming snorted and said. Wu Ming's heart was stunned. He now regretted that he had recklessly accepted this mission from He Shu and Feng Dao. Originally, he thought that this mission was very simple. It was just to injure a gang's boss and not to take his life. This kind of mission seemed very simple, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to appear halfway. Originally, he thought that he would die anyway, and Yang Ming might not really be able to kill him, so he held an attitude of a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and endured it. However, he didn't expect that after enduring the tough blows, Yang Ming would use some unknown method to make him suddenly feel a strange pain all over his body. It was really unbearable. Kill me. Wu Ming groaned in pain. Yang Ming didn't bother with him, but said to himself, 10 minutes, I will give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, there will be more fun. When Yang Ming said this, not only Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan stared at each other, but even Wu Ming, who was in pain, almost fainted. There is more? I can't stand it anymore. How can there be more? However, this Wu Ming is really patient. Yang Ming still underestimated him. After rolling on the ground for 10 minutes, he didn't say a word. Yang Ming had no choice but to do a few more hits on the other acupoints in his body. This made Wu Ming more painful. Although it was easy to cause his body to die, Yang Ming couldn't help it. To deal with people who were stubborn, he had to use some extreme means. Fortunately, this guy's physical fitness was much stronger than ordinary people, so he wouldn't die in a short time. I'll talk. I'll talk. Wu Ming suddenly shouted. Oh? That's good. Yang Ming leaned over and looked at Wu Ming with interest. Say it. Since you are going to die. Anyway, it is better to hit the wall and die now. The Black Widow will not let you go. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Yang Ming's mind. Not good. Yang Ming thought to himself. No wonder this brat had such a strange expression. It turned out that he wanted to take the opportunity to commit suicide. Yang Ming looked around. There was a wall not far from Wu Ming, and at this moment, he was intentionally or unintentionally rubbing against the wall at the same time. However, what was that Black Widow? What Black Widow wouldn't let him off? Could it be that the Black Widow was behind him? Wasn't it Guo Jinbiao? Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Yang Ming had some doubts. Did Bao Sanli and the others have a feud with a person called Black Widow? Yang Ming shook his head. It was a little unbelievable. He thought that Guo Jinbiao would wait for an opportunity to retaliate, but he didn't expect a Black Widow to appear. But now wasn't the time to think about these things. If this Wu Ming committed suicide, it wouldn't be so wonderful. Although he had found out who the mastermind behind the scenes was through special means, this was only the tip of the iceberg. He was still useful to him, so it would be a pity if he died like this. Hold him down. Yang Ming waved his hand and instructed Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Yes. Ho Zhenhan rushed over without saying anything. Instead, Bao Sanli hesitated before he came over with Ho Zhenhan and held down Wu Ming, who was rolling on the ground. Find a rope and tie him to the bed. Don't let him move. Yang Ming said, this brat isn't confident. Don't commit suicide by hitting the wall later. Ah? Ho Zhenhan was stunned. He thought, Brother Yang is really too careful. However, he nodded and followed Yang Ming's instructions with Bao Sanli. Only Wu Ming, who was held down, had a look of regret on his face. His thoughts were exposed by Yang Ming. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to think about it again. In the midst of the pain, Wu Ming couldn't help but think, what is the identity of this young man in front of me? Not only is his means brilliant, but his judgment is also very strong. I just wanted to commit suicide, and he noticed it. In order not to let this guy die in pain, Yang Ming had to reach out and unseal several of his acupuncture points. But the rest of the acupuncture points were enough to make him restless, but it wouldn't be life-threatening. Since you don't want to say it, then just stay here. Yang Ming said faintly, I will find an underling to look after you. When you want to talk, you can let him inform me. Wu Ming gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Ming with his eyes wide open. He didn't answer. Yang Ming no longer bothered with him and said to Ho Zhenhan, find 2 underlings to look after him. Let's find a place to talk. Ho Zhenhan naturally followed Yang Ming's instructions. He ordered a few of his more trusted underlings to look after Wu Ming and told them to inform him immediately when Wu Ming wanted to talk. Then he took Yang Ming and Bao Sanli to his office. Yang Ming didn't refuse. After entering the office, he sat on Ho Zhenhan's general manager's seat. He leisurely pointed to the opposite sofa and said to Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli, you two sit down. Ho Zhenhan nodded and sat on the opposite sofa. Only Bao Sanli didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly put on airs. But in any case, he was deeply shocked by Yang Ming's ruthless means at the moment. Wu Ming's painful eyes made him feel a little scared when he thought about it. After sitting silently, Bao Sanli glanced at Ho Zhenhan next to him, but his eyes were full of questions. Let me introduce myself first. Yang Ming hesitated and said slowly, I am Mr. Y's spokesperson in the province, responsible for all the affairs in the province. Big Ho is Mr. Y's spokesperson in Songjiang. In other words, he is also my subordinate. This was the excuse that Yang Ming had thought of in advance. Although he had made up his mind to disclose his identity, he still had a little scruples. With his current identity, it was not suitable to appear as the final behind-the-scenes boss, so he simply fabricated the identity of a spokesperson. Anyway, it was almost the same. Except for Mr. Y, Yang Ming was the biggest in the province. Ah. Bao Sanli was shocked after listening to Yang Ming's words. His butt bounced up from the sofa like a spring. He looked at Yang Ming incredulously. You are also the boss man. Yang Ming smiled and nodded slowly. Yes, Brother Bao, I am Mr. Y's spokesperson in the province. In other words, I am Big Ho's boss. This? Bao Sanli rubbed his hands uncomfortably like a child. He didn't know what to say for a while. Although he had secretly guessed the identity of Yang Ming, he didn't expect that Yang Ming was actually his and Ho Zhenhan's boss. However, seeing Ho Zhenhan's respectful appearance just now, it seemed that what Yang Ming said was true. In this way, isn't my relationship with Yang Ming also a subordinate relationship? Moreover, my position in front of the boss is not even as good as Ho Zhenhan. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli sighed secretly. No wonder Yang Ming has been unwilling to come over to help me. It turns out that he already has a more prominent identity. Mr. Y's spokesperson in the province, what kind of honor is that? After the last incident where Xianxia was quickly eliminated and the Four Snakes gang was driven away, Mr. Y had become an omnipotent god in Bao Sanli's heart. It was of course a kind of honor to be able to get Mr. Y's trust. Ho Zhenhan's skill and ability had convinced Bao Sanli. Now, after seeing Yang Ming's means, Bao Sanli was even more amazed. There are so many capable people around the boss. No wonder he is so strong. The only thing Bao Sanli could do now was to follow the boss wholeheartedly. Otherwise, with the powerful strength that Yang Ming had just shown, it would be easy to kill him. This was only Yang Ming alone. God knows how many capable people under the boss who are as strong as Yang Ming or even stronger than Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli's mentality quickly adjusted. Everyone was working for the boss, and Yang Ming was obviously much closer to the boss than Ho Zhenhan. If he wanted to get the boss's favor as soon as possible, he must first get Yang Ming's approval. Therefore, Bao Sanli didn't have much thoughts. He quickly said respectfully, "It turns out that Brother Yang is the boss's confidant. Sorry for the disrespect. I have offended you before. Brother Yang, please don't mind." Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. "Brother Bao, with our friendship, it is meaningless to say this. You can rest assured. As long as you follow the boss and are loyal, then I will report to the boss truthfully." "Thank you, Brother Yang," Bao Sanli said happily. Originally, calling Yang Ming Brother Yang was just a kind of respect, but now it had become respect. "However, I have hidden it from Brother Bao for so long. Please don't mind." Yang Ming said with some embarrassment, "You also know that the boss's orders are greater than everything. When the time is not right, I can't disclose my identity." I understand. For this, Bao Sanli didn't dare to have the slightest complaint. In his opinion, the boss's decision was right. How could he dare to say no? "Brother Yang, we are friends, but now we are working for the boss. Don't mess up the seniority. Don't call me Brother Bao in the future. Call me Sanli or Baozi." Bao Sanli was very sensible. Now Yang Ming's identity was not what it used to be. They were brothers, but if he messed up the seniority and the boss knew about it, it would not be so wonderful. Yang Ming did not object after listening. He nodded with a smile and acquiesced to Bao Sanli's statement. Yang Ming was also very happy that Bao Sanli was so sensible. This also saved a lot of trouble. Bao Sanli would not be arrogant just because he had a good relationship with Yang Ming. "Okay, Baozi." Yang Ming nodded. "Do a good job. The boss will not treat everyone badly." "I understand." Bao Sanli nodded solemnly. He now had no unbalanced mentality. He was also in the underworld. In his opinion, strength was everything. Yang Ming was more powerful than Ho Zhenhan, so it was normal for him to be the provincial spokesperson. He was not even as good as Ho Zhenhan, so he could only rely on hard work to fight at the bottom. What's more, Bao Sanli was already very satisfied with his current status. He was not the kind of person who was very ambitious. He fought with Xianxia because of the contradiction between the two people. He was not greedy for these territories. Yang Ming glanced at Ho Zhenhan and nodded secretly. Fortunately, Ho Zhenhan was very cooperative and did not say anything inappropriate. In fact, Ho Zhenhan was also very surprised why Yang Ming said that he was Mr. Y's spokesperson, but Yang Ming's words were reasonable, so Ho Zhenhan had no objection. Seeing that the matter was solved so smoothly, Yang Ming was also very happy. After all, if the timing of the identity disclosure was not good, it would definitely cause Bao Sanli's dissatisfaction and jealousy, but he did not expect it to be solved like this. It seemed that it was very wise for him to propose that he was Mr. Y's spokesperson. In the future, when he transitioned from the spokesperson to Mr. Y, Bao Sanli would not have too many thoughts because at that time, he had already established absolute authority. "Let's keep this a secret for now. Only you and Big Ho know about this." Yang Ming looked at Bao Sanli and said, "My other identity is now a student of the school. I don't want to have too much to do with the underworld. Moreover, triad affairs are only a small part of Mr. Y's overall affairs. It doesn't account for much." "Don't worry, Brother Yang." Bao Sanli nodded immediately after listening. "I know what to do." "Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first." Yang Ming stood up. "If Wu Ming wants to say it, you can ask the behind-the-scenes mastermind. If you don't want to say it, just lock him up first. Don't kill him. I still have use for this person in the future." "Okay, Brother Yang." Ho Zhenhan promised, "We will look after him. In addition, you and Baozi also pay attention to your safety." Whether this person is sent by Gui Jinbiao or not, you have to be careful. Yang Ming said, the boss doesn't want to see both of you die. Brother Yang, we will protect ourselves. If there is nothing else, we won't go out. Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli's expressions became serious. Then I'm leaving. Yang Ming got up and prepared to leave. Let me send you off, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli said quickly. Yang Ming hesitated a little and nodded in agreement. Many people knew that he and Bao Sanli were good brothers. He didn't have to hide anything, so he didn't have to hide too much. Well, let's see how your security company is doing. Brother Yang, please. Ho Zhenhan opened the door for Yang Ming and followed Yang Ming with Bao Sanli. They introduced the current situation of the company to Yang Ming. The business of the Mingyang Security Company was developing very quickly. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that it had already entered the stage of profitability after only a short time of opening. Moreover, it was making a lot of money. In addition to providing security services to some hotels and entertainment venues, the company has now begun to accept personal security services. Ho Zhenhan introduced, those who protect the hotels and entertainment cities are basically sent by the brothers of the gangs to hold down the fort. Because of our status in the underworld of Songjiang, those entertainment cities and hotels are also very willing to spend money to hire our people. To put it bluntly, it is the legalization of protection fees. However, one is willing to take the hit, and one is willing to take the hit. We don't insist now, but those bosses are rushing to ask us to go. This idea is good. It's done very well. Yang Ming nodded with relief. I really didn't see the wrong person. Ho Zhenhan brought a big surprise to me. However, those hotels and entertainment cities didn't have security guards before? There were security guards before. Those security guards are also there now. They are only responsible for some ordinary jobs such as taking care of the parking lot and guarding the door. When there is trouble, we still have to rely on our brothers, so those bosses are also willing to use our people. Ho Zhenhan explained, although our fees aren't cheap, those bosses won't care about this. After all, when running an entertainment venue, safety is the first priority. Otherwise, why would the guests go to play? That's true. Yang Ming nodded in agreement. How did you start to do personal business? This is also Brother Ho's idea. Bao Sanli smiled. Brother Ho said that a company must continue to develop. We can't always operate one business. We are gradually bleaching, so personal business is more important. Oh? What do you mean? Yang Ming asked with interest. Aren't I a retired soldier? As soon as I started a business, the people from the demobilization office and the labor bureau came to me and told me not to forget my roots. I can't ignore others when I'm rich. Ho Zhenhan shook his head and smiled. So, they asked me to solve the work problems of some of the demobilized personnel for them. Bao Ge and I discussed for a bit and agreed. Although these people couldn't provide the special protection services of the entertainment city, they could provide some personal security services. For example, some rich people could hire personal bodyguards for their children or relatives, then these people could come in handy. All of them are good men. Well done. Yang Ming patted Ho Zhenhan's shoulder and said, I'm very pleased. I believe that after Mr. Y knows about it, he will be very happy. Then, I'll trouble Brother Yang to put in a good word in front of Mr. Y. Ho Zhenhan immediately said. Looking at the company's thriving business, Yang Ming was very happy. This was also his first industry. Moreover, Ho Zhenhan could understand what he meant. The underworld wasn't his ultimate goal. It was just a means to achieve the goal. The three of them went downstairs together, but they saw the company's front desk receptionist and a few strong young men arguing about something. What's the matter? Yang Ming frowned and asked. It wasn't a good habit to quarrel at the company's entrance. It would drive away a lot of potential customers. I'll go and see. Ho Zhenhan quickly ran over and asked about the cause of the matter. Xiao Zhang, what's the matter with these people? Ho Zhenhan asked the receptionist. This was just in time for Brother Yang to come to the company for an inspection. Wasn't this a critical moment? President Ho, these people came to the company to apply for a job. I explained to them that we don't recruit people here, but they didn't listen. Xiaozhang explained in a difficult manner. What's the matter? I'm the manager of this company. Ho Zhenhan turned and asked the few strong young men. Just in time, the manager is here. One of the young men who seemed to be the leader stood up and said, You explain to us. Why is your company not recruiting? We have a recommendation letter for priority employment from the sub-district office in our hands. It's the sub-district office where your company is located. You don't even listen to the words of the sub-district office? After Ho Zhenhan listened to the young man's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys, the sub-district office is only recommending employment, but our company is not short of people now. Even if we are short of people, we don't recruit from the society. You can go to other companies. We brothers can't do other jobs. We can be a security guard. If you don't let us do it, won't we starve to death? The young man who took the lead said, In the district where the sub-district office is located, you are the only security company. If you don't want us, where can we go? Also, why don't you recruit from the society? We have signed a labor contract with the government. The staff we recruit are all veterans. Ho Zhenhan explained. What's wrong? Is there personal discrimination? The young man who took the lead wasn't willing to listen. Let me tell you. Our brothers' skills aren't worse than those veterans. How can you, the manager, be like this? You also divide people into different classes? Ho Zhenhan was speechless after listening. This young man in front of me is really stubborn. He is too honest. How is this discrimination? Even Yang Ming, who was watching all this from the side, couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the young man in front of him and asked, You mean, you are very powerful? Of course. The young man replied proudly, For example, I can beat 3 or 4 of you by myself. When this was said, both Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan widened their eyes. No way? This guy really doesn't need to pay taxes for bragging. He dares to say anything. He can beat 3 or 4 of Yang Ming? Ho Zhenhan didn't dare to say that he could beat Yang Ming with 3 or 4 of him, let alone one against 3 or 4. Hee, is that so? Yang Ming looked at the young man in front of him. His heart moved and he asked, What were you originally doing? We all graduated from martial arts schools. We were thinking of killing the rich to help the poor. We didn't expect it to be so difficult to find a job. When the young man said this, his face suddenly had some bitterness. Killing the rich to help the poor? Yang Ming said with a smile, You want to apply for a security guard, so first of all, there is a problem with your thinking. What is killing the rich to help the poor? This is not the old society. Those who hire bodyguards are all rich people. If you kill them and rob them, who will dare to hire you in the future? Ugh. The young man was immediately embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I just said it casually. It means that our skills aren't weak, but we can't find a suitable job. To tell you the truth, we have more than 30 people. We are all waiting for a meal. More than 30 people? Yang Ming took a deep breath. How come there are so many of you? There are more than 100 of us who graduated from the martial arts school this year. None of us were assigned jobs. We are all from the same hometown in the Northeast, so we came back together. Except for a few who found jobs as guards in government agencies and institutions, we are all unemployed at home. The young man explained. Let me see your letters of recommendation and graduation certificates. Yang Ming hesitated and said. Can you keep your words? Can you represent this company? The young man asked carefully. Brother Yang asked you to take it out. Hurry up and take it out. Don't miss the opportunity. Ho Zhenhan glanced at the young man and said. Okay. When the young man saw that the manager of the company had said so, it seemed that there was a way. He quickly reached out and opened the briefcase of a person behind him. He took out a large stack of certificates and handed them to Yang Ming. Yang Ming flipped through it casually. These people were indeed graduates of the same martial arts school, and they also had employment recommendations issued by the sub-district office. There shouldn't be any problems with his identity. You said your skills are not bad? Yang Ming returned the materials to the young man and asked. That's right, I already said, I'm very strong. The young man patted his chest and said. Well, you compete with him. Let me see your kung fu. Yang Ming pointed at Ho Zhenhan and said. Ah? The young man was stunned and opened his mouth wide. This is not very good. He is the manager of the company. If I hurt him, can he still arrange a job for me? Here, I have the final say. Yang Ming said faintly, I let you compete. You show me your real skills. Otherwise, leave immediately. The opportunity is in front of you. Whether you can seize it or not, it depends on your own performance. Well, for the brothers, I will go all out. The young man clenched his teeth and said, but I have a request. Even if I hurt him, if you want to retaliate against me, you can leave me. But for my brothers, you have to at least solve the job problems of 5 people. Okay, I promise you. Yang Ming smiled. This guy isn't as honest as he looks. He is still a bit scheming. Not bad. If he really has the ability, he will become a good sword by my side after some training. Come on. The young man walked to the center of the company hall and said to Ho Zhenhan. Ho Zhenhan didn't move. He turned to look at Yang Ming. Yang Ming said with some helplessness, I say, you can't stand at the door of our company if you want to compete. Let's go. Take him to a training room. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli took the young man, a total of 5 people, to find an empty training room. After closing the door, Yang Ming nodded to Ho Zhenhan and said, you go. Don't be merciful. Okay. Ho Zhenhan turned and greeted the young man. Although the young man said that he hurt Ho Zhenhan, he had already been merciful. After all, he was asking others to find a job for them to make a living. If he really hurt Ho Zhenhan, it wouldn't be good for anyone. However, when Ho Zhenhan made a move, the young man's brows immediately frowned, and his expression became much more serious. He had already felt the pressure. Ho Zhenhan wasn't simple. The young man originally thought that the company's boss wouldn't know any kung fu. He didn't expect that Ho Zhenhan not only knew kung fu, but also wasn't weak. The young man had to take it seriously. Originally, he intended to be perfunctory, but now it became a real competition. Ho Zhenhan was instructed by Yang Ming. He was merciless and fierce, which made the young man, who was unprepared, somewhat unprepared. However, gradually, the young man could actually counter Ho Zhenhan's attacks. Hey! Yang Ming was stunned. He knew what kind of skills Ho Zhenhan had. Although he wasn't as good as himself, he was also one of the best among normal people. This young man could actually resist Ho Zhenhan's fierce attack. Moreover, what made Yang Ming more and more surprised was that this young man could not only defend, but after gradually understanding Ho Zhenhan's moves, he also began to tentatively attack. Good. Yang Ming cheered in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. However, Yang Ming's heart was quickly calculating some things. Since Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli were attacked by assassins, Yang Ming felt that he was somewhat powerless. Although his skills could be said to be very bad *SS, it was only him alone. For many things, Yang Ming couldn't do everything respectfully. For example, Guo Jinbiao's matter. Yang Ming was so busy recently that he didn't have the mind to go to Jiduan City to find trouble with Guo Jinbiao. But if he had people under him, this kind of small matter could be handed over to them. Of course, the so-called people under him didn't refer to Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. They were his own forces on the surface, and the direction of development was also based on their career. What Yang Ming was thinking was, can I have more talents similar to assassins under my command? Even if they weren't as good as me, at least they can be independent after my training. This was the so-called dark forces. Many things that were inconvenient for Ho Zhenhan and the others to do could be handed over to the dark forces. Therefore, when Yang Ming saw the young man and the others, he immediately had the idea of recruiting them for his own use. However, whether these people could be of great use still needed to be examined, so Yang Ming proposed to let the young man compete with Ho Zhenhan. But now it seemed that this person's skills were not bad. It was not bad to be able to tie with Ho Zhenhan. Previously, Yang Ming didn't think about recruiting some veterans to form his own dark forces, but then Yang Ming dispelled this idea. The people who came out of the army were more upright. If they were asked to do something like murder and robbery, many people might disagree. Even if they reluctantly did it for the sake of living, they wouldn't feel comfortable in their hearts. But these people in front of him were different. They graduated from martial arts schools. Their thoughts were not so deeply rooted in the distinction between good and evil. It was easier for Yang Ming to subdue their hearts. The reason why they learned martial arts, most people's purpose may be the same as what the young man just said, to be strong and help the weak, to kill the rich and help the poor. Therefore, this group of people who worshipped the heroes of the jungle were easier to be assimilated by Yang Ming's thoughts. Because most of the things that Yang Ming asked them to do were to take advantage of the situation, which was similar to the heroes of the jungle in the past. This was also the reason why Yang Ming was so concerned about these people. Okay, stop. Yang Ming saw that the young man was getting braver and nodded with satisfaction. What's your name? My name is Li Chang. Li from Li Shimen, Chang from Chang. They all call me Pluto. The young man stopped and said to Yang Ming. Pluto? What do you mean? Yang Ming was stunned and somewhat inexplicable. Hee hee. I look a bit like Pluto in Popeye, so my classmates call me Pluto. Li Chang smiled embarrassedly. Hee hee, it turned out to be like this. Yang Ming watched a few episodes of Popeye when he accompanied Lin Jiyun to watch cartoons in Donghai, so when Li Chang explained, he remembered. How are the skills of the brothers behind you? Yang Ming looked at Li Chang and asked. There are a few who are about the same as me. The others are worse than me, but not by much. Li Chang answered truthfully, I didn't expect your manager to be so powerful. If it were. Well, if it were you, I wouldn't have to fight so hard. Yang Ming frowned. Why does this guy like to use me as an example? I am their future boss. This habit is not good. I have to kill this guy's prestige. Otherwise, he won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If it were me, then you would already be dead. Yang Ming said in a plain tone, but there was a faint sense of condescension in his tone. What? Li Chang was stunned and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Yang Ming didn't bother with him anymore. He just said, how many people do you have? We have a total of 39 people. Although Li Chang was a little dissatisfied with Yang Ming's words, he also knew that since Yang Ming asked this question now, it meant that he might want them, so he had to answer honestly. How many are about the same as you? Yang Ming continued to ask. There are about 6 or 7. Li Chang hesitated and said. How many? 6 or 7? Yang Ming frowned and asked. 6. Li Chang replied quickly. When he heard Yang Ming's question, he thought that Yang Ming wanted to choose the best people among them to stay, so he deliberately said one more. He didn't expect to be seen through, so he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. What about the rest? Yang Ming continued to ask. There are 15 people who are slightly worse than me, and the others are slightly worse. Li Chang didn't dare to hide this time. Well, all 39 of you don't have a job, right? Yang Ming asked. Yes. Li Chang nodded. You can all work with me. The first fixed salary is 1,000 yuan a month. If you go on a mission, it will be calculated separately. Yang Ming nodded and said, can you accept it? Huh? Li Chang opened his mouth wide in surprise and looked at Yang Ming in a daze. Do you think it's too little or you're not willing to do it? Yang Ming asked impatiently. No. Quite a few. Are you telling the truth? All 39 of us can follow you, and you will give each of us a salary of 1,000 yuan? Li Chang stuttered in disbelief. Yes. Yang Ming nodded. If you don't have any objections, then call your brothers over. Settle down here first, I'll make arrangements for you in a few days. Okay, I'll immediately inform the brothers to come over. Boss, thank you. Thank you. Li Chang was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Today, he came to this security company to apply for a job with a tentative attitude. After all, he had been rejected many times. The reason why he was so unreasonable before was that he really had no choice. There were more than 30 people. If no one found a job, how could they eat and drink? Li Chang was their class monitor, so Li Chang decided that no matter what, whether it was coaxing or acting shamelessly, he must leave a few people in the security company. In this way, he could earn some money, and at least he could help the other brothers. They didn't ask for too high a salary. It was good to be able to give a few hundred yuan, but they didn't expect Yang Ming to ask for 1,000. This was higher than many company employees with academic qualifications. Arrange a place for them to live. Yang Ming instructed Ho Zhenhan, then, buy me a place in the suburbs or in a remote place. Don't worry, brother Yang. Ho Zhenhan nodded. Don't let the other brothers in the company know about these people. Yang Ming said. Okay. No problem. Bao Sanli also said quickly. After coming out of Bao Sanli's company, Yang Ming went straight home. If he was out for too long, his parents would definitely have questions. Wang Shifan and Huang Yukai went to West Star Mountain again. Although it was during the day, they were scared out of their wits because of what happened last night. They carefully came to the burial site and saw the rubble that was dug out yesterday. Wang Shifan's heart was cold. Sure enough, I didn't find the wrong place yesterday. Su Daji's body did disappear. Wang Shifan and Huang Yukai looked at each other. Both of them could see the fear in each other's eyes. What should we do? Wang Shifan took a deep breath and asked Huang Yukai. D***MN, I don't believe it. Can there be ghosts in broad daylight? Huang Yukai clenched his teeth. Let's go to the place yesterday and see. You mean, the direction where you saw Su Daji? Wang Shifan's face changed. Yes, how can we catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Huang Yukai said fiercely. Wang Shifan couldn't help it. This matter was very strange, but if he didn't deal with it, he wouldn't be at ease. So, he had to push Huang Yukai and force himself to walk in the direction where he saw Su Daji yesterday. Ah! Huang Yukai and Wang Shifan exclaimed at the same time as they pointed at a body on the ground. That was Su Daji's body. However, the body was too weird. The whole body was emitting a faint blue light, which turned into a blue-green color. D***MN, what is this thing? Wang Shifan only felt that his scalp was numb. F***CK. Who cares about his grandmother? Huang Yukai had a good point. That was, no matter how scared he was in his heart, he was really ruthless when he started to be ruthless. Huang Yukai didn't say anything. He picked up the concentrated sulfuric acid and poured it on Su Daji's face. However, the strange thing was that when the concentrated sulfuric acid was sprinkled on Su Daji's face, there was no reaction. It flowed down like water. And? Huang Yukai was stunned. Why isn't it corroding? As he said this, he poured it on Su Daji's face a few more times. D***MN it, this can't be fake sulfuric acid, right? Su Daji was somewhat inexplicable. It can't be, right? Wang Shifan took the sulfuric acid in Su Daji's hand and glanced at it. Yesterday, I saw that the seller didn't look like a good person. I really didn't expect him to fool me. As Wang Shifan said this, he took the sulfuric acid and wanted to pour it on his hand. President Wang, don't. Huang Yukai saw it and quickly stopped him. But it was already too late. Wang Shifan screamed. Bubbles appeared on his left hand. With a squeak, a large piece of flesh was burned away. The sulfuric acid bottle also fell to the ground and broke. President Wang, are you okay? Huang Yukai was shocked. Why is President Wang so reckless recently? He wasn't like this before. It was no wonder. Recently, Wang Shifan was distracted by Su Daji's body. He was a bit impulsive just now. He didn't care about Su Daji's body on the ground. Huang Yukai quickly took his clothes and bandaged Wang Shifan's hand. Wang Shifan still frowned because of the pain. The car was driven to the foot of the mountain with difficulty. The two people changed to a taxi to go to the hospital. After the wound was treated, Wang Shifan collapsed on the hospital bed and was given an intravenous drip. That body, what do we do? When the doctors in the ward left, Wang Shifan asked Huang Yukai with some worry. Forget it. It's nothing. I don't know how the body mutated. Huang Yukai persuaded, even if the police found it, it's not a big deal. This kind of thing may be listed as an X-file. Maybe they thought that Su Daji was captured by aliens for experiments. That makes sense. Wang Shifan thought, this Huang Yukai really has a lot of ideas. The two people also breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the body had mutated, they didn't have to worry. At that time, it might be treated as a scientific research topic. Wang Shifan was hospitalized. Zhou Jieji was very anxious. If he didn't go home, then he wouldn't use the computer in the study. Then, her plan to steal the information had to be postponed. Her only belief now was to get rid of the Wang family quickly so that Yang Ming wouldn't be threatened. In addition to going to Wang Shifan's house every day, Zhou Jieji was anxious to think about how to steal the evidence of Wang Shifan's smuggling as soon as possible. Ho Zhenhan also bought an abandoned factory in the suburbs according to Yang Ming's instructions. Then, he moved Li Chang and a total of 39 people to the factory. This night, Yang Ming came to the factory in the suburbs. He carried a small black bag with 40,000 yuan in it. It was the first month's salary for Li Chang and others. In order to let them work for him with peace of mind, Yang Ming decided to give them the first month's money in advance. Boss. Li Chang was watching TV in the factory. When he saw Yang Ming coming, he quickly stood up and greeted him. Are all the brothers here? Yang Ming glanced around and asked. Li Chang, what's the matter? Are you usually so undisciplined in the martial arts school? Don't you have any discipline? Yang Ming asked coldly. This? Li Chang was a little embarrassed, but Yang Ming was telling the truth. He was indeed a little undisciplined. Boss, each of us has real talent and can take charge independently. A young man said with some dissatisfaction, we are not those primary school students. What's the use of being so well organized? You think you are very capable, don't you? Yang Ming glanced at him and asked coldly. Lu Chao, stop talking. Apologize to the boss. Li Chang glared at him and reprimanded him. I didn't say anything wrong. Lu Chao said with a stiff neck, we have the strength. Everyone can take charge independently. What do we need those things for? Hee hee, good. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. You think you are very capable, right? Then I will give you a chance. If you can beat me, I won't ask you to do anything in the future. You can do whatever you want. Otherwise, you have to listen to whatever I say in the future. Okay, this is what you said. Lu Chao didn't wait for Li Chang to speak and took a step forward. Lu Chao. You apologize to the boss right now, or I won't recognize you as a brother. Li Chang was furious. It wasn't easy to find a job for his brothers. The boss said whatever. If they angered the boss, they wouldn't need them anymore. Then, they would really be desperate. At that time, a hero would be stumped. No need. Yang Ming waved his hand to stop Li Chang. Who among you has the same idea as Lu Chao? You can stand up. When Yang Ming said this, a few people who were not convinced immediately stood up. Li Chang was so angry that he stomped his feet, but he couldn't do anything. Very well, you can team up and challenge me. Yang Ming looked at the few people in front of him and said faintly. That's not necessary. I can deal with you alone. Lu Chao said loudly. If I deal with you alone, I'm afraid that they won't accept it. How about this? All of you come together. Yang Ming's tone was full of contempt and disdain. You think you are very powerful just because you know some three-legged cat's tricks? To tell you the truth, I took you in as just a moment of kindness. Don't take yourself too seriously. Your kung fu isn't in my eyes. Lu Chao and a few young men who stood up. Only Li Chang secretly felt that something was wrong. When he was in the company, he thought that he could easily deal with Ho Zhenhan, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Therefore, when he saw that Yang Ming was full of confidence, Li Chang didn't know why. He felt that this matter seemed to be a bit suspenseful. However, Lu Chao and the others didn't think so. They thought that Yang Ming was either pretending or his brain was damaged. Or, he was certain that he was the boss, so they didn't dare to do anything to him. Okay, come on. Yang Ming stretched out his index finger and said to them, hurry up. My time is limited. I don't want to waste it. Humph. Lu Chao was the most dissatisfied among these people, so he was the first to launch an attack. Seeing Lu Chao's attack, several other people also attacked without mercy. Although it seemed a bit unethical to team up to fight, for the sake of face and dignity, they went all out. They just couldn't bear to see Yang Ming being arrogant in front of them. Fancy moves. Yang Ming's mouth showed a mocking smile, and then he made a move. Yang Ming's attack was very simple, but few people could see it clearly, including Li Chang. Everyone only felt a blur in front of them, and Yang Ming had already completed the attack on the 6 people in front of him. Fast, ruthless, and accurate were the 3 elements of Yang Ming's attack. Lu Chao and the other 5 people squatted on the ground while holding their abdomens in pain. They were in so much pain that they were sweating. But fortunately, the willpower of these people was strong enough. No one cried out in pain. At this moment, everyone, including Li Chang, was shocked. Is this still a human skill? It is actually so fast to an incredible point. It wasn't known if others had noticed it, but Li Chang's observation was very subtle. Lu Chao and the other 5 people, they were covering the same part. In other words, Yang Ming could accurately attack the desired part with a very fast attack speed. There was no difference. If Ho Zhenhan could be on par with them, then Yang Ming and them were not at the same level at all. Li Chang had a feeling of being in a trance. Never mind Lu Chao and the other 6 people, even if all 39 of them went up, they might not be Yang Ming's opponent. What a bunch of useless frills. Yang Ming snorted and reprimanded mercilessly, if I just attacked your neck or temple, you would be dead now. In fact, there were many fatal acupuncture points on the human body, but they wouldn't understand if he said it out loud. Yang Ming picked 2 fatal points that everyone was familiar with as an example. Lu Chao and the other 5 people were already ashen-faced at this moment. They didn't have the complacent look just now. Instead, it was replaced by sadness and silence. They were convinced. They were completely convinced. There was no luck. They knew it very well. If it happened again, or even 100 times, the result would still be the same. They would lose without a doubt. Who else thinks you can do it? Stand up? Yang Ming glanced at the people in the field and said coldly. Silence. Silence. No one dared to stand up. Yang Ming's powerful ghost-like skill was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Even the coach they worshipped in the martial arts school might not be able to withstand one move from this person in front of them. Indeed, Yang Ming's attack didn't have any fancy moves. One move was enough to kill any one of them. This was strength. They had no choice but to accept it. I am giving you the opportunity to challenge me now. Yang Ming saw that no one came out, so he continued, if you don't challenge me now, I will take it that you accept it. Then, you must follow my words in the future. No one spoke, and no one stood up. Yang Ming raised his head and glanced at everyone's face. When he glanced at one person, the person lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him. Yang Ming was very satisfied with this. It seemed that his move just now had subdued them. These guys who worshipped the strong were completely convinced by him. Yang Ming nodded and said, well, since no one has any objections now, then I don't want to hear any objections in the future. In front of me, don't say anything like why. What you have to do is to obey. This? Li Chang was a little embarrassed. Boss, what do you want us to do? Although these people didn't have a source of income now, it was good enough to find a job. However, now it seemed that what Yang Ming wanted them to do wasn't security work. Normal people also wanted to figure out what the boss wanted them to do. Otherwise, no one would be at ease. Okay, I can answer this question. Yang Ming nodded and said, let me ask you, why did you go to the martial arts school to learn martial arts? After Li Chang and the others heard Yang Ming's words, they couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Gradually, an excited expression appeared on their faces. Li Chang, you go first. Yang Ming smiled slightly and said to Li Chang. My wish is to be a hero and get rid of those bad guys. Li Chang said while gritting his teeth. Oh? Yang Ming looked at Li Chang with interest. Why do you have this idea? In the beginning, my girlfriend was raped by a big boss in the village. The purpose of my martial arts is to kill him. Recalling the past, Li Chang's eyes were full of anger. Oh? Then why don't you sue him? Yang Ming continued to ask. Sue him? How can I sue him? The big boss took money to my girlfriend's house and directly settled her parents. Her parents not only didn't let her report the case, but also let her be the boss's mistress. Li Chang's breathing became rapid. I want revenge. Did you get your revenge? Yang Ming asked faintly. No. Speaking of this, Li Chang was a little depressed. It is said that the boss cheated the money and ran away. My girlfriend also disappeared. What about you? Yang Ming turned to ask Lu Chao and the others. These people had a variety of reasons, but most of them were the same as Li Chang. Yang Ming smiled. Yes, this was also the reason why he chose these people. Yang Ming looked at the group of people whose gazes had turned fiery, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Is this the purpose of you learning martial arts? Most people nodded helplessly. Indeed, it was a lie to say that it was good for one's body. Who would learn something that was not easy to find a job? As they grew older, they gradually understood a lot of things. They were no longer as impulsive as before and understood the hardships of society. You all understand now. Some people clearly do bad things, but they don't get the punishment they deserve. Yang Ming paused and said, some things can't be solved in the open, so they have to be solved in the dark. What I want you to do is to let you solve some things that can't be solved in the open. When everyone heard Yang Ming's words, they immediately looked at each other. In the end, it was Li Chang who said, Boss. Are you saying that you want us to do something illegal? Yang Ming raised his head and looked at Li Chang. He did not speak for a long time, but Li Chang's sweat fell. The oppressive feeling in Yang Ming's eyes was so strong that even his breathing felt unnatural. Of course, all of this was due to Yang Ming's powerful skills. Boss. Li Chang lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Li Chang, you disappoint me. Yang Ming said lightly, well, let me ask you, do you think that in ancient times, a hero killed a tyrant who committed all kinds of crimes? Is that illegal? This is different. Li Chang's eyes flickered as he replied. Well, if you think it's different, then let me ask you again. Tell me, what would you do if you saw the boss who raped your girlfriend one day? I will never let him have an easy time. I will tear him into pieces. After Li Chang finished speaking, he couldn't help but be startled. He casually said with some embarrassment, I understand, boss. What about you guys? Yang Ming turned to look at the others. In fact, when Yang Ming asked Li Chang, everyone understood. Originally, these people were martial artists. They didn't have a strong distinction between right and wrong. When they heard what Yang Ming said, they felt that it was reasonable, so they nodded to show that they understood. But I promise, I won't ask you to do anything to innocent people. Yang Ming looked at the crowd and said, your dream of being a hero will come true in the future. Obviously, Yang Ming's words had completely changed these people's view of right and wrong. At this moment, there was only excitement left. Yesterday's distant dream was about to come true. How could they not be excited? Okay, those who are willing to stay and work with me can come to me to get this month's living expenses. If you don't want to, I won't force you. I'll still give you 500 yuan for your trip out of here. As Yang Ming spoke, he opened his handbag and took out a stack of money. Can we become as strong as you, boss? Li Chang was the first to take the 1,000 yuan that Yang Ming handed over. His eyes were full of passion. Yes, for those who stay, I will give you intensive training. Yang Ming nodded. At that time, each of you will really be able to take charge independently. Okay, I'll stay. Li Chang nodded solemnly. People who learn martial arts have a mentality of worship for the strong. They can have the opportunity to become stronger. This is more attractive than anything else. If Yang Ming had said before that he could become as strong as him, then Li Chang would not have asked those questions at all. In his opinion, this was much more than the previous question. Boss, are you serious? Lu Chao, who was not convinced before, suddenly asked in surprise. Of course, I don't need trash. Yang Ming said lightly, my men are all strong. Okay, I'll stay, too. Lu Chao also went forward to get the money, but his expression at the moment was much more respectful. Others also said that they wanted to stay, and no one left. This made Yang Ming a little dumbfounded. If I knew this, I wouldn't have said the emotional nonsense before. These people are simply martial arts fanatics. When it comes to learning from me, they don't care about anything else. After the 39 people received the money, Yang Ming registered their names one by one. Now, no one had any doubts about Yang Ming because Yang Ming was unattainable in their eyes. First, do a good job of discipline. When I feel satisfied, then I will teach you martial arts. Yang Ming glanced at the 39 people who were scattered in formation and shook his head. Although as an assassin, the chances of a solo mission were higher, the possibility of large-scale collective combat was not ruled out. Therefore, discipline was still very important. He didn't want to be in a state of disunity. I will find Big Ho, which is Ho Jinhan, President Ho, to train you. Yang Ming said, Li Chang, you were the class monitor. Now you continue to be the captain of everyone. Solve your own meals. Don't worry, boss. Li Chang nodded and said. The others had no opinion. Even if Yang Ming did not let Li Chang be the captain, he was still the leader of these people. On the same day, Yang Ming called Ho Jinhan and asked him to come over and train the 39 people. Of course, it was to train them with the same plan as when training recruits. For Yang Ming's instructions, Ho Jinhan naturally did not dare to delay. He immediately trained these people. And because Yang Ming's identity was made public, there was also an explanation for Bao Sanli's side. These people were all from the martial arts school. There were a lot of group activities in school. Although they were not as strict as the soldiers, after Ho Jinhan's night and day training, these people were more well-behaved. When Yang Ming came the next day, it seemed that there was such a matter. According to Ho Jinhan's recommendation, a few people with good kung fu and quality were selected. One was Li Chang, another was Lu Chao, and the other was Wang Peng. These three people were the best of the 39 people. Yang Ming divided the 39 people into three groups. Li Chang, Lu Chao, and Wang Peng each led a group. Li Chang was the leader of the first group and the captain. Lu Chao and Wang Peng were the leaders of the second and third groups. The three of you don't need to use your real names. It is inconvenient for you to do missions in the future. Let's do this. You each have a code name. Li Chang, you will be called Pluto. Yang Ming instructed. When I was in school, they called me Martian. I will be called Martian, said Lu Chao. My name is Xiaoyi. Wang Peng was less talkative. He only had 4 short words. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Go back and give your team members a code name. When you are on a mission in the future, don't call each other by their names. During this time, you all should practice with each other. Yes. The 3 people said in unison. It seemed that Ho Jinhan's training had a certain effect. Yang Ming developed a set of training plans for these people according to Fang Tian's training method yesterday. Of course, Yang Ming had some reservations. After all, Fang Tian had not allowed him to accept apprentices or spread these things out. Yang Ming just summarized a set of methods to quickly improve physical attack skills and some quick killing moves. Of course, for those more secretive things like acupuncture points, he would not take them out. Even so, it was a great help for the improvement of these people. Yang Ming believed that it would not be long before Yang Ming's men could be independent. At least, it would not be a problem to deal with guys like Wu Ming. Yang Ming told the first part of the training plan to Li Chang and let him lead these people to train step by step. After doing this, Yang Ming began to think about Fang Tian's prescription. Yang Ming wanted to improve the strength of these people in a short time, so he had to use these auxiliary things. It was just that Fang Tian was not in Songjiang now, and Yang Ming couldn't contact him. He could only go to Fang Tian's house and search. Maybe he could find the prescription. In the past few days before the new year, Yang Ming really rested. He was so busy in the past that he didn't have time to take care of his own affairs. Since he obtained his special abilities, he had not stopped. It was really like the saying that the butterfly had a storm effect. His life could no longer be as dull as before. It was really the kind of opponent that one would encounter at a certain level. He didn't have such great ability before, and he didn't dare to provoke those heavyweight enemies easily. In the past few days before the new year, Yang Ming took the time to look at the book about voodoo healing that Lan Ling gave him through Grandpa Sua. Although he didn't understand much, and he needed to search for information online for a long time to get a general idea, he had a deeper understanding of voodoo. On the side of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, after the cooperation between Xianxia and the customs, they actually found a big pest in the customs. His official position was not high, but he was very powerful. After a surprise interrogation, he confessed to the smuggling process of the Mercedes-Benz cars, but the contact was Su Daji. The clue was broken again. Because of this, Chen Fei was so angry that he scolded Xia Shui. Such a big thing. Why didn't you discuss it with me? You acted on your own initiative and took action against the customs people? Do you know that you are alerting the enemy by doing this? You have found him, but the criminal is hidden even deeper. Xia Shui didn't know the stakes in this. She was happy that she had made a great contribution, but she didn't expect to be scolded. She suddenly felt wronged. If I don't catch him, should I keep him? Xia Shui. When can you be more mature? Do you understand the big picture? Chen Fei shook his head. He's just a small character. The behind-the-scenes boss hasn't surfaced yet. Captain Chen, Xia Shui was splashed with a bucket of cold water by Chen Fei. She immediately sobered up. Indeed, she was too impulsive at the time. Xia Shui didn't ask for permission to take action against the pest at the customs because she was eager to make a contribution. She really wanted to make a contribution. She was afraid that the other people in the team would look down on her, so she wanted to do something big. She didn't expect to do something bad. Okay, you don't have to say anything. You don't have to be responsible for this matter. Hand over your gun later. You will be suspended for a month. Go back and reflect on it. Chen Fei waved his hand and said angrily. Captain Chen. I will ask for permission next time. Don't suspend me. When Xia Shui heard that she was going to be suspended, she immediately became anxious. Suspension is already a tolerance for you. I even want to transfer you to the police station to be a household registration officer. Chen Fei finished and ignored Xia Shui. He turned and went out the door. Before he left, he said, send the reflection to my desk later. Yes. Xia Shui didn't dare to have any objections this time. If she said anything, she was afraid that she couldn't even be a criminal police officer. Xia Shui was a little self-reproachful. Why am I so stupid? Am I really not suitable to be a criminal police officer? I am a woman, so do I have to do some clerical work? Xia Shui resisted the urge to cry and finished the reflection. Then, she handed her gun and the reflection to Chen Fei. Then, she left the police station with her head down. Looking at the familiar office building behind her, Xia Shui finally couldn't help but cry. Dee. There was a sound of a car horn behind Xia Shui. Annoying. Xia Shui immediately scolded, there are so many roads, but you don't walk. Why do you have to follow behind me? As she said this, she turned and was about to scold the driver behind her, but she immediately stopped. Second uncle. Xia Shui looked at the taxi behind her in a daze. Silly niece, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Xia Jidong stopped the car, jumped out of the driver's seat and quickly ran to Xia Shui. Second uncle. I'm fine. Xia Shui quickly wiped the tears on her face, but her red and swollen eyes couldn't deceive anyone. Look at you, child. You're clearly crying, yet you say you're fine. Xia Jidong shook his head and said, hurry up and get in the car first. It's windy outside and your eyes will be swollen. This time, Xia Shui didn't insist and followed Xia Jidong to the car. Hey, you can't park here. What's wrong with you? Quickly drive away. A traffic policeman just came over and shouted at Xia Jidong, if you don't leave, I will give you a ticket. What are you making so much noise for? Xia Shui was already in a bad mood. Now that there were still people making noise, she immediately reprimanded them unhappily. There were very few police officers in Songjiang who didn't know Xia Shui. First, it was because Xia Shui's reputation as a female T-Rex was very well known. Second, she was the only criminal police officer in Songjiang who had been transferred from the criminal police team to the traffic police team to reflect. How could these traffic policemen not know her? When they saw Xia Shui, they immediately closed their mouths. They thought, who provoked this female T-Rex again? It's better to talk less with her. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they were beaten by her. Xia Jidong just wanted to explain, but he saw that his niece reprimanded the traffic police that he was most afraid of in a few words. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This niece is really bad *SS. After getting in the car, Xia Shui still looked like she didn't want to be provoked. Xia Jidong was somewhat helpless. I say, niece, what's wrong? Is your work not going well? Or did someone bully you? Second uncle, don't ask. It's nothing. Xia Shui shook her head. Being suspended was such a shameful thing. How could Xia Shui say it out loud? I don't know why you are doing this. Our family situation isn't bad, and we don't lack money. You say, why do you want to be a criminal police officer as a girl? This is the work of other men. Why do you want to join in the fun? Xia Jidong shook his head and said, listen to your second uncle. Don't do this anymore. Just resign. Let your dad introduce you to a good partner. Be together for a few years and then get married. How good would it be to stay at home and take care of your husband and children? Second uncle, you are right. Xia Shui nodded and said slowly. Xia Jidong was just happy, but he heard Xia Shui say, why do you have to drive a taxi? Isn't it good to go to my dad's company to help? Why do you have to do this hard work? Xia Jidong was speechless by Xia Shui's words. He only hated himself for talking too much just now. This time, he lifted a rock and smashed his own foot. Xia Jidong said helplessly, your second uncle doesn't have any economic mind. He doesn't want to think about those things in business. If I were to manage your dad's company, it would be ruined in 2.5 days. Don't you know your second uncle? He only knows how to put in a lot of effort and doesn't know how to do other things. You say that if I were to go to your dad's company to be a driver, wouldn't people laugh at your dad? If the chairman's younger brother is a driver, it wouldn't be good if it was spread out. Yeah, second uncle, since this is the case, you don't have to persuade me. Being a criminal police officer was my childhood dream. Moreover, I want to be a criminal police officer who can solve big cases. I don't want to be a waste like now. Xia Shui nodded and said. Waste? How are you a waste? Who dares to say that my niece is a waste? Xia Jidong said quickly, who said that? Second uncle will fight with him. Second uncle. Xia Shui was angry and funny. Don't add to the trouble. I'm really fine. It's just that I messed up my work. Captain Chen asked me to go back and reflect. Messed up? Which newcomer doesn't make mistakes? Think about it. Second uncle will send you home. Xia Jidong shook his head. He couldn't ask more about Xia Shui's work. After getting out of the car, Xia Shui didn't go home directly. Instead, she went to the Blue Fish Bar. She wasn't in a good mood today. Xia Shui wanted to get drunk. It was naturally boring to drink alone. Xia Shui wanted to find someone to accompany her, but when she took out her phone and looked at the contact list above, Xia Shui suddenly had an urge to cry. After graduation for more than a year, Xia Shui almost cut off all her previous friends and devoted herself to work. She usually worked and worked. She didn't even have a friend to play with. Looking at the contact list on the phone, besides her colleagues, it was her family. Xia Shui shook her head helplessly. Yang Ming? Xia Shui suddenly saw a name on the phone. Her heart suddenly moved. He should be coming to accompany me, right? Last time, he was the one who accompanied me to drink. This kid, sometimes he is really good. Thinking of this, Yang Ming dialed Yang Ming's phone. Yang Ming was reading the voodoo medical book that Lan Ling left for him at home. When the phone rang, he picked it up. Hello? Yang Ming. I'm Xia Shui. Said Xia Shui. Xia Shui? Why are you looking for me? Yang Ming was quite puzzled. Since the last time he drank with Xia Shui, he hadn't seen her again. It has been a long time. I don't know why Xiaxue is looking for me. You come over and treat me to a drink. Xiaxue said as if she was ordering. Me? Treat you to a drink? Now? Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. Isn't this woman too overbearing? I have seen unreasonable people, but I have never seen someone as unreasonable as her. Yes, now, I'm at the Blue Fish Bar. You come over immediately, said Xiaxue. I say, did you make a mistake? Do you think I will go over just because you ask me to? Let's not talk about whether I have something to do here. Your attitude is a bit problematic. You want me to go over and treat you? Are you sick? Yang Ming was amused. Yang Ming, you promised me to be my long-term meal ticket. Okay, are you going back on your words? How many times have you treated me? Xiaxue was immediately unwilling. Yang Ming patted his head. I really forgot about this. However, what was said couldn't be undone. As a man, he was too lazy to argue with her, so he said, it's not that I can't treat you to a drink, but can you make an appointment in advance next time? Yang Ming. Are you done or not? I'm in a bad mood. I let you accompany me because I think you deserve it. I treat you as a good brother. You're still making excuses. Forget it. If you don't want to come, then forget it. After that, she hung up the phone. Ridiculous. Yang Ming looked at the phone that was hung up. A burst of anger came up. Who are you pretending with? I'm not going. Putting the phone aside, Yang Ming continued to read the voodoo book. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry, but Xiaxue was. It didn't take long for the phone to call again. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone helplessly. Is there anything else? Yang Ming, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? Xiaxue seemed to have forgotten what she had just said. She asked where Yang Ming was. Yang Ming was speechless for a while. Isn't this too powerful? So, he laughed, didn't you not let me go? Who said that? Don't be shameless. If you're a man, you should abide by the agreement and come quickly. Xiaxue's words raised the matter to the level of whether he was a man or not. Well, you wait for me. Yang Ming thought, if I don't go, I'm not a man. Can I still not go if you say so? Besides, I did promise Xiaxue that I wouldn't refuse when I treat her. Yang Ming hid the voodoo book. It was better not to let his parents see this kind of thing, lest his father said that he didn't do his job properly. His father's generation was the kind of atheist who didn't believe in this kind of thing. They might say that he was superstitious. After informing his family, Yang Ming rushed to the Blue Fish Bar near Xiaxue's home. The owner of the Blue Fish Bar knew Yang Ming. He was the young man who carried Xiaxue away last time. He smiled ambiguously at Yang Ming. Are you looking for Xiaxue? She's in the innermost booth, the usual position. Yang Ming nodded and walked over. Xiaxue had already started drinking. When she saw Yang Ming, she pointed to the seat opposite. Sit down. What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at the row of beer bottles in front of Xiaxue and knew that something must have happened to Xiaxue. Drink with me. Boss, give me 10 more bottles of beer. I want Songjiang beer. Xiaxue waved her hand and said to the boss. Drinking a large bottle of Songjiang beer in such a stylish bar, only Xiaxue could do this. However, the boss was obviously very familiar with Xiaxue. He didn't care at all. When he heard Xiaxue's call, he asked the waiter to bring a box of beer over. However, there was still a difference between the beer in the bar and the ones sold at the food stalls outside. The packaging was more high-end. The price was also a level higher. Why do you suddenly want to drink in broad daylight? Yang Ming shook his head, picked up a bottle of beer, and clinked it with Xiaxue. I was suspended by Captain Chen. Xiaxue suddenly sighed and said, Is it funny? What's so funny? Yang Ming frowned. If I wanted to laugh at you, I wouldn't have come. Tell me, what happened? There are confidentiality rules. I can't tell you. He didn't expect Xiaxue to be so sober after drinking. She didn't say anything that shouldn't be said. I think it's most likely that you're too eager for quick success and quick benefits. In the end, you overreached yourself, right? Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Needless to say, Xiaxue was probably suspended because of this. Huh? How do you know? Xiaxue was stunned. Did Captain Chen tell you? Yang Ming was a little amused. Do I need to tell you? Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? However, seeing that Xiaxue's mood was low, this couldn't be said. He could only persuade her, no, but in TV dramas, isn't it usually like this when a person is suspended? Xiaxue didn't know what to say. She didn't know what to say. That's true. AI, why am I so stupid? I wanted to solve a big case, but the result was that I ruined it and ruined everyone's plan. Xiaxue said with some sadness. Everyone makes mistakes, right? Yang Ming persuaded, how long were you suspended? 1 month. It was said to be 1 month. I don't know how long it is. Xiaxue sighed. Last time, I was transferred to the traffic police team to reflect. It was said to be 1 week, but I was there for 2 months. Isn't it half a year this time? Let's do it this way. After a month, if you haven't been reinstated, I will go to Uncle Chen to plead for you. Yang Ming comforted, I think I should still have some face. Really? Xiaxue's eyes lit up. Thank you, Yang Ming. You're a good person. What? Yang Ming was a little overwhelmed after listening to Xiaxue's words. I'm a good person? I don't know who always suspected that I was a bad person and even arrested me several times. No discord, no concord. Xiaxue said with some embarrassment, who asked you to always do those hooligan things in the past? Sweat, when did I become a hooligan? Didn't I explain it to you clearly? Can you blame me for some things? Yang Ming said innocently. Well, let's not talk about the past. Cheers. Xiaxue raised the bottle. Cheers. Yang Ming drank with Xiaxue. Is it because of the smuggling case? Yang Ming remembered that Chen Fei told him that day that he sent Xiaxue to the customs to understand the situation. She must be because of this case. And? Xiaxue suddenly widened her eyes and stared at Yang Ming. She suddenly said, how did you know? Tell me. Are you in cahoots with them? Fainting, Wang Jitao caused me to be like this. What kind of brain do you have? You actually thought that I couldn't be in cahoots with him. Yang Ming said, no wonder you were suspended. The suspect has a problem. This is true. Xiaxue smiled embarrassedly and then said seriously, do you also think that this smuggling case is related to the Wang family? Yang Ming was shocked. Yes, now the Wang family's involvement in the smuggling was just a guess. My words just now were equivalent to determining their nature. So, he shook his head and said, I just suspected so. Then it can't be wrong. I also think so. It must be that Wang Shifan is the behind-the-scenes instigator. If you ask me, just catch him and interrogate him properly. You probably have everything. Xiaxue said excitedly. Do you think Uncle Chen will agree? Yang Ming rolled his eyes at her. Although Yang Ming didn't understand the process of their case, it was impossible to arrest someone with Wang Shifan's status. If there was no evidence, the resistance to arresting Wang Shifan wasn't ordinary. Yeah. Captain Chen won't agree. Xiaxue nodded with some frustration. But I have decided. I will take advantage of the suspension period to investigate openly and secretly. I don't believe that I can't find the tail of this old fox, Wang Shifan. It doesn't seem right for you to do this, right? Yang Ming felt that Xiaxue was suspended. If she still handled the case privately, it seemed to be against the rules. What's wrong with it? Xiaxue said, I said that I will investigate openly and secretly. Hee, don't tell Captain Chen. Forget it. I won't say it. Yang Ming couldn't bear to discourage her. Anyway, Xiaxue was willing to do it. Now it seemed that Xiaxue must have alerted the enemy. If she were to deter Wang Shifan, he might reveal himself faster. Anyway, he didn't expect Xiaxue to be able to solve the case. Thank you, Yang Ming. Xiaxue said with some excitement, if I solve the case this time, then I will treat you to a drink. Well, then I will wait for your drink. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. But he didn't have any hope in his heart. Xiaxue was very depressed when she drank the wine before, but she was very carefree later on. But in the end, she drank too much. It was still Yang Ming who carried her back. After throwing her on the bed in the apartment, Yang Ming left. The next day, Xiaxue began her private investigation. She first came to the headquarters of Wang Shifan's Wang Century Xiongfeng Group. I am looking for President Wang Shifan for something. Please help me inform him. Xiaxue directly found the receptionist at the front desk. Sorry, madam. Do you have an appointment? Asked the receptionist. No, I have something to ask President Wang. Please help me inform him. Xiaxue frowned. She thought, this Wang Shifan is quite arrogant. Do I need an appointment to see him? Sorry, madam. If you don't have an appointment, I can't inform you. President Wang is very busy. If you have something, please make an appointment in advance. The receptionist politely refused. I'm a police officer. Xiaxue took out the police officer's ID and showed it in front of the receptionist. I am looking for Wang Shifan to assist in the investigation. Oh, okay, I will call you right away. Please wait. The receptionist was shocked. She didn't dare to neglect and quickly picked up the phone. Secretary Huang? I am Shaoli at the front desk downstairs. This is the case. Police Officer Xia is looking for President Wang to assist in the investigation. Yes, that's good. I will wait for your call. After that, the receptionist hung up the phone and said to Xiaxue, please wait a moment. I will inform Secretary Huang to look for President Wang. Xiaxue nodded. She stood in the hall and looked at the interior decoration of the Wang's group. It was luxurious. It seems that Wang Shifan is really rich. President Wang, it's not good. That woman, Xiaxue, actually came to our door. Huang Yukai hung up the phone and quickly wheeled himself into Wang Shifan's room. What? D***MN. Wang Shifan slammed the table and said angrily, is she done yet? Our relationship in the customs was discovered by her. She still came to our door? Could it be that the kid spit out something inside? Huang Yukai frowned. But logically, it shouldn't be. It was Su Daji who contacted him. The person who contacted me before has been transferred. This relationship is newly established. It shouldn't involve us, unless... Unless what? Wang Shifan asked quickly. Unless... Su Daji spilled the beans and exposed our relationship. Huang Yukai analyzed. D***MN, this Su Daji, his death is not unjust. Wang Shifan finished and wanted to slam the table again. But, he looked at his hand wrapped in gauze and put it down helplessly. What do we do now, President Wang? Should we meet this Xiaxue? Asked Huang Yukai. What do you think? Asked Wang Shifan. I think we should meet her and see what she wants to do. Huang Yukai said, if we don't meet her, isn't it more obvious that we have a problem? That's right. She doesn't necessarily have any evidence. If that's the case, she will come up directly to arrest us. Wang Shifan nodded. Then let's meet her. Call downstairs and ask her to come up. 5 minutes later, they met Xiaxue in the reception room outside Wang Shifan's office. Hello, Officer Xia. Wang Shifan warmly shook hands with Xiaxue and said, please sit down. I will ask my secretary to make tea. Don't bother. I just came to understand some things from you. Xiaxue waved her hand and said. Well, I don't know why Officer Xia is looking for me. Wang Shifan nodded and sat opposite Xiaxue. President Wang, what is the relationship between you and Su Daji? Asked Xiaxue suddenly. What? Su Daji? Wang Shifan's heart thumped. Could it be that Su Daji's body was found? However, there was no unnatural expression on Wang Shifan's face. You're talking about him? He's my brother-in-law. What's wrong? Su Daji is missing. Xiaxue said faintly, we suspect that he is related to a smuggling case. What? Missing? Smuggling? Wang Shifan pretended to be surprised. Is there a mistake? My brother-in-law is a very honest person. How could he be involved in smuggling? Oh right, Now that you mention it, it seems that I haven't seen him for a long time. You don't know anything about his behavior? Xiaxue looked at Wang Shifan and asked, I heard that he used to be an employee of your group. Don't you find it strange that he is missing? He was indeed my employee a while ago. At that time, my secretary, Huang Yukai, was hospitalized because of a car accident. I let my brother-in-law, Su Daji, replace him for a while, but he really wasn't the material. After Secretary Huang was discharged from the hospital, I dismissed him. Wang Shifan said. Fired just like that? You haven't seen him since? Xiaxue asked. After that, he did come to me once. Wang Shifan hesitated and said. What did he come to you for? Asked Xiaxue. He came to me to borrow money. Wang Shifan sighed. I didn't want to say this, but since police officer Xia asked, I can't hide it. What do you mean? Xiaxue wondered, why can't you say that you want to borrow money? He gambled outside and owed a loan shark. He asked me to lend him money to pay off the debt. Wang Shifan sighed and said, originally, I didn't want to lend it, but he said that if I didn't help him, others would kill him. After all, he is my brother-in-law. I can't just leave him alone. Although the number is relatively large, I still lent him the money. Although it is a loan, in fact, it is almost the same as giving. I also know that this money is almost impossible to get back. How much? Xiaxue's heart moved and asked. 5 million. Wang Shifan shook his head and said, although I have money, giving him 5 million at once is quite distressing. But there is no other way. Who asked me to have such a relative? Are you sure that he took the money to pay off the gambling debt? Xiaxue asked, not to engage in smuggling? How would I know? I have so many things to do in the company every day. I can't follow him to pay off the debt, right? Wang Shifan spread his hands and said, as for what he did with the money, how can I manage it? Who can prove that Su Daji borrowed money from you? Asked Xiaxue. Do you still need to prove this kind of thing? Wang Shifan shook his head. I don't need to prove anything. Whether I gave him money or not, that is our family's private matter. It doesn't seem to be within your jurisdiction, right? President Wang, I am asking you to assist in the investigation. I also hope that you can answer truthfully because what you say is very important to us, said Xiaxue. Well, Secretary Huang was present at the time. The money was taken from my little vault. It didn't go to the company's account. Wang Shifan said, this kind of thing isn't a glorious thing. I can't wash my dirty linen in public. I don't want other people to know. Well, President Wang, can I know the total assets of your company? Xiaxue nodded and changed the topic. Our company's total assets are more than 160 million. Said Wang Shifan. How much are your personal assets? Xiaxue continued to ask. I'm sorry. I can't comment. These things are personal privacy. I don't have to tell you. Wang Shifan said faintly, I'm a private entrepreneur. You should be very clear that these things are very sensitive. They can't be made public easily. Well, if you don't say it, I will go to the bank to check your account. Xiaxue said indifferently, I hope you didn't lie to me just now. Well, today's inquiry will end here. If there is a need, I will come back to you. Okay. I will try my best to cooperate. Wang Shifan stood up and said to Xiaxue, Police Officer Xia, I won't send you off. The company's business is busy. You don't have to send me off. Xiaxue waved her hand and left the office. Mother ***. Wang Shifan said fiercely, this little girl actually came to check my assets. Fortunately, I was smart enough to open an anonymous account in a Swiss bank. Otherwise, she would have found it. When Xiaxue asked about his private assets, Wang Shifan was secretly shocked. It seems that Xiaxue must have noticed something. Otherwise, it is impossible to ask me these weird questions. It's really a headache. I don't know how my case at the police station is progressing. Wang Shifan picked up the phone and dialed the number of an acquaintance. Brother Tong, I heard that my brother-in-law seems to have committed a crime. After a while, Wang Shifan pretended to ask casually, what, who said it? It's that Xiaxue. No way? She was suspended from her duties? Okay, I got it. Wang Shifan hung up the phone and was annoyed for a while. Motherf *Ker, what the hell is this Xiaxue doing? She is suspended and still comes to find trouble with me? What did Brother Tong say? Asked Huang Yukai. It has nothing to do with us at all. It's all that Xiaxue's doing. She was suspended, but she still came to investigate the case. Motherf *Ker, she's really haunting. What is this girl's intention? Wang Shifan said angrily. No matter what her intention is, this girl must have suspected us. This isn't a good sign. Huang Yukai shook his head. It's not easy to handle. How do I say it? She has been suspended. What are we afraid of her for? Asked Wang Shifan. It's the suspension that's scary. Huang Yukai said, President Wang, do you see it? This Xiaxue is very difficult to deal with. If she wasn't suspended, there would be someone restraining her. She wouldn't dare to mess around. Now that she is suspended, it's hard to say. If we let her investigate like this, I'm afraid she will really find some clues. That's true. Wang Shifan nodded after listening. She is now completely not following the procedure. I don't know why she suspected us. Although there is no evidence, if she continues to be entangled like this, then it's really hard to say what will happen. This Xiaxue is a dangerous person. This kind of hothead is the most troublesome. Huang Yukai hesitated and said, President Wang, why don't we? What do we do? Wang Shifan looked serious. While she is suspended, let's make her disappear forever. Huang Yukai said fiercely. This isn't good, right? After all, she is a policewoman. If we get rid of her, we will have a lot of trouble. We won't be able to get away at that time. Wang Shifan said with some worry. Things have come to this point. It's not the time to be indecisive. If we don't take action, once she finds out something, we will be done for, said Huang Yukai. Otherwise, let's control her first. As for killing her, let's wait and see. After all, this is not a trivial matter. She is different from Su Daji. Wang Shifan said after a moment of hesitation. Well, then let's catch her first. Huang Yukai said, anyway, she is now suspended. Even if she disappears for a while, others will only think that she went to relax. There won't be any doubts. Well, this matter should be done carefully. Don't expose your identity. Wang Shifan said, if the two of us are fine in the end, let her go. So, don't show your face when you do it. I understand. Don't worry, President Wang. Huang Yukai nodded. The prescription for soaking the hands and feet was not found in Fang Tian's residence, but unexpectedly, in the medical book that Lan Ling gave to him, he found a similar prescription. As for the effect, Yang Ming was not clear, but he thought that Lan Ling would not lie to him. It must not be bad. So Yang Ming followed the medicinal materials on the prescription and went to the nearby prescription to get 234 sets of medicine, which was just enough for 39 people to use for 6 days. According to the prescription, it was a course of treatment. After 6 days, another prescription would be changed, which was very similar to Yang Ming's situation at that time. Yang Ming sent the Chinese medicine to Li Chang and told them how to use it. He also checked everyone's progress. These people's foundation was very good, and their physical fitness was also very good, so it was not difficult to practice what Yang Ming taught. Overall, Yang Ming was very satisfied with everyone's performance. In addition to telling Li Chang to take everyone to train, Yang Ming corrected some of these people's non-standard movements. Killing people was killing people. There was nothing fancy about it. No matter how good the dance was, it was useless if it couldn't kill in one blow. What surprised Yang Ming was that Wu Ming was still very stubborn. He clenched his teeth and didn't say anything every day. Besides eating and sleeping, he just stayed quietly. He lived quite comfortably. However, since he didn't want to say anything, Yang Ming didn't force him. In fact, he already knew that he was backed by an organization called the Black Widow. Yang Ming asked Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli to investigate the organization after that day, but they had never heard of it. It was no wonder that the Black Widow was a relatively old assassin organization. It was impossible for the newcomers in the underworld like Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan to have heard of it. Only veteran gangsters like Guo Jinbiao had heard of it. However, in this information age where the internet was prevalent, Yang Ming's source of information was not limited to Bao Sanli. Yang Ming also searched for the keyword Black Widow through the internet. Of course, most of the Black Widow entries obviously had nothing to do with Wu Ming. For example, Black Widow was the name of a poisonous spider. Furthermore, in some novels, the code name Black Widow had also appeared. These were all filtered out by Yang Ming. Finally, in the corner of a small forum, Yang Ming found a post that wanted to hire a murderer. The person who replied provided a URL and asked him to find a Black Widow organization. Yang Ming clicked on the URL with trembling hands. Yes, maybe this is what I am looking for. The website was very simple. The entire interface was black. There was a question option on it, Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. Then, there was a blank space for the visitor to enter the answer. Yang Ming simply entered Pagoda suppresses the river demon. As a result, the website prompted, the answer is wrong. Your IP has been locked by the system. Yang Ming refreshed again. The website could no longer be accessed. There was a prompt that said, this page cannot be displayed. It seemed that his IP had been blocked. However, it was precisely because of this that Yang Ming became more and more interested in this website. This website was definitely not ordinary. If it was an ordinary website, even if the answer was wrong, it wouldn't block the guest's IP address. The purpose of this website was probably to prevent someone from using brute force to crack the answer on the website. Yang Ming disconnected from the internet. After a while, he dialed up again and changed the IP address. This time, he could log into the website. The question was still Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. Yang Ming didn't dare to fill in randomly this time. Instead, he looked for some clues on the website. Intuitively, if this kind of website really belonged to an assassin organization, then it was impossible not to attract new customers. If it was so tightly blocked like this, there wouldn't be much profit just by relying on the old customers. Who would think about killing people all day long? However, Yang Ming wasn't very proficient in hacking technology. Although he studied computer science in university, and also learned a lot of hacking knowledge from the side, he wasn't a professional after all. He only knew a little. It was impossible for him to crack such a difficult website. Therefore, when Yang Ming felt that he had no hope of cracking it, he put the website aside. He wasn't prepared to artificially experiment with the answer to the question because it wasn't necessary at all. The probability of testing the password was smaller than a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Moreover, even if Yang Ming's ADSL dial-up could change the IP address, frequent experiments would inevitably attract the attention of the people behind the website. It was possible that he had stumbled into this website once or twice by accident, but it was a little suspicious that he had persevered in cracking the code. In the evening, Xianxia still asked Yang Ming to meet at the Blue Fish Bar. It could be seen that Xianxia was very excited today. When Yang Ming came, Xianxia told Yang Ming all the things she did today. Yang Ming frowned as he listened. You went to find Wang Shifan? You just went to find him directly? Yeah, what's wrong? Asked Xianxia. What's wrong? You asked him those questions. Aren't you obviously announcing to him that you have begun to suspect them? Aren't you looking for trouble? Yang Ming complained. So what? Xianxia didn't understand. So what? You know what kind of person Wang Shifan is. Why did Su Daji disappear? I think it is very likely that he has been silenced by Wang Shifan. You went to his company today and made such a scene. If this guy is ruthless and does something bad to you, what should you do? Don't forget, Comrade Xianxia, you are suspended. If you disappear at this moment, who will care about you? Yang Ming said with some resentment, can you not use your brain when you do things? You think you are very powerful because you are a policewoman, but in the eyes of others, you are just a weak woman. Hee, you are talking about this. Xianxia wasn't afraid, but she laughed instead, which made Yang Ming somewhat inexplicable. What's wrong with you? What's so funny about this? Yang Ming wondered. In fact, I did it deliberately. I just want Wang Shifan to do something desperate. If they really want to do something to me, doesn't it show that they have a guilty conscience? Then they must have a problem. Otherwise, they won't have a guilty conscience. Xiaxue said, I am luring the snake out of its hole. Oh? Yang Ming didn't expect Xiaxue, a girl who seemed to be insensitive, to have such a scheming side. It turns out to be like this. However, to be honest, your strategy is good, but it is too dangerous to implement. Now that you have handed in your gun, what do you use to fight with others? I think Wang Shifan shouldn't be so bold to kill me, right? After all, I am a policewoman. If he kills me, then he will have a big problem. Xiaxue said. Xiaxue, what do you want me to say to you? Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. If the person who killed Su Daji is Wang Shifan, and the mastermind of the smuggling is also him, then do you think his problem is small? Anyway, it is death anyway. It is better to take the risk to kill you. Maybe he can save his life. Ah. Xiaxue obviously didn't think of this. After listening to Yang Ming's analysis, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You mean, Wang Shifan is really likely to kill me? I thought Wang Shifan would give me money to bribe me. Do you think that with your character, the possibility of being bribed is high? Is Wang Shifan a fool? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Miss, I think you shouldn't walk on the street these days. I don't want you to become a corpse the next time I see you. Although Xiaxue was dissatisfied with what Yang Ming said, she had no words to refute it. Indeed, I am still immature. I think too simply about the problem. I always idealize things. In fact, it is not the case at all. Thinking of this, Xiaxue began to be afraid. If it is really like what Yang Ming said, I am indeed in danger. What should I do now? Should I tell Chen Fei about today's incident? Then I can stay in the police force. It is indeed safe. But after this case, I may not even be a police officer anymore. Chen Fei will definitely not let me go easily. During my suspension, I went out to investigate without permission and caused such a big trouble. Maybe I will be transferred out of the police force. Xiaxue had a headache. She didn't know what to do. She looked at Yang Ming. Then what should I do? You are the one who caused the trouble and asked me what to do. Yang Ming found it very funny. I say, Xiaxue, can you think about the consequences before you do something? If you always mess around like this, something will happen sooner or later. Mess around? You are the one messing around. Xiaxue's face was red. Obviously, she still understood this word. Because there was a rule in the usual discipline, no messing around with men and women. Xiaxue naturally knew what it meant. Who am I messing around with? We are together now. If I want to mess around, it can only be with you. Yang Ming joked. You are annoying. Xiaxue said, but her mood was much better. Seeing a smile on Xiaxue's face, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that this silly girl would take things too hard and go into a dead end. He deliberately said that to tease her. How is it? Are you in a better mood? Asked Yang Ming. Xiaxue was stunned, and then she understood Yang Ming's meaning. Thank you. Thank me for what? I didn't give you any ideas. Yang Ming looked at Xiaxue and said with a smile, forget it. I guess Wang Shifan is likely to take action against you in these 2 days. I will help you to the end. Don't leave me. If he dares to send someone, I will send him away. You? Xiaxue widened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming with some belief. What about me? Did you forget that time in the corridor? I was better than you, said Yang Ming. Nonsense. That was because you were shameless. You grabbed my leg and didn't let go. Xiaxue said shyly. It doesn't matter. Your strength is not good enough. A loss is a loss. How can there be so many reasons? Yang Ming snorted. If we fight again, I definitely won't lose to you. Xiaxue refused to accept it. Let's try it. Yang Ming took the opportunity to make a request. Alright, if I lose, I'll treat you in the future. Xiaxue thought, no matter how bad I am, I should be able to tie with Yang Ming. Then, I won't lose. Yang Ming still has to treat me. In fact, Xiaoshua's family wasn't short of money, but because she insisted on becoming a criminal police officer, she fell out with her old man at home. Now she was living independently. Her old man usually didn't give her a penny. Xiaoshue was still renting a house. Moreover, women always had a lot of things to spend money on. Although Xiaoshue wore a uniform every day and could save the cost of selling clothes, cosmetics, and nourishment products couldn't be saved, so she had to be careful every month. Therefore, going out to eat and drink every month became a luxury expense. Xiaoshue finally found a long-term meal ticket like Yang Ming. How could she let it go easily? However, she wasn't willing to admit that Yang Ming's kung fu was better than hers. When Yang Ming challenged her, she was immediately unwilling. Xiaoshue's kung fu wasn't as good as Hoshinhan. At that time, Yang Ming could easily control her. Now, Yang Ming's kung fu had improved by leaps and bounds. Xiaoshue's kung fu was very simple in the eyes of Yang Ming. To be honest, competing with her felt like bullying a child. "Do you want to compete now?" said Xiaoshue. "Now?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly and looked around. "Do you think the boss will agree if we compete here?" "Then, let's go out," asked Xiaoshue. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded and said, "This time, it's still my treat, but I guess this is the last time." "Humph, let's wait and see," Xiaoshue said as she stood up. "Who is afraid of who?" Yang Ming didn't answer. He found the boss to settle the bill, and then walked out of the Blue Fish Bar with Xiaoshue. In the past few days, Yang Ming had come continuously. The boss of the Blue Fish Bar naturally regarded Yang Ming as Xiaoshue's boyfriend. "Young man, you are quite good. For so long, you are the first man to get close to the thorny policewoman, Xiaoshue." The boss gave a thumbs up and whispered. Yang Ming took the change and didn't explain. This kind of thing was very troublesome to explain. It was better not to explain. Yang Ming and he didn't have much interaction, so what he wanted to think had little to do with Yang Ming. "Boss, Xiaoshue is not alone. There is a man beside her." Not far from the bar, a man with binoculars sat in a van like a van and said to a man in a wheelchair in front of him. "I saw it." The man said coldly, "Catch him together. I think Master Wang will be very happy." "Yes." The man with binoculars nodded. This man in a wheelchair was naturally Huang Yukai. He was sent by Wang Shifan to catch Xiaoshue. Yang Ming was naturally an accident, but he believed that this accident would make the little master very happy in the future. As long as there was Yang Ming in his hand, he was not afraid that Zhou Jiejie would not comply. Although the people brought by Huang Yukai were members of the Wang family's special forces, Yang Ming and Xiaoshue's skills couldn't be underestimated, so Huang Yukai didn't intend to confront them head-on. Therefore, he was ready to use his wits. It depended on whether Yang Ming and Xiaoshue's curiosity was strong enough. Today, Xiaoshue drank relatively little, so she was still very sober. After the two people left the bar, they walked to the community where Xiaoshue rented. There was an empty space in the yard of the community, which was just right for the competition. In fact, there was no need to be so formal. In any place, Yang Ming could easily subdue Xiaoshue with one move, but that would hurt Xiaoshue's self-esteem. Yang Ming hesitated again and decided to be modest so that Xiaoshue would look better when she lost. This silly girl was more straightforward. If she lost too badly and took things too hard, then it was not what Yang Ming wanted to see. "Well, let's start here." Xiaoshue found a spacious place and said excitedly. "Okay." Yang Ming didn't care. Since Xiaoshue chose the place, he had no opinion. "Wait." Xiaoshue suddenly said, "If you win, I will treat you to a meal in the future, but what if I win? Our bet seems to be a bit unfair, right?" Yang Ming broke into a sweat after hearing it. He thought, "You can win." But he couldn't say that. He had to say, "Then what do you think?" Let me think." Xiaoshue looked up with a longing look as if she was sure of winning. She thought for a long time and said, "I can't think of it. You have already invited me to a meal at any time. I have nothing to ask for. It seems that you are not very greedy." Yang Ming listened and smiled. Xiaoshue, this girl, turned out to have a cute side. "How about this? If I win, you have to promise me one thing. As for what it is, I haven't thought about it yet. Wait until I think about it. Xiaxue had a bright idea and said, is this okay? Huh? Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He just praised her for not being greedy, and she immediately revealed her fox tail. Her condition was more greedy than any other condition. Is it okay? Xiaxue saw that Yang Ming didn't answer, and she was anxious. Are you afraid of losing, so you don't dare to promise? Let's talk about this next time. Yang Ming suddenly said faintly. Next time? Why? Are you going back on your word? Xiaxue immediately refused. It's not that I'm going back on my word, but someone is coming. Yang Ming pointed to the right. Ah? Xiaxue was stunned and turned her head, but she saw two macho men wearing masks coming over. Who are you? Xiaxue suddenly shouted, stop. Miss Xia, we are here specifically to invite you. One of the macho men wearing a mask said. Invite me? Why are you inviting me? Xiaxue looked at the two people in front of her with vigilance and asked. My boss wants to see you. The macho man wearing a mask said with a blank expression. Who is your boss? I don't know him. If he wants to see me, why doesn't he come? Xiaxue said so, but her hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the mask on the macho man's face. Pa. The macho man with the mask reacted very quickly. He grabbed Xiaxue's hand and sneered, Miss Xia, you better not show off in front of an expert. Don't force us to use force. Hey. Xiaxue pulled back her hand and swept her leg toward the macho man with the mask. The macho man with the mask was pushed forward by Xiaxue. His lower body was unstable. He couldn't dodge in time and was kicked. His calf was in pain. Okay, Miss Xia, don't make trouble. Another macho man in black who hadn't spoken suddenly said, we are not here to fight with you, but to invite you to see the boss. Don't you want to know who our boss is? Who is it? Xiaxue heard it and immediately stopped. She looked coldly at the other macho man with the mask. Su Daji. The man in black said slowly. What did you say? Su Daji? Xiaxue was stunned on the spot. Not only was Xiaxue stunned, but Yang Ming also looked at the macho man in black in front of him inexplicably. Isn't Su Daji dead? The scene that I saw at Chen Fei's house, was it an illusion? Impossible. Judging from the braking system of the BMW, the authenticity of the illusion has been confirmed. Moreover, although Yang Ming couldn't control his special ability for the time being, he never doubted the powerful function of his special ability. The special ability wouldn't lie. Then, it was obvious that the macho man in black in front of him was lying. The person who ordered him was someone else, but it was definitely not Su Daji. If Yang Ming didn't know that Su Daji was dead in advance, he might really believe this person's words at this time. You said that you are. Yang Ming wanted to speak, but Xiaxue had already spoken first. Su Daji? Is what you said true? Xiaxue asked urgently. Whether it is true or not, you will know when you go there. The man in black said with a fake smile, Miss Xia, don't delay time. Mr. Su said that he has something important to tell you. Xiaxue looked at the man in black. The expression on her face was a little hesitant, but in the end, she said, you lead the way. Good, straightforward. The man in black praised, and then said to Yang Ming next to him, Sir, there is nothing else for you. You can leave. This was also what Huang Yukai specifically said. Although Huang Yukai didn't understand Yang Ming's character, he thought that the more you chase him away, the more he wouldn't leave. Generally. Moreover, he also had a dispensable attitude towards Yang Ming. It would be great if he could capture him, but it would be fine if he couldn't. In his opinion, Yang Ming's threat to them was very small. However, he had misjudged Yang Ming's character. If it was another person and another matter, Yang Ming might really turn around and leave. But now the matter was related to Xiaxue's safety. Yang Ming had just agreed to let her follow him. The second was that things were strange. Yang Ming didn't believe that Su Daji was still alive, so the person behind the scenes was obvious. It must be Wang Shifan. Then it was better to beat them at their own game and follow these people. Yang Ming didn't believe that these people could do anything to him with his skills. Moreover, the reason why Yang Ming dared to go with him was that this time, his special ability didn't give him a warning. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to tell Xiaxue that Su Daji was dead, but after thinking about it, this was only what he saw with his special ability of illusion. There was no definite evidence, so it was better not to say it. I am with her. Yang Ming didn't believe that the man in black in front of him would not let him go. Yang Ming had seen a lot of this kind of method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Besides, if they take Xiaxue away in front of me, aren't they afraid that I will turn around and call the police? Sure enough, the man in black didn't even hesitate and said directly, go ahead. Since Xiaxue agreed to go with them, they weren't afraid that Xiaxue would run away. The two people led the way in tandem, guiding Yang Ming and the others to a sealed van. Why are you following? Xiaxue whispered as she walked. I'm afraid that you won't come back. Yang Ming smiled. Aren't you afraid that you won't come back? Asked Xiaxue. Hee, that's impossible, Yang Ming said with certainty. Bullsh*t, Xiaxue thought, this Yang Ming, if something really happens, I have to protect him. He is really a burden. Please. When they came to the van, the man in black opened the back door of the van and pointed to it. Yang Ming glanced at the interior of the van. It was a fully enclosed structure. There were no windows. However, the facilities inside were very luxurious. It was like a caravan. Yang Ming smiled faintly. He stepped forward and sat on the sofa inside. Xiaxue hesitated and followed him into the car. Aren't you coming in? Xiaxue saw that the two people were going to close the door, so she asked quickly. We will sit in the front. A man in black said, and then the door was closed with a bang. Yang Ming inadvertently raised his head and looked at the driver's seat in front of the van through the thick steel plate. The driver's seat was very large. It could sit 4 people in front and back. However, when Yang Ming saw one of them, he understood everything. Huang Yukai, it really is him. Then, it must be related to Wang Shifan. The car was closed. Obviously, he didn't want Xiaxue and I to know his existence. However, he never thought that Yang Ming could see through things. The car slowly drove on the road. Yang Ming closed his eyes. He seemed to be resting, but in fact, he was secretly memorizing the itinerary of the car. What are you doing? You still have the mood to sleep at this time? Xiaxue pushed Yang Ming with her hand. I'm not sleeping. I'm just taking a break. Yang Ming didn't open his eyes and replied directly. Say, where do you think they will take us? Asked Xiaxue. How would I know? I don't know fortune-telling. Yang Ming said, didn't he say? He will take us to see Su Daji. Su Daji disappeared for so long. Why did he suddenly want to see me? Xiaxue's IQ was obviously not enough. Obviously, that person lied to you. Yang Ming rolled his eyes and glared at Xiaxue. Can you stop? I'm listening to the engine speed of the car to predict how far we have traveled. Yang Ming casually made up a reason to ask Xiaxue to be quiet. Xiaxue was speechless. You can even predict this? Don't disturb me. I can calculate it. Yang Ming snorted. Now we have traveled 13 kilometers. Oh, then you can calculate it. Xiaxue didn't believe Yang Ming's words, but there was no way to verify it. Moreover, if Yang Ming could really calculate it, it would be of great use. Then, can you feel when the car turns and which way it will turn? After a while, Xiaxue couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked at Xiaxue. He was somewhat helpless, but he couldn't help it. This curious baby simply had too many questions. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. I can when I focus. Now that you're talking to me, I can't. Yang Ming said ambiguously. Xiaxue was speechless and closed her mouth obediently. President Wang, we have caught the person. Things went smoothly. However, Yang Ming was also brought back. Huang Yukai began to make a call on the phone. Yang Ming? Why did you bring him back? Wang Shifan was stunned. I think the young master will be happy. This guy caused Jitao to be so miserable. Huang Yukai smiled. Well, since he is caught, then lock him up with the woman first. Wang Shifan thought about it. I understand, hee. Huang Yukai finished and hung up the phone. However, his words were seen in Yang Ming's eyes. Although Yang Ming couldn't hear what was said on the other side of the phone, he was very sure that the person on the other side was Wang Shifan. It seems that the truth of the matter isn't far away. There are only a few days before the Chinese New Year. I simply let Wang Shifan go to prison for Chinese New Year's Eve dinner. Why can't I make a call here? Xiaxue played with the phone there and said to herself, there's no signal? Yang Ming looked at Xiaxue's phone and looked at Huang Yukai in front of him. Then he said, is there a shield in the car? Otherwise, you wouldn't hand over your phone when you got in the car. Oh. Xiaxue found that she didn't know as much as Yang Ming. Am I really not suitable to be a police officer? Yang Ming didn't care what Xiaxue was thinking now. He now began to plan how to collect evidence of Wang Shifan and let him fall as soon as possible. The car had been driving in the direction of the suburbs. Seeing that they were about to leave the city, there was still no intention to stop. However, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting to see what would happen. Half an hour later, the car slowly drove into a fully enclosed place that was similar to a factory, but it wasn't. It was more like a prison. After the car stopped, no one came to open the door for Yang Ming. Huang Yukai got off the car first. He was pushed by a black-shirt man who came and disappeared in front of a house. Then, the door of the car was opened. The two black-shirt men stood outside. We are here. Get off. It seemed that Huang Yukai was afraid of being discovered by Xiaxue and Yang Ming, so he left early. However, Yang Ming didn't say anything and got off with Xiaxue. Where is Su Daji? Xiaxue asked directly. Follow us. After one of the black-shirt men finished speaking, he turned around and led the way. Although they knew that Yang Ming and Xiaxue couldn't escape here, the precautions were obviously stricter than before. The other black-shirt men were watching Yang Ming's side vigilantly. They were carefully on guard. Yang Ming was amused. What's the use of being on guard? If I really want to make a move, you people aren't enough to fill the gap between my teeth. After the black-shirt man in front took Yang Ming into a villa, the few people at the door were slightly relieved. However, Yang Ming was very curious. What is this place? It seems that it must be Wang Shifan's private armed forces. However, looking at the well-trained appearance of these people, their strength shouldn't be underestimated. It was enough to stir up trouble in Songjiang. Because these people in front of him were only a small part. In the training room at the back, Yang Ming had already used his X-ray vision to investigate. There were as many as 200 people inside. He followed the black-shirt man to the door of a room. The black-shirt man stopped and said, Miss Xia, please come in. Xiaxue didn't doubt him and went straight into the room. Yang Ming frowned. This room was obviously like a private room in a hotel. Even if you want to receive guests, you can't do it in such a place. However, Yang Ming had already known that all of this was a conspiracy of Wang Shifan. What's Su Daji? It was obvious that he was tricking Xiaxue and him to be imprisoned here. However, since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. If he wanted to imprison him, it wouldn't be so easy. Yang Ming glanced at the sturdy security door and the new lock on it. He indifferently raised the corner of his mouth. This wasn't a problem for him at all. Feng Tian's direct disciple was a piece of cake for these door locks. When Yang Ming and Xiaxue both entered the room, the black-shirt man suddenly closed the door with a bang sound. Ah? Xiaxue was immediately stunned. She looked at Yang Ming at a loss. What happened? Silly girl. We are locked up here. Yang Ming said with a shrug. Locked here? Xiaxue was shocked. She quickly ran to the door and smashed it. Open the door. What are you doing? Where is he? No one answered him. Yang Ming glanced at the corridor outside. The two men in black had already walked away. It seemed that the room was relatively soundproof. The two black-shirt men didn't even turn their heads. Okay, don't knock. It's useless. Yang Ming said coldly. Then, what do we do now? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming anxiously. There is no way. Let's wait and see. Yang Ming was very relaxed. He lay directly on the big double bed in the room. Hey, this Huang Yukai is quite interesting. He actually arranged this kind of couple's room for me and Xiaxue. In this room, there was a TV, air conditioning, and a bathroom. It was a living hotel room. Yang Ming, why aren't you anxious at all? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming, who was lying on the bed, and almost went berserk. Anxious? Is it useful to be anxious? Yang Ming smiled and said, since we are here, then just stay. Here. Wait. Someone will come sooner or later. They can't just catch us and ignore us. Seeing Yang Ming's indifferent look, Xiaxue was angry. She didn't know if Yang Ming was really confident or just heartless. However, Yang Ming was right. There was a harsh sound from a pair of speakers above the room, followed by a low male voice. Apparently, the voice was changed by the voice-changing equipment. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Miss Xia, and that gentleman, hello. Welcome to my villa as guests. Yang Ming snorted for a while. Huang Yukai doesn't know me? Pretend, but Yang Ming already knew his plan and purpose. He didn't speak and continued to listen. You guessed right. I am Su Daji. The voice continued, Miss Xia, the reason why I caught you is because you ruined my good deed. But you can rest assured. As long as you don't act rashly, I won't do anything to you. When Yang Ming heard the voice say that he was Su Daji, he almost laughed out loud. Isn't this too funny? There should be a limit to how much you want to cover up. Then what do you want to do? Xiaxue shouted. Nothing. I just invited you to be a guest. The voice replied, I heard that you are on vacation, so I found a good place for you to relax. I wish you and your boyfriend a good time. He isn't my boyfriend. Xiaxue said subconsciously. However, the voice had disappeared. No matter how Xiaxue shouted, the other party didn't respond. Boyfriend? Presumably, Huang Yukai deliberately instigated the speaker to say that to create the illusion that he was accidentally caught. Was he really caught by chance? Yang Ming didn't think so. From the phone call between Huang Yukai and Wang Jitao, it could be seen that Huang Yukai had a premeditated plan to catch him. Moreover, it was likely to be related to the resentment between him and Wang Jitao. Looking at Xiaxue, who was still shouting, Yang Ming sighed, silly girl, don't shout. It's useless even if you shout. If you don't shout, what should we do? Xiaxue was a little discouraged, but she said after a while, Yang Ming. I'm sorry. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly apologizing? Yang Ming glanced at Xiaxue and asked, puzzled. I implicated you. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with you. In the end, you were also locked up. Xiaxue said with some embarrassment. Implicated? Do you think you are the one who implicated me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Probably, my current situation is worse than Xiaxue's. Most likely, after Wang Jitao knows about this, he will think of ways to harm me, right? But now Yang Ming wasn't afraid of him. Who is afraid of who these days? The fist is the hard truth. I am willing to follow. What does it have to do with you? Thinking so in his heart, Yang Ming definitely couldn't say it. After all, there was monitoring equipment in this room, so Yang Ming casually comforted Xiaxue. Huang Yukai was more humane. In addition to installing a microphone in this room, there was no camera or anything like that. Of course, those pinhole cameras had nowhere to hide under Yang Ming's strong eyesight. You really think so? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming's unnervous look, and she was a bit baffled. Why do I feel that you don't seem to be afraid at all? What am I afraid of? Yang Ming smiled and said, the environment here is good. There is also a beautiful silly girl accompanying me. It doesn't matter if I stay for a few more days. Yang Ming. Xiaxue finally couldn't help it. Can you not call me a silly girl? Am I really that silly? He's not that stupid, but he's a little bit of a tiger. Yang Ming laughed. You go to hell. Xiaxue turned around angrily, but after Yang Ming made such a fuss, her original nervous mood relaxed a lot. She took out her mobile phone and played with it. There was no mobile phone signal here. Jitao, I am your Uncle Huang. Huang Yukai smiled and called Wang Jitao. How is your body recently? Are you better? Uncle Huang, I am much better. After a period of recuperation, Wang Jitao's body was almost recovered. However, there was a sequela left. That was, no matter what, he didn't dare to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. He would rather wet the bed and shit his pants than go to the toilet. As a result, the Wang family's nanny had an additional job every day, which was to change the sheets for Wang Jitao. Fortunately, there was more time to urinate, and he could generally hold in his bowel movements until the next morning. However, even so, it was enough to torment Wang Jitao. Who wants to sleep on wet and smelly sheets? Jitao, I have good news to tell you, said Huang Yukai. Good news? What good news? Wang Jitao was somewhat inexplicable. He usually didn't contact Huang Yukai much. He didn't know what good news Huang Yukai was going to tell him at this moment. Yang Ming was caught by me. Is this news good news? Huang Yukai laughed. Yang Ming? Wang Jitao's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change as he said, Uncle Huang, why did you capture him? Does my dad know? Hee, Jitao, President Wang knows about this and agreed. I'm on my way to your house now. You prepare, and then we will go together. Huang Yukai said. Then, okay. Wang Jitao was puzzled, but he still agreed. After all, what Huang Yukai said was too tempting for him. It was impossible to say that he didn't hate Yang Ming. He couldn't wait to tear Yang Ming into pieces. The hatred of stealing his love twice and the embarrassing situation at the Western restaurant made Wang Jitao tremble with anger when he thought of Yang Ming. However, for Yang Ming, Wang Jitao couldn't find an opportunity to deal with him. He couldn't beat him. Wang Jitao really had no way. Now that he heard that Huang Yukai caught him, his heart immediately became active. The time for revenge had come. Wang Jitao wasn't very clear about the matter between Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai, so Wang Jitao still called his father. Hello, Dad, this is Jitao. Uncle Huang just called me and said that he caught Yang Ming. Oh, yes, Yukai called you? Wang Shifan said after listening, Jitao, what do you want to do? Do it. Dad supports you. Really? Wang Jitao was very excited after listening, but he asked, Dad, but you asked Huang Yukai to catch Yang Ming. Is this okay? Isn't it easy to make things worse? What time is it? So what if things get worse? Wang Shifan smiled with some disdain. Jitao, there are some things at home. Dad will find time to tell you in detail. In short, you just need to know that Yukai is someone you can trust. Okay, I got it. Wang Jitao was somewhat inexplicable. He didn't understand why his father trusted Huang Yukai so much, but since his father said so, he must have his reasons. Although Wang Jitao would sometimes be hot-headed and do some impulsive things, he was not stupid. Listening to his father's tone, it seemed that he and Huang Yukai were doing some secret things. Not long after that, Wang Jitao received a call from Huang Yukai again. Jitao, Huang. Okay, Uncle Huang. I'll be right there. Wang Jitao hung up the phone, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Zhou Jiejie was still in the living room downstairs. When she saw Wang Jitao come out, she asked curiously, Wang Jitao, why did you come out? Aren't you going to rest? Jiejie, I'm going out. You play at home for a while. Wang Jitao said. Oh? Where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you? Zhou Jiejie's heart moved and asked. No need. Aren't you doing your computer homework? You can do it here, or you can go home. Don't you have the key to the house? Just lock the door. Wang Jitao said. Okay, then you go. Zhou Jiejie nodded and continued to fiddle with the computer in front of her. Wang Jitao had trusted Zhou Jiejie in the past few days. He even gave Zhou Jiejie a set of keys to the house so that it was convenient for her to visit him every day. Because Wang Jitao had difficulty moving around in the past few days, the nanny, Auntie Li, wasn't often at home. During the day, she always went to the market to buy materials, so it was reasonable to give Zhou Jiejie the key. In the past few days, Wang Jitao's hand was broken again. Auntie Li went to the company to take care of Wang Jitao. She only went home every morning to change the sheets for Wang Jitao. Of course, this was done before Zhou Jie came. He didn't want Zhou Jie to see him urinating and defecating on the bed. Wang Jitao went out of the door without any precaution, leaving Zhou Jie alone in his home. Downstairs, Wang Jitao saw an RV. He knew this car. It was from his father's company. It was directly imported from Europe, in fact, it was smuggled. He didn't know why the license plate wasn't left. Smuggled cars certainly didn't have a license plate, so it wasn't often used. However, this kind of luxury car would rarely be intercepted by the traffic police. As long as it wasn't often on the road, most of it would be regarded as a wedding car, and they would turn a blind eye. A lot of things in China were often about the auspicious hour. Therefore, generally, the wedding car and some funeral car, even if it was a smuggled luxury car, the traffic police wouldn't stop it. Because if they missed the auspicious hour, their relatives would be anxious. Therefore, no one was willing to cause this kind of unnecessary trouble. Although the RV didn't have a license plate, it was still unimpeded because of this reason. Wang Jitao got in the car and sat next to Huang Yukai in the back row. Uncle Huang. Wang Jitao glanced at the driver and then stopped talking. It doesn't matter. He's one of us. Huang Yukai said. Wang Jitao looked at the driver, baffled. It was reasonable to say that this kind of thing should be known by fewer people. Why did so many of them suddenly appear? Where are we going now? Wang Jitao still asked cautiously. Of course, we are going to see Yang Ming. Huang Yukai smiled and said, How is it? Have you thought about how to deal with him? After listening to Huang Yukai, Wang Jitao was really relieved. Seeing that the driver in front of him was still expressionless, Wang Jitao said, Will there be any trouble? What are you afraid of? Just do it. Huang Yukai said fiercely, Since he is here, I don't want to let him go back. Although Huang Yukai had only been in contact with Wang Jitao a few times, he had a certain understanding of his character. Wang Jitao was the same as himself. They belonged to the kind of people who were cruel and merciless. They were different from Wang Jitao, who was indecisive. Huang Yukai felt that this was a person who could do great things. He was also full of confidence in his future young master. That's great. If this is the case, then I have to think about it. I didn't manage to hurt him last time. I almost got myself into trouble. Wang Jitao said happily. Jitao, in fact, you did a good job last time. You had a lot of ideas. It was just that you were a bit impulsive when you gave the photo to the girl named Chin something. Huang Yukai said, For this kind of thing, man proposes but God disposes. Who would have thought that the victim would suddenly betray us? Uncle Huang is right. Wang Jitao himself later felt that he was a bit impulsive. He shouldn't have given the photo to Chen Mingyan. Even if Yang Ming had doubts, there was no evidence. The car drove farther and farther away. In the blink of an eye, they were on the highway. Uncle Huang, where are we going? Wang Jitao frowned and asked. Although he had confirmed with his father that there was no problem with Huang Yukai, it was obvious that now they were going out of the city. Wang Jitao couldn't not have doubts. We are going to our Wang family's territory. Huang Yukai used the word "our" when he spoke. Obviously, he was showing his loyalty to Wang Jitao, making him feel that he was already on the same boat as the Wang family. The Wang family's territory? Why haven't I heard of it? Wang Jitao looked at Huang Yukai suspiciously. In fact, over the years, I have been doing a big business with President Wang. It's just that, Jitao, you are still young, so there are some things that I can't tell you. This time I am going to tell you these things. By the way, I will let you see how powerful the Wang family is. Huang Yukai said with some excitement. Then, why didn't my dad tell me personally? Wang Jitao asked hesitantly. There are some things that President Wang can't tell you. He can only tell you through my mouth. Huang Yukai sighed. Although what President Wang is doing is a big thing, as a father, he doesn't want you to think that he is a bad guy. Bad guy? What's going on? Uncle Huang, can you make it clear? Why am I so confused? Wang Jitao turned to look at Huang Yukai and asked anxiously. In fact, over the years, the business that President Wang took me to do has been smuggling. Huang Yukai looked at Wang Jitao and said slowly. This was also the result of his discussion with Wang Shifan. After all, the Wang family had reached a critical moment of survival. Some things should be known to Wang Jitao, the only heir. However, Wang Shifan couldn't open his mouth, so he entrusted Huang Yukai to do it. Huang Yukai didn't think that this was a disgraceful thing. On the contrary, he always felt that the winner was the king, and the loser was a thief. How about smuggling? As long as it didn't commit any crime, it was awesome. What, smuggling? Wang Jitao opened his mouth wide and looked at Huang Yukai. For a moment, his brain was a little short-circuited. Uncle Huang, are you kidding? Haha. This joke is really interesting. Jitao, I didn't joke with you. What I said is true. Huang Yukai patted Wang Jitao's shoulder and continued, why? You can't accept it? But Dad's company, isn't it already very profitable? Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group is one of the largest groups in Songjiang and even the province. Why is there still smuggling? It's impossible, right? Wang Jitao still couldn't accept this fact. Money, who doesn't want more? Huang Yukai said helplessly, the group is quite big, but this is only on the surface. You seem to be like this. In fact, I have been following your dad for many years. I am very clear about the internal situation of the group. It is definitely profitable. However, without the backing of the money your dad earned from smuggling over the years, the group would have gone bankrupt. What? Bankrupt? What do you mean? Wang Jitao looked at Huang Yukai inexplicably. How could it go bankrupt? Hey, the company doesn't make money on every project. If some projects aren't done well, they will lose money. For example, a few years ago, your dad saw a piece of land behind West Star Mountain and prepared to buy it to develop a villa area. As a result, the money was invested, and the villa area was developed, but it couldn't be sold. Huang Yukai shook his head and said. How can it not be sold? Asked Wang Jitao. Because there was news at the time that a road from Songjiang was going to be built there, but later, it was caught up with the leadership change. This matter was delayed. Even if you find someone to mediate, it will take time. During this period, a lot of funds were overstocked on the villa. If your dad didn't have the income from smuggling, the group would have gone bankrupt. How could it stand for so many years? Huang Yukai smiled bitterly. Ah. Wang Jitao was stunned. Are you telling the truth? Why would I lie to you? Huang Yukai spread his hands. Moreover, the recent situation is very bad. We have been targeted by the police. It's hard to say whether your dad and I can escape this disaster. Therefore, we have to hand over the power of the Wang family to you as soon as possible. At that time, if something happens, we won't have anything to worry about. How is this possible? How could this be? Wang Jitao looked at Huang Yukai in surprise, and his face changed slightly. Jitao, don't worry. Maybe there will be a day when things turn around. Now the police have not started investigating us, but there is a policewoman named Xianxia who took advantage of her vacation. But it doesn't matter, she and Yang Ming were arrested together. Huang Yaocaiz's said Xia, so we are not in danger for the time being. Even Dirt T. Those who are bold will eat their fill, and those who are timid will starve to death. How can one achieve great things without being ruthless? Say TT. And I say. Wang Jitao took a deep breath after listening, but finally nodded and said, you are right. Those who want to achieve great things don't care about trifles. I have thought of a good way to deal with Yang Ming. What is it? Huang Yaocai's mouth slightly showed a smile. Wang Jitao was more ruthless than Wang Shifan. He could accept this fact in such a short time and come up with a way to deal with Yang Ming. He was really not an ordinary person. Wang Jitao whispered in Huang Yaocai's ear about the plan he thought of at the last minute. Okay. Huang Yukai slapped Wang Jitao's thigh and exclaimed, that's great. This is a good move. Hehe, in this way, even if we let the two of them go, Yang Ming is still dead. Wang Jitao's whole leg was a little numb from the slap. He endured the pain and gritted his teeth. As for why Huang Yukai didn't slap his thigh, the reason was very simple. It was because he had no legs. Zhou Jiejia had been waiting for this opportunity, the opportunity when there was no one at home. And today, the opportunity she had been waiting for finally arrived. It was a coincidence that Wang Shifan's hand was burned by sulfuric acid. It was difficult for him to take care of himself, let alone touch the computer. In this way, the plan that Zhou Jiejia had laid before was completely useless. Wang Shifan didn't use the computer, so Zhou Jiejia didn't have a chance to invade his computer. No matter how powerful a hacker was, they couldn't invade a computer that couldn't be turned on. On the windowsill, after watching Wang Jitao go away, Zhou Jiejia immediately flashed out of the Wang family's villa. 20 minutes later, Zhou Jiejia returned to the Wang family's villa. At this time, she had a small briefcase in her hand. This was the tool she prepared to crack Wang Shifan's computer. However, although the thing was brought, Zhou Jiejia still didn't dare to act rashly. It was almost evening. She wasn't sure if Wang Shifan would come home today. These days, Zhou Jiejia had roughly figured out Wang Shifan's pattern of action. Wang Shifan's hand was broken, so it wasn't convenient for him to drive. The most important thing was that the hotel that was cooperating with her mother was recently planning to open. The company had a lot of things to do, so he didn't come back often at night. He only came back once the day before yesterday, but it was also because a document was left in the study. After he came back to pick it up, he went back to the company. Of course, Zhou Jiejia wouldn't spend the night at Wang Jitao's house. Although she was just compromising now, she didn't want to have too much to do with Wang Jitao. She thought that she could only follow Wang Jitao in this life, but she didn't expect things to turn around. She got an amazing insider information from Chen Fei. Although Chen Fei also advised Zhou Jiejia that this undercover operation was very dangerous, who didn't want to pursue their own happiness? As long as the Wang father and son were defeated, she wouldn't be threatened anymore. Zhou Jiejia's heart rekindled hope, the hope for love. This girl who was very persistent in love, as long as it was for love, for her lover, then she wasn't afraid of anything. Even if it was risky, she wouldn't refuse. Therefore, when Chen Fei proposed to let her go to the Wang family to be an undercover agent, Zhou Jiejia agreed almost without hesitation. She only had one belief, and that was that everything she did was for Yang Ming. Moreover, no matter what, even if Yang Ming misunderstood her now, it didn't matter because Chen Mingyan understood her. Not only did she understand her, but Zhou Jiejia also saw the sympathy for her from her eyes. Chen Mingyan didn't reject her. Zhou Jiejia was sensitive as a woman. She could clearly feel that Chen Mingyan wasn't hostile to her. This made Zhou Jiejia more excited than anything else. Suya has become a thing of the past, hasn't it? Although Yang Ming still couldn't forget her, at present, it seemed that Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. She believed that as long as she won Chen Mingyan's sympathy and favor, it would be much easier for Yang Ming to accept her. Every time she thought of this, Zhou Jiejia's heart was sweet. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Jiejia could endure the disgust every day and be pleasant to Wang Jitao at Wang Jitao's house. However, although she was feigning civility every day, Zhou Jiejia wasn't a girl who didn't know self-respect. She didn't know that Wang Jitao had a problem in that aspect. She kept a certain distance from Wang Jitao every day in fear, fearing that Wang Jitao would ask her to do something inappropriate. Fortunately, recently, Wang Jitao had just recovered from a serious illness. He looked weak every day. Most of the time, he was lying in bed. Zhou Jiejia wasn't so worried, so she dared to stay in the Wang's house until late every day before leaving. Although Zhou Jiejia couldn't enter Wang Jitao's computer, she had browsed through Wang Jitao's computer. Unfortunately, there was nothing valuable in it. In addition to some games, there were some trashy movies that made people blush. Zhou Jiejia carefully hid her tool bag under the sofa and looked at the time on the computer excitedly. Generally speaking, after 8 o'clock, if Wang Shifan didn't come back, he wouldn't come back again. The car stopped in the courtyard where Yang Ming and Xia Shui were imprisoned. Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai, who was being pushed, got out of the car together. Wang Jitao was surprised and curious to see a team of black-shirted men patrolling back and forth in the courtyard. The expression on his face was unpredictable. What the hell is this place? Wang Jitao couldn't help but ask. This is where the Wang family's power lies. These people you see are members of the Wang family's special forces. Huang Yukai pointed to the team of black-shirted men patrolling. Wang family's special forces? Wang Jitao frowned. Why does this name sound like a spy agency? Yes, these people are the men of sacrifice trained by the Wang family at a high price. They are absolutely loyal. Huang Yukai said proudly, these people have not only been trained by several martial arts seniors, but also invited a world-renowned hypnotist to give them a spiritual suggestion. They will definitely carry out the tasks given by the higher-ups. These people are very powerful? Wang Jitao felt that he was trembling with excitement. Is this the power of the Wang family? Is this my own power? In other words, these armed forces will belong to me? Wang Jitao suddenly felt like he was floating in the air. This feeling of holding absolute power was simply too wonderful. You, come here. Huang Yukai casually pointed to a small person and then waved to him. The small person who was called immediately ran over. Brother Huang, what's the matter? Pa, Huang Yukai gave him a big slap. The small person was stunned at once. He looked at Huang Yukai in astonishment. Brother Huang, what's wrong with me? What's wrong? The young master is here. Didn't you see it? You actually asked me what's wrong first? Huang Yukai said angrily. The small person noticed Wang Jitao next to Huang Yukai. He quickly bowed his head and said respectfully, young master. Sorry, I didn't notice you just now. Please punish me, young master. These people were instilled from the beginning to be absolutely obedient to the father and son of the Wang family. Even if they had never seen Wang Jitao, they had seen Wang Jitao's photos during the previous training. It was just that there was always a certain difference between the real person and the photo. The small person couldn't think that the young master who had never appeared would suddenly come here. Therefore, he neglected this. As for Huang Yukai, although these members of the special forces were also very respectful to him, this respect came entirely from Wang Shifan. If Wang Shifan wasn't satisfied with Huang Yukai, then he would become nothing at any time. The members of the special forces wouldn't even look at him. Therefore, the father and son of the Wang family had absolute command in the special forces. This was also why Huang Yukai had been loyal and didn't dare to have the slightest disloyalty. He was very clear about the strength of the special forces. If he dared to have disloyalty, then he would die very miserably. He was different from Su Daji. Wang Shifan still had a kind heart to Su Daji because Su Daji was his wife's brother. But he and Wang Shifan were not relatives, so it was a bit hard to say. Forget it. I can't blame you for not knowing. Wang Jitao suddenly had a sense of superiority in his heart. He waved his hand generously and said, what can you do? Young master, what do you want to test me? Wang Jitao's words made the small person somewhat unable to answer, so he had to answer. Oh, then can you split the block over there? Wang Jitao, and Wang Shifan, Shifan. Yes, young master. After the short man responded, he walked in the direction of the brick. Without any hesitation, he casually picked up the brick. With a shout, he used his other hand to split the brick in half. Right. You performed very well. What's your name? Replying to the young master, my name is Li Baozhu. The small person replied. I will remember you. Wang Jitao nodded and then waved his hand to indicate that he could go. Li Baozhu respectfully retreated. Wang Jitao's heart was excited. If I knew that my family had such an absolutely awesome power, why did I bother to hire Zhang Yuliang? I could have just found a few members of the Wang family's special forces. Wouldn't it be easy to fix Yang Ming? Needless to say, if it was Yang Ming at that time, he really couldn't beat the members of the Wang family's special forces. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Now, even 10 Li Baozhu were not enough to deal with Yang Ming. It was fate. Wang Jitao didn't use the power of the Wang family's special forces to deal with Yang Ming. It was useless to regret now. These people are very powerful. Wang Jitao was very satisfied with Li Baozhu just now. In his opinion, it was already very good to be able to split the red brick with his bare hands. He didn't know about Yang Ming's powerful strength. He thought that Li Baozhu was very bad *SS. As a matter of fact, people like Li Baozhu were trained by masters like Hun Tianba and Fei Tianqi. As their masters, Hun Tianba and Fei Tianqi weren't Yang Ming's opponents, let alone Li Baozhu. It's okay. That Li Baozhu isn't the most powerful. In the special forces, the powerful people are training in the indoor hall. Huang Yukai explained. Oh? There are people who are more powerful than him? Wang Jitao couldn't help but be overjoyed. The Wang family's special forces are divided into 3 teams. One is Team A, which is the most powerful of all the teams, but it is also the most disloyal. These people are all capable people who are recruited by President Wang. They are hired with a lot of money. We only have a relationship of interest with them. As for Team B and Team C, they are completely our own people. These 2 teams are all disciples of Team A's people. Huang Yukai explained in detail. Among these disciples, the better ones formed Team B, and those who were not very good formed Team C. The Li Baozhu you just saw is a member of Team C. It turned out to be like this. Wang Jitao nodded. His heart was even more proud. In his opinion, Li Guozhu was already very powerful. There was actually someone who was more powerful than him. Let's go. Let's go and see Yang Ming first. Okay, Jitao, let's go this way. Huang Yukai walked in front and led the way for Wang Jitao. Why isn't there a surveillance camera in the room? When Wang Jitao heard that there was no camera in the room, he was immediately disappointed. Catching Yang Ming was also my temporary idea, so I didn't prepare in advance. But it doesn't matter. The room has a security door. He can't play any tricks, said Huang Yukai. That's true. Right, what about the idea I said on the road? I can't wait. Wang Jitao had a physical defect, so his whole body and mind had become somewhat distorted. When he thought of his idea, he couldn't help but laugh. This laughter even made Huang Yukai, who had always been known for his conspiracy, couldn't help but shudder. This young master is really insidious. Don't you want to find someone to beat him up first? Huang Yukai suggested. No need. This guy is thick-skinned. It's useless to beat him up. I just want to watch him have fun. After that, I will go to hell. Wang Jitao sneered. That's insidious. Huang Yukai gave a thumbs up and then whispered, Jitao, I think it's a bit inappropriate to drug him. Why is it inappropriate? Asked Wang Jitao. Think about it. If we put an aphrodisiac in the food of Yang Ming and Xia Shui, then Xia Shui will definitely be aware of it. So even if Yang Ming does XX to her, she is likely to feel that this isn't Yang Ming's fault and forgive Yang Ming. Then, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Huang Yukai analyzed. What you said is very reasonable. Then, what do you think we should do? Wang Jitao thought about it and felt that it was indeed like what Huang Yukai said. His initial setting was indeed a bit inappropriate. If you ask me, we can do this. I heard that Xia Shui likes to drink very much. Why don't we give them more wine? Said Huang Yukai. You mean to let them have sex after drinking? Asked Wang Jitao. This doesn't seem to be possible, right? Listen to me. What I want to say is that I know a colorless and tasteless aphrodisiac, but it is only effective for men. After women eat it, it has no effect at all. Let's put it in the wine and give it to Yang Ming to drink. Then, Xia Shui won't be aware of it. Huang Yukai suggested. Then, why do we give them wine? It's really beautiful. Can't we just put it in the food directly? Said Wang Jitao. There is one more thing that I didn't say. Huang Yukai smiled bitterly. That is, this drug has a good side and a bad side. The good side is that it is only effective for men. The bad side is that the effect is not as strong as other drugs. It belongs to the kind that is relatively slow. So, I suggested to put this drug in the wine. Don't you want to say it? Wine is a sexual medium. In this way, it can play some auxiliary role in the drug effect. It turns out to be like this. Then, let's do as you say. Wang Jitao sneered. Yang Ming, you were lucky to escape last time. This time, you raped the policewoman. I want to see if you still won't die. The prepared food and wine were quickly delivered to Yang Ming and Xiaoshue's room. There was also a special kitchen in the base, so the food and wine were naturally prepared very quickly. A small window opened above the security door, and a black-shirted man handed in the food and wine. Xiaoshue was stunned, and then she shouted at the person, "Where's the person who ordered you? Ask him to come and see me." Yang Ming didn't care about that. He walked straight over and took the food. The person didn't say anything. When he saw Yang Ming take the food, he closed the window and left. Yang Ming had been dealing with Xiaoshui, otherwise, he wouldn't have neglected that Wang Jitao had come here. After taking the food and wine, Yang Ming put it on the coffee table and said to Xiaoshui, "Come and eat. You haven't eaten yet, right? You dare to eat the food they sent? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" Xiaoshui glared at Yang Ming. "Hee, if they want to harm us, do they need to poison the food?" Yang Ming smiled. "If you don't eat, I can eat it myself." "Who said I don't want to eat?" Xiaoshui actually knew this truth, but the person who sent the food just ignored her question, so she was a little angry. "If you want to eat, come over quickly. It looks good. It's quite appetizing." Yang Ming smiled and said, "The preparation is quite thoughtful. I know that you like to drink, and I even prepared wine for you." Seeing the delicious food on the coffee table, Xiaoshui couldn't help but feel hungry. She was just arguing with Yang Ming in the Blue Fish Bar, so she didn't ask for anything to eat. Now, she was really a little hungry. Seeing that Yang Ming had already grabbed a chicken leg to eat, Xiaoshui immediately couldn't sit still. She directly grabbed a can of beer and opened it. Then, she picked up a chicken wing on the table and ate it. Originally, Xiaoshui had a carefree temperament. At this moment, she temporarily forgot the trouble of being caught and ate. Needless to say, the cooking skills of the chefs here were quite good. Yang Ming couldn't stop praising it. How could he know that Wang Jitao was afraid that he and Xiaoshui wouldn't eat to their heart's content and wouldn't drink? So, he let the chefs do their best to make such a delicious meal. Fortunately, there was no camera in the room, but there was sound monitoring, so the dialogue between Yang Ming and Xiaoshui was passed to Wang Jitao's ears without missing a word. Wang Jitao heard that Yang Ming and Xiaoshui were ready to eat, and he was relieved. He waited there eagerly for the exciting moment to come. Yang Ming and Xiaoshui exchanged drinks, and they were relaxed and happy. Yang Ming had nothing to worry about at all. This kind of place couldn't trap him. If he wanted to leave, it was very easy. As for Xiaoshui, she couldn't think of any other way to leave here anyway. When she saw Yang Ming eating so comfortably, she thought that she couldn't let her stomach suffer, so she let go of her thoughts and ate. "This wine is not bad. It's a pity that I gave too little. I only took 4 cans. Who can drink enough?" Xiaoshui looked at the beer in her hand with some regret. Yang Ming smiled. Xiaoshui was really cute. Just now, she was still thinking about how to get out. Now that there was good wine and good food, she completely forgot where she was. "They can hear us. I'll ask them for more." Yang Ming raised his head and shouted in the direction of the monitoring microphone, "Is there any more beer? Bring me some more." In fact, there was no need for Yang Ming to say anything. Wang Jitao was already preparing. He was just afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't drink. As a result, when he heard Xiaoshui say that there wasn't enough wine, he was immediately overjoyed. He was so happy that he quickly ordered his men to prepare. Not long after, there was a knock on the door outside the room again. Yang Ming glanced at the door and said to Xiaoshui, "I guess they are here to send us wine." "Ah? It can't be. They caught us, and they are so good to us? Good wine and good food?" Xiaoshui had some doubts. "I guess as long as we don't make any noise and stay obediently, they will try to satisfy any request we have," Yang Ming said deliberately. Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai listened to Yang Ming's words, but they were relieved. They thought, "I didn't expect you to be so sensible." Yang Ming got up and walked over. He said to the door, "Who is it?" The window on the door opened. It was the black-shirted man just now. "The boss heard that you didn't have enough wine, so he asked me to send another box." "Okay, thank your boss for me." Yang Ming grinned and took the beer. Yang Ming's current thoughts were to wait and see. The Wang family actually had such a big secret base. This was what Yang Ming didn't expect before. This time, he and Uncle Chen jointly made such a big move. Wang Shifan's downfall had become inevitable, but it certainly wouldn't have much impact on Wang Jitao. After all, the smuggler was Wang Jitao, not his son, Wang Jitao. It could only be said that after Wang Shifan's downfall, the impact on Wang Jitao was great. At least, the previous sense of superiority was gone. Wang Jitao had become a young master in dire straits. As for Wang Jitao, who was used to living a rich life, if he suddenly lost his father, he would definitely not be able to bear the blow. It was probably the same for him. However, this person was too narrow-minded. He would definitely take revenge. Yang Ming was afraid that he would crazily retaliate against Yang Ming and entangle with Yang Ming endlessly. Now, if Wang Jitao controlled such a big base, then Yang Ming would definitely have endless troubles in the future. Although he wasn't afraid of him, he could still be annoyed to death. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to explore the bottom line and see if he could destroy this base in one fell swoop. In that case, Wang Jitao wouldn't have anything to rely on to make a comeback. He wouldn't be able to stir up any big waves. Xianxia might also know that they were being monitored, so she no longer talked about escaping or related to the smuggling case. The two people chatted about everything, just like a pair of old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Yang Ming, didn't you say that you were better than me? Well, I will give you a chance now. Let's compete here and see who is better. After a few bottles of beer, plus the ones that were drunk in the bar before, Xianxia was a little drunk. She stood up and pointed at Yang Ming. Do you dare? The bed is still the previous one. The previous one? Whether we can get out or not is still a matter. Yang Ming looked at Xianxia and said, fighting in the room, isn't it a joke for the enemy? I don't care. Do you want to compete? Xianxia asked again. Okay, I won't compete. I'll admit that you are better, okay? Just take it that you won. I haven't eaten enough yet. Come, continue to eat. Yang Ming now didn't have the mood to accompany Xianxia. It was different from the previous situation. Now, Yang Ming didn't have to show that he was better than Xianxia. Anyway, both of them were locked together. Xianxia couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Yang Ming, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by admit defeat? What do you mean by admit defeat? After Xianxia heard it, she glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, are you looking down on me? Garlic is for eating. It's for driving a train. Yang Ming said indifferently, hurry up and eat, or I will eat it all. Eat your big head. Yang Ming, stand up for me. Xianxia was angry. The more Yang Ming smiled, the more Xianxia felt that he was looking down on her. She was even more annoyed. She directly reached out to grab Yang Ming. Are you done yet? Yang Ming's temper was good, but there had to be a limit. Like Xianxia, who provoked him again and again, even a clay figurine couldn't stand it. Yang Ming put down the beer can in his hand. He glared at Xianxia and said, hurry up and eat, or else I won't be polite. You won't be polite? Well, I would like to see how you won't be polite. Xianxia was worried that Yang Ming wouldn't compete with her. When she saw Yang Ming was angry, she was even happier in her heart. She looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Forget it. Don't cry later. I still have to coax you. Yang Ming stood up and sat back down. He waved his hand as if he was a great person who didn't mind a petty person. He picked up a piece of rib and gnawed on it. Yang Ming, if you are a man, you stand up. I want to fight with you one-on-one. Xianxia was so angry that her teeth began to tremble. What do you mean by crying? When I was in the police academy, I survived the tough training and didn't cry. How can I cry just because of a competition? Xianxia felt that Yang Ming was insulting her. Since ancient times, women weren't inferior to men. This Yang Ming's words obviously meant that a good man wouldn't fight with a woman. How could Xianxia stand it? It's this trick again. If Yang Ming didn't stand up now, then he wasn't a man. So for the dignity of his gender, Yang Ming had to stand up. He took out a wet towel and wiped his hands. Then, he stood up slowly. Well, let's say it first. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. Don't be unconvinced. Okay, let's talk about it after we fight. Xiaxue saw that Yang Ming accepted the challenge and couldn't wait to nod. Then come on. Yang Ming also nodded. Xiaxue couldn't wait to make a move. Wait. Yang Ming suddenly made a truce gesture. What else do you want? Xiaxue asked in a bad mood. I will put this wine and food aside first, so that we don't accidentally touch the ground. I still have to eat later. Yang Ming waved his hand and said. Then hurry up. Xiaxue gritted her teeth and said angrily. Yang Ming's request was very reasonable. Xiaxue had no excuse to be angry. Yang Ming ignored her. After he slowly sorted out the food, he put it on the cabinet at the door. However, the corner of his eyes was always looking at Xiaxue. This silly girl. She is probably going to die of anger, right? Yang Ming suddenly felt that it was fun to make Xiaxue angry. Since the two people knew each other, they had been at each other's throats and had a lot of misunderstandings. Although the misunderstandings were resolved now, and the two people seemed to have become good friends, they treated each other the same way. Now, the two people were almost like quarreling lovers. When they met, they would bicker. Is this okay now? Xiaxue saw that Yang Ming put the food away and asked impatiently. Oh, it's okay. No, wait a minute. Yang Ming pretended to be suddenly enlightened and scratched his head. What do you want? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming helplessly and rolled her eyes. I drank too much wine just now. I'm going to the toilet. Yang Ming said and went into the bathroom with a smile. You have a lot of shit and pee before the battle. Xiaxue was angry. She didn't care that she was a girl and directly scolded him. However, Xiaxue was a person who didn't care about trifles, so she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Yang Ming heard it, but he was sweating. You have a lot of shit and pee before the battle. How can you say this? D***mn, you drank so much just now. Why don't you go to the toilet? You will suffocate to death. Yang Ming quickly solved the problem of pee. When he just came out of the bathroom, he saw Xiaxue standing at the door of the bathroom. He couldn't help but be stunned. You can't be in such a hurry, right? You ran to the bathroom door and waited for me? What wait for you? Come out quickly. I'm going to the toilet too. Xiaxue said with a red face. Didn't you say that I have a lot of shit and pee? How come you have a lot? Yang Ming was immediately happy when he heard it. I just cursed him, and now it came true. I just happened to. Xiaxue defended herself and went into the bathroom and closed the door. Yang Ming said in his heart, so what if you close the door? Can't I see you? Therefore, he turned his head and looked into the bathroom. Just now, Xiaxue also drank a lot of wine. Originally, if Yang Ming didn't say to go to the toilet, she wouldn't feel anything. When Yang Ming said that he wanted to go to the toilet, she also had the urge to pee. She felt like she couldn't hold it in anymore. Sometimes, human physiology was just so strange. When other people yawned, he would also yawn as if he was infected. Going to the toilet was the same. Xiaxue entered the toilet, took off her pants and sat down. Outside the door, Yang Ming had a nosebleed. So white, so round. Yang Ming shook his head in shock and quickly retracted his gaze. What's wrong with me today? I'm not like this normally. Usually, I try not to peek at others. Why did I just peek at Xiaxue using the toilet? Could it be that his expression changed today? No, he must have been confused by Xiaxue. It must be like this. Yang Ming resisted the urge to continue watching. He turned his head to the side, not daring to continue watching. He turned around and walked into the house. What's wrong with me today? How did it become like this? Yang Ming patted his head. In the past, he had never used his special ability to peek. Why did I suddenly peek at Xiaxue using the toilet today? Could it be that I drank today? That's not right. My self-control has always been very strong. Yang Ming thought, I must have been confused by Xiaxue, that silly girl. That's why I did such a thing. But thinking about it, the scene just now lingered in Yang Ming's mind. Xia Shui. Why am I interested in her? Although Xia Shui is quite beautiful and her figure is quite hot, her character shouldn't be my type. It's okay to be a good friend, but forget about being a girlfriend. Yang Ming wondered for a while. Could it be that I haven't vented my desire for too long? No, after this matter is over, I have to find a way to develop further with my little Ming Yin. I can't always look for Xiaoqing. If Lu Weishan found out, it would be terrible. As he was thinking about it, Xia Shui came out of the bathroom. When she saw Yang Ming, she thought that her sarcastic words just now turned into sarcastic words. She was a little ashamed. In order to avoid embarrassment, she asked directly, Yang Ming, can we fight one-on-one now? Oh, one-on-one? Okay. Yang Ming asked with a smile, are you done with your sh*t and urine? Go to hell. Xia Shui was so angry that she picked up a stool in the room and threw it at Yang Ming. Didn't you say one-on-one? Why did you pick up a stool? Yang Ming said with a glare. I said one-on-one, but I didn't say that I couldn't use weapons. Xia Shui said proudly. Although Yang Ming's physical fitness was good, if he was hit by the stool, it would be terrible. He quickly dodged. The stool hit the ground with a ping sound. They seemed to be fighting. In the monitoring room, Wang Jitao said to Huang Yukai inexplicably. What happened? Huang Yukai was also somewhat inexplicable. Why did the two of them fight one-on-one? Did you put a stimulant in the wine? Wang Jitao felt that this wasn't like an aphrodisiac. Why did the two of them fight? Listening to this, they even picked up a stool. It shouldn't be. I asked someone to buy this medicine from India. There shouldn't be any problem. Huang Yukai shook his head. Did they drink too much wine and get too excited because of the alcohol? Who knows? Mother ****. Wang Jitao scolded, but let's fight. When they are tired, they might want to do that. That's true. Anyway, the two of them are dogs biting each other. Let them fight among themselves, said Huang Yukai. Xia Shui, don't go too far. If you want to fight, fight properly. Why are you using the stool? Yang Ming looked at the floor that was hit by the stool and said with some annoyance. How about it? Are you going to bite me? Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming and said provocatively. Bite? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. This silly girl, can this be said casually? Doesn't she know that bite has other meanings? However, when he thought of the previous long-term meal ticket, Yang Ming was not surprised. Yeah, if you have the guts, bite me. Xia Shui thought that Yang Ming didn't dare, so she continued to shout. Yang Ming was speechless. He only felt a heat in his heart. He really had the urge to bite her. The scene in the toilet that he saw before, for some reason, appeared in front of him again. Yang Ming sighed. He didn't intend to be entangled with Xia Shui anymore. The most important thing was to end the battle quickly. Seeing Yang Ming approaching, Xia Shui didn't show any weakness. She was originally a Sanda master. When she was at the police academy, she even won the first place in the school's fighting competition. In her opinion, no matter how good Yang Ming was at fighting, he was just a little punk. How could the fighting style of a punk be compared to a formal Sanda? Hey! Xia Shui punched at Yang Ming with full strength. It seemed that she was ready to show Yang Ming her strength. Did you not eat enough? Yang Ming dodged the blow inadvertently and ridiculed, I just asked you to finish your meal first. Why are you so weak now? Humph. Xia Shui snorted coldly. She didn't expect that her fierce punch would be dodged by Yang Ming. She was immediately dissatisfied. The speed of her punch also increased. Are you done? Yang Ming seemed to reach out his hand, but he just happened to grab Xia Shui's left and right wrists. Let go. Xia Shui didn't expect that she could be caught by Yang Ming. She was a little annoyed as she pulled her hands behind. Let go for what? Let go of you and continue to be a monkey? Yang Ming snorted. Okay, are you going to admit defeat or not? Who lost? Xia Shui suddenly raised her leg and used her knee to hit Yang Ming's lower body. F***ck. Yang Ming cursed and quickly bent his body back. Because his hands were holding Xiaxue's hands, even if he dodged back, his abdomen was still hit by Xiaxue. However, this was better than blocking little Yang Ming. Yang Ming was really a little angry now. In the beginning, he had the attitude of playing with Xiaxue. He didn't really make a move. But at this moment, seeing that Xiaxue actually used such a move, it would be strange if Yang Ming didn't get angry. King want me to die without descendants. Yang Ming angrily hugged Xiaxue and carried her up. Who asked you not to let go? After Xiaxue kicked, she already regretted it. I was too impulsive. Yang Ming wasn't the fugitive that I caught. Yang Ming was my friend now. Although it was a competition, it was impossible to use such a sinister move. Therefore, Xiaxue had actually held back a lot of strength, but Xiaxue's only shortcoming was that she was stubborn. Now that she saw that Yang Ming was angry, she was even more unwilling to admit her mistake. It seems that they are really fighting. Wang Jitao frowned. It's quite intense. What's going on? Huang Yukai scratched his head and said, is the effect of the drug not enough? Damn, if you ask me, who should I ask? This idea is yours. Now it doesn't work. What should I do? Wang Jitao said angrily. Let's wait and see. It should be that the drug effect hasn't taken effect yet. It's good to let these two people warm up. Huang Yukai said, the more intense the fight, the greater the contradiction between the two people. When the drug effect suddenly takes effect, if Yang Ming XX Xiaxue, then Xiaxue will obviously think that he is angry and retaliating against her. Then Yang Ming will definitely be finished. Good idea. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. After Wang Jitao heard it, he clapped and said, Uncle Huang, you are thinking long-term. Hee, you flatter me. I am giving advice for you and President Wang. Huang Yukai said respectfully. Yang Ming had been made red by Xiaxue. This Xiaxue, I really have to teach her a lesson. Fortunately, I am agile. If I were an ordinary person, I would be crippled on the spot. Yang Ming directly threw Xiaxue on the bed. He was hot-headed. He took off her pants, revealing the white inside. Yeah. What are you doing? Xiaxue was shocked and quickly exclaimed, why are you taking off my pants? Don't be noisy. Yang Ming said angrily, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As Yang Ming said, he raised his hand and slapped Xiaxue's butt. A red palm print suddenly appeared. Xiaxue screamed loudly. She tried to break free, but she couldn't. Yang Ming pressed her legs with his legs and pressed his other hand on her body. She couldn't move at all. Yang Ming seemed to have taken off Xiaxue's pants. Wang Jitao was overjoyed. Is the drug working? Why do I feel like it's Yang Ming hitting Xiaxue's butt? Huang Yukai wondered. Who cares? I think it's about time. Maybe Yang Ming has some special hobby and likes to play some kind of torture. Wang Jitao said excitedly. I guess so. Huang Yukai also nodded. Pa. Yang Ming was getting more and more excited, but he didn't want Xiaxue to be in too much pain. The strength of his hand had changed from the initial full strength to the current state where there was only a sound and not much pain. Yang Ming, you stop. Xiaxue had lived for so long, but this was the first time she had suffered such a big insult. She was already fuming with anger. Stop? Humph. When I told you to stop just now, why didn't you listen to me? Yang Ming lectured as he hit, aren't you awesome? Aren't you awesome? Let's see if you're still awesome now. Yang Ming, I'm going to kill you. Xiaxue was ashamed and angry. She was a girl, and an unmarried girl. She was actually taken off her pants and spanked by Yang Ming. If this spread out, how could she still have the face to live? You still don't accept it, right? Yang Ming was suddenly amused. If you don't accept it, I will continue to hit you until you accept it. Yang Ming, if you have the guts, don't let me get up. If I get up, it will be your death date. Xiaxue roared. Okay, then I won't let you get up. Although Yang Ming was talking to Xiaxue, his hands didn't stop at all. He continued to spank Xiaxue's butt, making a paw-paw sound. Xiaxue saw that Yang Ming wasn't afraid of her no matter how she threatened him, so she closed her mouth, clenched her teeth, and silently endured the humiliation. Yang Ming didn't care so much. However, he didn't know why, but Yang Ming's heart was unusually excited. Gradually, the force that was hitting Xiaxue was basically gone. What was left was more and more like stroking Xiaxue. Xiaxue was already prepared for her to explode, but later, she felt that something was wrong. Yang Ming wasn't hitting her, but more like giving her a massage. Could it be that Yang Ming found his conscience? Seeing that her butt couldn't bear it, he rubbed it for her? Xiaxue thought strangely. However, if it were other parts, it would be fine. But Yang Ming was rubbing her butt now. How can this kind of part be touched by others? Moreover, after being touched by Yang Ming, Xiaxue suddenly had a very strange feeling, which made her a little excited and a little nervous. The previous pain was completely gone, and it was replaced by another feeling that she had never felt before. It was uncomfortable, but it was somewhat comfortable. It was comfortable, but it was a very intolerable kind of comfort. Isn't there a saying that one should welcome while rejecting? Xiaxue was in such a mood now. This made Xiaxue somewhat don't know what to do. Obviously, she felt that being touched by Yang Ming like this shouldn't be, but she was somewhat reluctant to give up this strange feeling. On the other side, Xiaxue was fiercely struggling in her heart, and Yang Ming's expression on the other side also began to become absent-minded. Looking at Xiaxue in front of him, a very evil idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Push, push. Push Xiaxue down. Anyway, I have already touched it, so it doesn't matter anymore. Looking at Xiaxue now, she doesn't seem to be very repulsed by me, then why not? As he thought about it, Yang Ming couldn't help but reach out to Xiaxue's lower body. Ah! Xiaxue was shocked and immediately woke up from the chaotic state just now. How could Xiaxue not be nervous when her sensitive part was attacked? That part was different from her butt. She couldn't let Yang Ming touch it. Xiaxue, who was awake, immediately yelled at Yang Ming, "Yang Ming, what are you doing? You dare to be a hooligan?" Yang Ming was yelled at by Xiaxue, and he suddenly woke up a lot. His hand movements immediately stopped. What was I doing just now? Recalling his previous thoughts, Yang Ming was shocked. Why did I have such a thought just now? I actually wanted to rape Xiaxue. If I really did that, how should I deal with my relationship with Xiaxue? If Qin Fei knew about it, what should I do? Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly retracted his hand and looked at Xiaxue awkwardly. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Then where did your hand reach? Xiaxue said angrily. Forget it. Yang Ming knew that it was useless no matter how he explained it. The facts were the facts. His heart was a little upset. What is this? Why do I feel so strange today? Why am I so impulsive? When Xiaxue saw Yang Ming like this, she felt even more wronged in her heart. You touched it for nothing? Forget it? She really wanted to tear Yang Ming into pieces, but she didn't know why, but her whole body was very weak. She was too lazy to beat up Yang Ming. She lay on the bed and actually cried. Yang Ming was shocked by this cry. In his opinion, Xiaxue was a careless person. She had the temperament of a man. It was impossible for her to cry. Why did she suddenly cry? Xiaxue, what happened to you? Yang Ming asked carefully. Woo woo woo. Xiaxue didn't answer. She just kept sobbing. Ai. Yang Ming sighed and let go of Xiaxue helplessly. He stood up. Xiaxue, I was wrong. Don't cry, okay? Woo woo woo. What answered him was still sobbing. You won, and I lost. In the future, I will treat you to a meal every day, okay? It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming could only start to tempt Xiaxue with conditions. Who asked him to be the one at fault this time? He actually had lust for Xiaxue. He really reaped what he sowed. Xiaxue still didn't answer. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. He turned around and went to the bathroom. Why is my mind so muddled today? After Yang Ming washed his face, he leaned on the windowsill of the bathroom. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked. Yang Ming rarely smoked now, except when there was something bothering him, such as now. If Xiaxue continued to make trouble like this, if Chen Mingyan knew about it, he would definitely be finished. Attempting to have an affair with the female subordinate of Chen Mingyan's father. This is a big crime. Let Xiaxue calm down. I should stay in the bathroom for the time being. Anyway, I don't know how long I will be locked up. I have plenty of time to counsel this silly girl. Now, Yang Ming didn't intend to fight with Xiaxue anymore. Whoever wants to be more powerful can be more powerful. If she wants to eat my food, then I will treat her. Who asked me to take advantage of her? Although I just touched it and didn't feel anything, I still touched it after all. I can't deny it even if I want to. What's the matter? Wang Jitao wondered. I don't know. Why did Yang Ming suddenly stop? Huang Yukai was also somewhat inexplicable. Just now, Wang Jitao felt that it was good. When he heard Xiaxue shouting rogue, he was very happy. But suddenly, Yang Ming seemed to have a conscience and stopped. Damn, how can this kid be so patient? Wang Jitao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. We are about to enter the most important topic. This kid can still hold it. It seems that your drug is not effective. Huang Yukai was also sullen. He was so angry. This Yang Ming didn't give me face. This was the first time I showed my strategy in front of the future master. I was feeling good about myself, and then such a thing happened. No, I can't let the future master look down on me. Huang Yukai frowned and thought about a new strategy. I got it. Huang Yukai slapped his thigh and shouted. What's wrong? Is there any good strategy? Wang Jitao asked quickly. I thought of a good idea. Huang Yukai said, don't they have a TV in their room? What about it? Asked Wang Jitao. This TV is connected to our control room. We can control the TV at any time and broadcast the program. Huang Yukai explained. What does this have to do with that? Wang Jitao wondered, Uncle Huang, can you be more direct? Let's show Yang Ming a lifestyle film. Isn't that simple? Huang Yukai said, since he can hold it now, let's light up another fire. Let's give him some stimulation. Let's see if he can still hold it. Awesome. It's awesome. Wang Jitao said after listening, then hurry up. I will arrange for someone to do it. Huang Yukai nodded and immediately found an underling. You go now and buy me some lifestyle films immediately. Lifestyle films? This underling was more honest. He didn't know what it meant. It's porn. Huang Yukai explained. Porn? The underling still didn't understand. Damn, it's porn. Wang Jitao shouted impatiently, porn, do you understand now? Understood, understood. I will get it now. The underling nodded quickly. Get something fierce. Something like Wu Tinglan, Hong Yin, and so on. Wang Jitao added. Okay, I got it. The underling said. 10 minutes later, the TV in the room where Yang Ming was in the room. Calm Yang Ming was smoking in the bathroom and didn't pay attention to the situation outside. Calm is. What was that sound? But. Where? On the TV, a naked woman was masturbating. Xiaxue quickly lowered her head. Why did the TV suddenly turn on? Yes, it must be Yang Ming. This rogue. Xiaxue ran to the TV in a few steps. She wanted to turn off the TV, but she helplessly found that the TV was installed inside the wall. There was no switch on the outside. Then, the possibility of Yang Ming doing something bad could be ruled out. But how did the TV turn on? Although Xiaxue was looking for the switch back and forth, her eyes couldn't help but see the TV screen. Why is the woman on TV so shameless? Xiaxue scolded in her heart. However, scolding was just scolding. The TV program was still on. Although Xiaxue belonged to the kind of girl who was more insensitive, it was impossible that she didn't know about the relationship between men and women. Especially in the criminal police industry, she knew more than other girls when it came to some cases. However, this was just knowing what was going on. She hadn't actually seen the real thing, let alone personally experience it. Therefore, although Xiaxue felt that the things on the TV were vulgar, she couldn't help but look up and continue to watch curiously. At this time, a macho man appeared. The woman on TV screamed in pleasure. It made Xiaxue suddenly have a feeling of dryness in her mouth. Bah! Shameless! Xiaxue scolded in her heart. Doing this kind of thing and still shamelessly making it into a movie. It is really a disgrace to the people of the world. She didn't know why, but Xiaxue suddenly remembered the wonderful feeling of Yang Ming touching her. Could it be that this is the so-called feeling? Xiaxue was dizzy. No way. I was just greedy for that kind of feeling? Then, what is the difference between this and the woman on TV? However, this thought was only for a moment. It was immediately diluted by curiosity and nervousness. Xiaxue watched the TV intently, and her breathing became very rapid. Her teeth bit her lower lip tightly, and her whole body was nervous. As the man and woman on TV kept changing their postures, the range of their movements became more and more exaggerated. Xiaxue also became more and more nervous. Xiaxue felt that her body was about to burn. She was exhaling hot air. What happened to me? Although the sound of the TV outside wasn't very loud, Yang Ming didn't hear it at the beginning, but later, the woman on TV was getting louder and louder. It was impossible for Yang Ming not to hear it. Hearing the strange sound, Yang Ming was very embarrassed. He thought, could it be that Xiaxue, this silly girl, couldn't help but touch me? But isn't this sound a bit too exaggerated? He couldn't help but be curious. Yang Ming still used his X-ray vision to look into the room, but he didn't expect Xiaxue to be lying in front of the TV, watching the top-notch blockbuster without blinking. I'm going to faint. Yang Ming almost lost his footing and fell. Isn't this too funny? Just now, she seriously said that I am a hooligan and cried. Now, she is actually watching the blockbuster excitedly. Yang Ming originally wanted to go out and make fun of Xiaxue immediately, but he thought about it again. I just provoked her just now. If I go out now and ruin her good thing, then it won't be easy to handle if she is unreasonable again. It is better to let her watch for a while. When her mood is better, what happened to me just now won't be a big deal. Thinking of this, Yang Ming dispelled the idea of going out immediately. He simply turned on the water in the bathroom and prepared to take a shower to sober up. I was too impulsive just now, which almost led to a big disaster. So, Yang Ming was ready to take a shower to keep himself awake. Don't do anything stupid. Zhou Jiejie looked at the time. It was estimated that Wang Jitao couldn't come back tonight, and Wang Jitao's mother wasn't here during this time. Zhou Jiejie was still wondering why she didn't see Wang Jitao's mother. It turned out that after Wang Jitao killed Su Daji, he was afraid that Wang Jitao's mother would notice something, so he found an excuse to tell her that the police were tracking Su Daji, and it might involve him. He asked her to go back to her mother's house to stay for a while and keep a distance from him to avoid the limelight. I really neglected Mother Wang's matter. Old Fish had a cold a few days ago, and his mind wasn't very bright. I just read a book friend's reminder, so I remembered. So, I will add a sentence here. It's good that everyone understands. Zhou Jiejie tiptoed into Wang Xifan's study room. She first moved Wang Xifan's computer mainframe from the desk. Then, she took out a heat gun from her toolkit. She connected it to the power source and heated it against the warranty label on it. This was a good method that Zhou Jiejie found on the internet. It was said that many profiteers used this method to open the fragile one-time seal of some goods. After heating, the glue on the fragile seal became a lot softer, and it could be completely torn off. Zhou Jiejie carefully removed the fragile seal, and there was a smile on her face. It was really complete. There was no damage. After carefully putting away the fragile seal, Zhou Jiejie took out a screwdriver and nimbly disassembled the case of the mainframe. Then, she unplugged the data cable on the hard disk inside and directly connected it to the data cable she brought. Opening the laptop, Zhou Jiejie excitedly began to search the data in Wang Xifan's hard disk. Sure enough, in a hidden folder in the D drive, this simple method of hiding files was a piece of cake for Zhou Jiejie. Under the folder, Zhou Jiejie found 2 Excel documents. One was called Purchase Account, and the other was called Sales Details. With excitement, Zhou Jiejie opened the documents. Sure enough, Seeing the names on it, Zhou Jiejia's breathing became rapid. This is it. This is Wang Shifan's smuggling account book. Zhou Jiejie didn't dare to delay. She quickly sent the 2 documents to the mailbox specified by Chen Fei. After finishing, Zhou Jiejie quickly began to clean up the mess. However, at this time, downstairs, there was the sound of a key opening the door. Zhou Jiejie was shocked. She quickly sped up the speed of her hands and put the disassembled computer box back. But how could this be done immediately? Not only did the original hard drive cable have to be plugged back, but the screws and breakable label had to be installed as well. Even if Zhou Jiejie was fast, it was too late. Zhou Jiejie only felt that her heart was squeezed together. She only hoped that the person wouldn't enter the study. However, things often went against her wishes. Zhou Jiejie didn't wait for half of the installation, and there were footsteps behind her. Hey! Jiejie, what are you doing? Wang Shifan looked suspiciously at Zhou Jiejie, who was squatting on the floor and fiddling with the computer. Wang. Uncle Wang, I'm not doing anything. I'm just bored, fiddling with the computer. Zhou Jiejie said with trepidation. Fiddling with the computer when you have nothing to do? Wang Shifan was very puzzled, but he couldn't think of any reason to doubt it. He had to nod. The computer in my study has important documents of the company. You'd better not touch it. Got it, Uncle Wang. I will install it for you. I was just curious. I saw that your computer has a boot password. Zhou Jiejie secretly felt lucky. It seemed that Wang Shifan didn't notice anything. Oh, then don't fiddle with it. N? Wang Shifan's gaze suddenly stopped on Zhou Jiejie's computer desktop. He looked at the 2 attachment names on the email that had just been sent out. He was suddenly stunned. After a while, he asked with a sullen face, "What is this?" No, nothing. Zhou Jiejie was shocked. Her tone was stuttering. Nothing? You touched my computer? Who did you send these things to? Wang Shifan's eyes immediately turned red. He stared at Zhou Jiejie, full of murderous intent. No, nothing. I was just curious to take a look. Zhou Jiejie was scared at the moment. Her heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out. Who did you send it to? Say it. Wang Shifan naturally wouldn't believe that Zhou Jiejie took a look because of curiosity. It turns out that this is the case. You really don't have any good intentions. You dismantled my computer just for this. So what? At this point, it was impossible for Zhou Jiejie to hide it. The facts were in front of her. Even if she made up a lie, Wang Shifan wouldn't believe it. It was better to just admit it. So, he gritted his teeth and looked up heroically. He looked straight at Wang Shifan. I came to your house to collect evidence. Now, I have sent these things to the criminal investigation captain of the police station, Chen Fei. Your crime has been exposed. Anyway, my mission is completed. Since the matter was discovered by Wang Shifan, then I just admit it. What can he do to me? At most, they would kill him to vent their anger. However, in this way, Wang Shifan couldn't escape the law. I can eliminate a big obstacle for Yang Ming. I didn't die in vain. After Wang Shifan was caught, no one would harm Yang Ming anymore. I'll kill you. Wang Shifan was so angry that he trembled. His eyes were red. He obviously lost his mind. He reached out and grabbed Zhou Jiejie's neck. I will strangle you. UF** King dare to sue me. I will kill you. Cough cough. Zhou Jiejie was suffocated by Wang Shifan's choke. She was a weak woman. How could she be Wang Shifan's opponent? Moreover, Zhou Jiejie was now holding the mentality of death. She didn't even resist. She gritted her teeth and glared at Wang Shifan. It was really like a generous sacrifice. Death is just death. Perhaps, because of my death, Yang Ming will feel guilty. As long as he can remember that there was once a girl who was willing to sacrifice her life for him, that is enough. In the dead of night, I can occasionally remember that there was a girl named Zhou Jiejie who loved him deeply. Then, I will be very happy even in heaven. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiejie closed her eyes happily. There was a smile at the corner of her mouth. Seeing Zhou Jiejia's expression of seeking death, Wang Shifan was even more angry. He increased the strength of his hand and wanted to break Zhou Jiejia's neck. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Wang Shifan was so angry that his breathing was not smooth. This woman is really scheming. She actually compromised in order to screw me over. What made him most upset was that his silly son actually didn't notice that this woman had a disloyal heart. Thinking of this, Wang Shifan's strength in his hand loosened a little. He thought, no, I can't strangle her now. I have to get her in front of my son and then kill her. I will also let Jitao see it and let him learn a lesson. Anyway, I am finished this time. The police will probably come to arrest me soon. But my son, Wang Jitao, still has a long way to go. I will let him see the true face of Zhou Jiejia. I will let him not easily trust anyone in the future. Wang Shifan released the hand on Zhou Jiejia's neck and then prepared to take Zhou Jiejia to the base. He wanted to kill Zhou Jiejia in front of his son. Zhou Jiejia had been strangled by Wang Shifan. Now her consciousness was very vague, but even if she was awake, she knew that she couldn't escape. She simply lay there quietly, waiting for the last moment of her life to come. Soon, Wang Shifan found a rope and tied Zhou Jiejia's hands and feet. Then, he carried her and quickly threw her into his car. After doing all this, Wang Shifan took the passbook that he had given to Wang Jitao in advance and the Swiss bank account card with him. Because he knew that soon the police would completely seal up his home. He couldn't go back to this house. Wang Shifan took a last look at his house. This was the last time he would come out from here. Wang Shifan shook his head. People live for a lifetime and there is only one spring. I have been awesome and awe-inspiring. I have enjoyed what I should enjoy. My son has grown up. There is nothing to miss. Starting the car, Wang Shifan drove to the base to complete his last mission. Yang Ming took off his clothes and put them away. Then, he stepped directly into the bathroom. Just now, Xiaxue's sneak attack on his lower body made him break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he could take a comfortable hot bath. Xiaxue was actually very pure, but everyone had curiosity. It was the first time Xiaxue saw the real thing between a man and a woman. Naturally, she was interested in studying it. Although she was ashamed, when she saw that Yang Ming was not in the room, she let go of the courage to watch. This man doesn't look so good. He is not as handsome as Yang Ming. Xiaxue looked at the male lead in the film and thought to herself. She didn't know why, but she actually compared him with Yang Ming. Probably Yang Ming is also a pervert. Only a pervert can compare with the man on TV. Both of them are the same kind of people. Xiaxue explained. Poor Xiaxue only felt that her whole body was getting hotter and hotter. Moreover, her legs began to rub against each other involuntarily. Although the drug that Huang Yukai put in the wine was only effective for men, nothing was absolute. Any drug would have some side effects. If the amount was small, it would not work on women, but it couldn't withstand the large amount. Coupled with the effect of alcohol, the effect of the drug was magnified several times. Coincidentally, there was also the catalyst of this TV program, which pushed the desire in Xiaxue's body to the peak. No, I can't watch it anymore. Xiaxue only felt that her legs were wet. There was a strange feeling of dryness all over her body, which made her feel unbearable pain. Xiaxue stood up abruptly and rushed to the bathroom. She wanted to use cold water to wake herself up. She couldn't indulge in this kind of thing anymore. Yang Ming, you come out. Xiaxue shouted and opened the bathroom door and rushed in. Yang Ming didn't have any guard against Xiaxue. He thought that she wouldn't take the initiative to come to him, so he didn't even lock the bathroom door. When he saw Xiaxue rushing in so recklessly, he was suddenly shocked. I'm not wearing any clothes. Yang Ming was shocked. He quickly reached out to take the bath towel not far away. Xiaxue originally thought that Yang Ming was just hiding in the bathroom. She didn't expect that he was actually taking a shower naked. She was suddenly stunned. She just wanted to scold Yang Ming, but in her mind, she couldn't help but think of the scene she just saw on TV. Compared to Yang Ming's strong and burly figure, the man on TV was simply a gigolo. When Xiaxue's eyes stayed on Yang Ming's strong chest and abdominal muscles, Xiaxue's heart suddenly jumped, and her breathing became more rapid. She only felt that her mouth was dry. This was not the end of it. Xiaxua's eyes continued to move down. Finally, she saw something that she shouldn't have seen. However, Yang Ming's reaction was faster. Xiaxua just caught a glimpse, and he wrapped the bath towel around himself. He glared at Xiaxua and scolded, "Don't you know how to knock on the door? Do you know that you are being a hooligan?" However, Yang Ming's reaction was relatively fast. Xiaxua only caught a glimpse, and he wrapped the bath towel around himself. It seems that this assassin's skill is still very useful in case of emergency. Yang Ming glared and scolded Xiaxua angrily, "Don't you know how to knock on the door? Do you know that you are acting like a hooligan?" Yang Ming. Xiaxua didn't hear what Yang Ming said. Her eyes were blurred. She unconsciously called out Yang Ming's name and leaned toward Yang Ming. D***MN, what are you doing? Yang Ming was shocked. He was a little stunned by Xiaxua's action. Hug me. Xiaxua was a little incoherent. Although she felt that her behavior was very inappropriate, her body was completely out of control. Originally, she wanted to wake up in the bathroom, but she didn't expect to see Yang Ming standing there naked taking a shower. Xiaxua was stunned, and the desire in her body became more vigorous. Now, she actually had an impulse to do the things on TV with Yang Ming. Are you crazy? Yang Ming was now fully awake, otherwise, he really couldn't grasp the temptation in front of him. Yang Ming shook his head. This Xiaxua, she was obviously too passionate from watching TV. She was possessed. I'm so hot. I can't. Xiaxua said as she began to take off her clothes. Originally, this room was hot. She had already taken off her coat when she was eating. At this moment, there was only a cashmere shirt inside. It was easily taken off by Xiaxua, directly revealing the small vest inside. Yang Ming looked at it and was moved. Mother ***, this Xiaxua, isn't she tempting me to make a mistake? Looking at Xiaxua's curvy upper body, Yang Ming really wanted to push her down on the spot. However, Yang Ming was still more rational than impulsive. After a long period of arduous training, Yang Ming's willpower was much stronger than before. He would not be easily tempted. Alright, stop messing around. Yang Ming resisted the impulse in his heart and shouted at Xiaxua, hoping to scare her. It's so hot. Xiaxua didn't realize it and wasn't moved by Yang Ming's roar. While she continued to tear her clothes, she suddenly grabbed Yang Ming's right hand and pressed it against her chest. Xiaxua's action was completely subconscious. She had just seen the female lead do this on TV. Subconsciously, she did the same action. Yang Ming was greatly shocked, and his entire body suddenly trembled. However, the fullness and softness in his hands made Yang Ming somewhat reluctant to leave. Although Yang Ming had tried his best to control his emotions, he really couldn't resist the temptation in front of him. Touching should be fine, right? This was what Xiaxua had asked for. It had nothing to do with him. Xiaxua was still not satisfied. She reached out and grabbed the bath towel on Yang Ming's body. Yang Ming was enjoying it very comfortably. Suddenly, he felt a chill under his body. The bath towel had been pulled to the ground by Xiaxua. Ah! Xiaxua screamed. She reached out and wanted to continue to grab it. Although Yang Ming was also burning with lust because of Xiaxua, there was only one thought in his mind at the moment. Xiaxua must not be pushed. If I push, it will be a big problem. Chen Fei's underling, is it so easy to push? If I don't stop Xiaxua now, then I will really be done for. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't care about the feeling in his hand. He grabbed Xiaxua's collar and dragged her into the bathroom. He turned the shower to the cold direction and aimed the spray at Xiaxua. Achoo. Xiaxua was suddenly drenched by the cold water and sneezed. Yang Ming. What are you doing? Xiaxua screamed, cold, it's so cold. Yang Ming didn't care much. He continued to press Xiaxua's head and let her continue to be hit by the cold shower. Let me go. Yang Ming, I want to kill you. Do you want to freeze me to death? Xiaxua seemed to have completely sobered up. She had regained her temper in the past. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and let Xiaxue go. It was a close call. Yeah. Xiaxue looked up and saw the naked Yang Ming. She suddenly exclaimed, You. What are you doing? What do you mean what am I doing? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by Xiaxue. What are you doing naked? What are you doing? Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming with a red face. What am I doing naked? Isn't it because of you? Yang Ming was angry. Silly girl, did you lose your memory? What am I going to do to you? Is there a mistake? It's you who is going to do to me. Xiaxue was scolded by Yang Ming and immediately woke up. She wasn't unconscious just now, so what she did before suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. She immediately felt ashamed. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yang Ming again. Just now, I actually flirted with Yang Ming. It's so embarrassing. Thinking of this, Xiaxue couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Although Yang Ming was annoyed by Xiaxue, after all, he was also lustful just now. He took advantage of Xiaxue for a while, so it wasn't good to say anything more. Moreover, he wasn't wearing anything now. It wasn't the right thing to stay in the bathroom with Xiaxue, so he sighed. Forget it. I'll let the matter of you being a hooligan to me go. I spanked your butt before, and now you also. In short, it cancels each other out. Oh. Xiaxue nodded mechanically. Although she felt unconvinced in her heart, she couldn't say any reason to refute. However, she always felt that Yang Ming took advantage of her. He's a big man. What is there to lose? It's like I did something to him. Yang Ming took advantage of the time when Xiaxue still hadn't figured it out and quickly left the bathroom. He didn't want to have too much to do with Xiaxue now. Xiaxue became Yang Ming's character this time. In the bathroom, she was so ashamed that she didn't dare to come out and face Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at the top-notch blockbuster that was still playing in the hall and secretly scolded Shameless. The association noticed that he was different after drinking before, and also faintly noticed something. Could it be that this guy, Wang Jitao, wants to harm me again? XX policewoman, Wang Jitao is more insidious this time than last time. Fortunately, I have enough self-control, or else, I would really be harmed by him. Could it be that Wang Jitao is already here? Yang Ming raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the monitoring room. Sure enough, he saw Wang Jitao sitting next to Huang Yukai with a sinister face. He was carefully listening to the movement in his room. Yang Ming didn't pretend now. Isn't it time to solve the final problem? Since the main character has arrived, then I don't need to stay here anymore. It's time. Yang Ming directly kicked the LCD TV on the wall. Then, he picked up a can of beer on the ground and smashed it on the monitor. Bang! With a loud sound, the monitoring device was declared to be useless. At the same time, in the monitoring room, Wang Jitao suddenly covered his ears and screamed. He was almost turned deaf by Yang Ming. What's going on? Wang Jitao rubbed his buzzing eardrums and cursed in exasperation, what the hell? It seems that Yang Ming destroyed the monitor. Huang Yukai explained. Mother **Ker, could it be that these two people have already done it? Did you accidentally break the listening device? Wang Jitao tried his best to think of the evil side of the matter. It is also possible, it is also possible. Huang Yukai echoed. Find someone to check it out. Wang Jitao instructed. Yes. Huang Yukai just wanted to call someone, but the door of the monitoring room was pushed open. Wang Shifan came in with Zhou Jejia. President Wang. Jejia. Huang Yukai and Wang Jitao spoke at the same time. Wang Shifan listened to Wang Jitao's words and couldn't help but sigh. This son of mine, there's nothing else. It's just that he's too infatuated. This woman has betrayed him, but he still cares about her so much. It seems that it is necessary to bring Zhou Jejia here today to let my son see her true colors. Dad, why did you tie Zhou Jejia up? Wang Jitao was shocked. Hurry up and release her. What are you doing? Jitao, don't move. Stand there for me. Wang Shifan immediately shouted to stop his son. Ah? Wang Jitao was stunned. He looked at his serious father in front of him and was somewhat overwhelmed. Did Yukai tell you about Dad's matter? Wang Shifan glanced at his son and asked faintly. Along the way, he had thought about it clearly, so he was able to let it go. He didn't care about anything. Yes, but Uncle Huang said that it might not be a problem, right? Wang Jitao didn't understand why his father suddenly asked this. His mind was now on Zhou Jiejia. Originally, it wasn't necessarily a problem, but now it is definitely a problem. Wang Shifan sneered. Jitao, look at this good girlfriend of yours. If it weren't for her, your dad wouldn't be like this now, haha. Dad, what the hell is going on? What does it have to do with Jiejia? Wang Jitao asked, baffled. President Wang, what the hell is going on? Huang Yukai also raised his head and asked in confusion. Zhou Jiejia, it is this little bitch who sent all our smuggling accounts over the years to the police station. Wang Shifan grabbed Zhou Jiejia's collar and screamed, I calculated everything, but I didn't expect that in the end, it would be because of this. Dad, you said that Zhou Jiejia reported you? This is impossible. Wang Jitao asked with some disbelief, Jiejia isn't such a person. No? What else can it be? I saw it with my own eyes. Can it be fake? Do you have to wait for your dad to be arrested by the police before you believe it? Wang Shifan looked at his son and was angry. Every day, he would have disputes with others because of a few women. This? Wang Jitao still wanted to say something, but when he saw his father's angry look, he shut his mouth. President Wang, do you mean that the matter has been exposed? Huang Yukai asked in surprise. Yes, it is estimated that the police have surrounded my house now. Fortunately, I found it in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the chance to tell you and Jitao. Wang Shifan shook his head. President Wang, what are you going to do now? Huang Yukai sighed. This day had finally come. What should I do? Yukai, Jitao will be handed over to you in the future. As Wang Shifan said this, he took out 2 documents from his briefcase and said, I have written a statement. Since yesterday, I have resigned from the position of the chairman of the board of directors of Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. I have transferred all the shares in my hands to Wang Jitao. I officially appoint you as the president of Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. Also, Gu Jianchao's ability is not bad. He can be of great use. I have already revealed to him that I intend to retire. I believe that you and him will definitely be able to assist Jitao well. President Wang, you. Huang Yukai was very sad after listening. How about I admit all these crimes? Wang Shifan was very touched as he patted Huang Youcai's shoulder and said, Yukai, I understand your mind. I didn't trust you in vain. However, you can't take the blame for these things. Even if you go, the police aren't fools. In the end, I will still be involved. Why don't I just accept all of them and throw you out? President Wang. Huang Yukai wanted to say something but was interrupted by Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan waved his hand and said, You are talented. I will leave Jitao to you in the future. Don't worry, President Wang. I will take good care of Jitao. I will make him a person who surpasses your achievements. Huang Yukai nodded solemnly. Wang's group will definitely go to glory in Jitao's hands. Okay, then I'm relieved. Wang Shifan nodded and turned his head. He looked at Wang Jitao who was already dumbfounded. He said with pity and love, Jitao, Dad is leaving. In the future, you will follow Yukai. Grow up well and manage our family's group well. Dad, what are you talking about? Wang Jitao said in a hurry, if something happens to you, what will happen to my mother and I? Be good, be obedient. Wang Shifan sighed. Even if Dad doesn't have an accident this time, there will be a day when I will be old. You have to learn to grow up. Besides, there is Uncle Huang looking after you. I am relieved. Dad. Wang Jitao was still a teenager. His eyes suddenly turned red. Well, Jitao, be a man. Don't cry. As long as you live well and carry forward the family business, I will be satisfied. Wang Shifan waved his hand and said. Dad, you can rest assured. I will definitely avenge you. Wang Jitao said as he clenched his teeth. Pa. A slap on Wang Jitao's face. Wang Shifan glared at him and said, "Revenge? What revenge? The one who sentenced your dad was the court. Are you looking for the court for revenge? You are confused." That. Wang Jitao thought that his father, who was determined to avenge, would be happy, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Your dad did something wrong. Even if he was sentenced to death, he had no regrets. He deserved it. Wang Shifan said angrily, "The money I saved for you is enough for you to spend. Even if you have no achievements in your life, you don't have to worry about food and clothing. Don't do illegal things anymore. Don't do unnecessary fights with others. Don't ruin things because of a woman." Dad, Wang Jitao had been nodding, but when he heard the last sentence for a woman, he was somewhat dissatisfied. Dad, did you really see Zhou Jieji do that thing? Yu Kai, find someone to bring a bucket of cold water. Wang Shifan didn't answer, but he directly instructed Huang Yukai. Yes. Huang Yukai nodded and picked up the intercom system on the table. He pressed the call button and said, "Bring me a basin of cold water." After a while, a black-shirted man came in with a basin of cold water. When he saw Wang Shifan, he immediately said respectfully, "Master." "Young master, brother Huang." Wake her up for me." Wang Shifan nodded. He was very satisfied with the black-shirted man's greeting. He pointed to Zhou Jieji on the ground and then walked to the side. "Yes." The black-shirted man replied, then he picked up the basin and poured it on Zhou Jieji's head. With a splash, the basin of water drenched Zhou Jieji like a drowned rat. Zhou Jieji screamed, "Ah," and woke up. She sneezed a few times before she looked up. "Mother ****, bitch. Say it. Who sent you?" Wang Shifan saw that Zhou Jieji woke up and asked immediately. "If you want to kill me, just do it. Why do you ask so much?" Zhou Jieji snorted and said faintly, "Bitch, you are quite stubborn." As Wang Shifan said this, he poured a cup of tea on the table on Zhou Jieji's face. "Dad, what are you doing?" Wang Jitao exclaimed. "Son, at this time, do you still have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Didn't you hear what she said? She admitted it herself." Wang Shifan looked at Wang Jitao helplessly and was angry with him. "Jieji, are you lying to me? Say it." Wang Jitao looked at Zhou Jieji and asked anxiously, "You said that you were playing with us. Why are you so stupid? Aren't you asking for trouble?" "Wang Jitao, what your dad said is true. I am the one who reported him. I just want your Wang family to fall." Zhou Jieji looked cold and sneered, "Who asked him to use Yang Ming to force me? I like Yang Ming. Even if I have to die for him, I'm willing. I have been lying to you all along. I don't like you at all." "What?" Wang Jitao listened to Zhou Jieji's words with his own ears. He stood on the spot and looked at Zhou Jieji stupidly. You. What about me? Your Wang family is finished. This is the result of your evil deeds." Zhou Jieji said without fear, "Kill me." Wang Jitao looked at Zhou Jieji absent-mindedly. He couldn't accept the facts in front of him. "Ha ha 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 ha." Wang Shifan suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Jieji was somewhat inexplicable. "Yang Ming. You are doing this for Yang Ming, right?" Wang Shifan laughed until he trembled a little. "So what?" Zhou Jieji suddenly felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say what was wrong. "Bring Yang Ming in." Wang Shifan slammed the table and ordered the black-shirted man who just came in. "Yes. Master." The black-shirted man said. "What? Why is Yang Ming here?" Zhou Jieji was shocked. Sure enough, the bad feeling came true. She thought that Yang Ming couldn't appear here, so she said that. Because Wang Shifan was going to be finished soon, he couldn't even take care of himself. How could he go back and find trouble with Yang Ming? However, what she never thought was that Yang Ming was actually caught before her. "How is it? You didn't expect it, right?" "Not bad. Yang Ming is here with me." Wang Shifan giggled. His smile was so bright and happy as if it was a great thing. "You." Zhou Jieji suddenly felt that she had done something wrong. She was very annoyed. Why am I so stupid? Why did I tell the truth to Wang Shifan? I messed up again. It seems that I am born to be Yang Ming's jinx. Aren't you doing this for Yang Ming? I will kill him first, hee hee. Wang Shifan was almost in a state of madness. His voice changed, just right. Both of you can die together. Wang Jitao also recovered from his daze at this time. His eyes were full of anger. This feeling of being deceived and played like a monkey was intolerable to any man. Although Wang Jitao wasn't a real man now, his heart was even more twisted and unbearable. Die. Let her die. Let Yang Ming die too. Wang Jitao gasped for breath. His eyes were wide open and red like a rabbit. Wang Shifan was thinking about how to make Yang Ming die more miserably. In his opinion, Yang Ming was already in his bag. In the base, could he still run away? It was best to let him die with Zhou Jieji, this adulterous couple. If Zhou Jieji wasn't the woman his son admired, then he would have found an underling to rape her, or he would have done it himself. However, Zhou Jieji was the woman his son liked. Doing so would definitely make Wang Jitao unable to stand it. In fact, if Wang Jitao had no physical problems, then the best person to do this was him. But now, it seemed that Zhou Jieji, this B*TCH, had it easy. She didn't get humiliated before she died. Zhou Jieji? Yang Ming was stunned. He looked at Zhou Jieji, who was tied to the ground in the monitoring room. Why is she here? However, when Yang Ming saw the follow-up of the situation, Yang Ming couldn't help but be moved. Zhou Jieji actually did it for him. If Zhou Jieji said that she liked him before, she might have made it up or said it for fun. But at this moment, it was impossible for her to lie. Everything she did was for her own sake? Yang Ming sighed. It seemed that all the previous speculations were true. Zhou Jieji actually liked him. However, at this moment, Yang Ming didn't have the slightest joy. On the contrary, his mood was extremely heavy. Zhou Jieji, what did he do to make this girl so loyal to him? Sigh, it's another emotional debt. Yang Ming scratched his head. Anyway, let's get out of this predicament first. Now it seemed that Zhou Jieji had found Wang Shifan's evidence and passed it to Chen Fei, so Wang Shifan's downfall was just a matter of time. Ka. The door of the room was opened, and 3 men in black came in. Yang Ming, come out with me. They were all members of Team B of the Wang family's special forces, and they were the best in the team. Wang Shifan had heard from Wang Jitao that Yang Ming's skills were good, so he sent these people over. Even if they didn't come to Yang Ming would go to Wang Shifan. He couldn't watch Zhou Jieji suffer for him. This infatuated girl, although she gave him a headache, Yang Ming couldn't leave her alone. Logically speaking, even if they were ordinary friends, Yang Ming didn't have the reason to leave them in the lurch, let alone this kind of unclear relationship. Yang Ming looked at the 3 black-shirted men who were waiting for him. He suddenly felt a little funny. These 3 people, if he wanted to make a move, they would be lying on the ground now. Yang Ming didn't want to make a move on such small fries. Let's go. Yang Ming shrugged, put on his coat and said. Wait for me. Where are you going? Xianxia saw that someone came to take Yang Ming out, so she followed. Miss Xia, there's nothing for you to do here. Please wait here for a while. A black-shirted man immediately reached out and stopped Xianxia. Why don't you let me go? Aren't you looking for me? Xianxia reached out and slapped the black-shirted man's arm to the side. The black-shirted man's arm didn't move. It was like an iron pipe, but Xiaxua's palm was a little numb. Miss Xia, the boss only invited Mr. Yang, not you. Don't make it difficult for us. Otherwise, we won't be polite. The black-shirted man said coldly. Humph. Hiding the head and hiding the tail. Xianxia snorted, but she didn't force it. As the saying goes, once an expert makes a move, one would know whether or not he has it. This black-shirted man inadvertently revealed such a move that Xianxia was secretly shocked. Although Yang Ming was much stronger than this black-shirted man, when Yang Ming and Xianxia were competing, he didn't use his full strength at all. He didn't even use 1/10 of it. He had been playing with Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia didn't feel how powerful Yang Ming was. When she lost, she also felt that she lost unjustly. Yang Ming used despicable means to win. Mr. Yang, please. The black-shirt man saw that Xia Shui didn't make trouble, so he turned his head and said to Yang Ming. Xia Shui, you wait for me here. I will go and see what tricks they are going to play. Yang Ming secretly gave Xia Shui a look. In fact, Yang Ming didn't want Xia Shui to go over to save Zhou Jie. Yang Ming could still cope with it. If Xia Shui were to add more trouble, then he wouldn't have the time to deal with it. Xia Shui's skill was obviously much weaker than these black-shirt men here. Yang Ming didn't want Xia Shui to become the object of threat again. Then, you be careful. Although Xia Shui was angry with Yang Ming for what he did to her, at this moment, she should focus on the overall situation. She couldn't be impulsive. Since Yang Ming asked her to stay here, he must have his intentions. Therefore, she just told Yang Ming to be careful and didn't speak anymore. Yang Ming followed the black-shirt man out, and the iron door was locked again. However, before the iron door was locked, Yang Ming took out a small pin from his pocket and stuffed it into the keyhole of the iron door. In this way, even if there was a key, he couldn't open this iron door next time. The reason why Yang Ming did this was to protect Xia Shui. Who knew if Wang Shifan would be desperate and use Xia Shui to threaten him again? So, he simply broke the door lock so that no one could open it. At that time, he would use a tool to pry it open. Of course, Yang Ming's action was very fast. It was natural, as if he came out of the door naturally. The three black-shirt men didn't notice it at all. Yang Ming followed the three black-shirt men to the monitoring room and saw Wang Shifan, Wang Jitao, and Huang Yukai. Things had come to this point. Yang Ming didn't need to hide his strength anymore. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of him. Even if there were more people, it was easy for him to retreat. However, what made Yang Ming feel a little annoyed was that at this moment, Wang Shifan was holding a pistol to Zhou Jie's temple. This made Yang Ming not dare to act rashly. In this case, even if Yang Ming's skill was good, it was impossible to guarantee that Zhou Jie would be unharmed. A gun and a knife were different. If the weapon in Wang Shifan's hand was a dagger, then Yang Ming didn't have so many concerns. At least a dagger couldn't be fatal, but a gun was different. No matter how fast Yang Ming's shot was, it took a process from knocking down Wang Shifan to his death. This process was enough for him to pull the trigger reflexively. Moreover, there was no room for maneuvering with a gun. It could directly kill Zhou Jie. In China, under such strict gun regulations, it wasn't easy for Wang Shifan to get a pistol. But thinking about it, this guy was a smuggler. It wasn't a big problem to get a gun. I say, Wang Shifan, is your brother okay in prison? Yang Ming could only start to distract Wang Shifan's attention and then look for an opportunity to make a move. My brother? Wang Shifan was stunned, but the gun in his hand didn't move at all. Xiaoqing is my godsister. Wang Shuafan was personally sent to prison by me. Yang Ming said casually, Huang Yukai, are you happy now? You didn't expect the car's brakes to suddenly break, right? What? It's you. Wang Shifan was really excited. The pistol that was pointed at Zhou Jie's forehead began to tremble. Sure enough, it's you. How could I ignore you? It turns out that this is all you're doing. I want to kill you. Wang Shifan's eyes suddenly turned red. He never thought that the person who sent his brother to prison and disabled Huang Yukai was this young man who was the same age as his son in front of him. Good opportunity. Yang Ming saw that Wang Shifan was really angered by himself. He was secretly happy. He concentrated and prepared to give Wang Shifan a fatal blow when he was negligent. Mother ****. Yang Ming, go to hell. Wang Shifan finally couldn't hold the anger in his heart. He raised the gun and shot at Yang Ming. He finally moved. Yang Ming's figure flashed to the side like a ghost, and then he quickly attacked Wang Shifan from the side. Boom! Yang Ming. Blood flowed from Zhou Jie's forehead. Yang Ming stared blankly at Zhou Jie falling to the ground. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone in the room. Zhou Jie actually threw herself at the muzzle of the gun. Wang Shifan's original plan was to point the gun at Zhou Jie, and then threaten Yang Ming to commit suicide. Ha, let this little bitch see her loved one die for her. What a sense of accomplishment and pleasure it would be. However, when Yang Ming suddenly said those secrets, Wang Shifan's brain became uncontrollable. What he thought was to get rid of Yang Ming quickly. So, he made a move to shoot Yang Ming directly with the gun. In his opinion, killing Yang Ming was also a deterrent to Zhou Jie. But what he didn't expect was that Zhou Jie actually blocked the muzzle with her own body. It made Wang Shifan's teeth itch, but he couldn't help but admire Zhou Jie's strength. She actually did so much for her lover. Unfortunately, his son didn't have this blessing. If he could get this girl's sincerity to Jitao, then he could leave with peace of mind. He could only sigh that fate made fools of people. The originally good girl actually fell in love with Yang Ming. Then, she was undoubtedly a little bitch. Forget it. Death is death. Death is nothing to be regretted. Wang Shifan was a little stunned and returned to normal. He was going to raise the gun and shoot Yang Ming again. If Yang Ming could be shot by him this time, then he really didn't live up to the name of the king of assassins. Fang Tian had taught him more than once how to dodge bullets and then kill the shooter with the fastest speed. Moreover, now that Zhou Jie was no longer a scruple, Yang Ming wasn't as timid as before. Looking at Zhou Jie, Yang Ming's eyes flashed a trace of unbearable pity and sympathy. Although he had always been on guard against Zhou Jie, avoided her, and ignored her. Even when he kissed her and looked at her, he never thought of being responsible for her. However, at this moment, Yang Ming had a feeling of being unable to breathe. He suddenly felt that his heart had become empty. Zhou Jie died for me. In any case, this was an undeniable fact. Indeed, she had done something wrong to herself in the past. However, compared to what happened today, those things were nothing. Although she had hurt me, it didn't have to be paid with her life. Yang Ming's murderous intent was written on his face. He had never wanted a person to die so much like now. Wang Shifan's bullet, in the eyes of Yang Ming, was simply a joke. He hadn't been professionally trained. Shooting at Yang Ming's erratic figure, it would be a miracle if he could hit him. Even a professionally trained sniper couldn't say that he could hit Yang Ming 100% of the time. Peng, Wang Shifan flew out with a punch. Although Yang Ming really wanted him to die, in the end, he still withdrew most of the strength in his hand. In any case, Wang Shifan was now a wanted criminal in the police station. If he killed him, wouldn't it be letting him off too easily? It was better to let him accept a sentence. However, he could avoid the death penalty for the time being, but he couldn't escape the punishment. Yang Ming fiercely hit several acupuncture points on his body, making him beg for death. He wouldn't die for a while, but the pain was unbearable. Wang Jitao didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fierce in the face of the muzzle and bullets. He actually beat his father with his bare hands. He was stunned on the spot. However, Huang Yaocai's reaction was faster. After realizing that something was wrong, he suddenly pressed the emergency bell on the table. A team of members of the Wang family's special forces immediately rushed in. Catch him! Huang Yukai pointed to Yang Ming and shouted. However, he didn't expect these people to catch Yang Ming. Although he didn't think that Yang Ming could defeat these people, at least it wasn't a problem for him to escape. Now what Huang Yukai was most worried about was that after Yang Ming beat down Wang Shifan, he would come over to Wang Jitao and himself. In fact, Yang Ming did plan to do so. However, Huang Yukai had disrupted his plan. Huang Yukai was sinister and cunning. How could he not see that Wang Jitao and himself weren't Yang Ming's opponents? If Yang Ming had the mentality to fight to the death with them, then the two of them would really be done for. You haven't played with a corpse before. You go and play with a few people once. This woman just died. She's still warm, and she's still a virgin. Huang Yukai had to use more sinister tricks in order to escape. He was betting that Yang Ming wouldn't leave Zhou Jie alone. Although he also saw that the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhou Jie wasn't very good, and Zhou Jie was just having a one-sided love, she was already dead. According to Yang Ming's temperament, he wouldn't be so unjust. Sure enough, Yang Ming frowned after listening. He was originally worried about Zhou Jie's safety. He wanted to solve these people in front of him as soon as possible so that he could see how Zhou Jie was doing. He didn't want Zhou Jie to die because of him. In that case, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. He couldn't stand the condemnation of his conscience. These people didn't dare to violate Huang Yaotsai's orders. Although they didn't have any special hobbies, they also responded to Huang Yaotsai's call and surrounded Zhou Jie. Mother ****. Yang Ming secretly scolded Huang Yukai for being shameless. He picked up the fragments of the teacup that Wang Shifan had just thrown on the ground and threw it over. Shua, it hit Huang Yaotsai's right eye. Huang Yukai screamed, but he endured the pain and dragged Wang Jitao to the door. His hand quickly shook the wheels of the wheelchair. The performance of the wheelchair was fully utilized by him. Jitao, go quickly. Huang Yukai shouted as he walked. Oh. Wang Jitao also knew that it wasn't good to stay here for a long time. He looked at his father sadly and looked at Zhou Jie again. He sighed helplessly and left the room with Huang Yukai. After all, Zhou Jie was the woman he loved deeply. Whether this woman deceived him or hurt him, Wang Jitao always had an indescribable knot in his heart. Zhou Jie and Chen Mengyan were different. Although Wang Jitao also admired Chen Mengyan before, Chen Mengyan had never been with him, so Wang Jitao wasn't so persistent. But now Zhou Jie had promised to be his girlfriend, and she had spent some sweet time with him. Of course, sweet was just Wang Jitao's wishful thinking. Zhou Jie was just perfunctory. Wang Jitao, who had never tasted love, had an indescribable feeling for his first love, Zhou Jie. How could he forget it? However, time waits for no man. Escaping was more important. Maybe Yang Ming would vent his anger on him and cripple him. Get lost. Yang Ming kicked away the black-shirt men around Zhou Jie one by one. Regardless of Zhou Jie's life or death, he wouldn't let these people humiliate Zhou Jie. For these small fries, Yang Ming wasn't so merciful. Although they were only instructed by Huang Yukai, the Wang family's dogs would always be dogs. If he let them go today, they wouldn't appreciate it. These unthinking men of sacrifice would still come to trouble him tomorrow. Yang Ming basically made the black-shirt men in front of him lose their combat ability with a punch or a kick. In the blink of an eye, the black-shirt men in the room could only lie on the ground and groan. Even the groans were a few lucky ones. The others fainted directly. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Rushing to the front of Zhou Jie, Yang Ming nervously tested Zhou Jie's pulse. Fortunately, Zhou Jie didn't die on the spot. The bullet was also shot from the side of her forehead from bottom to top. If the rescue was timely, there shouldn't be any danger to her life. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly sealed several of Zhou Jie's acupuncture points to stop the bleeding. Jie. How are you? You have to hold on. Don't fall asleep. I will take you to the hospital. Yang Ming held Zhou Jie in his arms with one arm and called out repeatedly. Yang Ming, run. Don't worry about me. Zhou Jie's mind had begun to blur. She didn't see the scene of Yang Ming defeating Wang Shifan and killing the black-shirt men in the room. She thought that Yang Ming was still in danger. Jie, the bad guys have been defeated by me. I will take you to the hospital. Yang Ming held Zhou Jie with his right hand, but his left hand was strangling Wang Shifan's neck. He dragged him out of the monitoring room like a dead dog. Okay. Zhou Jie's mouth moved with difficulty, revealing a smile. Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. Zhou Jie's situation was very bad. He had to go to the hospital quickly. Otherwise, it would really be too late. However, Yang Ming wanted to be fast, but some people didn't want him to be fast. There was a noisy sound of footsteps in the corridor. When Huang Yukai fled with Wang Jitao, he had already given the warning. At this time, a large number of black-shirt men rushed to Yang Ming in the corridor. Yang Ming frowned. He lifted Wang Shifan directly with his left arm and shouted at the black-shirt men, Wang Shifan is now in my hands. If you dare to stop me, I will crush his tibia. These people were trained by Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan was their highest leader, so when they saw that Wang Shifan was restrained by Yang Ming, these people didn't dare to act rashly. No one would doubt that Yang Ming had the ability to crush Wang Shifan's tibia. He could lift people up with one hand. How could that strength be underestimated? What's more, Yang Ming was still holding a person in his arms. It wasn't that Yang Ming couldn't beat them, but he didn't want to be entangled with them. Now for Yang Ming, time was everything. Only by saving time as much as possible could he send Zhou Jieji to the hospital for treatment. When he passed by the room where he and Xia Shui were imprisoned, Yang Ming quickly opened the door and shouted inside, "Xia Shui, come out quickly." Ah. Xia Shui looked at Zhou Jieji in Yang Ming's arms and was shocked. She quickly asked, "Yang Ming, what happened to her? Can't you see it?" She was shot. "Hurry up and help me pull Wang Shifan. Let's get out of here as soon as possible." Yang Ming didn't have time to explain too much to Xia Shui. He just handed Wang Shifan to her. Although Xia Shui was a girl, her strength wasn't small. It was more than enough for her to hold Wang Shifan. With Wang Shifan's cover, the two people went out of the base very smoothly. Wang Jitao's Mercedes-Benz was still parked at the entrance of the base, but the previous RV had disappeared. Apparently, Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai escaped from here. Wang Shifan's acupoints were sealed by Yang Ming. He couldn't wake up for a while. Even if he woke up, he didn't have any fighting ability. His pistol had been seized by Yang Ming privately, and he didn't tell Xia Shui. "You drive." Yang Ming threw the car key found on Wang Shifan to Xia Shui. Then, he sat in the back seat of the car with Zhou Jieji. "Oh." Xia Shui nodded and started the car. At this time, she also knew that the situation was urgent, so she didn't say much. "Let's go to the hospital first." "Hurry up," Yang Ming instructed Xia Shui. "I know," Xia Shui said as she sped up the car. "Jieji, hold on a little longer, we're almost at the hospital." Along the way, Yang Ming said this sentence the most. He was afraid that Zhou Jieji would close her eyes and never open them again. Sometimes, whether or not a seriously injured person could make it to the hospital depended on their own willpower and belief. If they could hold on, they would make it through. If they couldn't, they would die on the road. Although Yang Ming had never personally encountered such a situation, he had seen it too many times on TV. Therefore, he could only keep talking to Zhou Jieji and ask her to hold on. Zhou Jieji leaned in Yang Ming's arms. Although her face was pale, there was an indescribable happiness. Yang Ming cared about her. Regardless of whether she lived or died, that was enough. "Xia Shui, hurry up." Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jieji in his arms, who was getting dimmer and dimmer. He said anxiously to Xia Shui, "Can't you use the strength you used to chase me on the street? I'm already fast enough. Do you want me to drive the car like a rocket?" Xia Shui was also anxious. After all, it was a matter of life and death. "Yang Ming. I'm so cold, so sleepy. I want to sleep. Can you kiss me?" In his arms, Zhou Jieji's breathing suddenly became rapid. Yang Ming was shocked. Could it be that Zhou Jieji couldn't hold on anymore? "Yang Ming. I really love you, can you fulfill my last wish?" Zhou Jieji saw that Yang Ming didn't move, so she added a sentence with effort. Yang Ming really had an impulse to kiss her. He also wanted to satisfy Zhou Jieji, but Yang Ming suddenly remembered an important thing. Yang Ming once read a short story. The story said that an old man wanted to see his unborn grandson before he died. Therefore, the old man always had a last breath and refused to give up. Until his daughter-in-law gave birth and his grandson was born, the old man left the world with relief. Many people would have such a wish before they died. If this wish wasn't fulfilled, this person would not be willing to leave. There were too many examples to mention. "Jieji, we will reach the hospital soon. How about this? I promise you that as long as your injury is cured, I will kiss you every day. I will love you." Yang Ming told a lie against his heart. However, Yang Ming also knew that what Zhou Jieji wanted now was a belief to persevere. If he satisfied her request now, then she wouldn't be able to hold on until the hospital. Only by giving her the belief would there be a miracle. Sure enough, Zhou Jieji's originally dim expression suddenly became lively again. There was a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. She tried hard to open her mouth and said, "Okay, you promised me, you can't go back on your words." "Okay, I won't go back on my words. Whoever goes back on their words will be Wang Jitao." Yang Ming smiled. Why is it Wang Jitao? Zhou Jiejia's thoughts were still in the right situation. This made Yang Ming feel relieved. It seemed that the bullet didn't hurt the cranial nerves. Because he is an idiot. Yang Ming explained. Heh. Zhou Jiejia also laughed. After a while, Zhou Jiejia said, Yang Ming. I'm really sleepy. Not sleepy. Be good. Don't sleep. I don't like disobedient girls. Yang Ming pretended to be angry. Oh, that's good. I won't sleep. Zhou Jiejia's voice was getting smaller and smaller, but fortunately, she still didn't show signs of confusion. Xia Shui, turn on the car's radio. Yang Ming instructed Xia Shui. It was too quiet in the car. Such an environment was unfavorable for Zhou Jiejia. It was too easy to fall asleep. Oh. Xia Shui quickly turned on the stereo in the car. Although she felt that Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia were entangled in the back, she also knew that Yang Ming was saving someone, so surprisingly, she didn't mock Yang Ming. She just focused on driving. Even then, you and I will stay together for 100 years. If one of us dies at the age of 97, we will wait for 3 years on the bridge of helplessness. Side by side, in harmony between heaven and earth, Meng Pezhuang suffered for 3 years. Simple tea and plain food are sweeter. A bridge, a soul, walking and stopping for 3 years. Too happy, too dependent, yearning for each other, not envious of the immortals. 3 life stone, 3 generations of fate, reincarnation hall. There was a song from Shuya's new album on the radio. It was sad and emotional, narrating a sad and beautiful love story. However, it was somewhat in line with the current atmosphere. Zhou Jiejia listened to the song on the radio and actually hummed softly. Yang Ming didn't stop it. This was better. No matter what Zhou Jiejia did, as long as she persisted to the hospital, everything would be fine. The car finally drove into the city, but it was impossible to drive as fast as on the highway. However, Xia Shui still maintained a very high speed. The forbidden lanes and traffic lights were completely decorations. However, Xia Shui's crazy behavior quickly attracted the attention of the traffic police on the road. Not far ahead, there were 2 traffic police officers who were ready to intercept Xia Shui. Creak. Xia Shui stepped on the brakes angrily and pressed down on the window glass. Before the 2 traffic police officers could speak, she spoke first. I'm Xia Shui from the criminal police team. I'm on a mission. There weren't many beautiful women in the police system. Xia Shui was famous. When the police officers saw Xia Shui's expression, they knew that this must be the legendary female Tyrannosaurus. Looking at the injured people behind the car, they didn't dare to delay. They quickly removed the post and let them go. They also used the walkie-talkie to contact the command center and reported the situation here. Obviously, the license plate of the Mercedes-Benz had been informed by the traffic police through the command center. This time, no one stopped Xia Shui. Instead, when they saw her passing by, they tried to help her open the way. Finally, the car stopped at the entrance of the hospital's emergency building. Zhou Jiejia's condition was good. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and rushed in with Zhou Jiejia and Xia Shui. Wang Shifan had been handcuffed by Xia Shui. Obviously, he couldn't run away. In fact, with Yang Ming's hands, these handcuffs were basically superfluous. Doctor, my friend was shot. We need to rescue her immediately. Yang Ming shouted as he ran. A doctor immediately greeted them, but when he heard that it was a gunshot wound, his expression suddenly became serious. We need to call the police for a gunshot wound before we can carry out rescue. I'm a police officer. Xia Shui quickly showed her police ID. After the doctor looked at it, he nodded and didn't say anything. He called someone to carry Zhou Jiejia into the emergency room. After that, a person who looked like a nurse came to find Yang Ming to pay the hospital deposit. Yang Ming didn't care about this at all. He directly swiped his card and transferred 20,000 yuan to the hospital's account. Only then did the nurse feel relieved. However, it was understandable for her to do this. In today's hospital, who would treat you if you didn't pay? End of chapter 581. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.